play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day. Great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you until 10 a.m. this morning.
On a Monday?
On a Monday. It's a Monday.
On a Monday, we've got a 4-hour show.
4-hour show. Are you ready? Did you stretch out your hammies? Are you good to go? 4 hours today, baby.
I haven't been. I would say I'm the most excited anybody ever is to find out they're going to work twice as long as usual on any given day for no extra pay.
Yeah.
Yes. It's just not. I'm like a young buck on my first day on the adult film set. Show me what to do, and I'll do it.
Yeah, sit down. I don't need to see everything here, all right? So, man, we got a lot to get to. Last week was admittedly in the aftermath of the Texans losing to the Chiefs, kind of a headline light week. You know, we were doing the sitting around and waiting thing on Bregman.
Yeah.
The Texans lost their season.
We weren't even waiting on Bregman, really, just until the news popped up at the end of the week. So it was super slow.
Yeah.
He was still dead to us at the beginning of the week.
Yep. And the Texans lose, so we're kind of waiting around for the title games, waiting around for the Texans to make a decision on Bobby Slowik. And, wow, a lot's changed since Friday. So Bobby Slowik fired on Friday. That happened. That came down right around lunchtime. We'll talk about that plenty on the show today. Ryan Presley got traded yesterday, which some see as a path clearing to Alex Bregman coming here. I'm not quite so sure about that after listening to Dana Brown at the Fan Fest over the weekend. He doesn't seem as hot on the Bregman thing as others do, but, you know, he's the GM. He's supposed to play his cards.
Play close to the vest.
Close to the vest. And we've got a Super Bowl. You know, you and I are getting ready to head to Radio Row on Sunday next week, or Sunday, a week from yesterday. We're headed there. We'll be there all next week. Flight by Yingling is sending us there, and we're very, very excited about that.
Little town by the name of Nolans.
Yeah.
We'll go. I think we got a nice Airbnb, so you guys can come live vicariously through us.
We do. We have
I remember that for the first time we did the Super Bowl in New Orleans, I was brand new on the job, and somebody had to sleep on an air mattress in the living room. Right, and I was like, I volunteered. I'm the new guy. I'm not going to be It was a rough week.
You went tenure. Oh yeah, dude, that's not good sleep. Right
my body is not built for air mattresses. At least not the old school ones. The new ones, it's almost like it's like a nice bed. But the old school ones that you blow up with your own lungs and everything. Yeah. It was rough. It was rough.
We have an Airbnb, and yet somehow I believe we all have our own bedrooms at this thing. It must be a giant one. Must be a big one. I wonder if it's a big antebellum home that we're in. Like, you know, that'd be sweet. With a big porch out front that we can sip lemonade on during the afternoon.
Might have to lean full bore into the Southern Belle. That week.
At least do some reels or whatever, you know, from the house. So we do have a Super Bowl matchup. It's the same one that we had 2 years ago. The Chiefs are back in the Super Bowl once again for the 5th time in 6 years. And the Eagles beat the Commanders yesterday. You and I both, we both watched both of those games. It's weird, for a day that had a 32-point win by one of the teams in the conference title games. I was pretty engrossed in the action all day and evening long.
The Eagles game especially, because if you watch the game, you know that, man, the turnovers made all the difference in the world. And it's the easiest thing to say about any football game. But the fourth turnover was just kind of a desperation mode turnover. The first 3 turnovers were all either in Washington's territory or the one was just 1 yard past the 50. I feel like in those situations, if you're -3 in a game in turnovers and all the turnovers happen at midfield or in your own territory, the percentage has got to be even more skewed into how hard it is to win that game.
Yeah.
I feel like before the game I was saying I think Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury are actually good enough to win a Super Bowl. I'm not sure the rest of Washington is. Afterwards, I still feel like I think the whole team was, except for the 3 guys who fumbled.
Yeah.
And those were, credit to Philadelphia, all of those were earned fumbles. There were peanut punches or hard hits. That was earned. So credit to the Eagles' defense and their special teams for that. But I think the really dicey part was that you could see that Vic Fangio, the defensive coordinator of the Eagles, knew that he couldn't blitz Jaden Daniels, which was very frustrating when you're a Texans fan and you're watching a young quarterback have such easy and immediate options when he's blitzed. That was frustrating. Yeah. That puts you back into the old what might have been train. All right, well, if they'd hired Cliff Kingsbury, if they had any offensive coordinator that had any answers at all for the blitz or an offensive line that could block. So the Eagles were going to have to play, bend but don't break defense. And they did a good job of it. I mean, that first drive that the Commanders had, it was 15 plays.
18 plays. 18 plays.
With two fourth down conversions, right. And they ended up settling for a field goal.
Yeah, and it felt like a win, and then Saquon Barkley takes. We're not into this 18-play thing. We're going to go one play, 68 yards or whatever it was. Yeah, it was crazy. That was crazy. So we'll talk more about that game. But I'm with you. I predicted an Eagles blowout because I thought like all the hype surrounding Jaden Daniels would come crashing down. And on the scoreboard, it was a blowout. But as someone who predicted a blowout, I never felt like I was right in this game. You know what I mean?
No, I think Washington is I think this is a kind of a prove-it game for Washington. And, nobody's got an appetite for moral victories in Washington or on that team, I'm guessing. But it's hard, given how quick their turnaround was and how impressive they looked through those first three quarters. That's a real football team, man. That's a real football team.
It's a good way to put it. That's a real football team. And Kansas City just finds ways to win one-score games. I hear just now, I just got an update that the Bills just tried another tush push. Unsuccessful, even though it wasn't against anybody. They were doing it in the parking lot when they just landed.
And it was so frustrating that, as Nance and Romo were saying, they told us in the coaches meeting that when they run to the left, that's what Josh Allen likes to do, and they just kept trying to do it. They just kept sending Josh Allen to the left. And, it was frustrating.
They said that, Nance said that after the first unsuccessful one. And I'm thinking to myself, after the third unsuccessful one, I'm like, is anybody with the Bills at all watching the TV feed where Nance just gave away the answers to the test?
It felt like Joe Brady, who I really like, and I think he's done a great job, the offensive coordinator for the Bills.
Not yesterday.
It felt like he succumbed to the old, I've got it on my notes right here that we're 27 of 29 in quarterback runs in short yardage. So, nope, there's no way in hell they'll keep this up 4 times in a row.
Well, and on the last drive, why is Tyler Johnson in the game instead of James Cook? On the last, the first play's a toss to Tyler Johnson, and they lose 2 yards.
Well, Brandy and I are both from up there, but she's still more of she still dabbles in both the Texans and the Bills. Yeah. She was furious. It was hard to watch the game with her in the second half.
Dude.
Because she was so mad that Cook wasn't out there.
Yeah.
And I was like, I agree with you from a football standpoint, but I can't take another Tony Romo pun. I can't. And him acting like he's the first guy that ever came up with Cook as a pun. It was driving me insane. So for that reason alone, I was okay with the strategy.
So I was able to.
No, you're right though, Sean. You're exactly right. James Cook was he was their offense for large chunks of the first half.
Yes.
And then I don't know what his injury was or why maybe they weren't using it as much. But
he was in on the next snap.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was like, okay. Because I was getting frustrated with Nance and Romo for not bringing it up.
Yeah.
I don't remember hearing them talk about the absence of Cook at all. Other than, And then he shows up in there and you're like, well, it doesn't look like it's probably an injury. But the other part was when they kept running those either the sneaks or the tush pushes, it's like you're completely ignoring it. Man, when Josh got out and would run towards the perimeter and they would do options or what have you, he was running the ball really well.
They get yards, yes.
Yeah.
Every time.
It was one of the most frustrating days in the history of football as a football fan of watching so many tush pushes or modified tush pushes.
Yeah.
Because the Eagles had that goal line series where they just the Commanders kept getting offsides penalties. And they would move incrementally closer to the goal line.
Yeah.
They would move from like 12 inches to 6 inches to 3 inches.
Hey, did you know that the refs could award a touchdown if they wanted to? Did you know that?
Not until that bro announced it to me.
I didn't either. That was Hughley's kid. And I said to Amy, after like the third offsides, I said the competition committee needs to review this to where after a certain amount they can just give a touchdown. And then sure enough, 10 seconds later, Hughley's like, I've warned them. I can give them a touch. I'm like, that was fast, competition committee. Good job.
And then I was hungry for it. That would have been cool as hell.
Oh my God, yeah, that would have been wild. All right, so we got a lot to get to. So Bobby Slowik was fired on Friday. So I guess now we don't need to read into this anymore. Here was DeMeco Ryans when asked about Bobby Slowik last Monday.
I think overall with Bobby, I saw some growth, saw some improvement throughout the year.
Now we know.
So what you want is you want to figure out, by your 19th game of the year, you want to see if, hey, maybe we can run some inside zone with Andrew Beck in the game or something like that. And you'd like to see that growth and improvement, maybe on a different curve. And we did not see that out of Bobby Slowik.
I'll tell you what, firing Slowik did allow me to get more excited watching these games yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, okay, there's change of foot. It was so hard this season to watch teams that weren't nearly as talented as the Texans offensively across the board run the football competently, not road grader style where they're running for 200 yards a game. Just getting into 2nd and 3 on a regular basis.
Or even if you're not running the ball competently, at least do things in the passing game to simulate the run.
Yes,
like screens or the short game to have answers for the blitz, the hot routes, those types of things. It felt like the old argument against the Kyle Shanahan, Gary Kubiak offense, which I think sometimes is overused, but it's that it does seem antiquated sometimes in that if you got to modify it to give guys answers versus the blitz. And Bobby Slowik and C.J. Stroud never looked like they had answers for the blitz.
No, and we'll get into this. We're going to dig deep on the Slowik termination on at 7:00 today, but in general. Look, your guy Chip Kelly seems to be in the mix on this thing right now, at least rumored.
And people would say, well, why would Chip Kelly leave Ohio State unless it's a head coaching offer? I don't know. Jim Knowles, the defensive coordinator for Ohio State, number 1 defense in the land, goes to Penn State yesterday.
In a lateral move.
Yeah, and at least one of those factors might have been that he's going to make $3 million a year. So the money talks, man, especially for Chip. Chip's got a national championship.
Yep.
He, as a college coach, unless there's a sweet head job out there that he's offered, I think that I'm hoping that's what the Texans are waiting for, because I'd love to see Chip Kelly paired up with C.J. Stroud.
Oh, yeah.
But it might be a painstaking wait while Chip Kelly examines his opportunities.
Yep.
Because he'll take maybe he wants to get out of college football. Maybe he doesn't want to be a head coach in the era of NIL and the transfer portal.
Yeah.
But so then it's okay. You got to wait and see. Does an NFL team offer him an enticing job? And if not, is his best option this year to just say, "Oh, I can go play with this team that's got an awesome defense and C.J. Stroud as their young quarterback." Mm-hmm. That's a great way to get back into the NFL.
No doubt. There are other teams that are in on him reportedly. We'll see. We'll dig deep on that.
They can all go die.
At 7:00 today. The Astros are making news. Ryan Presley, yet another brick out of the wall of the golden era. What does this mean for Alex Bregman? Dana Brown spoke to the media. We're from Dana Brown and Jose Altuve. He spoke to the media as well. And see, based on what they're saying, what are the chances Alex Bregman is coming back to the Houston Astros? Also, hey, a quick word on a contest we've got going on. A slam dunk trip to Vegas could be yours. How? By tuning into Sports Radio 610 for an hour a day on the Odyssey app, live, rewind, or show podcast. Any of those work. It doesn't matter. Just listen to Sports Radio 610 or any participating station on the Odyssey app for 60 minutes to earn your daily entry. Then you and 3 friends could be wheels up to Vegas in March with an extra $5K in each of your pockets for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest. Astros, Presley, Bregman up next.
The Texans kicked off the offseason by making a major move.
The Houston Texans have
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so a lot of moving parts going on with the Astros. We'll get to the Texans and Bobby Slowik in headlines and at the top of the hour. A lot to get to with that as well. Texans on the hunt for a new OC. We've got the Chiefs and the Eagles in the Super Bowl. And yesterday afternoon, Ryan Presley waives, I should say, his no-trade clause. And he will join Kyle Tucker at the friendly confines of Wrigley Field next year. The Astros trade Ryan Presley to the Cubs for a single-A pitching prospect. And they also volunteer to pay $5.5 million of Presley's salary. So they open up $8.5 million in salary. So they get, I believe that gets them under the competitive balance tax for now.
Yeah, it gets them under for now, but if they were to sign Bregman, it would bump him back up. He paid the competitive balance tax last year, Jim Crane did.
Yeah.
They spent, he was one of the top spending teams in baseball. So I don't really buy into Jim Crane's too cheap. But it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable, and especially if the way that we're talking about it, I think maybe we're fixating too much on Altuve going to left field potentially, given the way that the Astros they move guys around all over the place. And it still does feel like fitting a square peg into a round hole. But as I reflected on it during the weekend, there's a big part of me that just said, my gut tells me, you know what, if you can have an Alex Bregman on your squad, you bring an Alex Bregman on your squad.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, Altuve obviously is all hepped up to have him back. Let's listen, Ben, let's skip to Dana Brown here. Dana Brown met with the media at the Astros had their fan fest this weekend, and Dana Brown said the door is cracked for a Bregman return.
I would say it's cracked, right? So it's the fact that he's still available. It just makes it interesting. Like, man, this guy's such a good player. He's done so many wonderful things here. And so, we'll stick with the cracked door and see what our conversations lead to. So
Dana Brown, and that was not the only time, Seth, that he implied or outright said that he's surprised that Alex Bregman is still on the marketplace. Like he thought he'd be signed somewhere by now, which is a big reason why they moved forward with finding other solutions at the corner infield spots.
You know, the only other thought I had was that what if the gremlins in his elbow are something that kind of like with Carlos Correa and him getting more of a tepid reception. Well, Correa didn't even get a tepid reception. He got invited in and then kicked out. So teams had the door wide open twice for Carlos Correa. They invited him in for coffee.
They agreed to 13-year deals with him.
Yeah. they invited him in for coffee, and then they decided he wasn't good enough for their daughter and booted him out the door. Mm-hmm. Right now, I get as Dana Brown is saying the door is cracked, I feel like they've got the door cracked. Alex Bregman is the stranger who's got a tank of gas in his hand and is saying, could I use your telephone because I've run out of gas? And you're kind of trying to look behind him to see what the deal is. He looks a little disheveled. You're not quite sure about this guy. Are you really going to invite him into your home? I'm not so sure.
Here's Altuve. This is Jose Altuve saying, okay, so we just listened to Dana Brown saying the door is cracked. Dana, throughout that media availability, was not nearly as optimistic's the wrong word, I think. I don't know how open he is to bringing Bregman back at 6 years, 156, because you shoot pretty significantly back over the luxury tax, by the way.
And that's where there's a lot of room for interpretation or haziness when the report was that the Astros reached out to Bregman, but who knows exactly what that was like? Right. Was it part of another conversation with Scott Boras, the agent? Who knows?
That's a good point. I hadn't thought about that. Here's Jose Altuve reiterating what he said back in October, which is he's hoping Bregman stays.
Yeah, we talked a few times, but not a lot about contracts. I said, teammate, I want him back. I said it. He's a big part of our team, and he's definitely going to make these things better if he stays. So we're really praying and hope he stays.
Okay. I agree with that assessment. You're a better team you're definitely a better team offensively if he stays.
Yeah.
That's a big spot. That's a big spot in the lineup. Now, defensively, we did get a little bit of clarity on some of the speculation you and I had, Seth, about, and that many people had, about the moving parts on defense. Let's start with Dana Brown. Dana Brown made one thing clear for everybody out there saying Bregman can move to shortstop. Dana Brown said, nope, not so fast.
I love watching Bregman at third base, so I can't imagine me putting Bregman or having Joe put Bregman at any other position other than third base. I mean, that's his home. He puts on clinics when he's playing third base. I mean, he's just as special as anybody, Gold Glove there, and so I can't picture him playing anywhere else but third base.
That makes sense. Just to put a bow on the defensive side, Jose Altuve confirmed he is willing to move to left. He's willing to do anything to keep Alex Bregman.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it, but, for Alex, I do whatever. So, like I said, he's one of the best players in the whole league, but he's definitely one of the best players in the team. So we want him to stay. So whatever I have to do for him to stay, I'm willing to do it.
Yeah, and I don't think a move to if Altuve were to play left field, I don't think he's going to be your everyday left fielder. It would be some combination of rotating him in at DH, second base, third base, depending on they load manage a lot of these guys, or they would prefer to. Last year they weren't able to load manage their old guys as much as they'd like. I would imagine they want to start load managing Altuve a little bit more this year if they can. They had so many injuries last year that. Yeah,
well, and they got in such a hole too. Like you can't load manage when you go 12 and 24.
Right.
To start the year.
You just can't risk it.
Yeah.
So I'm way more open to it now. It just doesn't feel right. It feels a little too much like it would be partly motivated by sentimentality. And yes, I know that Bregman has all this incredible leadership ability and skills and everything else, but that's why you ideally are always developing guys from underneath and have guys like Altuve and everything else to try to replace some of that. Bregman's leadership ability, you could look at the same as Kyle Tucker's ability to hit a baseball way, 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 way far. Yeah, it's an asset, but it's not like it's the be-all, end-all, we can't live without it, because there's multiple other teams out there that did better than the Astros this year without an Alex Bregman leadership dude on their squad.
I think looking at the contract part of it is that, okay, I think anybody who says, like, well, they traded Presley and they opened up $8.5 million, come on in, Alex. Okay. I mean, it did open up a little bit of space underneath the CBT threshold there, the luxury tax. But if they sign him to 6 years, 156, they shoot way back over for a year. And then you do need to factor in, like, okay, Jose Abreu comes off the books after this year. That's $19 million. Rafael Montero comes off the books. That's $11 million. I think deep down they know Framber's not coming back probably. That's $18 million or whatever it is he got in arbitration. So you're talking about $50 million right there. And a lot of the rest of the team is still kind of tied down for a couple of years. And if you get Lance McCullers back, and he's throwing again, I don't want to tease people, but reportedly McCullers is throwing really well. So it gets. I do think with some of those contracts coming off the books, handling a Bregman deal does get a little bit easier after this year. I think that is kind of a light at the end of the tunnel because the league has spoken. The Astros, unless Bregman's getting offers from teams that he just doesn't want to go to, but they're for more than the Astros are offering, then as far as we know, the league is speaking right now, and the Astros are offering an overpay to Alex Bregman. If we're to believe his market is stale, their offer, which I think everybody assumed, like the Correa offer, was going to be a lowball offer, is actually feels like it's the high offer right now.
Yeah, if Bregman comes back because he went out and tested free agency and the Astros offer was the best, it makes me feel less warm and fuzzy about Alex Bregman himself. And B, it wasn't like Bregman went out and tested it for a couple weeks and the Astros just waited. They made moves to compensate for his absence.
Right.
There's zero part of me that wants him back at the same contract. And it's not just for reasons of pettiness. It's that this team specifically made moves financially that made sense without Alex Bregman there. And for financial reasons, they let go of Kyle Tucker for how he would have affected the team over the next several years. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to bring him back at the same contract. And that's where it just starts to feel like you guys are trying way too hard and making too many accommodations for a guy who gave you the stiff arm a few months ago.
Yeah, he was cool with going somewhere else. So So that's something to keep an eye on here over the next few days. I mean, look, Bregman's going to have to do something here at some point. Spring training starts. Pitchers and catchers report in 3 weeks. It is a little surprising that Bregman is one of these guys that he wasn't one of those like land rush guys who signed the first 2 weeks of free agency. That Alex Bregman is one of those guys still sitting there. Yeah, maybe the elbow is part of it, man. Who knows?
There's also there's a lot of things that factor into it with Bregman where, various teams are going to, let fan sentiment rule the day more than others. Some teams just flat out don't care. They're going to try to win. I think there's got to be some element of, Bregman being one of the big faces of the 2017 team, but also, and I don't think that factors in nearly as much, but he's just also so inconsistent. He goes into these long droughts, and I think you look at that and you wonder, like, all right, great, he gives us competitive at-bats and everything, but I don't want to be sitting up here for the first half of the season telling the fans, like, well, you got to remember, he gives us competitive at-bats despite his 189 batting average.
I would submit he is incredibly consistent.
Yeah, being inconsistent.
He doesn't hit for the first 2.5 months of the year, and then he goes on a tear for the rest of the year.
He just takes it easy.
You know exactly how to plan around it. I just wish that, let's see here. Sean, did you really just mention Lance? Luxury Lance? Hell no.
You said it apologetically.
I did.
Multiple times.
I did.
Yeah.
Here's Dana Brown with an update on McCullers and Luis Garcia.
Could they surprise us? Yes. But I would say we wouldn't try to push them that hard. I think the best thing to do with both of those guys is allow them to come into spring training, allow them to get built up, and allow them to, because they haven't pitched a while in the major leagues, allow them to get some, innings in the minor leagues or rehab starts and things like that. And so I don't see that happening. I think it'd be close after the season starts. We thought we were going to get Garcia back, but, both guys are throwing. Very impressed with the videos that I'm watching on McCullers. It really gets me excited because I know what type of shot in the arm he could be for this club.
Don't say shot in the arm when you're talking about Lance McCullers. That's the last thing I want to hear.
Yeah.
Well, that's one thing. People get listen, I get the texter's sentiment. I feel like, though, with McCullers, you got to remember that, look, the contract has been doled out already. And for all the reasons that you don't depend on him, the same reasons that you're not going to be able to trade him away for anything that's notable or anything else. But he is, when he's healthy, he's a really good pitcher.
He's an all-star.
You just can't depend on him.
Yeah.
It's like you're a family that's struggling financially and you've got really nice fine china that you never use. You haven't used it in 7 years. And you're like, yeah, but boy, it's really nice if the president ever comes to visit. We can bust out the fine china.
That's true.
Like, Dad, the president is not coming. Who do you think you are, Homer Simpson? No, they're not coming to this family to break bread with us.
Oh, man. Scott and Shiner, good morning, fellas. I'm proclaiming this Super Bowl the insufferable between two insufferable fan bases. I like that, the insufferable.
I don't think the Eagles fan base is as insufferable right now as the Chiefs fan base.
Well, they're just violent, the Eagle fan base. I mean, they're just
naturally violent. Though.
Yeah.
The Chiefs, it feels like they're just they're insecure. They don't understand that when you have all those championships, you just sit there and gloat. They're just desperate for approval from everybody. And the more people don't give it to them, the more I enjoy watching it. I like being able to make kind of a harmless, innocuous statement about Pat Mahomes, and like even a compliment, and being flooded with nothing but people accusing me of blaming the officials for stuff.
Well,
it's amazing. It's amazing. Hey, Pat Mahomes has a pretty good arm. Oh, why are you guys so obsessed with the officials? Stop it.
Did you see how mad Nick Wright and Mitchell Schwartz and others got at Schefter yesterday for mentioning Mahomes in the article? The article was about the league taking a look at being able to review the sliding, like the play that Henry To'oTo'o got called for the 15-yard penalty on. That would become, the competition committee is going to look at that becoming a reviewable play where you can throw the flag, the red challenge flag on it, a challengeable play. And Schefter did go deep in his tweets and the headline, like, good news, people tired of Mahomes getting these calls. And then he does a follow-up tweet that lists the number of calls the Chiefs get and the number of calls their opponents get. And, boy, they were They were I'm sitting there going, man, it's the day of the AFC title game. Who cares what Adam Schefter's tweeting out there?
So there was some stats out over the weekend of the rate at which Pat Mahomes gets the unsportsmanlike conducts or roughing the passers. He's had one of the highest rates of quarterbacks in the playoffs. And then, a Chiefs person responded with well, here are all those hits, and you tell me how many of these weren't. Now, the actual announcers said that that's a justifiable penalty, and all I know is that when I turned the audio on, one of the announcers was Tony Romo. And, sir, if you're going to include Tony Romo's rules analysis in anything, you lose all credibility with your argument.
Yeah, no.
Romo doesn't know what the hell's going on.
No,
he did.
That's a great point. No, that's. It's got to be exhausting. And I know if you're a Chiefs fan listening, you'd be like, hey, weren't you guys doing this when people were coming after the Astros? I wasn't. I was like, it's okay, have at it. We've got 2 World Series championships. It's exhausting trying to defend your team from an onslaught of stuff that really doesn't matter. Ultimately, it does not matter. You're in the Super Bowl for the 5th time in 6 years. Who cares what people say about the refs?
Everybody's going to hate you. Listen. With or without officiating shenanigans, we're going to hate you. You're the most annoying team in all of sports.
Yes.
Travis Kelce and his ability to bait people by running into groups and shoving people and talking smack and everything, and then drawing a flag. It's un-American.
Yep.
Damn it.
All right, we're off.
I hope Swifties are starting to realize that the hatred for Travis Kelce existed before it ever became politicized.
They're learning.
He was routinely in the top 3 of most despised players in the NFL.
All right, off and running on a Monday. Boy, we got a lot to get to. Top of the hour, we'll dig deep in the Bobby Slowik firing for the Houston Texans. What did it lead to? Should we have seen the hints coming? And who are the candidates? Who do we want to take over play calling for the Texans? We'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20 as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Texas sports fans, I've got good news for you.
and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, headlines. Let's start with the Texans. We've not hit this much. We'll hit it at the top of the hour. Bobby Slowik fired on Friday. Also, Chris Strouser will not be back. Here's Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network talking yesterday on what the Texans are looking for in their next OC.
The Houston Texans are looking for a new offensive coordinator after letting Bobby Slowik go the other day. It was a tough decision for DeMeco Ryans. He and Slowik have been friends for a number of years, but this offense was just too stagnant, and Ryans felt like they needed to move forward and look in a different direction, although that direction may be internally. Gerard Johnson, the quarterback's coach, is one of the candidates there to replace Slowik. Just look for this offensive coordinator search to be about a pairing with C.J. Stroud and a way to make Stroud comfortable.
Okay, well, that would make sense. I would guess that if there was an offensive coordinator they were hiring where they weren't prioritizing the comfort level of C.J. Stroud, I would have questions about that.
We want a guy who does not value the quarterback in the modern NFL.
Right.
And wants to turn the, yeah.
We want someone who makes C.J. Stroud feel really awkward and uncomfortable all the time.
Hey, guys, should we consider the impact on C.J. Stroud when we make this offensive coordinator hire?
I guess.
Okay, so now here's the thing. A lot of names out there. Chip Kelly. Gerard Johnson's been dashed about. Nick Haley, the Rams guy. I very, very, very much am in the camp of getting a Wade Phillips type of guy who has experience, has been a head coach before, and can, for lack of a better term, be the head coach of the offense. And as CJ develops into his role as the overall overseeing head coach, and hopefully he gets less and less attached to the defense over time. So that, for me, Chip McCoy and Mike McCarthy actually
Chip Kelly.
Yes, but also Chip McCoy. He's the underrated. That's the one that.
I'm trying to think of who you could have been thinking of with McCoy.
And Chips Ahoy. So Chip Kelly with a big sleeve of Chips Ahoy is the guy that I would most want. Now, Mike McCarthy, I know people are like, Mike McCarthy. Yeah, Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy might be in that sweet spot where, wow, teams are going to look at him as not a head coach, don't want him. He's too old and looks just too little like an alpha in charge of everything, that I don't know if he'll get another chance. But when he took over play calling a couple years ago, Dak Prescott took it to another level. They run a West Coast version, or a version of the West Coast offense. There'd be some commonality there, but I think that you would have that chance to keep him around for a few years as an offensive coordinator. You might see the very best of Mike McCarthy. The thing I worry about with Chip Kelly is that he's 61 years old. Yes, he's won a national championship with Ohio State now, but he's never won a Super Bowl or a national championship as a head coach. And I think he's still young enough that if he comes in and has an awesome year as an offensive coordinator with the Texans, that he'd get an opportunity next year, maybe with a really good spot. Is that thinking too far in advance? Maybe, but I don't feel like it is right now. I don't want a first-time offensive coordinator. If you have to, you have to. If the best guy out there remaining is a young guy, but more than anything, I just want some guy that can take care of a lot of the head coaching type duties on the offensive side of the ball on his own.
Yeah, I think it's going to look, if you get somebody who's shuffling through there, this is going to be a desirable job for a long time as long as C.J. Stroud is the quarterback here. I don't think you're going to have trouble finding people interested in this moving forward. So, you and I are in the exact same camp in terms of the profile that we're looking for sure. I'm not – you are in a Super Bowl window right now with the talent that you've assembled. If you can get the offensive line fixed and you still have CJ at a very low price salary-wise, you've got to treat this – I don't think you can look at 2026 and 2027. If you can get a guy like Chip Kelly that can get this thing straightened out ASAP, you're playing in that game yesterday. You know what I mean? You playing in that game yesterday.
Yeah, no, look, and Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels was obviously good enough to be a Super Bowl caliber quarterback this year.
Yep.
The reason the Commanders lost that game was largely because of three individuals who couldn't hold on to the football.
Yes.
It was a really close game through three quarters, and really the two teams were very, very equal and similar. It was three guys couldn't hold on to the football. Credit to the Eagles defense for being really good at taking the football away. But, it's hard. Anybody that was saying the Texans should have hired Cliff Kingsbury a couple years ago, you're 100% correct.
Mm-hmm.
He still has to prove that he can do it in year 2 if he's there again next year. But Jaden Daniels has answers for the blitz.
Yes.
In a way that C.J. Stroud did not.
Yep. Speaking of which, the Eagles and the Chiefs are moving on to the Super Bowl. The Eagles, the final score looks a lot more lopsided than that game was, as Seth just alluded to there. 55-23 was the final score. This game was 34-23, and the Commanders had the ball at midfield when Austin Eckler put it on the ground. They were driving for what would have been a score to cut it to make it a one-score game, and they'd been moving the football all afternoon.
Yeah.
They had two problems. They couldn't cash in when they got in the red zone. They kicked a ton of field goals, and there were three guys that put the ball on the ground at the most inopportune times, and the Eagles answered every turnover, including the superfluous interception at the end of the game, with a touchdown. Literally 4 turnovers by the Commanders, 4 touchdowns for the Eagles, and the Eagles scored also on their first play from scrimmage after the Commanders kicked a field goal to open the game. Saquon Barkley took it 60-some-odd yards on the first play of the game for the Eagles.
On a beautiful run where every Giants fan must have been so excited that they kept their GM and head coach this year, because the GM who said you can't sign a 27-year-old running back is sitting at home, probably not even watching that game. He's probably playing Sudoku or something. The turnovers are always bad. But when you're -3, that fourth turnover was a desperation moment. Those first 3 turnovers were on the Commanders' own 31, on their own 24, and then just 1 yard past the midfield on the third turnover. That's devastating.
Yeah.
However hard it is to be -3 in turnovers, how hard it is to win. Usually I think it's like a 10% chance you win the game. When all those turnovers are either at the 50 or in your own territory, it's gotta rise by an extreme degree.
Well, against an offense that you're not stopping all day.
Yeah.
And when you have a defense that I think I saw that the Commanders are like in the bottom 5 in defensive DVOA against upper half offenses. Like when they play good teams score on them,
was it the first Saquon Barkley touchdown where Bobby Wagner fell down on his way out to try to tackle Saquon Barkley? I'm always just amazed whenever I see Bobby Wagner pop up, because Bobby Wagner's 34 years old and still playing really well. Yeah. Just in that moment, he looked a little bit like 34 years. I know he tripped over one of his own guys, but I feel like a younger Bobby Wagner doesn't do that.
We'll get to these and acknowledge me probably, because we're just so headline heavy today. But the Rockets beat the Cavs on Saturday night, 135-131. They beat the Cavs twice in a 4-day period. The Rockets
own them.
They own the
Cavs. Are ours.
They own the Cavs. Amen Thompson, triple-double in that game. That was a fun game, man, on Saturday. Again, another game where the Rockets, they had a double-digit lead throughout a lot of that game. Cavs kind of crawled back into the home team. They're going to do that. They knocked down some threes. And then the Rockets held them off at the end of the game. It's really, really cool to watch this team right now. And congrats to the Cougs. Down 6 with 18 seconds to go in the first overtime at Fog Allen against Kansas. They hit 2 threes in the last 10 seconds of overtime to send the game to a second overtime, and they go on to beat Kansas in Kansas. That was a fun game to watch, man. That was really cool.
This is a fun time to be. This is fun. Winter is really, really fun. And look, the Cougs have been doing it for a long time now. But with the Rockets being what they are and with the composition, the way they play basketball, it just feels like a gritty. Hey, this is a basketball town, Sean. Everybody knows that.
Easy to get behind. Yes.
It's cold out. It's cold out. People's faces are a lot pastier than they typically are. You go to a Rockets game or a Cougs game, and you don't know if you're in Kansas or if you're in Houston, Texas,
Minnesota or Houston. It's the exact same thing.
The vitamin D deficiency is off the chart this year.
That's right. All right, Bobby Slowik fired on Friday. We've not really sunk our teeth into this yet. We will in the next segment. The one big thing that this proved to me, which I had a big question about as the season wore on, we'll tell you what that is coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. So close yesterday.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
When I look at this year specifically, I am proud of our guys and accomplishing what we accomplished this year to win a division, to get into the playoffs, right, get to the divisional round. I'm proud of our guys for that. But for me as a coach, as a competitor, that's not what I put all the work in for, is just to get to the divisional round and just be excited about that just because of where the Texans were before. I'm just supposed to be pleased with getting to the divisional round. That's not why I work. Like, I work to win, and we didn't get the job done. We didn't make enough plays to win the game, to get over the hump. So for me, it's like good year, but not good enough in my mind. And for me, it's how do we take the organization to new heights. So I'm looking at all areas to improve our football team.
I definitely thought, as much as DeMeco Ryans' tone overall really doesn't change a lot during the year, you know, he's pretty even-keeled. You could sense, I thought, Seth, you could sense after the Kansas City game, both right after the game, the multiple appearances he did the next day, both on his coach's show and certainly in the press conference on Monday. There's definitely a level of frustration, I think, that DeMeco had. Like, it was, you knew there was going to be change afoot in some ways. When he walks into the press conference on Monday and preemptively says, hold off on any questions about staff and players. I'm still thinking about those. I'm paraphrasing, but I'm still thinking about those things. Maybe later in the week, you knew something was coming down, you know?
Right. Yeah, there was going to be, at the very least, what I hoped for was that you never know what's going on in the building, but there was something systemically off about the offense and the way that it operated this year, that there needed to be some kind of change. Whether it drastic from the outside or drastic from the inside, either with an infusion of brain power or by the ejection of an offensive line coach or an offensive coordinator. Turns out it was both. Chris Strauss reportedly was considering retirement before last season, which gives me the cold pricklies all over the place. Anyway, retroactively, we had like a grudging. We had a grudgingly employed offensive coordinator or offensive line coach, but then you move Bobby Slowik, and it's going to be a completely new look next year. Even if it's somebody from the Kubiak-Shanahan tree, they're going to have their own version of it, and we'll see. So I'm feeling way more optimistic just because it can't possibly be worse than it was last year because the offensive line was atrocious, and CJ performed for multiple different reasons. And I think that was the basement last year offensively. I think the floor. That was the floor offensively.
Yeah, so it would be interesting to know, did CJ find out with the rest of us? Did CJ know this was coming? Did they talk to CJ beforehand? Here was CJ Stroud just moments before DeMeco Ryans met with the media on Monday. CJ Stroud had a press conference and talked about hard conversations that needed to be had.
Yeah, it's not just today. It's not just this week. It's overtime, and most of them are individual, and some of them are as a collective. For me, it's my job to be honest and my job to be transparent, and that's what I feel like I'll do, throughout this time, and with free agency and draft and everything. If my opinion is asked, I'm going to give it like it or not. So, yeah, and I think I would like that same type of honesty back to myself, because with that comes clarity, and it comes just clear communication and transparency. So it'll be over time, but I definitely think today was the start of that, and we'll continue to have conversations, and and it's a healthy thing. It's not a bad thing. It's really healthy to have those type of conversations, and even if they turn into things where it's confrontation or whatever, that's necessary. We're all men in here mostly, and you figure it out, and we all got love for another. You spend years with guys, or you spend a whole year with somebody, you'll learn to like them and learn to have things to like about them. So yeah.
So just like an arranged marriage, you learn over time to I appreciate this person, and I'm bound by my religion not to leave this person. So you make the best of it. That's how I reinterpret that now. You make the best of it. I've learned to like Bobby over these last couple years. despite all of his flaws and the fact that he's not my dream spouse.
Right. No, I'm sure he's a good guy, but he was not calling a great offense this year. And so that was CJ. Like some of these things, some of these cuts from Monday, you go back and listen to them retroactively now, you're like, oh yeah, that was a sign, and that was a sign, and there's a sign that this was coming down the pipe. I'll tell you my biggest thing that I was encouraged by in all this, because until we see who the replacement is, I'm not going to get encouraged about what the offense is going to look like fully until I see who the replacement is. Other than I think it's going to be hard for it not to be an improvement. Yeah. My biggest thing is something you had brought up, Seth, during the season. Like, DeMeco Ryans' first year was a honeymoon year. They overachieved every expectation in the books. Nobody expected them to be in the postseason, to win the division, to win a playoff game, etc., to look as good as they did. So there was really no change anyone was clamoring for. This year, people were clamoring for change a month into the season almost when it came to the offense. So the question was, can DeMeco Ryans fire his friends? Is he what I like to call, is he a wartime head coach?
Right.
He proved to me that he was on Friday.
I guess unless the other dynamic might be, okay, would the McNairs have stepped in and demanded it? I would be surprised if that were the case, just because I think Cal very much tries to be hands off of the football people and let them do their work. So until it comes time to fire a GM, I would be surprised. I know that speculation is out there. It's impossible. We will likely never know. There will be rumors, and at some point, some version of the story will be written as fact on message boards and what have you. But I would be surprised if it were actually a heavy-handed move by the owner at this point.
I'd be shocked if it were a heavy-handed move. I'd be equally shocked if both Cal and Hannah didn't give their opinion on this.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Give their input.
When it comes to CJ's input in it, it gets dicey with a quarterback because you never want to put a quarterback. That's got to be something that comes from the quarterback himself. You as a coach or as a GM don't want to put your quarterback into an uncomfortable position of talking smack about the offensive coordinator or somebody else because then it opens the door to a lot of maybe undue pressure on the quarterback himself as far as being one of the guys or whatever. So it's dicey. It gets complicated. I think that more times than not, it probably ends up being a little bit of a read between the lines type of scenario. Hey, CJ, what do you think we could have done differently this year? How do you feel like maybe we should have handled things like that without ever directly mentioning the elephant in the room?
Yeah. I thought about this weekend too, there had to be a big part of DeMeco Ryans and his love of coaching is developing guys, developing players. Ian, I know developing them as people for sure. He talks about that, but certainly like developing players. You look at that defensive side of the ball, and it's hard to find any underachievers. Everybody seems to be achieving either at or well above the level they were viewed at during draft time or when they came in as a free agent. The journeymen were all performing above journeyman levels.
Yep.
The day 3 picks, guys like Henry To'oTo'o, guys like that, performing above their level. Kalen Bullock, a 3rd rounder, Kamari Lassiter, a 2nd rounder, basically all rookie level guys. On that side of the ball, it's all buttoned down. There had to be something about DeMeco because ultimately as a head coach, he's responsible for the development of all of it, right?
Yeah.
There had to be part of him that was seething this year about just the lack of development or lack of progress, even veteran guys. You know what I mean? That Dalton Schultz is taking a massive step backwards in year 2 as a Texan. That young offensive linemen are going nowhere right now.
Right. Yeah, that you're taking steps backwards. That the difference in, I think the way you framed it is exactly right. You're getting the most out of the defensive guys. You've got guys like Mario Edwards or Foley Fatukasi that were not marquee guys whatsoever, but I think we're playing better than you might have expected to just looking at them on paper or on the film of their previous destinations.
Yep.
And yet you had very, very little of that on offense. I mean, who are the guys on offense that you might say, wow, he's better than I thought he was going to be? Was there a single one?
Okay, that's a great question because we knew Nico was good. I'll say this, Joe Mixon was better than I thought he would be this year. And I knew he was good.
Yeah.
I didn't think Joe Mixon was – Joe Mixon ran for 1,000 yards and he missed a quarter of the season.
Except that part of that is that, yes, statistically it looked great, but we still had him getting hit in the backfield more than any other running back in the league. So I think for me it was okay. I feel like it's cool that Joe Mixon is still running like a young guy.
Yeah.
And yeah, he made something out of nothing. But it wasn't a surprise to me. And it didn't look like, oh wow, that's better than he's ever played before.
Right. Yeah, no, that's a fair way to put it. Like who was there anybody, because there were several guys on defense, I'm like, wow, this guy's really good. Way better than I thought he'd be. I don't know that there's anybody, certainly nobody on the offensive line, certainly nobody in the tight end room. Nico Collins, I already knew he was good.
Dameon Pierce looked good at the very end of the season. Other than the one run versus the Patriots, it was really the one time all year where you thought, oh, look at that. That's the old Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
And he showed up in a meaningless game at the very end of the season.
I think the most important thing is you're not, like, it doesn't feel like C.J. Stroud took a step forward.
Right.
That's the biggest one. That's the biggest one. So I think there's a big part of DeMeco that looked at that. If I had to guess, it looked at that side of the ball and said, man, there's all kinds of development going on over here. There's none of that going on the offensive side of the ball.
Bill Lazor's a guy that he's been with CJ the whole time. He's it feels like almost a co-quarterbacks coach with Gerard Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
The thing with Bill, because I've been clamoring for a veteran guy who's already been an offensive coordinator, I know that people around the league really respect him for his mind and his intelligence. And full disclosure, I was teammates with Bill Lazor. I don't talk with him about football, about anything, because you know how I feel about that. I never want anything. I never want any of my friends who are coaches getting the old this guy's a mole or something. So I try to be hands off as much as possible. And I don't think the fan base might necessarily have an appetite for it. He's been an offensive coordinator 4 different times, and never for more than 2 years. But the last 3 stays were with coaches it was Philbin, it was Nagy. Those are offensive-minded guys, and they weren't long for their spots. And then, Marvin Lewis, which it was in his last couple of years there in Cincinnati. But I would imagine that DeMeco and Nick are talking about Bill as a potential offensive coordinator. Whether they feel awesome about it or would rather look elsewhere, I don't know. But that is a veteran guy who's in the building, and you just never know from the outside looking in how eye to eye did he see with Bobby Slowik. And as of yet, at least, it's notable that Bill Lazor was retained while other guys were let go.
Well, I think that you're right. I think it's notable that the only one who was let go was Chris Strausser. Because
the assistant offensive line coach, as of yet, is still on the team.
He's still, it was reported on Friday that he was fired, Cole Popovich, that he was fired as well. But he is that report was corrected. So the only position coach that's not coming back as of right now is Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach, which tells me that obviously the offense was viewed as a failure under Bobby Slowik by the standard they were holding. By definition, it was. He was fired. He was in charge of the offense.
Yeah.
If we're pinpointing a part of the offense that was viewed as the most culpable out of all of them, it would appear just based on the team's behavior that it was the offensive line, which passes the eye test to me, I would say.
Yeah, and I wonder what this means. I think the best news Kenyon Green could have gotten was that they got a new offensive line coach, because at the very least, they're going to want to take another look at Kenyon Green to see how he operates with a different offensive line coach and a different offensive coordinator. But I would hope this year I'm going to be really, really shocked and disappointed if they treat Kenyon Green this year the way they did last year, which is day one starter. Yep, there he is. He's our guy.
He's back.
It cannot be that way.
No.
Give him another chance by all means. He's got potential physically. It's just I can't go out there and have them think, oh, yep, Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green, those are our guys, slam dunk. And Shaq Mason, I think there's no way in hell, obviously, that you can look at that. Those interior offensive linemen have to be in extreme tryout mode unless they're a free agent brought in from elsewhere. Trey Smith for the Chiefs, for instance, is one of the best free agents available this offseason.
Yeah, I think there's more change coming. To me, the only spot that's nailed down on the offensive line is left tackle. Laramie Tunsil is going to be your starting left tackle, and then beyond that, it's to me, I would let whoever the new offensive coordinator and the new O-line coaches are, let them come in and bury their head in the film for 2 weeks, and form their own opinions on it.
And I think there is if Titus Howard embraces it, and with a new offensive coordinator and new offensive line coach, I think if they put Titus Howard at left guard day one, I'd be cool with that. I'm talking about the younger guys or the guys who vastly performed. I think Titus needs to clean up some of his technique, but he also did some really good things as a guard. And it's nice having a veteran dude who's just he's massive, and as a guard, he's a really good athlete. As a tackle, he's an okay athlete. As a guard, he's a really good athlete that I could get excited about that. And Laramie Tunsil has showed a renewed or a new commitment to trying to be a better run blocker. I would imagine that whichever offensive coordinator they bring in, hopefully Laramie Tunsil sticks with that same attitude.
Well, and I think, too, the O-line coach, the guy who's getting his hands in the clay every day with that group needs to be somebody who's a motivator also, who gets the best out of Laramie.
I remember watching when we had combined practices with the Broncos way back in the day. The Texans hosted the Broncos. I remember watching Alex Gibbs Sr. at the time basically just have a shouting match the entire practice with one of their veteran offensive linemen. I can't remember who it was. But it was very clear that Alex Gibbs Sr. was not giving this guy any kind of extra special treatment because he was a 10-year vet.
So
he was just a crusty old football coach.
This is those old Bronco lines you were saying? It was a Broncos practice? I wonder if it was Tom Nalen. Was it Tom Nalen?
No. It wasn't Tom Nalen. It was an offensive tackle. It might have been Zimmerman or somebody. I don't remember who it was.
Okay.
Nalen would he would argue with Nalen too.
Yeah.
It was just that's another beautiful thing about the NFL that people might, if you heard reports of that, like, the offensive line coach was arguing with Tom Nalen, it's no big deal. If you got crusty old football coaches in the NFL almost want their crusty old veterans to be the kind of guys that they can get in a shouting match with. It's a cool dynamic. As long as you've earned it, as long as you've earned the ability to have the shouting match.
Okay, did I paint the offensive line with too broad a brush when you asked me, did anybody improve noticeably on offense? Come on, Sean, Texter says. Jarrett Patterson played better than you thought he would. Okay. I mean, yeah, he's probably outplayed his draft slot, I guess.
The thing with Patterson was I thought he did some good things that can show some promise, and especially if they end up going to more of a, power running, inside zone-based type scheme, that I think Patterson could do it. But there were also times where Patterson and Scruggs just they simply weren't athletic enough to do some of the things that Bobby Slowik was asking him to do. I think there's promise there with Jarrett Patterson, but I felt the same way about him last year.
That's the thing. Okay, thank you. Yeah, like he played 8 games before he got hurt last year, and he was okay, and he played this year, and he was okay. Like he wasn't. It got better with him at center than it was earlier in the year with Juice at center.
Yeah, there's no part. I'm intrigued by Jarrett Patterson, but there's no part of me that thinks, "Yep, there he is. He's the starter no matter what at center."
Yeah, and just for purposes of comparison to the texter, we were comparing it to how Seth and I felt about the noticeable improvement or overachievement of several guys on defense. Like Jarrett Patterson and Henry To'oTo'o were drafted within a couple dozen draft spots of each other. They were both rookies in 2023, and they both performed admirably while they were in there as rookies for what they were. Jarrett Patterson was the same player this year that he was last year. Henry To'oTo'o took a major step forward this year in year 2. Like he was for most of the time a good, solid rotational linebacker in the NFL who made a lot of plays. I think his improvement was far more noticeable than whatever was going on with Jarrett Patterson. So but
I will accept that as I think if if that guy hadn't said "Come on, Sean," you might have received that differently. I'm open to arguments for Jarrett Patterson, 100%. So maybe is that the one guy that we can say, all right, look, I actually feel better, or I feel like there's promise and hope for him. Blake Fisher as well. I would say Blake Fisher. He is not ready to be the full-time starting right tackle based on how he played this year, but he was a rookie that I looked at as a 2-year project, and I think he played pretty much the way I thought he probably would if he would go in.
Yeah.
So there's definitely something there. He could turn into a good offensive tackle. I don't know if I would say, oh wow, yeah, he blew me away and we're ready to go at right tackle. He has to start at right tackle.
Right. And again, for purposes of comparison, for what you and I are talking about, the degree of improvement that we're talking about, because we're talking about player development here on defense versus offense. And Yeah, no, Blake Fisher looks like a promising young prospect. I would say Cade Stover looks like a promising young prospect. Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter are making plays in playoff games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just, there was just better development going. And, and some of that's the individual guy, too. It's not all about the coaching. But, yeah, that's all we're saying. But, yeah, when you lead in with, come on, Sean, like, you lead in with condescension, man. You're poisoning the water with me, okay?
That's almost as bad as you do know.
Yeah, it is a little like that. It's in the same neighborhood. Getting a lot of questions on here about the OC position and free agency. Seth, you think Juice has a chance to take over at center again? I think everything's on the board other than left tackle.
Yeah, and it does depend to what kind of scheme they want to run, and I don't think that either of those centers right now they don't have the athletic traits that people really look for if you're going to run an outside zone-based system. And so a lot of that just depends on what's the guy that comes in. If they want to be maulers, and I feel like they do have more of a chance and ability to be maulers if Titus Howard rounds it, like really commits to playing guard. And if they brought in a guy like Trey Smith from the Chiefs, yeah, this could end up being kind of an old mauling offensive line if they're coached up well.
Who would you pick right now? The Texans are leaving it up to Seth Payne to pick the next offensive coordinator among the guys, among the pool that the names that have been tossed around over the last couple days.
I'd say Chip Kelly.
Yeah,
Chip Kelly, and it's got to come with. It's got to come with like a really big payday, enough to entice him to stick it out with the Texans as an offensive coordinator. If he gets a job offer next year as a head coach in the NFL, but it's a place like, that's got its flaws and blemishes, it doesn't feel like the right fit for him, he's going to say, no, I'm going to stay here and make my $10 million as the offensive coordinator of the Texans.
Yeah, I wonder how he's viewed as a head coaching candidate by ownerships around the NFL right now. He had the 3 years in Philly where he did some things that were pretty innovative, but there were also some things he did that kind of outside the box that really kind of ran his defense into the ground a little bit.
Well, there was that, and he's improved on that. He understood as he was in the NFL that he had to slow the tempo down a little bit. He's not as up-tempo as he used to be because he understands what a bind that puts you in defensively. I think the big thing in Philly was there was a little bit of a Bill O'Brien element where, man, when he really started to take too much control over personnel, that he wasn't suited to that, and that was more of an issue than anything else. I don't think the bloom is off his rose as an offensive mind.
No.
Given that he just walloped Notre Dame as an offensive coordinator. You can say all you want about, but look at all the talent he had. Yeah. When he was going against other teams that had lots of talent and they're in the biggest game of the year, they looked awesome offensively. So he's got the prior relationship with DeMeco. He can be a head coach of the offense, that old Wade Phillips dynamic. It's a good question. Are you really genuinely in danger of him getting plucked away after 1 year because he's going to be such a glimmering a head coach candidate? I think if Stroud looks awesome, then yes, you would be.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of owners out there that say, well, we've got a high draft pick. Look at what he did with C.J. Stroud. He's already been a head coach before. Makes sense. Let's do it.
Yeah, I think so too. That said, it would be really cool to get him this coming season. I'm not worried about the money part of it. Reportedly, Tampa Bay wants to take a look at Chip Kelly as their OC. Man, what a story that was, the Liam Cohen stuff late last week. We'll get into that later in the show. Jacksonville's his name came up for Jacksonville. I'd have a hard time seeing him go there. That would mean Liam Cohen probably is not calling plays, which I have a hard time thinking that's going to be the case.
I think Chip Kelly, if he were going to make it purely on football, let's say he's going to be an offensive coordinator in the NFL. You mentioned those three teams right there. I feel like it's a slam dunk for the Texans because if there's one thing we know about successful coaches, they tend to be pretty cocky, and that's a good thing. And I think that Chip Kelly looks at C.J. Stroud, Joe Mixon, Nico Collins, and then maybe the potential for some of the offensive linemen, and he watches the film from the Texans and thinks, yeah, I can do something with this. I'm Chip mother bleeping Kelly.
Yep.
I can do this.
Yep. Last text, and then we'll hit acknowledge me. We got to get to acknowledge me. Texter says Kelly's making $2 million a year at Ohio State. Cool. The Texans have that kind of money. Bobby was making $1.5 million according to Front Office Sports. So
yeah, I guess I don't know if that person's making that as a point that it would be easy to get him for more money. Jim Knowles just left for $3 million a year. Jim Knowles, the defensive coordinator for Ohio State, yesterday took the job at Penn State for $3 million a year. The NFL money for somebody like Chip Kelly is. It's going to be more than what they're going to pay him at Ohio State.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the money. And I think the McNairs are motivated to spend. They want to get this right. They know where they are right now in their sort of gestation cycle as a Super Bowl contender.
I got really excited when I saw Knowles go to Penn State. For one, he's on the Seth Payne coaching tree.
Yep.
He was a linebackers coach at Cornell all 4 years that I was there. So I take all credit for everything he's ever done, basically. And two. Yes, him, because a lot of people were saying, "Well, why would Chip Kelly leave? If he's just going to be an offensive coordinator again, why would he leave?" Well, money, A. B, he might. I think like a lot of college coaches right now might be thinking, "Oh boy, I kind of miss the NFL where I didn't have to worry about kowtowing to
agents,
19-year-old millionaires and agents and everything else in the transfer portal."
Yep.
Yeah, the NFL now is more like the old college football than college football is now.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff you just go coach. you know. All right, let's do our acknowledge me's. We do it every Monday at about this time. We went deep on Bobby Slowik, but that's a topic worth going deep on. We'll dig into it more later in the show. We'll go through some of the other candidates too. Acknowledge me. We acknowledge the big performances from over the weekend. When I say a name, Ben hits the old
acknowledge me.
Roman Reigns. We'll start with Saquon Barkley.
Acknowledge me.
15 carries, 118 yards. It felt like a lot more than 118 yards. 3 touchdowns. Probably because on the Eagles' very first play from scrimmage, down 3-0 in the first quarter, this happened.
First play from scrimmage for Philly. They mark him down at the 40-yard line. Toss it to the left side. Barkley's got a lane to the 50, to the 45. Spin move to the 40. Barkley still going. Zigzags inside. 20, 15, 10. Touchdown, Saquon Barkley. He is incredible. 60 yards spinning away from would-be tacklers.
Yeah, and he would go on 15 carries. So he averaged about 8 yards a carry, 3 touchdowns, pretty much automatic when you give it to him down near the goal line down there.
Yeah, I think that, I was chatting with Drew Hodgson, my old teammate, last night about, so what would you call Kellen Moore's offense? And I'm like, they do whatever they can to utilize Jalen Hurts and his ability to. It's a hodgepodge of a bunch of different things. It's really hard to just pin it down to what they do. I think Jalen Hurts. I think his decision making in when to extend plays, when to throw the ball away, but then to also take those opportunities to A.J. Brown and elsewhere. You see what a difference having an offensive coordinator like Kellen Moore compared to last year was. That it just he doesn't have to operate like Tom Brady. He doesn't have to operate like Cam Newton. He can just be Jalen Hurts. Mm-hmm. And the defense's ability, the Eagles' defense's ability to play bend but don't break, to a point where it was scary as hell if you're an Eagles fan, the way you're watching the Commanders just drive down the field. But they do all those things that when you're playing bend but don't break, that you got to do. You play good defense in the red zone, and you force turnovers.
Yep.
And they were surgical with forcing those turnovers.
Oh, yeah.
They've got the peanut punch down to a science, and that ended up being the huge difference in the game. Was really not just turnovers, but turnovers in the Commanders' territory.
Xavier Worthy.
Acknowledge me.
We acknowledge Xavier Worthy, rookie wide receiver for the Chiefs, for his 6 catches for 85 yards for a touchdown. He, like he was in the Texans game, at wide receiver. We know Kelsey went nuts in the Texans game, but as far as wide receivers go, he's clearly established himself as the favorite in this postseason of Patrick Mahomes. Hat tip to the Chiefs for thieving the pick to get Xavier Worthy in the first round from the Buffalo Bills, who then said, no, we're cool, just hanging and taking Keon Coleman 5 picks later. Keon Coleman, 1 catch, 12 yards in the game yet. Like, Xavier Worthy was a legit difference maker in this game, and the Buffalo Bills spoon-fed him to the Kansas City Chiefs.
And I think if there's one thing that just jumps out at you as you're watching the Bills offense versus the Chiefs offense, it's the Chiefs have speed on the field. A lot of it in the form of Xavier Worthy, where the Bills don't just have that same speed. And it's a lot of other factors in that game, obviously. But the Bills, you got to be frustrated as hell if you're a Bills fan, because their GM last year basically made some comment about how, like, it's hard to just go out and grab yourself, draft yourself somebody as good as various electrifying receivers. Well, you were in position to do it.
Yeah.
You were in position to do it right then. You could have had Xavier Worthy.
Can you imagine if you swapped Xavier Worthy and Keon Coleman in that game yesterday?
Yeah, and Keon Coleman did some good things, but it was all the stuff that you look at why a guy that's as big and strong as him can be valuable, but he's not beating anybody with his speed. He bulldozed his way to a first down here, but when Josh Allen saw one-on-one versus a really good cornerback and tried to throw a fade to him in the end zone, it was a throwaway play. He's not Xavier Worthy.
Yeah. Texans, if you're paying attention, that 25th pick overall, that's been a sweet spot for wide receivers right there. Late 20s, early 30s.
You know the way these pendulums swing, though. I think that happens. Teams are getting really good wide receivers in the late first and then into the second round over the last couple of years. Eventually, people start just drafting those same wide receivers a lot higher.
Yeah, we'll see. I haven't looked at anything with this. That's been the nice thing about the Texans being relevant. I've not looked at any mock drafts. I've watched a bleep ton of college football, but yeah.
The way it's kind of played out just from casually perusing the mock drafts is that it looks to be that kind of year where the wide receivers are more back end of the first round on into the second round, so it might work out really well for the Texans.
Amen Thompson.
Acknowledge me.
Triple-double on Saturday night against the Cavs. 23 points, 14 rebounds, 10 assists. And it's becoming very evident. Look, first of all, this is a great discussion now that the Rockets have this many young pieces that people are excited about. That there's actual depth with the young pieces. They've been missing Jabari Smith Jr. for a while. It doesn't matter. They've slid Cam Whitmore in there to get some minutes. They've moved Amen Thompson into the starting lineup. By the way, do not move him out of the starting lineup. Leave him in the starting. When Jabari comes back, Jabari can come off the bench. Because I think Alperen Şengün has the best chance of being an all-star on this team because he was so close last year. And he's putting up numbers. Been doing it a little longer. Jalen Green is the one they've been trying to build around, and Jalen Green's had a nice season. Jalen Green he's played better than I thought he would. He's certainly lived up to the deal they gave him. Amen Thompson's the best player on this team. He's the best player on this team. He's the most impactful player on this team. I said it a week or two ago, Seth, if they disperse the Rockets and let the rest of the league cherry pick their players in a draft, Amen Thompson would be the first one drafted out of all of them.
I think that some of the arguments we saw from the NBA writers about why the Rockets should trade for Draymond Green or Steph Curry or both of them, and in doing so trade away a good chunk of their future draft picks, whatever. They're not all their own. They're not all Rockets draft picks. One of the arguments was, well, until Jabari Smith Jr. comes back, you gotta still be able to play defense, and Draymond Green would help in that regard. They're the 2 seed in the West. They're 8-2 in their last 10 games. They're doing just fine. And when Jabari Smith Jr. comes back, it's going to be a shot in the arm for a team that hasn't looked like they really are desperate for a shot in the arm right now. I am A-okay with rolling with what they got right now.
Yeah, and I don't think, the other thing that a guy like Draymond or Steph would bring, they bring the experience in the leadership. The experience part, although Fred VanVleet was on a championship team in Toronto. Dylan Brooks has played a lot of playoff games. I get that. Steven Adams is on this team. The championship experience is one thing. Just like this does not feel like a rudderless team that needs an injection of leadership as well.
They've already constructed in that manner.
Yeah.
They've got veterans that they feel good about as tone setters, and then they've got a bunch of young studs that they hoped would develop. And lo and behold, those young studs are developing very, very well. I think it's a rare situation where so many of the things that they've worked on doing the last couple of years are genuinely coming to fruition that you almost kind of forget to let go of the feeling that, like, well, we'll see if this works out. No, it's okay. It is working out.
It's too good to be true.
This is what they planned for.
Yeah.
This is the way that they hoped that it would look. You'd love to be shooting the ball better, but by and large, this is what they planned for.
They play the Celtics tonight, man, in Boston. Like, they've been beating good teams. They beat Cleveland on Saturday. They beat Cleveland here Wednesday last week. They beat the Grizzlies a couple times. Like, this is fun, man. So in Boston tonight, big test for the Rockets. All right, we're up against it, so 2 quick acknowledgements. I'm going to acknowledge the Cougs. Their double overtime win at Kansas, where they had a 0.4% win probability with 18 seconds left in the first overtime. But the Jayhawks missed 2 free throws. Emmanuel Sharp hits a 3. They steal the inbound. Wilson hits a 3. And they send it to a second overtime, and they win 92-86. So acknowledging the Cougs. And we've talked about Billy Wagner, but it's not official till we acknowledge him.
Acknowledge me!
Making the Hall of Fame. Good job, Billy Wagner.
Was it? Okay. We've talked about it, but he hasn't been in acknowledgement
yet. He hasn't been blessed by Roman Reigns yet. All right, so there you go. Those are our acknowledgments for this week. Speaking of the Astros, all right, so we'll take a listen to Dana Brown. What do we think the chances are that Alex Bregman is back based on Dana Brown's comments? And we'll hear from Jose Altuve as well. One thing that all of you are suggesting, if Bregman comes back, is very evident, will not happen. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
Hey, Texas sports fans, that means
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. I would say Ken Rosenthal is one of the more informed insiders in baseball. Here's Ken Rosenthal was doing sort of a roundtable this weekend on MLB TV, and he made a prediction about the Astros and Alex Bregman.
Their fans want Alex Bregman back, and the Astros are trying. I don't know how far it's going to get, but if I had to bet right now, I would bet the Astros in this negotiation. Ooh. Even though they've made their offer, it was 6 years, $156 million. Jim Crane offered that to Bregman. But if they come up a little bit and he doesn't really have anything that he likes as much, now he supposedly has long offers along those lines. But again, it's where do you want to play?
All right. So Ken Rosenthal, that feels like more of a guess than an informed prediction. Right now,
yeah, I know. Yeah, he almost said. Did he use the word guess? I think he said. I would guess, or I would think.
Yeah.
That it is anybody's guess right now. I think every media member that's reported on Bregman's supposed offers out there, they almost say it with a little bit of a side eye. It feels like, all right, there's reports that he's got, but there's no numbers attached to any of these reports. So much of this feels like Scott Boras, the agent for Alex Bregman, is still running the show, but it feels like Boras probably vastly underestimated what Bregman's market was going to be like. And look, I usually don't blame agents for much because ultimately they work for the client. But man, Bregman fired his previous agent to hire Scott Boras specifically. They've been talking about this for a couple years now, and I gotta think that Bregman got advice that, yeah, there's better deals out there than the deal the Astros gave you. And now he's just sitting out there twisting in the wind. I'm trying to keep my ego out of this. And because I put myself in Dana Brown's shoes. And there's just that part of me that says, all right, sure, but listen, you can't come back here and get the same offer just because nobody else gave you anything more. The deal has changed. We're not going to be the high bidder on you when not only did you not use, you actively stiff-armed us. So for Bregman to come back and just accept the offer that was already on the table, it'd be one thing if it was 2 weeks into free agency, if he'd gone out and kind of seen and tested what the market was. But the Astros have already made extreme moves since then to make up for his absence. It can't be at the same price unless there's also a Paredes trade in the mix and they end up getting an outfielder with that Paredes trade as Bregman comes back in. But it just can't be as simple as, oh, nice to have you back, Alex, because zero of it has to do with Alex Bregman liking the Astros. It's like if he comes back and accepts the high offer because he sat out there unwanted for so much of free agency, there's no loyalty or sentimentality on Alex Bregman's side of things.
No. And yet if they did that, if they said, okay, well, the deal's changed, it's 4 years, 100 right now or something like that, I could totally see Alex Bregman taking one of those Correa 1 year, opt-out, prove-it deals somewhere else just because he knows there will be something. I mean, he's never going to be poor. I could see that being a just knowing how chippy Bregman gets.
Right. Okay, so if we take our own pettiness out of it, because that's the petty side of me.
Yeah.
The baseball side of me would say, all right, depending on how we can rejigger the infield and outfield, however we plan to use Altuve, you're a better offensive team if you have Bregman and your acquisitions from the offseason. We are, by the way, remember, we did lose a Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
So there's that part of me, but how can we make it work? And then it goes back into, all right, do we trade away one of our recent acquisitions, or do we? I don't think Altuve's not going to be an everyday left fielder. It's an option to use when you're moving guys around, but I just can't look at that as a viable option.
I think if you're talking yourself into it, if you're the Astros, or you're just a fan who's talking yourself into it, you accept that there's going to be a lot of churn defensively, and you trust that the organization has the resources to handle that, to know what's best analytically, load management, all of those things. Like you accept that there's going to be that. What comes with that is that you become a better team offensively than you were going to be before Alex Bregman re-entered the chat. Like 1 through 7, and if Chaz can refine some semblance of what he was 2 years ago, 1 through 8, you got some pretty capable Major League Baseball hitters there when everybody's healthy. So there's that. The contract part of it, I think the contract part of it, there's no way it'll be painless if you bring Bregman back at the deal you offered him this coming season. It's just, I know they traded Presley. Yesterday they had to pay $5.5 million to the 14, so you cleared out $8.5 million. You're back below the competitive balance tax now, but not by a whole lot. If you bring Bregman in at $26 million a year, you're going to be paying a pretty decent chunk of tax, and if Crane still cares about the tax and how much tax he pays, your flexibility at the deadline to go get a big salary is diminished. But I think in future years, with all this dead money coming off the books this year, it does make it easier to have a Bregman contract on the books moving forward. You can squint and see where, all right, the defensive stuff, okay, that's a churn, but we're better offensively. The contract stuff, man, it's going to hurt this year. But Abreu, Montero, Fromber probably is somewhere else next year. That's a lot of space to fit a $26 million salary in. We'll be okay there. And then I think the upside to it, unless there's people out there that are angry with Bregman that it even made it to this point, that he even looked somewhere else, that he was the guy in the meme walking with his girlfriend who was peeking back at that other girl's butt. Unless there's Astro fans who are angry about that, I think by and large, if Bregman were to come back, the fan base would be completely injected with excitement over this.
Yeah, no, I think it would be. It reminds me back in the day when John Riggins held out, and Riggins held out for the entire year.
Yeah.
And when he came back, he just said something like, "Well, what can I say? I'm broke." and
Riggo.
And I think because he's Riggo, people were cool with it. Bygones are bygones. No, I think bygones would be bygones. I don't want to work too hard to try to fit a square peg into a round hole for reasons of it wouldn't even be sentimentality. They value him as a leader. Jose Altuve wants him. Look, Altuve is not wired the same way that LeBron James is or anybody else when they want to be the GMs of their own team at all. This is way out of character for Altuve to be as vocal about this. But you do also... You got to be really, really careful when you start letting your best players also start to be the GMs of your team.
Yeah.
Yes, you weigh Altuve's opinion and you value it and all of that, but you almost got to detach it from the actual decision making.
Yeah.
Because leadership is one of Bregman's traits, but there's just like any other athletic trait, it's one trait. It's not the be-all, end-all of exactly why a guy should be on the team at any price.
Yep. One more from Dana Brown here. For those of you saying, Bregman is shortstop, not so fast.
I love watching Bregman at third base, so I can't imagine me putting Bregman or having Joe put Bregman at any other position other than third base. I mean, that's his home. He puts on clinics when he's playing third base. I mean, he's just as special as anybody, Gold Glove there, and so I can't picture him playing anywhere else but third base.
Yeah.
So, or you could interpret that as, okay, he's not saying the same things about Paredes now, is he? So if I'm Paredes, I'm like, all right, hey guy, do you remember all those nice things you were saying about me after you traded me?
We're new in this relationship, and you're already back with your old girlfriend. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, and Pena, I don't think there's any part of the Astros that are looking at Pena defensively last year and thinking, well, no. The experiment has failed. Nope.
Yeah, move your average to below average fielders around a little. Like, don't move Gold Glove guys from places they've won Gold Gloves.
Right. Well, and with Pena, because I know immediately a lot of people are saying, yeah, but his run value last year, this, that. Yeah, he had a weird but young player type of season last year. He was still making a lot of incredible throws and a lot of really impressive throws. He just had all these curious bad errors that were sometimes it's easier to dismiss a bad error than it is the run-of-the-mill stuff because, all right, whatever he's working through or messing with or whatever it might be, It's something that I think he's going to grow out of and work out of. I'm not worried about it from that standpoint. I think just like with everything Dana Brown said about Bregman at third base, I think he probably also feels like, look, we really like paying you at shortstop.
Hey, if you want to go to Vegas and you're wondering how you can do that, all you got to do is tune into Sports Radio 610 for an hour a day on the Odyssey app. It's live, rewind, or show podcast. It doesn't matter which method you're tuning in. Just listen to Sports Radio 610 or any participating station on the Odyssey app for 60 minutes to earn your daily entry, and you and 3 friends could be wheels up to Vegas in March with an extra $5K in your pockets for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest. A quick reminder as well, we're going to be on Radio Row this time next week. Seth and I will be on the row in New Orleans. Flight by Yingling is our presenting sponsor. We're really thankful for them. Low T Center sponsoring us going there as well. We really appreciate that. We have our hot seat there. Exclusive Furniture is sponsoring our hot seat on Radio Row. And then Mokaram Injury Lawyers, they are sponsoring our live stream. So we thank all of them for helping send us to New Orleans next week. Up next, a Pettycast preview from a former Texan on field last night at the AFC title game. That is next.
Ability Trees is who you want on your
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, there is a lot of former Texan flavor on this Chiefs team that's going to the Super Bowl again. Justin Reed. We like Justin Reed. Charles Omenihu. Steven Nelson is on the practice squad. He was down on the field flashing all his championship hand signs down on the field on Twitter last night after the game. And then there's DeAndre Hopkins, who is in his 12th season in the NFL. Yeah. Has never made it this far in the playoffs ever. He was, the last time was in the postseason, I believe, before he got to the Chiefs. Was that, he made it with Arizona. But if you recall that 24-0 lead the Texans had, DeAndre Hopkins was playing with a broken rib in that game in Kansas City. So the last time when he was playing in Arrowhead in a postseason before this year, he was a Texan blowing a 24-0 lead in the first half of that game. Now he's on his way to the Super Bowl. Here was DeAndre Hopkins on the field last night after the Chiefs beat the Bills.
Man, I've been doubted. A lot of people wrote me off. 12 years in the league, man. I got traded for some pennies in my prime. So, I just want to thank the organizations that gave me a shot. I knew I could still go out here, make plays when I need to, draw double teams, and play meaningful football.
Okay, so he was traded. So that'll be on the Pettycast tomorrow because DeAndre Hopkins, who's known to slip into people's DMs over pettiness.
Yeah.
Including me.
Yeah.
Traded for pennies in my prime, I believe is what he said right there. That was in 2010.
What was the trade?
It was DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh, traded for pennies in his prime. I was thinking about there was a trade after that. Okay, yes, obviously.
Yeah.
Traded for pennies.
He was traded for pennies to the Chiefs. I thought the Chiefs got a really good deal. They traded him.
Yeah, in my mind I thought he was talking about the Chiefs deal, but obviously he's talking about
getting traded for Brandon Cooks and David Johnson. Well, not Brandon Cooks. I mean, Brandon Cooks was part of a sequence of moves. He was traded for a second-round pick and David Johnson. Yeah,
right. And to me, still the most insulting part of that entire sequence was that the David Johnson, when you found out that the Texans were paying all of his salary, and that the Texans genuinely thought that he could be the best version of himself. I thought that was just some kind of little maneuvering they had to do that it was a bad trade, but that they clearly shouldn't. They're not definitely looking at David Johnson as a guy that should be your bell cow back, and yet they 100% were.
Yep.
So that was frustrating. Frustrating.
Just a little Pettycast preview. We'll be hearing from D-Hop again tomorrow. Hey,
I do get excited. That's the one thing when I watch the Chiefs that I get excited about is I'm happy when I see DeAndre Hopkins get receptions. I can't be happy for Justin Reed because partly, if only because especially after he got flagged for being offsides on kickoff block last night.
PAT block, yeah.
Yeah, when PAT block when they theoretically could have called him for the same thing in the Texans game.
Yeah.
Omenihu just looks like he hates the Texans too much, and I just want to tell him, hey man, Easterby is gone. All right, things are different now. You don't have to be playing out old drama out here.
And you're in a great spot now. It all led to this. You're enjoy where you are. I like Justin Reed fine. I'm with you on that call in the game yesterday. I'm like, oh, now they're calling it. Okay, cool.
Yeah. I thought by and large, I felt like for the most part, there were calls for and against both teams yesterday. I was trying to be as objective about it as possible. A lot of the spots were really dicey, and I felt like the Bills should have challenged more of them. And ultimately, when they did challenge that spot on fourth down, I can see why they didn't overturn it. But I didn't. Oh, what's the sentiment been like? Are people upset about the officiating last night? I didn't feel like it overly favored either side.
No, well, I mean, I think the two biggest calls in the game favored the Chiefs.
Yeah.
The two most controversial, they were the two that were reviewed. The first, the tush push on 4th and 1.
Yeah.
That one official running in from one sideline had it ahead of the marker.
The other guy should have had the better view of it.
They went with the one that didn't have the better view. I mean, neither had a great view, but they went with the one that was behind. They reviewed it, and it's hard to get a spot changed. And then the catch by Xavier Worthy that looked like it almost was an interception, where Mahomes is just chunking it down the field, prayer style, and the ball definitely hit the ground, but they said that Worthy had control of it. I thought that was that was not controversial, but those are like 50-50.
They were ones that you can see why it wasn't overturned, and then you do start thinking. I think people start thinking like, well, oh, okay, yeah, like all the dicey ones are going to go to the Chiefs. I just didn't. I was primed. I was ready to be offended. I didn't mind, but I just couldn't get myself there.
Yeah, here's where I'm at with the refs, and so those two calls, those were the two I thought most coin flip-ish controversial calls of the game. Both went the Chiefs' way, so there's that. I'm at a point now with the refs and the Chiefs where it's almost like a wrestling heel that always wins by cheating, where I don't get worked up and oh yeah, Ric Flair pulled the brass knuckles out of his pocket and the referee didn't see it. Okay, and I know that's scripted. But it's kind of like, back in the day when I thought it was real, I'd get really mad at that. And then eventually
That's how
you're
the
like,
fascists get you, Sean. You got to be careful, man. Yeah,
just settle in.
Yeah.
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, don't just go along, man.
Stay
vigilant.
I did mishear, I guess, Jim Nance's final call, and I haven't been able to find it online anywhere. I'm sure it's out there somewhere where, Jim Nance always has that final call in his back pocket where he's got some pun or some dad joke or something like that mirrors the mascot or the logo or the storyline behind the winning team. And his one this time was, I guess we're going to call, if they get it, we're going to call it a 3-chief or a Chief Pete.
Ew.
And I thought he said 3-cheat or a cheat Pete, to where I went on Twitter and said, wow, Jim Nance, that's a little edgy, kind of brutal, not your best work. And then several people, mostly Chiefs fans, pointed out to me, he said Chief Pete, not Cheat Pete. And I said, well, I may have stumbled onto something here. If they win, then I may come in the following Monday and call it the Cheat Pete and just see what the reaction is. And if the reaction's anything like it's been throughout
lean into it,
this
Sean.
postseason, the Chiefs fans will get appropriately agitated with us.
It's fun. I like looking at it. I try to stay out of all that discussion just because I get so tired of it. So for by and large, I stay out of it. I do enjoy how angry Chiefs fans get about it.
It's wild to me.
I feel like I almost want to encourage people to continue up with the conspiracy theories just because it angers Chiefs fans so much.
Yeah.
So we're very much in fourth grade mode right now.
Big
where,
time.
we know that it bothers them, and we're going to keep saying it regardless of anything else.
To answer your original question about this game and the refs and how much I thought very little about the refs. Even on that 4th and 1, I'm like, okay. The one guy's running in this side. What?
Yeah, because the Bills had been doing such idiotic stuff on short yardage situations all game long.
Thank you. If the Bills want to blame any aspect of this game for them losing, one was their complete lack of discipline in keeping Mahomes in the pocket at times.
Yeah.
Their rush discipline was terrible at the worst possible times, including allowing a touchdown in the second half of that game. Looked a lot like the touchdown the Texans gave up to the Chiefs in that regular season game where Mahomes took off from about the 10 or 15-yard line and scored. And yes, the Joe Brady, OC for the Bills, it was not working. The tush-push was not working. It didn't work the first time you tried it. And then Jim Nance says on the broadcast, it's like Jim Nance had been holding it in his back pocket and said, all right, I'm not going to say this until they actually try a tush-push and go left behind the guard. But after Allen tried to go left with a tush-push to the left behind the guard, Jim Nance said on the broadcast, the Chiefs in our production meeting said that that's a real tendency of theirs, and they're going to be ready for that. They ran it 2 or 3 more times to that exact same spot, including the play you and I are talking about on the most crucial 4th down of the entire season. You have James Cook back there that you can hand the ball off to, or to your point earlier, Seth, everything Allen was doing outside of the tackles was getting yards in this game.
Yeah, when they were running options or anything like that, it was infuriating, and it was one of those moments where you're looking at it and you know that the Bills have the stat that he's 26 of 28 on QB keepers in short yardage for the season. And that's great. That's great. It worked out. You know what? This team is ready for that. They've got those tendencies too, and they're playing your tendencies every single time.
Yeah.
And you're not getting it done. Why are you doing this? And this is after having watched the Eagles game where there were, I think 78 out of 79 plays they ran were tush pushes in that game. It felt like a rugby match, and it was driving me insane. Yesterday was by far the most annoying day in terms of tush pushage. By the two marquee games, the only two games being played, it was an extreme factor in both those games.
The big loser yesterday, rugby. Rugby was the big loser yesterday.
Yeah, I think Americans showed that they're not into this, man. They do not like watching all these tush pushes.
Owners of the SaberCats are throwing drinks at the TV screen. Like, you're killing our sport. You're killing our sport. The Commanders and Eagles game, as long as we're talking about these playoff games, the Commanders and Eagles game is the closest 32-point win that I've ever watched in my life. If you didn't watch that game, you'd look at it and you'd go, okay, that was a blowout. Wow. Sean was right when he said that this feels like the bottom's going to fall out of Commander. They're getting too much love this week. Whenever they just beat the Eagles in kind of an embarrassing fashion. The Eagles were up huge in that game in Week 16, and the Commanders scored 22 points in the fourth quarter to win that game. They scored very late in the game to win that game. I think that had the Eagles' attention. Jaden Daniels looks ready. Like, Jaden Daniels looks ready to win on a high level. And if you looked at the box score, you'd say 55-23. What are you talking about? This game was 34-23 with under a minute to go in the third quarter, and the Commanders had the ball at midfield, and Austin Eckler fumbled the football. That was the third fumble of the game. These are the three fumbles, Seth. The first fumble was by De'Ami Brown in Commanders territory. They were down 7-3 with about 6 minutes to go in the first quarter. Eagles score a touchdown. Yeah. Second fumble.
The fumble was on their own 34.
Their own 34, thank you. The second fumble, the Commanders are down 20-12. They're just under 2 minutes to go in the half, and they fumble on the ensuing kickoff at about their own 31? 24-yard line, okay.
Somewhere about there, in the 20s.
Eagles score a touchdown. And then the third fumble that we just talked about with Austin Eckler, they were down by 11, 32 seconds left in the third quarter. Eagles touchdown. Icing on the cake, they threw an interception late in the game. The Eagles went down and scored a touchdown off of that too. But the three fumbles, they just hold on to the football. The Commanders, it sounds crazy to say because the final score was 55-23, but it got so out of hand because the Commanders were playing like a team that was down by 2 scores. If they're playing like a team that's in a back-and-forth game or even a game certainly that they're leading, they're not doing some of the same things, high-variance things that led to easy scores for the Eagles in the fourth quarter of that game. If they hold on to the football in the first 3 quarters of this game, the Commanders might be in the Super Bowl today.
And the third fumble was right at midfield, too. Yep. So it was all right in. It was all in either their territory or just over. I think it was the 49-yard. I think it was the Eagles' 49-yard line. The third fumble. So that's especially devastating. Yeah, I thought Jaden Daniels is good enough to be a Super Bowl quarterback.
Yep.
That was specifically the 3 guys that turned the ball over that really took them out of that game. The Chiefs or the Eagles. Credit to their defense, man, and their special teams. Those guys just know how to go after the football. That Zach Bond caused fumble, he just comes in and just surge. Well, he punches Blankenship's hand, which was on top of the football.
That was enough.
And it was strong enough that it popped it right out. Yeah, they are really, really good at that. And they played bend but don't break, and it was probably scary as hell if you're a Chiefs fan. The opening drive was 18 plays?
18 plays
on the opening drive. The Commanders converted 2 fourth downs on that drive, and it was surgical. They just couldn't punch it in. When you're playing bend but don't break defense, those are the 2 things you got to do. You got to really tighten up in the red zone, and then you got to force fumbles and come up with big plays. I can see why they love Zach Bond up there so much. The guy just shows up, and they bled a little bit out on some of those throws to the flats, but there were some big time plays by linebackers just coming up and making tackles for no gains after throws to the flats or in screens. That they were huge in that game.
18 plays. Seth, you ready for this?
Yeah.
18 plays, 54 yards. 7 minutes burned off the clock.
Well, that's one thing I wondered about with the Commanders in the first half. I was surprised that they didn't keep up with the up-tempo stuff just because they had an extreme time of possession advantage. After Saquon Barkley scores that touchdown, your defense hasn't been on the field at all. Their legs are going to be fresh. Go out and go ahead and just gamble with up-tempo a little bit more. But they slowed things down, which you have to do. You can't be up-tempo all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I thought Jaden Daniels is I think
he's impressive. He's
the real deal, but he also, I think, with all credit to Cliff Kingsbury, who I've always been very skeptical of. He's done a really good job this year, and it's held up versus really good defenses. And in the playoffs, I think that those two are just a really good duo.
Given that the Texans are going to make a change at offensive coordinator, and perhaps the answer may lie in, okay, I got to wait and see who they hire. Who would you be more inclined to buy stock in, Jaden Daniels or C.J. Stroud right now?
Oh, still C.J. Stroud.
Still C.J., yeah.
I'll be honest. Maybe I'm too old. I'm terrified of how skinny Jaden Daniels is.
I said the same thing.
He's so slender.
Yeah.
It's terrifying long term.
Yeah.
Whereas CJ's a bigger dude, and I know that's like old school football scout thinking. Like there's quarterbacks still get abused, and but I don't mean to say that to take away anything from Jaden Daniels. He had a phenomenal year.
Yeah, he's really good.
But if we're talking long term, 10, 15 years, I do worry about just Jaden Daniels' ability to endure this league.
Well, if he's going to run, I mean, he uses his legs. He exposes himself.
One thing about when you hit a guy who's that skinny, sometimes it feels like the hit does nothing at all, just because it's like when you swat a bug. It's kind of, if you swat a bug in midair and not against the table, you're like, oh, it does nothing to him. It just wafts off into the air. And so you're not allowed to land on guys anymore, quarterbacks. I mean, you're not allowed to land on them. So I feel like sometimes he probably gets hits, and it just feels like you've punched a feather in the air, and he just wafts off a little bit and drifts to the ground gently, kind of back and forth.
You get yes.
cradling down to the ground.
You get a penalty for landing on a guy like that. Now that said, your physiology doesn't know that there's a penalty for it. Your physiology is still going to be like, okay, well, my rib cage was definitely not supposed to survive that hit, and now it won't.
Yeah, your spleen isn't rubbing its hands together saying like, oh,
15 yards. 15 yards. All right, Payne and Pendergast, God, they're showing the montage of bush pushes in these games, or tush pushes, I should say. And, well, that one worked. Okay, Jalen Hurts into the end zone. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but after 19 offsides penalties by the Commanders.
Yeah.
If you guys didn't watch the game, it was one of the weirdest things we've ever seen, where the Commanders kept just launching, what's his name there, over the top.
Frankie Louvu.
Louvu just keeps launching himself like a squirrel blitz over the top, and it was offsides after offsides, to where the official Ed Hockley Jr. gets up and says, if they continue with this, we will award the Eagles a touchdown.
I never knew they could do that.
I didn't know they could do it, and I wanted to see it just so I could say I was there.
The best are the memes of people like rubbing their hands together going, the Chiefs finding out that you can get awarded a touchdown by the refs. That was really funny.
But ironically enough, it worked out. It would have worked out against the Chiefs if they had chosen to call it.
Yeah,
The Chiefs did a better job. The Chiefs were going all out. And they were coming precariously close to being offsides, but they executed the same strategy better than the Eagles did.
They knew what they were doing. All right, Bobby Slowik is out as Texans OC. The names in the running. I think we've got a favorite on this show. I want to hear from you guys, 713-572-4610. Text in. Where are you at on this? And one name out of the mix that a lot of people really wanted. We'll talk about that coming up next.
Hold the phone.
Hello?
Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I think overall, with Bobby, I saw some growth, saw some improvement throughout the year.
That was DeMeco Ryans when asked about Bobby Slowik on Monday. Short answer, and if there was foreshadowing from that, it played out on Friday. Bobby Slowik, no longer the offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans. Chris Strouser, no longer the offensive line coach for the Houston Texans. The rest of the staff remains in place, and it'll be up to the next OC, presumably, to evaluate and decide who stays on board. Text message, how about Clint Kubiak, OC? And then the texter lists several other moves they'd like to make. Clint Kubiak is the offensive coordinator for the Seattle Seahawks as of last night.
Yes, unlikely to be yanked away from a job that he just accepted. That would be a lateral move and thereby illegal. But other than that,
granted, he would be moving back to the great state of Texas. But I'm guessing Seattle would have something to say about it.
Yeah, it's just not allowed. Although I think it should be. I like Mike Meltzer's theory that there should be tampering all the time. And the lateral coaching moves should be encouraged. You could go out and compete with your competitors by stealing their poaching their coaches out from underneath them.
Mike is a lawyer now. That can be his cause celebre that he goes out and tries to enact.
Gets that done.
It's tampering legalized, and for sure.
I think that I'm inclined right now, and maybe I'm just a little too skewed by. Or maybe I'm too influenced by the fact that, man, when Gary Kubiak was an offensive-minded head coach who had struggled to have good defenses his first few years here, he went out, he got former head coach, guy who'd been around forever and was a known, really, really good defensive coordinator, and Wade Phillips brought him in, and then bada bing, bada boom, they're an actual NFL football team for the first time in their existence.
Yeah.
And that's why Chip Kelly is so appealing to me. Aside from Chip Kelly's actual proven ability as an offensive coordinator, that he can be a resource and an advisor to DeMeco, but also can kind of basically be the head coach of the offense as DeMeco continues to learn how to grow into this role as head coach. So Chip, numero uno, biggest guy that I definitely 100% want.
I'm with you on that. I think he's the one that would excite the fan base the most. They've got history with each other. DeMeco Ryans played for 3 seasons in Philadelphia for Chip Kelly. In fact, here's audio from DeMeco back during his time as a player. On the NFL Network, he was doing an interview with Steve Wyche and former Texan Jeff Garcia. He was a Texan for a cup of coffee back in 2011. Teammate of DeMeco Ryans in 2011, Jeff Garcia. Here they are interviewing DeMeco back in the day about his head coach, Chip Kelly.
You see that clip right there. Chip keeps it fun. He keeps it open. He keeps it energetic. He's a fun coach to play for. You know, he reminds you it's like he's a player. The type of energy and the things he brings to the table, and you just love to go out and play for a guy who's chest bumping guys on game day, fist pump, just having a great time on game day. So it's always fun to play for Coach Kelly.
Real quick, we saw him doing some pregame stairs up there at Lambeau Field. Okay, does he do that at every stadium? I know some coaches do it, but some people may be like, why would you do it at Lambeau of all places?
And I think he does it every game. That's a coach's way of staying in shape, running the stadiums. I'm just happy I have to get out there and run them.
I think more coaches need to be running stadiums.
Yeah. Jeff Garcia, shots fired.
Chip Kelly running stadium stairs before games. You hear about Vrabel doing it, and you're like, that makes sense. He's kind of psychotic, and he's a former NFL linebacker and everything.
Did you see Saleh?
Saleh's workout. Yeah. Now he's in better shape than Vrabel is. He's kind of like DeMeco. If you heard DeMeco was running stairs as a coach, you wouldn't surprise.
No.
Chip Kelly was a bit of a surprise when I learned that he ran stadium stairs.
They showed him doing it in that.
I know. No, I'd heard the story before.
Yeah.
He doesn't quite have the physique of a guy that you would expect to be running stadium stairs.
I will say this, though, just judging, I've only watched 2 coaches run stairs on video footage before games. Robert Saleh and Chip Kelly now. They don't look the same.
No.
Chip kind of was stopping at that first concourse level and walking a little bit.
This is okay. Now, the one thing about that clip that got my attention was I can't remember if DeMeco said that he has juice or not, But, we start off every show with "Give me some juice, baby."
Yeah.
That's DeMeco Ryans. Man, I'll tell you what. With the several decades that I've lived, as I'm about to turn 34, if there's one thing that I look for anymore when I meet people, it's just simply that. It's like, okay, does this person have any juice?
Yeah, man.
Is there a glint in their eye? Is it, I don't care what anybody's resume is or anything else. Like, do you have juice?
Yeah.
Is there something here that's a little special and a little different? The way the defense operates. You watch that and you're like, these guys got some juice to them.
Yes.
The offense, they look like they've been done squozed out.
Juiceless.
They just, they are a shriveled grapefruit that's been driven over by a Mack truck.
Yeah.
The juice is gone.
They're a bowl full of prunes.
Yeah.
Dried fruit is what they are.
Yeah. It's not worth the squeeze. Give me somebody, a big, plump, sweaty Chip Kelly who's full of juice. Yes. Give me that.
And the advice to you kids out there that to dovetail off of what Seth is saying, the less your face is buried in your phone at critical junctures around people and things like that, the more juice you'll have, I think. Using your phone in private moments is fine. I'm on my phone plenty when I'm working and doing things like that. When you got a chance to talk to people and network with them a little bit, put the phone away. I feel like the offense on the Texans is probably buried in their phones a lot more than the defense is.
Yeah.
Right?
They're checking their phone as you're talking to them.
Yes. Yeah.
You know what it boils down? You know what it does boil down to at the end of the day? And this is something you hear about. Something you hear from great athletes and coaches a lot. But in other realms of life is just curiosity. If you're curious about things, you'll tend to come off as a person that's got some juice to them.
Yeah.
Because you come off like a person who feels like, oh, there's things out there that I gotta know about. There's things you can do, man. And I feel like Chip Kelly is that way.
Yes.
So there's a personality fit, and I think for the culture they want, and a culture where, frankly, the guys on offense look and play the way the guys on defense do. That part of it is big. So now one of my other guys that I think I'm more in favor of than I can sense other people are, but because of his experience, I do like the idea of Mike McCarthy. And
sell us on that. Give us
I know, but I'm sitting here and
speech.
trying to figure out whether I want to squeeze Mike McCarthy or not. The biggest thing about Mike McCarthy was that when he took over play calling a couple years ago, Dak Prescott improved immediately as a quarterback and was more of a disciplined, knew when to throw, when to run, how to work through his progressions, all of that. The thing that I just don't know about with him is if he is evolving with the game the way some of the other older guys have an ability to do. And I don't even like to think about, like Green Bay, it sounded like it was so dysfunctional by the end that he and Aaron Rodgers were barely having meaningful conversations.
Yeah.
And and I do think Aaron Rodgers, in some ways, Aaron Rodgers hasn't evolved with the game either in terms of offense he would like to run. So that's the part that I get. If I'm going to go up with a juice barometer, I might have to exclude McCarthy because I just don't feel the same juice out of him that I feel out of other people.
Not out of Chip Kelly, for sure.
I might be a one-item voter on this or a one-issue voter on this. I might have to go through and really look at the juice factor with a lot of these guys.
McCarthy, I like that. We should do that later this week. McCarthy is still getting interest with the New Orleans Saints for their head coaching.
Yeah,
I think he's going to – you talked about that earlier, and I don't think Mike McCarthy's ever going to be what Vrabel was this job cycle or what Belichick might have been had he not gone to North Carolina, like where it's like, okay, this – or like Ben Johnson. Like you knew Vrabel and Ben Johnson were going to get jobs. It was a matter of where. I don't know that Mike McCarthy's ever going to be at that level, but especially if he were to come here and turn this offense around and get C.J. Stroud to be playing at a Super Bowl level – he'll get interviews. He's getting interviews right now. He interviewed with the Bears. He's interviewing with the Saints. So if that's part of your criteria, to me, Seth, that can't be high on the criteria list. Like the possibility of whoever you hire leaving to go get another job. Like if they're not, that's an added benefit. First and foremost, I want somebody who's good.
Right. Yeah, that's where I think sometimes when you try to play the parlay game too much, that's when you get in trouble. Like, well, I'm going to make this move, and then after that, I'm going to make that move. So, no, I can't possibly do this thing that's really good in the here and now, because what will I do after I'm really successful? Like, all right, we'll deal with that. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. If it's the best option to make C.J. Stroud better this year right now, then worry about how you retain it a year later or whatever, versus taking a flyer on somebody that you might not feel incredible about. And that's the part of it that is just the huge crapshoot, is that, hey, there's some guy out there right now. There's some guy out there who's an assistant coach somewhere in the NFL who's the NFL's next brilliant mind.
Yep.
The problem is that he's one among 40 or 50 guys that you're going to interview, and like, what are the chances you're going to get that guy? If you got a guy like Chip Kelly who's here and now and present, the chances of him being a good offensive coordinator for the Texans next year with C.J. Stroud is vastly better than your 1 out of 40 shot with all the other guys that you're interviewing that don't have experience.
Picking the right one out of all of those guys.
Yeah.
You're right.
It's like I'm not going to turn down a rock solid investment that's definitely going to pay me 12% per year right now.
Right.
So I can buy any stock somewhere else that could end up blowing up.
A slam dunk trip to Vegas could be yours. Tuning in to Sports Radio 610 for an hour a day. That's it. On the Odyssey app, live, rewind, or show podcast. So all you're doing is listening for an hour a day to our station or any participating station on the Odyssey app for 60 minutes. And you could earn you will earn your daily entry. And then you and 3 friends could be wheels up to Vegas in March, each with an extra $5K in your pockets for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in, listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest. It's going to be going on for a few weeks, so keep listening. Listen all day long, but if you get 60 minutes of time in, you're going to be entered into that huge national contest to win. Up next, a hot take from an NFL football player about a TV show that's near and dear to a lot of people's heart. Do we agree? Do we agree with this football player?
Yeah, this is going to be good. I couldn't believe this guy said this. He invited a whole bunch of hatred onto him. I'll tell you what were we just talking about? Basically,
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hottest take of the weekend came from Marlon Humphrey. It's what happens when guys have time on their hands, man. They spew hot takes on Twitter. Marlon Humphrey, Ravens knocked out of the postseason last week, and this was his controversial take. Me and wifey tried to watch Game of Thrones the other day. It's absolutely trash.
That hit home for you, man.
Big time. Are you a Game of Thrones fan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah,
of course, yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, to the point that I'm forcing myself to watch the insufferable House of Dragons. Yeah, that's how much of a Game of Thrones fan I am.
So
I muddled through the first 2 seasons of that.
You didn't. So you got through both seasons of House of Dragons, huh?
The second season's a lot better.
That's what I heard. It takes a lot.
The first season's it's like, it's genealogy. This is great.
And government, yeah.
And right in the middle of the first season, they do a time leap to where like you have to relearn who all the characters are because the actors change, all of them. Not to mention that there's 2, which, look, this was fine in print, I'm sure. They've got identical twin characters whose names are Eric and Eric.
Yeah, that makes it
Don't worry, one of them is spelled with an A, the other with an E.
Yeah.
Which is fine in print.
Yeah.
But when it's actual identical twins who are Eric and Eric.
Here's the other thing about that show, House of Dragons, because I completely disagree. The Game of Thrones is trash, and I don't think House of Dragons is trash. I just lost interest because of all the things that you said. The other thing, Seth, and this may come across as racist, and if it does, I apologize, but all the characters are pasty white with blonde hair. You know, they all kind of look a little alike, you know, like in the first season of House of Dragons. Like all that whole
There's a whole one of the families is black.
But a lot of the characters that I get confused about.
A lot of the characters. Okay.
That I get
you
confused.
said all the characters. I'm
the
black ones.
The characters. Sorry, the characters. As you
the
can tell,
characters you're talking about.
I don't have great recall on the show. Yeah, the ones that frustrated me.
I don't want to sound racist, but I would like to ignore all the black people.
That would be the least racist thing if all the black people and all the white people looked exactly alike to me. Right?
In
some ways.
No, so your point is that all of the white characters all look the same.
The white, blonde characters all look the same.
Impossible to remember names, too, because they're all too
right, the names aren't Mike and Bob and Joe. It's Ergon and Gragon and Grorik. And, it's just – so anyways, so I disagree with Marlon Humphrey. Now, what was interesting to me, because I wanted to look at the replies. Anytime there's a controversial take like this, I want to look at the replies. There were lots of replies telling him, hey, man, a lot of the same replies I get when I tell people I bailed on Better Call Saul or House of Dragons, or the big one for me, Succession. I bailed on Succession after 4 episodes twice. So lots of replies telling him you got to stick it out and make it to whatever that person thought the tentpole point was. Some people said you got to make it to season 3. And at that point, I'm like, now, okay, I'm going to stick up for Marlon Humphrey here. There's no series I'm going to watch that if I don't like it, I'm watching 2 full seasons of it.
There are way too many options out there today to tell anybody, like, you got to stick it out through 28 hours of viewing time.
Right.
You got to spend near a full work week doing this thing you don't enjoy. So, trust me on this.
So what's generally speaking, like, what's your, like, hey, stick it out for this number of episodes threshold?
I don't think anybody should ever stick it out any longer than they feel like they should. I noticed this. So Brandon and I were watching a movie from the 90s. I can't remember what it was, but I remember making this note the other. They showed all the credits at the beginning, and I'm like, man, you can't do that anymore. Because it's you got to hook people. You got to hook them in the first. With a movie, you got to hook them in the first 5 or 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's sitting there having paid for a bunch of popcorn. They're like, well, I'm not going to leave the theater. Everybody's on their couch at home. They're going to leave immediately if you start off with all the opening credits.
So these were like screens with just the credits. It wasn't like, hey, the action is going on, but there's like a little font at the bottom.
No. It's like the whole, like almost like you're at a Broadway show where they're playing the whatever the intro song is that has all the music in it. And it's like slowly rolling scenes and stuff. That's how movies used to be. They used to do the credits at the beginning.
Pulp Fiction.
Nobody's got any time for that anymore.
No.
I mean, well, ironically enough, no, we actually have a boatload of time for it, but we've just got other options.
Yeah. No, we don't have time to be bored. That's the thing.
Yeah.
My general threshold is anywhere from 4 to 7 episodes of something. I'll go 4 on almost anything, but 6. And I know people have been all over me about, no, you got to stick it out with Succession. You got to hang in there for it. And I probably will at some point. Better Call Saul was a big one for me because they really overestimated how interested I was in Saul Goodman's neurotic older brother, Chuck, or whatever his name was.
Yeah.
I'm not interested. Can we please get some Breaking Bad characters introduced here, There
was a little bit of Laverne and Shirley loyalty for me on that one.
That was Lenny.
He was Lenny.
Yeah. The other thing with Game of Thrones that I am empathetic towards Marlon Humphrey on this, and again, controversial take, called it trash. Almost as controversial as using the term wifey for your wife.
Mm-hmm.
Very cringe if you use wifey to call if you call your wife wifey. I'm not big.
I don't mind wifey. I don't like wifey or boo, but I don't like either of those.
Yeah.
But I think I dislike boo more than wifey. I think.
Yeah. No, I'm not a wifey guy. If you do it, great. It's just my biggest issue with Game of Thrones early on was similar to House of Dragons. Not so much confusion because the characters all looked alike, other than skin tone. But the fact that there's 3 or 4 different storylines going on, and if you haven't read the books, it's really hard to keep track of who's with who's who's the enemy here, why does that person hate that person. For the first 2 seasons, I had to have the Wikipedia page with the episodes open on my computer on my lap while I was watching it, almost as like a reference guide. I don't know if that makes me stupid or not, but I'm just telling you that was my issue with it.
It was a lot to keep track of.
Yes.
No, I know, and I honestly think that's genuinely okay. Right? If something appeals to you and it's a series, a cable series or whatever, I mean, it's it should appeal to you within the first couple episodes at least. There's got to be something intriguing to where there's always got to, and this goes back 400. This goes back through the history of literature. Yeah, you've got to have a hook of some sort. So if the hook that they're presenting isn't what works for you, then it's probably not worth watching the rest of it. Because whatever hook they have, if it's a good movie, that hook is gonna grab a bunch of people. I can't even remember what. I remember the first 10 minutes of Game of Thrones being like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
All right, I was hooked.
Yeah.
That was good enough for me.
When they were
if Marlon Humphrey wasn't hooked, then it's probably not for him.
Well, there was a good hook at the end of the first episode, too. I don't want to give it away. Remember Top of the Tower?
Oh, yeah. That was this is going to be a different type of TV show.
Yeah.
They went, no, it wasn't even just that.
Yeah.
In the 2 minutes that led up to that point, there was another, this is not going to be the normal type of TV show.
Right. Literally in the same room, yes.
This is some screwed up stuff.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. That surprises me that everybody's got their own opinion on it, but wow, trash, huh?
A lot of people don't like lots of things.
No, I know.
I don't know if you've, I don't, it didn't surprise. You were genuinely surprised that Marlon Humphrey
I'm probably overstating it a little bit.
Okay.
But maybe mildly. I'm not sure. Here's what probably happened too, Seth. He probably had a ton of teammates telling him how amazing it was.
Yeah.
And it wasn't as amazing as he thought it would be the first couple episodes. That happens a lot. That's why I try not to, if I tell you about something I saw, I try not to be over the top about it, because I don't, and it's not specific to you. I talk to you.
Oversell it.
I talk to you more than I talk to any other human being. So but anybody, any of my friends, if I see something, a documentary, I'm never going to be like, oh, it's incredible,
A movie that was not incredible, but it was the movie I was talking about that started off with the opening, the credits at the beginning. And yet, I'm almost, it's taken me 4 viewings, but I'm almost all the way through it. Almost Heroes with Chris Farley and Matthew Perry. It rolled up on Netflix, and it's the fact that both of those guys have passed away. And
Ben is totally rolling his eyes at you right now.
It's such a bad movie. It's so bad, and yet, and it's I think it might be Chris Farley's least funny movie.
Yeah.
He's not even all that funny in it, but it's the fact that it's Matthew Perry and Chris Farley that I almost feel almost out of a duty or obligation because they're both deceased to try to see this thing through to completion. It's so bad. It's so Matthew Perry and Chris Farley are competing with Lewis Clark to make it to the Pacific. And Lewis and Clark, of course, is a much better and well-funded operation than these two jackasses.
So far, so good for me. Keep going.
It's so bad.
Yeah.
It's awful. Yeah.
What's it called?
I feel bad, and yet I kind of feel like this was probably the beginning of the end for them. There's probably
Is that when it
the
was?
the reviews for this movie were probably where things started to spiral downward
I was
for
going to
both
ask
of them.
you, like, where were they in their career cycles when they did
I
this
believe
movie?
it was one of Chris Farley's last movies.
Was it? Okay, yeah, thank you, Ben.
At some point, I'm like, something I never asked for. At some point, I was actually like, can Chris Spade come in here at some point, please?
Yeah.
And, can somebody rescue this Chris Farley vehicle?
There's a lot of people weighing in on Game of Thrones and why people might not like it, and TV series that they almost. I'll just one, and then we got to get to break. I absolutely raved about Andor. That's a Star Wars series, and my wife almost divorced me until we got to episode 4. That's great.
Oh, David Spade, by the way. I said Chris Spade.
David Spade. All right. Okay, Payne and Pendergast with you heading into the 9 o'clock hour. The Astros offer to Alex Bregman. Is it the high offer Bregman has right now? And if Bregman didn't take the high offer, how would we feel about him? And will Jose Altuve survive this soap opera we have going on? We'll judge from the audio. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, if you've been in an accident that
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, quick point people are making about our conversation in the previous segment. We'll get to Dana Brown here in a minute, I promise. That it's several people pointing it out. I'll read one that represents a view of a lot of the text page about Game of Thrones. If you missed it, we read Marlon Humphrey, the Ravens cornerback, his tweet that he and his wife started in on Game of Thrones this past week, and they think it's absolute trash. I was a little taken aback, because I liked it, but not everybody's got their own taste. Seth's a fan of Game of Thrones as well, as many of you are. Good point by the text page. I think a lot of people think GOT is trash because it's flat out filthy. You can't just skip through the filth because it's such a prominent part of the show. Feels like half the show is filmed in a brothel. Not everyone's cup of tea. I thought the plot was really good, but I personally got to a point I just couldn't watch it anymore. I get it.
Yeah, that's kind of in lines with what we were talking about. In that very first episode, you see a couple of alarmingly taboo things.
Yeah, wait, hold on.
I
thought they were okay.
Yeah, and that it only heats up from there. That's a very good point. Especially,
totally fair. Someone
Without
else.
There's incest, there's child murder, there's a lot of really nasty stuff.
There is, there is a lot of stuff. You gotta, it's fiction, but someone
Up
pointing
next, Sean expressed surprise that people have divided opinions about abortion.
Yeah.
It's things are. Hey, Seth, did you know that people are not unanimous about this thing?
Someone is pointing out that Chris Farley was not well when, what was the movie again? Almost Heroes?
Almost Heroes.
Almost Heroes. So first of all, there's one person that's very angry with your review of Almost Heroes.
For calling it a bad
classic, they said.
I feel like it's objectively bad, and yet because it's bad, I am enjoying watching it because it's so bad.
Okay, and I think that's the main thing. Like, it's just, if you're enjoying something, that's the main part of that's what matters. Someone says Chris Farley was not well when that movie was being made, to which I would ask this texter, you mean as opposed to those junctures in Chris Farley's life where we all marveled at how healthy he was?
Oh, yeah, this wasn't when he was a young, competing in the Olympics in gymnastics.
That's right.
When he was 22,
When he won that 5K on Thanksgiving, yeah.
No, but things are spiraling down. I think that was probably at the height of his addiction.
Yeah, there's bad and worse for Chris Farley, for sure. Are the Astros the high offer for Alex Bregman? It might appear so right now. He's still sitting out there on the market. It would appear they might be the high offer, at least among places he would be considering playing right now. We don't know.
If they weren't the high offer, I guess the question would be, then why is he not on another team yet?
Right.
You decide to test free agency, which was evidently at the time, and it looked like the Astros were treating it this way, that was it. Okay, you either accept it or you're gone, and we're going to move on. We're going to make a bunch of moves. And, I mean, one specifically, you get Paredes. But that was it, and that was the sum total of it. And if Bregman, as we approach spring training in just a few weeks, if he hasn't received an offer higher than what the Astros gave him, I guess the only other explanation would be it was for a team that he just did not want to go to.
I would say, I know Paredes is the easy one because he plays third base. I would add the Christian Walker move to this.
Because of the money, the money all balances out.
The ability to move Paredes over to first base if you needed to. So I think they made a lot of moves, two particular moves, the Tucker trade and the Walker signing, that you just, like, a team that's operating at or near the competitive balance tax and cares about it would not be thinking about bringing Bregman back in. And Dana Brown was thinking that way. Dana Brown said he thought Bregman would be signed by now.
When we made some trades and some moves this offseason, we never realized that, Bregman would still be, on the market at this time. But I mean, I think we've had some conversation, and I could kind of leave it there, but, we've had some conversation. And as I mentioned, the interesting thing is that he's still available. So it's not as if we're not talking about him. So we've had some conversation.
I'm going to tell you what this feels like, Seth, to me, because Dana Brown goes on to say, let's play the one more, Ben, about how he says the door is cracked open right now.
I would say it's cracked, right? So it's the fact that he's still available. It just makes it interesting. Like, man, this guy is such a good player. He's done so many wonderful things here. And so, we'll stick with the crack door and see what our conversations lead to.
We'll hear from real quick, Seth. We'll hear from Altuve in a minute because Altuve is much hotter on this, it feels like, than Dana Brown. I was going to tell you what this feels like. This feels like to me a general manager who's doing things like when you and I asked Nick Caserio about certain deals or looking at things, and the answer is we look at everything. We entertain. There's always, our phone is never busy. Rafael Stone says it too. We always pick up the phone. And to Brown. And by the way, those things rarely happen where you're just picking up the phone, listening, going, okay, well, we'll think about it or no or whatever. This feels like Dana Brown to me is like, yeah, this is something we didn't expect to be out here. We're not going to close the door on it, but hey, there's a lot's happened since then.
Well, and I think too, right, as far as keeping all things on the table, that might include does somebody want to trade for Paredes? Yeah. And if we bring Bregman back, okay, is there a good option out there? And we're listening to those potential offers right now.
That's right.
There's a million different directions this could go. I do think I guess I haven't really looked at it enough from Dana Brown's perspective because I've had too hard time looking past my own pettiness. So when Dana Brown says that they're surprised that Bregman's still out there, is it possible that, hey, the Astros made that offer. They felt like they were stretching, but they probably at the time thought, yeah, look, this is as far as we can go. We know he's probably not going to accept it, but let's put it out there. And then all of a sudden, it turns out that it was actually a pretty respectable offer given the market. That, yeah, they could be reevaluating exactly. If this is indeed what we thought was going to be a deal, knowing everything we know about Alex Bregman, yeah, we should still have that same offer out there because we were comfortable with him at that price. And it'd be kind of messy if we brought him back, but that is something we wanted. We just didn't think we had enough money. It'd be like auction and just figuring like, okay, there's this tractor I really, really want, but I know how much it's worth, but I only got $25,000. I'm going to bid $25,000. You don't win. But then it turns out that the guy that won, didn't have the cash.
Yeah.
And they come to you and they're like, would you like this tractor? I'm like, oh, yeah. I thought $25,000 was a good price then.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good price now.
Yeah.
Sure. So, maybe I've been a little too rigid in my thinking about all of this.
Yeah.
I definitely think from the Astros' perspective, they knew they were stretching, but they felt like they could live with that, and they wanted Alex Bregman back at that price. They just assumed that it wasn't going to be enough.
Right.
But they had to put it out there.
Yeah. It would be interesting. Like, I wonder what factors in more. Here's one more from Dana Brown saying they'd have to figure some things out if Bregman were to come back.
There would be some challenges we would have to talk through, with Joe, and but ultimately, if you get Bregman back, he would play third base, So, and then you would kind of work through, okay, what should we do to adjust and to make that happen?
Yeah.
It's a long shot, but, it's conversations that you have.
Again, from Dana Brown's perspective, this thing totally it almost feels like from Dana Brown's perspective, he's just entertaining it maybe to keep Altuve happy and make it look like they're making an effort to do this here. Because Altuve wants Bregman back really badly. That's no secret at all. We'll hear from Altuve here in just a second. I honestly think Paredes being in the building at third base factors in. I think Christian Walker spending $20 million a year on him, even though it's a different position, factors in just as, if not heavier. Like to your example would be like that tractor becoming available. But in the interim, you went and spent $20,000 on some other piece of farm equipment.
Yeah.
Like, well, I kind of needed that $20,000. I only got $5,000 left.
I don't have enough fields to work to justify having both these tractors.
Yeah.
So then it turns into, can I get rid of that $20,000 tractor? Now in this case it would be Paredes.
Yeah.
Paredes would be the $20,000 tractor.
Yeah.
Then maybe we can work it out, but it's got, I don't know. There's a lot going on here. It's not as simple as just that deal's still on the table.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other stuff that there's so many moving parts here that it's really hard to figure out what's the most likely way for it all to work out. Now, the way he framed it, even in saying it's a long shot, and I know we're hyper-analyzing this, but for him to say it's a long shot, usually a long shot is still something that you would like to happen. You know, it's all right. I bought a lottery ticket. It's a long shot, but yeah, I'd love for it to happen.
Hey, look, in a vacuum, I think Dana Brown would love to have Alex Bregman on this team. I would question Dana Brown as a general manager if he just didn't want Alex Bregman on this team.
Yeah.
You know, he makes him better, and you got to figure some things out. To me, the money is probably just as big as figuring out the defensive alignment and everything, if not bigger. Now, the one thing we can stop are the people who are sending in texts about moving Bregman to shortstop, because we heard Dana Brown to come back here. He's going to play third base. Also, there's a texter who points out, 2482, Alex Bregman has little Oompa Loompa legs. He can't get to half the balls.
He does the most with his little Oompa Loompa legs.
Sure does.
He really does. It's fun to watch him struggle to make it from second to third and from third to home with those when he's a base runner with those little Oompa Loompa legs. But it is fun. He looks like a cartoon character. Just like the RPMs just don't look right.
Okay, this is the stipulation. If the Astros are the high bidder at 6 years, 156, I'll agree to bring him back, even though the Astros are the high bidder, but this has to be your walkout music.
Oh, that would be awesome.
All year. Not on Mondays, not on Firework Fridays. Every at-bat, you have to walk out to the Oompa Loompa song, Alex Bregman.
I feel like that the Oompa Loompa haircut is what was most unsettling to me. And I think, likewise, Bregman sometimes has unsettling haircuts.
He does have unsettling haircuts.
Either when it's super short or super long, his haircuts are unsettling.
He has to either grow his hair out or wear a green Oompa Loompa wig as well. But that's only on kids' days, like when kids run the bases on Sundays.
I think that's what kept that movie from being a smash success was the Oompa Loompa hair.
The hair?
The hairstyle, yeah. They could actually made some money with that movie if they were better.
It was almost like a Mary Tyler Moore haircut. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like it came down and looped up, you know?
Yeah. Obviously, I'm joking. The movie did quite well.
Did all right. Yeah, good enough to have a remake that wasn't nearly.
Do you know the guy
good.
that wrote Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
Roald Dahl.
Yeah, I had never known his entire life story.
I didn't either.
That he was a fighter pilot in World War II for the RAF, the British Air Force. And they basically, after he got shot down and had a head injury, they recruited him into the spy network. So he was a spy. He would go around to various parties and whatnot in London and kind of just listen and take notes and report back to headquarters. And then they had him go visit Roosevelt. And Eleanor Roosevelt loved him because he had written this. When he first got out of the Air Force because of his injury, somebody asked him to write some notes down about his experience. So Roald Dahl sat down and wrote an entire story, and it was printed in the paper, and it was a huge success. So he's a spy during World War II.
Dude.
And like a James Bond type of spy. He's sleeping with women to get information out of him and everything. And then he goes and he sits down and basically he's spying or reporting on Roosevelt. But then after the war is over, he says like, oh, people tell me I'm pretty good at this writing stuff. Why don't I just whip out James and the Giant Peach?
Yeah, he wrote that too.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. All these incredibly iconic children's stories.
Wow. Is he getting royalties from the movie still?
His dad, but his estate is.
His estate.
No, his estate. Yeah, his estate is, I think it's one of the most lucrative estates.
It's got to be.
And and I don't know what the copyright laws and like how much he's still collecting on it.
Probably you can buy like Wonka chocolates too. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, they still make those. Oh,
so it's just an incredible life. I never knew all of that. I knew he was a children's story writer. I didn't know all this other stuff.
That's wild. At the very least, I'm going to go read his Wikipedia page today.
Now, listen, that was my synopsis of a drunk history episode that I had watched. So there might be some inaccuracies. I'm not sure.
Could be other details.
Like, did he actually sleep with those women? I don't know, but the drunk guy telling the story described it that way.
All right. Hey, real quick before we jump out, Altuve. Want to make sure we get Altuve here. He says, let's judge based on this answer. Are we worried about Altuve at all? He says Bregman's free agency has been a roller coaster.
Yeah, I thought he's going to be back for sure. Then I thought he's not coming back for sure. Now I'm like, okay, in the middle.
Okay, well, he seems all right.
I like that.
He's chuckling at the end. Altuve knows which way the wind's blowing. You know what I mean? Like, hey, man, this is business, you know?
He's seen this before, and he understands it. He can go emotionally dead inside when he needs to.
His chuckle at the end is almost as good as Gronk's chuckle in that clip we played on Friday. Where he's talking about, hey, the way to sack Mahomes is to gently place him on the ground.
That reminds me of I did an episode with on my YouTube with Drew Hodgson, my former teammate from the Texans. We went over each of the 8 sacks of the divisional playoff, and I actually felt better afterwards because you see how many of the issues are fixable, and that with the new offensive coordinator and new offensive line coach, it could change for the better very quickly.
Yeah.
So I did feel it felt therapeutic in a way, but at the end of it. And I will not be publishing this entire conversation because I tell Drew about something that happened where I could have made a different decision when my dad was dying of cancer that I regret, and I wish I had handled it differently. But I said, I was like, you put that behind a wall and you don't think about it. And there was like an awkward pause, and then Drew says, yeah, until 20 years from now when you get cancer because of it. I'm like, I've been diagnosed with stage 4 irony. Oh.
He said that on your YouTube?
Yeah.
I love that.
I got a clip of it, and I'm trying to figure out whether to. Oh my God, I had conversations with like 9 family members before I actually put this out, but
That's funny.
It was awesome. It was a perfect use of humor to cut through the tension.
That's good.
Drew.
That's good. Yeah, that's awesome. All right, Texans have an OC opening. The Texans fans have spoken. A friend of the show put out a poll. There is one huge preference that Texan fans have, and I'm curious if the organization agrees with this, and how does this affect the candidate pool? We will do that coming up next.
How close are the Texans to reaching the next?
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A couple things on the Texans' search for a new OC. Bobby Slowik fired on Friday. Texans among several teams in the market for a new offensive coordinator. We'll get into names, but the Houston Stressens at Texans commenter put a poll out on Friday afternoon after the Texans made the move to get rid of Bobby Slowik. And I thought this was interesting, Seth, because I'm curious how the Texans' thought process aligns with this. And we're going to learn very little about the Texans' thought process, I think, until after they hire. Like, the one thing we know about that building, they're pretty good at keeping things buttoned up over there. I don't know.
They're very deliberate what is leaked and when there's they're very careful.
They're
about
very careful. So
usually the leaks come from players who can't shut their yaps.
Yeah.
More so that it doesn't come from DeMeco or Nick, unless it's a very planned or whoever it is in the front office or the organization. It feels like the big stuff gets leaked when it's supposed to be leaked.
Yeah.
Like, are we going to draft a quarterback, for instance?
Yeah, everybody's guessing at that. And who knows, maybe they'll be guessing at this. Texans commenter put up this poll. I'm very curious your thoughts on this. Have you seen it? Because if not,
no, I have not at all.
Okay,
I don't even know what the poll is.
Okay, he asked, do you want us to hire a new OC that keeps the Shanahan scheme in place?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So I, as one of the biggest advocates of a Coop Shanastani scheme, because I was guilty of something that I always caution against, like, oh, let me plan out the perfect path where, hey, if the offensive coordinator gets hired away, it's easy to find somebody else who has familiarity with that scheme.
Yep.
I was a fool. I was an idiot. I was guilty of fantastic dreaming. So I would say I don't. How is the question phrased again?
I'll read it verbatim. Do you want us to hire a new OC that keeps the Shanahan scheme?
Oh, that's a tough one because I'm not opposed to it. It's just that I'm not married to it. It does not factor in as much. First and foremost, look, if there's one thing we know about the NFL, multiple different types of schemes work. It comes down to who's the one calling the plays. So I would say no. I think most people hear that and say, like, no, I'm not married to it. I'll say no because I'm not married.
The only option, I probably just said that.
Right.
There's no in-between.
Yeah.
You say no. What percentage of Texan fans do you think said no? 1,550 votes.
78%.
Wow, give him a ding, Ben. 75.4%. That's a pretty good guess.
I think I'm getting a pretty good feel for the pulse of Texans Nation.
You do.
I think it's one of the things that's definitely making us the best in the world.
It helps. It helps for sure. And it helps you. You do that YouTube show, and you've got that you've got the interaction right
real
there.
time, on the live stream and everything. Yeah,
I think that helps too. 75.4%. I will tell you, I'm in the no category as well. Chip Kelly, not a Coop Shanastani guy.
Yeah, and again, I think of those people that say no, there's some that are reading that and thinking, hell no, I don't want it no matter what because it's antiquated or what have you. I'm not in that group. I'm in the group that I'll say no in that I'm not married to anything other than them being a good offensive coordinator.
Yeah, a lot of people who I saw railing against it, I think the way they were talking about it, like, the predictability, the runs, the style of the running game. Those are the people I would remind that you saw the worst version of that this year with the Texans. Like it works in a lot of other places. Yeah, but anytime your team is victim to something that's not working at all, and there's an insistence to keep trying to work it the same way over and over and over again, that's a turnoff.
I think the problem is too that I think people are sometimes too rigid in what they think of it, because just because you come from the Kubiak-Shanahan tree doesn't mean that you're going to do everything exactly like Kyle Shanahan or whomever else. Is Mike McDaniel's offense the standard? Is that the standard Kubiak-Shanahan scheme? No, but because they've got a different quarterback who's got a different skill set, they get rid of the ball extremely fast. They're very RPO heavy. Sean McVay very quickly transitioned from a Shanahan-type scheme to a 3 wide receiver scheme. So I'm not. That's where if we read too much into it, it's a little bit dangerous. Yeah. It's just a matter of, all right, more than anything, is it an offensive coordinator who can adapt his scheme to the players he has on the field?
Yes, that's the big thing. I just want the offense to be good and make sense. I'm like C.J. Stroud grasping the offense or being a quick study to a new offense is among the least of my worries.
Yeah.
He was Offensive Rookie of the Year and picked up the Coop Shanastani offense very, very quickly, which is, by all accounts, it's an offense that takes, there's a learning curve on that offense, and CJ seemed to wrap his, or at least around the version that Bobby was doing his rookie year, really well. I think CJ would embrace it as a challenge. I think the football nerd in him would probably love learning a new offense if he has confidence that OC, combined with the offensive line coach, because that's a big deal as well in all this, are going to put something together that is A, going to work, and B, not going to get him killed like the last offense did.
Right. No, and I think that exactly. Jaden Daniels just, he picked up the Cleary scheme just fine, executed it really well. You might say, well, it's the first year. They still have room for Jaden Daniels to have a sophomore slump like that. Sure, of course. But if your objection is it's hard to pick the scheme up, there's just multitudes of examples out there of quarterbacks who have thrived the first year a new offensive coordinator comes in. It's a consideration, but it's certainly not an obstacle, I think.
No.
It's one of those things that you've got to be aware of and manage when you're implementing the offense, but that's what good offensive coordinators are able to do.
We have a texter that's asking us about C.J. Stroud specifically orchestrating a Chip Kelly offense. What do you think that would look like? How good would it be?
I think, the quick decision, a lot of it, there's going to be, quicker, the ball's going to come out faster more often, and I think CJ's perfectly capable of doing that. It's a matter of getting the muscle memory, but also just, like this year, I know it was frustrating because you wondered, where's the quick game? Part of the problem was that CJ didn't have the options in the quick game. That's one thing that with the classic Shanahan system or Kubiak system, there aren't necessarily hot routes. It's the play is what the play is, and there should be something that's coming open based on that coverage. I think what's changed over the years is that defenses have gotten so good at disguising coverages that it's really hard for any quarterback of any intelligence level to really get a good feel for exactly where to go with the ball quickly if it's not engineered into it. And that's what I think CJ would relish, having that ability to attack quickly when he's blitzed. Mm-hmm. All those things that Jaden Daniels was able to do this year. I think yes, he'll adapt to it, and especially because he's seen the other side of it. I think any willingness of his, I don't worry about him holding on to the ball too long as a matter of the way he operates. I think when he had trouble with that this year, it was because there were, on that play, they were trying to get to the ball deep if they saw the right coverage, and you got to wait for it, and then boom, the protection doesn't hold up. It doesn't have to be that complicated or that difficult if you've got the right guy calling the plays.
Will Chip Kelly leave Ohio State after just 1 year? Seth, as you pointed out, now he wasn't there for 1 year. He was there for a few years. But is it Jim Knowles? Jim Knowles.
Yeah, Jim Knowles, the defensive coordinator.
Just left.
Yeah. And one of the reasons he probably left was he was making $2 million a year at Ohio State. Penn State offered him $3 million a year.
Yeah.
So Chip Kelly, there's going to be some team out there, and I will not be surprised if it's the Texans, that's maybe willing to offer him a big old boatload of money. And then the other part of it, too, is, yes, Chip Kelly was only at Ohio State for 1 year. He did kind of checked off an item on the bucket list in that he won a national championship, not as a head coach, but as a coordinator. And he might be ready for another challenge. He, like many college coaches right now, might be thinking, life's a lot simpler in the NFL than in college football these days. I can actually work with the same players for multiple years. I don't have to worry about the transfer portal or NIL or anything else like that. I can just go coach football. I think that might be very appealing to Chip Kelly.
That's an interesting question. Like, how much, with the new structure of college football, with NIL, with revenue sharing with the players, with all those things, I do wonder for the assistants. Like, the head coach is always going to have to be one of the tip of the spear in recruiting. But now a lot of these big schools, like Ohio State, have GMs for their football program, and they've got a whole staff dedicated to NIL and recruiting. I wonder, and I don't know what the answer to it is, but I'm curious, like, if the role of the coordinators and the position coaches are the same now in terms of having to get out on the road and recruit, or if they literally allow, if there's a front office type of position that handles a big chunk of that,
I think that's where things are changing so much, and what you hear from college coaches is that, man, the recruits and the parents, by and large, are not even listening to the merits of the school or anything else like that. It's show me the money. And I think that you always want your head guy being the one doing the recruiting, or your coaches being the ones being the recruiting. But yeah, maybe in some respects, as they evolve these support systems around all of it, it might be less of a concern. But I think the main concern for the football coach, because Chip Kelly is the offensive coordinator, what I think about it with nuts and bolts perspective in college is that you don't know who's going to be here this year versus next year. Are we bringing in a bunch of brand new guys every year? Maybe he likes that challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he likes the idea of being able to bring guys that want to come there through the transfer portal. You don't have to worry. You don't have to wait for kids to develop. You don't have to play a freshman who might not be ready yet. You just go out and get a transfer. He might like that, but he might not like the shifting sands of college football.
Yeah, I think that's it. Because he's at a place that is best positioned to take advantage of that. The shifting. They have the highest budget of any school for NIL. So in terms of retaining guys or going and getting guys. And look, if you're in the portal and you're going to other schools, like Ohio State would be a destination to go to, especially on the offensive side of the ball.
Who would want to leave a college football program after, as a coordinator, you just won a national championship? Who would leave that to go to the NFL? Might it be somebody like the highest paid offensive coordinator in the NFL, Todd Monken, who won a championship with the University of Georgia and then took the job in Baltimore? It's not like this is without precedent.
Yeah.
And it's just like in Todd Monken, who's been in both the NFL and college before that, I think some of it is, man, if I'm not going to be the head guy, I love the challenge of taking a program that needs to be turned around and turning it around and changing a quarterback and an offense for the better.
And Monken is in that sweet spot, too, to where he is just sought after enough to be of interest for some of these openings.
Yeah.
But apparently not on the level, at least yet, of the Ben Johnsons, the Aaron Glenn's, the guys who have grinded, the Mike Vrabels, to where they're, you pencil them in for these jobs because they've been doing it for a while. Maybe Chip Kelly is in that. If he gets to the NFL, even a successful Chip Kelly is in that in-between stage where, okay, he gets C.J. Stroud turned around. He turns the Texans into a top-5 offense. Boy, we should at least talk to Chip Kelly, but maybe Chip Kelly does just enough in interviews to where he remains offensive coordinator for the Texans. He's just a bit of a turnoff enough to where they're like, no, we're going to go with this young energetic guy over here, whatever.
Yeah, and especially if there's a lot of reasons that he might not want the New Orleans job, the Saints job, if theoretically he was
open,
up for that. They've got salary cap issues. What are you going to do with Derek Carr? All of that. It's just, and I'm not saying this to bag on New Orleans. I think New Orleans is kind of in a tough position that they knew they were going to be in, as they kept extending Drew Brees' contract and all that through the years. It's just that this is more when you've got a young quarterback like C.J. Stroud who has a weapon in Nico Collins. Joe Mixon still looks very good. That Houston is probably the best place for him if he does want to land an actual premier NFL head coaching job. That a year or 2 or 3 in Houston might be the best spot for him.
Yeah, I think so. A slam dunk trip to Vegas could be yours. How? Tuning into Sports Radio 610 for at least an hour a day, by God, on the Odyssey app, live, rewind, show podcast. As long as you're spending an hour inside the Odyssey app listening to Sports Radio 610 or any participating station on the Odyssey app for 60 minutes, you earn your entry, and then you and 3 friends could be wheels up to Vegas in March, each with an extra $5K in your pockets for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. I can only imagine what I could do with $5K going out to Vegas in March. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest. AFC, NFC title games in the books. Are the Texans just an OC away from playing and winning a game like we saw yesterday? We will discuss that coming up next.
Hold the phone.
Hello?
According to MLB Insider,
including the GI Bill. 529 college savings plans accepted. Not available in Washington State.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
First play from scrimmage for Philly. They mark him down at the 40-yard line. To the left side, Barkley's got a lane. To the 50, to the 45, spin move to the 40. Barkley still going. Zigzags inside. 20, 15, 10. Touchdown, Saquon Barkley. He is incredible. 60 yards, spinning away from would-be tacklers.
Saquon Barkley, that was the Eagles' first play from scrimmage yesterday. Gave them a 7-3 lead. They would go on to win 55-23. We'll talk about that game in just a second. The Eagles are on their way to New Orleans. The Chiefs are on their way to New Orleans. Sports Radio 610. We are on our way to New Orleans thanks to Flight by Yingling. We will be on Radio Row starting a week from today. We're headed out on Sunday, so we're looking forward to that. We thank the Low T Center as well for helping send us to New Orleans for Radio Row. The hot seat where all the guests that come in are going to be sitting and talking to us and the other shows is sponsored by Exclusive Furniture. And we also thank McCarran Injury Lawyers for sponsoring the live stream. You guys will be able to watch us on the live stream, so you can watch us visually or listen to us on the Odyssey app. But we are very, very excited to be headed to New Orleans. I'm going to pick up all of our beer tomorrow, Seth. I'm meeting up with the Flight by Yingling folks, loading up the back of the truck with plenty of beer for the Airbnb that we're going to be in.
Oh, good.
Can't get thirsty.
I was afraid that there wouldn't be enough as we were sponsored by Yingling,
Yeah.
that they might run out with Sean T. Penn.
Don't you worry. Yeah, don't you worry. Yeah, I'm loading up the truck, driving it to New Orleans. So
that's going to be fun.
Oh, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. It'll be fun. It'll be a fun week. So I'm anxious to see who, which celebrities are roaming around Radio Row, which ones wind up on the station here.
Is there any like Yingling? Is there any kind of like a special thing that people do with Yingling, like a certain type of Boilermaker or anything that like a signature drink combo or something?
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know.
Because we could probably invent one for them.
Yeah, if they want us to. Well, they're excited that the Eagles are going because Yingling is brewed and originate. Well, it's brewed everywhere now. It's brewed in Florida and Texas, but they originate up in Pennsylvania. So it's a good business week for them with a couple of weeks with the Eagles going. But they are full bore in Texas now, so they're excited to send us there.
They're probably not gonna. They might not jump on this, but this is just a loose idea, a little brainstorming.
Sure.
So like a Jaeger bomb is you drop a Jaeger into an energy drink or something.
Yeah.
So what if there could be a Yingling bomb, which would be like drop a 5-hour energy into a Jaeger or into a Yingling or something?
I'll find out when I go.
Okay.
I'm meeting up with them tomorrow, so I will find out if there's already something that's out there in the universe.
Or what if it's a Pope Zaza energy shot
now you're
that
talking.
they drop into a Yingling?
Now you're talking.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, Ben, put it in the Google Doc.
Put it in the big book of drink ideas.
Zaza bomb.
The Zaza bomb. I like it.
It's a yet to be created and branded Pope Zaza energy shot that you drop into a Yingling.
We're gonna invent
this
it.
Is good.
In New Orleans invented.
This is good and healthy.
Oh yeah. What could go wrong?
There's a lot of vitamin B in my energy shot.
Okay.
That's what makes it special. It's a proprietary blend.
Big selling point to the kids at 1:30 in the morning. Eat some vitamin B.
It's got vitamin B and it's got nutraceuticals and flavonoids, and that's yes. And enough caffeine to kill a horse.
Sold.
So, what makes it so special? It's not enough. It's not the caffeine that would kill a horse.
Right.
It's the vitamin B. You see.
The other stuff.
That's what gives you the energy.
The flavonoids. So we heard Saquon Barkley score a touchdown. He would do that 2 more times in the Eagles' win over the Commanders yesterday, 55-23. I was watching that game yesterday. I watch everything through a Texans lens when it dawns on me to do so, Seth, when I'm not watching the actual Texans. And 2 things. One, I wasn't nearly as angry watching that game yesterday as I've been watching other teams play throughout the year, comparing their offense to the Texans' offense. Like, oh, my God, this is a far less talented team. And yet they go and get 7 yards on first down fairly easily, these worse teams or less talented teams than the Texans. I wasn't as mad because I know there's hope in the future here for the Texans that the offense is going to look much, much better next season under whoever's running the thing. And the other thing I'm just asking myself, and I'll ask you, like how close, if the Texans are able to fix this.
Yeah.
They beat the Bills this year, and they competed with the Chiefs in a couple of games. Like, how close are they to the two games that we watched yesterday?
I think they're very close. I think they are very, very close. Like sometimes, when a team looks good on paper, it's not just because of the Madden projections or anything else like that. It's because they've got guys that can play good football. We've seen that CJ has a high ceiling at this point. It's just we saw him flirt dangerously close to the floor this year was the problem because of largely the circumstances around him, and I think an offensive coordinator that had a promising first year. But I'll go back to what we said all last offseason. I thought Slowik was very promising as an offensive coordinator. He hadn't proven that he was a good offensive coordinator yet. That's where, I guess it was the most unpopular thing I was saying all last offseason was he still has to prove a few things. And just like a young quarterback, he's got to do it when teams have an entire season of film on him and they know his tendencies, what he likes to do. And he hadn't established that he can establish a run game. So he was promising, but he wasn't genuinely good. And I think that at least as of yet, right now in his young NFL career, I think it was too early for him. Maybe he'll be good down the road. I think he is very, very, very smart, but he just wasn't ready for it yet. So, and this is partly why I just have a hunger and appetite for a proven older offensive coordinator for multiple reasons, but especially the season that we just saw. I'm just thinking about, DeMeco is a first-time head coach in making the hires. As you've always said, hiring, like in normal business, being able to hire good people, that's pretty much the secret sauce right there. Yeah. If you hire good people, all of the other leadership books and everything, it's a lot easier to execute all those strategies when you got an organization full of good, qualified people.
Yep.
I always think back to, when Bobby and DeMeco were young quality control assistants, and DeMeco was known to be just an exceptional human being by that point. Mm-hmm. People that had worked with him and knew him and had either played with him or against him, they knew what kind of a person DeMeco was, and he had a name already. But he and Bobby bonded, and they had a kind of a similar mindset, and they became friends. And I'm just thinking about the one-sidedness of them, those two sitting underneath a fort that they'd made out of pillows, at a sleepover,
someday,
and saying, hey, whichever one of us gets hired as a head coach first, let's be sure we bring the other one with him. And I'll bring it. Bobby saying, hey, DeMeco, if I get hired first, I'll bring you with me. And DeMeco's like, oh, cool. And Bobby's like, will you do the same for me? And DeMeco's like, sure.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of a lopsided jackass arrangement is that? Clearly Bobby wasn't going to be the guy that gets if you had to handicap it in 2016, which one of these young quality control assistants will be hired first as an NFL head coach?
Who was the captain of every team he's ever been on and been a Pro Bowl linebacker, or the guy who just got plucked out of Pro Football Focus?
The guy who took a hiatus at Pro Football, took a hiatus from coaching at Pro Football Focus.
God.
Yeah, I'm gonna bet on DeMeco Ryans, and he wasn't up to snuff. Yeah. And I think it was a really hard week for DeMeco. I think when you try as a coach. You're trying not to actively think about your postseason moves during the season because then you've got your eye off the prize.
Sure.
Those guys, they do try to live by their credos and really focus on the next week. But it's impossible, I'm guessing, for DeMeco throughout the season to really just start to get frustrated at some of the things and the way things were operating on offense. I'm watching yesterday, Sean, even in the Bills game, where I'm watching Josh Allen up at the line of scrimmage with 15 seconds left on the play clock, and as Steve Spagnuolo is throwing every pre-snap look in the book at him, he's got time to make adjustments. And as opposed to the Texans versus the Chiefs. Snap the ball with 2 minutes and 2 seconds before we got to get that extra timeout.
Snap it. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh man. So we got a lot to keep an eye on, man. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig in here as well. What's up, fellas?
Not much.
How are you today? How are we doing?
Doing good.
Yeah. You guys got the Bobby Slowik news dropped right in the middle of your show on Friday.
And
that's the sweet nectar.
I think Lopez induced pregnancy there.
Yeah, I did.
He was just like, let's go. What are you waiting on? And they were like, fine, here you go.
I did. I said, today's a good day to
on
make
Friday?
this happen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you willed it into existence.
Well,
sure did.
No, you're right, though, because that was the other part of it is, man, daylight's burning.
Yeah.
If they're not going to make a change, if they are going to make a change, you want them to do it as soon as possible so they can start really having these conversations with whomever your offensive coordinator of choice would be. You got to get in the mix. I mean, Chip Kelly's going to have all kinds of feelers out for him right now, and all these other guys that whether like, and then the head coaches get hired and they're hiring their offensive coordinators. You got to get on this.
Yep, for sure. For sure. Did you guys have a good weekend?
I had a free Saturday and the Saturday was wild. Like, first time in a long time, especially you, and Sunday as well, of course. But we were talking about that over the weekend, just like wild. Like, what do I do? You kind of twiddling your thumbs and did a lot of piddling around the house.
Yeah.
I did some honeydews and all that stuff.
Cooked some meat.
I cooked a big venison hind-quarter.
Yeah?
For 14 hours. Oh, Seth, it was so good. It turned out so freaking good.
Yeah, I got to get a smoker.
Yeah.
I've got my crock pot. That's my slow cooking. That's what real men do.
I'm going to smoke a
They
brisket.
use their crock pot.
I'm going to smoke a brisket for the boys in
Seth
New Orleans.
Deep down is a 55-year-old woman. He's got a crock pot out there on the counter.
Well, I can set it on we've got like this little nook in our kitchen where I can watch the bird feeders too at the same time.
There we go.
It's not helping.
That's my guy. That's my guy right there.
Wait, you're going to cook for us in New Orleans?
Yeah, I'm gonna smoke a brisket for everybody.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Just to have
As if there aren't enough food options in New Orleans.
Yeah, but just kind of have.
But
We're
They ain't got no good brisket, though.
That's right. They're not known for their brisket, Figgy. You're right. Well, we're going to be kind of well outside the city, too, where all the hardcore French Quarter options.
Exactly.
I'm guessing they have some food outside the French Quarter.
I know a couple places by the house, actually.
Yeah. I'm loading up the truck with all the beer tomorrow.
Baby.
I'm getting all the beer tomorrow. I'm picking it up from
What beer would you have?
Flight by Yingling sponsoring our trip. Yeah. So I'm glad you asked, Reggie. It's a good question. Flight by Yingling for sure.
Yingling is, and then we're going to invent a new drink concoction while we're there too, on behalf of Yingling. I think we might have already come up with a winner the first right out of the blocks, because a Jaeger bomb is a Jaeger dropped into an energy drink, like a Red Bull. So I'm thinking like we could have a Yingling bomb, which would be an energy shot dropped into a Yingling.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Does that already exist? I'm sure the text line has let us know.
I'll double
check.
check.
I don't know if Yingling might be like hearing this right now and be like, will you shut the hell up? We need to encourage responsible. So you might never hear about this again.
Yeah.
It might not be endorsed by them, but damn it, I'm going to do it.
Trust me, I know them. They like that they're being talked about right now, I'm sure, I guarantee. Hey, are you guys happy for anybody in this Super Bowl? Anybody. Just name a person.
Okay, so that's going to be one of my confessions at 12:20. But there's enough time difference. I can give it to you right here.
Yeah.
I hate the Chiefs.
Okay. I don't think you're alone there.
But if the Chiefs win, when was the last great Texan, truly great Texan, that had a chance to win a Super Bowl like DeAndre Hopkins?
Because Jacoby wasn't, a great. He wasn't
Daniels.
obviously
That
on the
actually
same level
upset
as
me
DeAndre.
even more.
Owen Daniels.
Because Jacoby Jones became like Ravens legend. I was like, no, you don't get to have him.
Yeah.
So I kind of would be. I don't want it to happen, but if it happens, I'd be happy for
D-Hop.
DeAndre.
Yeah.
I would be too.
Is Owen Daniels the only one?
I think
there's
that I
gotta
could
be a few
recall
others.
anyway.
Like the guy that was like a multi-year Pro Bowler that went on with it. There's lots of other guys that have won. We had like 6 guys who were backups that won Super Bowl with the Patriots. I think.
Right.
Yeah. But
like
not,
Owen
not
Daniels,
Arian, not Andre.
Yeah, like Owen Daniels like caught a touchdown pass in the Super Bowl.
A big one.
Yeah. No, like guys who contributed. Hopkins,
So not David Carr.
Not David Carr.
No.
With that giant
Super Bowl champ.
Oh my God. Oh yeah. So DeAndre Hopkins.
That made me sad. The whole that question I understand was supposed to be a positive.
Right. Are we happy for it? Now I'm happy to be going to the Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to the game. It's going to be, even though it's not a fresh matchup, we just saw it 2 years ago. But the rematch, it was one of the better Super Bowls that we've ever seen. So this will be good.
And I mean, like, outside of the pure hatred emanating from the greater Houston area for the Kansas City Chiefs, that's a great team. The Eagles are consistently a incredible roster. If you're just looking at the game itself, it does profile well.
On paper, it does profile, and the Rocky analogy really holds up. Because the Philadelphia fighter going against Apollo Creed, the champ,
dancing,
and I think you could argue, like Rocky 1, got the better of the fight, but lost on a controversial decision, a holding penalty towards the
Rocky
end.
2.
Now we've got Rocky 2, where Philadelphia theoretically would have to win to hold up the parallel. And then they would have to go on to face Clubber Lang next year in the Super Bowl. And then they would have to face Russia in the Super Bowl after that.
What is the Russian NFL team?
Yeah.
What is the team that profiles as Russia?
Titans.
Okay.
Oh, goodness.
All right.
Gracious.
Seth is pondering this one right now.
Seth, by the way, feel free when that comes to you, because I feel like I know how this goes. You get off air, and then 20 minutes later, you're like, Feel free.
I know which team is Russia.
Text,
call back
whatever.
in.
Yeah, 100%.
Call back in. All right, fellas. The floor is yours. Great to see you. This is the first Monday we've gotten to see you guys.
I know. What are you doing here?
It's very uncomfortable.
I'm asking myself the same thing.
Yeah.
All right, we're done.
Russia would basically be the Cowboys because they try to incorporate, they try to absorb all the territories around them, and yet their core philosophy is slowly eating them from within. That feels very much like that. That's the Soviet Union,
and
especially.
they promote their own family members to be the next premier.
There you go.
Like Brian Schottenheimer.
And the strong man holds on to power and refuses to give it out.
And they hire Brian Schottenheimer to help keep salaries down for other
that's
NFL.
right.
Remember that? They're like, we're not paying market.
But the
for
train's got to
coaches.
run on time.
We'll just promote this very average offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
That'll keep the salaries down. Good luck with that. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Seth, Anthony my man.
And a Zaza bomb to you.
Zaza bombs for all. All right, we're done. We are out of time. KLT AM, KLT FM HD2. That's what you're listening to. Houston, an Odyssey sports station. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig, Byron Matthews behind the glass. I like this.
Yeah.
Four-man weave going on.
The Four Horsemen.
I like it. The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse.
I don't like that.
Yeah, the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. All right, they are in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. You are indeed in the loop on a Monday right here on Sports Radio 610. Yeah, keep those coming in if you are texting into the text line, 713-572-4610. Yeah, man. Are you happy for anyone in this Super Bowl matchup that has been set up? Because somebody did let us know on the YouTube, mind you, Sports Radio 610 on YouTube. Hertz is from here. Don't forget. Like, there's maybe you go as far as just going and finding.
I'm kind of rooting for Saquon too, man.
Oh, for sure.
You are
just leaving the Giants and getting to the Super Bowl right after, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I'm rooting for Saquon because it might kill John Mara. Not that I want to literally kill him, but it will at least drive him a little more batty than he is.
Yeah, Joe Shane has got to be.
It was a rough year for him, man.
He has got to be the premier hater of Hard Knocks. Like, he just hates that as an entity.
Those two teams in the conference championship game.
In fact, I have gotten to a point where I am sick of seeing the clip of Joe Shane telling John Mara, like, well, I just think the Eagles are bluffing and that the Bears are driving up the price. I've seen it so much because people are like engaging in the Schadenfreude that is, seeing Saquon Barkley like flourish to this extent. And of course, he did it again in that NFC Championship game.
You think?
Is it possible that anybody else had their attention anywhere else this weekend, sports-wise? Like, there was definitely a lot of interesting things happening sports-wise. We'll talk about the Rockets some more, who got another big-time win against the Cavaliers, looking fully like their kryptonite, right?
Astros news.
Some Astro news. We'll get to some of that. I mean, if you're a tennis person, Australian Open gave us some real fun stuff at the end. But, man, this is what is widely regarded as the best weekend in football when you get these championship games together. And do you feel like they delivered? Because it feels like they delivered.
Oh, they absolutely delivered. And I said this with the boys, Sean and Seth, a second ago. I truly hate the Chiefs. Me personally, and maybe this is more people, because of all the way it affected directly the Texans and the referee stuff and – just the way everybody's over the top with the whole everything from Taylor Swift to
Are we still doing Taylor Swift all that much?
Yeah, they are.
I feel like people have found their new beef with the Chiefs, and we've left.
There's still a sprinkle.
Alone.
There's still a sprinkle.
Okay.
I might hate the Chiefs more than I ever hated the Patriots, to be honest.
Really? That is surprising.
Because of all that. Because of the cheating with the Patriots, but this was more directly affecting the Texans because of the bad calls, because of the whole conspiracy stuff, because of all the the Taylor Swift stuff that's just still being sort of thrown down our throats. I think I hate the Chiefs more than I ever hated the Patriots.
We had two gates.
Yeah.
We had two gates.
Yeah, we did.
With the that is incredible.
But to me, that was more or less like, oh, come on, this is like.
What do you mean? Oh, come on.
Mine was like.
But even
we had a man destroying evidence. He wiped his phone.
You can't change the way I feel.
And the Patriots had some of the most unlikable people. Bill Belichick is so unlikable.
You can't change the way I feel. It just irritates me that much. Maybe it's recency bias, but here's the thing.
It's definitely recency.
I say
bias.
all that.
What?
It's not. I say all that to say this. God, you got to respect those guys. I mean, good Lord.
Yeah, Sean was. If you're listening, Sean was hanging out because he was enthralled.
Keep hating. He says
enthralled by this take the Lopez game.
You just have to. You've got to respect what they do. Patrick Mahomes. I hate them. I hate them all.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so you know what? At this point, let's just be haters real quick because the text line immediately jumped off with haters. The YouTube Sports Radio 610, even the Twitch. I think there might have been a hater or two on their 610.
I hate them more than I ever hated the Patriots.
Yeah, man. Go ahead and let me know what is it. What are the things that you do indeed hate about the Chiefs, and I guess the Eagles, if you want to throw that in there as we continue to talk about what happened championship weekend. Somebody said Mahomes' zesty-ass walk. Like, is he zesty? Is that a thing? I didn't think
I've never heard it put like that. I think that's good.
Like, I mean, he has a few mannerisms that, like, when he does the, kind of the finger twitch thing when he's, like, kind of getting in the zone.
Yeah.
Which is in some
He runs like Jack Sparrow.
Does that? Oh,
he does. He runs like Jack Sparrow that runs.
He kind of.
And I'm doing that on YouTube if you want to see.
He kind of does.
You know when Jack Sparrow's running down the beach
That's
or
right.
wherever? That's Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
We got to make John do that TikTok challenge now.
There's a TikTok challenge? Oh, is there?
Yeah. You put the theme music and you just start running in your house or your backyard or so.
Well, maybe in New Orleans after a couple of pops.
Yeah, we'll definitely make that happen. See, I don't like the way that y'all were talking about the fact that we're gonna be on Radio Row, and shout outs to Fly by Yingling for supporting us getting down there to New Orleans. But I don't like the fact that y'all were talking about us being in NOLA and being outside the city. I'm trying to be in the city, in all the action as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. We trying to live on Bourbon Street, man.
That's right.
Yeah.
We trying to live over there, man.
I'm trying to go back and recreate a few years back when I went down there and got a fishbowl down in like 15 minutes. Like, I'm trying to be on that time.
By the way, I'm not alone on this take.
I'm seeing it.
Yeah. I just like the Patriots. Yes, cheaters. Yes, the personalities were irritating and all that. It's just I think it's the ref. It's the whole combination of the refs, and it directly affects the Texans, and it's and affected the Texans and the Taylor Swift. And I love Taylor Swift, but it's enough already.
I think
you don't have to cover yourself.
Yeah, I think the thing that bothered me with the Chiefs is how Patrick Mahomes came into the league and how his lowest, I guess, bounce out of the playoff thing was the conference.
Yeah, AFC Championship.
That was it, man.
That's right.
Yeah. That was it. And it's just like this dude come in the league like this.
That's right. Seven years a starter.
He had to grind it out.
7 years in the AFC Championship game, and now a fifth time in the Super Bowl.
That's
with an opportunity of winning his.
I'm a hater.
3 in a row.
So you're on my side?
I hate them because of that. Because I think it's more jealousy. Because
of course, jealousy is absolutely part of all of our hate.
We'll get into it.
Yeah.
Somebody said that plus as many Patriot trolls all over the web. How much of that do you feel like?
That might be a factor. Mm-hmm. That might be a factor for sure.
And I feel like it always comes down, and I wish I had gotten this audio clip because everybody's used to it, like Aaron Paul on Breaking Bad. He can't just keep getting away with this. I feel like that is also – but we were there. Mm-hmm. We were there with the Patriots too.
And see, I used to like the Patriots because they – it was this guy named Tom Brady who was drafted, in the 6th round, 5th round or whatever.
Yeah.
And how he came out of nowhere and became great. That's kind of a good story.
Is it possible that it's also in part because it feels like they're having more fun doing it? Because you watch the Patriots, and that was one of the things about it, right? They had the Patriot way, and you knew that they were all miserable, but they were doing it to win championships. The Chiefs seem to be having a whole bunch of fun while this is. I mean,
I'm thinking about it.
That's what made me hate it even more.
Right,
man.
in that AFC
Because
Championship
y'all there
game,
having fun.
You see Travis Kelce out here jawing and doing all this, head bobbing, looking like a chicken
where was
or
the
whatever.
taunting penalty, by the way? That's another thing. Put that on the list. Like, he taunted the receiver. I mean, the DB. He in his face, taunting him.
Oh, when he got that penalty?
Yeah, the other guy, the Bills got the penalty.
Yeah, when Kelce pretty much flopped.
Yeah.
It was in his face. I mean,
the flopping comes
that
in.
was
Kelce flopped. Mahomes flopped.
He did flop. I hate to be the person where, like, I feel the need to mention this. And as I'm saying this, please understand, I know that you're shaking your head like, Reggie, no, you don't. You don't have to mention this. He did put his face mask into Travis Kelce.
Right, no, he did.
Travis throwing his head back.
That should have just
been
been that
annoying.
go back to your corners, guys.
That's right.
Nothing to see here. It shouldn't have been a flag.
From the 2-8, wasn't Nick Wright? Wasn't a Patriot fan. He's doing this. Okay. Which, by the way, I thought for a moment, I was like, there's no way we talk to Nick, right? Like, we have to stick.
Oh,
stay
God.
away
I'm
from him.
avoiding him like
Is
the
he going to be
plague.
at Super Bowl?
Now, he wasn't last year, but I think there was a scheduling conflict. I'll have to text him. I'll find out.
Fox is the broadcaster
They
this
might
year.
They might bring him this
broadcast
time.
there.
Yeah. Because Fox wasn't the that's right. Fox wasn't the broadcaster last year. I bet you he is there this year. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cover my face like this.
I was like, we might see him on Radio Row.
We might have to dip out around 140 because of Ron and Show Hughley.
Yeah.
That's another one that people popped up with is that show, maybe bringing all that noise a little bit closer to your doorstep.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said, did Gronk ever whine as much as Kelce does? Nah, Gronk was just out here meathead partying.
Yeah.
Right? Gronk was just out here being a damn effective tight end, meathead partying. And now the meathead partying could be deeply annoying if you get to that place. But now he's just out there having a good time. But man, a fantastic game, and you do feel for the Bills, right? Like, this is one. They are existing in the you are Patrick Ewing, you are just
Charles Barkley.
You are Charles Barkley. You are going up against a clear and market dynasty, and this I swore this was going to be the year. Now, one of the things that probably should have been like stronger and more stringent on is just, hey, this defense is just not going to be. Like it's
and then they got hurt at a very crucial position at cornerback.
They sure did. Their best player on defense ends up leaving in that game. And so you saw some of the effects of that. But, man, the way that on that very first drive, Isaiah Pacheco is out here running the football, and Patrick Mahomes is just dicing these boys up might have been calculated. And they did a damn good job staying in the game. But one of the things that was apparent is just like the Chiefs were getting real pressure on Josh Allen, and Josh Allen is one of those dudes who's like damn near untackleable, and even with that, it looked like he was fighting for his life.
Look, and that's where I was going. As much as I hate him, and we've been talking about this even more than the Patriots, the respect you got to give. I mean, you just have to. Reluctant as it can be, you just got to give it to him. And then you also have to, on the other side, I don't know if the Bills are ever going to get over the hump. I thought yesterday was going to be the day. I thought yesterday was going to be their best chance. And that happens a lot. You mentioned Patrick Ewing. You mentioned Charles Barkley. This happens. This city couldn't get over the hump against the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Houston Oilers might have won back-to-back Super Bowls, if not more. You could go back to the Colts. They couldn't get over but once against the Patriots. The Browns, back in the day, they could not get over the Broncos. I think 3 AFC championship games they lost to the Broncos. The Packers, they could not get over the Niners. The Niners beat them, I think, 2 or 3 times in the playoffs. Twice in the AFC Championship game, maybe once in divisional. Like, this might be it for the Bills.
Yeah, if I'm a Bills fan, I don't know what else to do. Like, what do they do from here?
Yeah, this might be it, man.
Yeah, you just got to pray on the Chiefs' downfall at this point.
I mean, you got to be really effective in acquiring young talent. That's one of the things that I think is obvious. That's one of the things that felt like we learned from the championship weekend as a whole. If you want to swing a little bit to this NFC championship game, because that is the thing that the Eagles incredibly well, right? Howie Roseman is the champion of this. In fact, watching this game, I'm like, damn, this is a Eagles team that also is just like, they are in some ways overshadowed, and I don't know that anybody's like super excited to give the Eagles a whole ton of love either, right? But the Eagles, they just continue to be here, different sets of coordinators and all sorts of things, and here they are again. And I recognize in myself, and I don't know if this is something I need to like find some level of reflection on. Nick Sirianni has his team in the Super Bowl, And I still don't know that I want to give him a lot of credit because it keeps coming back to, hey, man, Howie Roseman has put together a team full of dogs.
Well, but the other thing is, I mean, it is Howie Roseman, but it's also Nick Sirianni. I mean, you know, that's another one. Maybe as reluctant as you want to do it, you got to give him credit. I mean, the way that they.
But do I?
Well, you don't personally.
But do I? Like, and I understand. Again, this feels like a lot of places where, as a head coach, especially walk-around head coach, eventually just the abundance of results should come around, and I should put it at your ledger. I still can't get over the fact that, right? It seems apparent, or I guess I shouldn't say it like that, but it feels very much like he ain't picked those coordinators. Like Howie Roseman came and was like, "Hey, you could keep being the head coach." But we're giving you Kellen Moore. We're giving you Vic Fangio. You work with these. And especially when you had like an instance where Jalen Carter was jawing at him, and he wants to go talk to that man, and he tries to go talk to him, and his position coach is like, nah, dog.
Yeah.
You don't get to do that. Like, it feels very much like he is a dude on the staff as opposed to the dude on the staff, which, again, is not fair because he's actually the head coach. I don't know how much of the credit I give him, but ultimately they're there, and in part because they've got a crazy offense. They've got so much talent, and those guys
defense.
The defense is a problem.
I forgot how many Georgia Bulldogs they got on that defense. Man.
If you're a Georgia Bulldog,
like, Jordan Davis. I forgot Jalen Carter. Oh,
yeah,
man, they had so many people.
Even
man.
Kobe Dean has shown up in some of but Zach Bond looks like a monster.
Yeah,
where did that come from?
Yeah, that other linebacker. I think he was from Georgia too. But I'm like, damn, I forgot they had him. And these are all people they drafted.
They are a complete team. I mean, you know, people like to say that and toss it around casually. Run game, check. You know, mobile quarterback, check. A passing game, you know, obviously in spurts, but seems to be coming along, check. Defense, check. I mean, just everything you could possibly experience, you would want to experience as a complete team, they have it.
On the text line from the 713, should there be an honest conversation about Keon Coleman, especially compared to Xavier Worthy? Like, that was one of the things that we were talking about, right? There was two particular ties draft-wise that kept coming up in the AFC Championship game, and it's the fact that the pick that was used to select Patrick Mahomes for the Kansas City Chiefs was one that was traded to them by the Buffalo Bills. And then the pick that was used to select Xavier Worthy just a year ago in the NFL draft was traded to them by the Buffalo Bills. Now, the Patrick Mahomes one is somewhat egregious because you look at the fact that the Bills did need a quarterback. Tyrod Taylor was at the helm at that point, and I think it was very abundantly clear that he was not going to be their quarterback of the future. And even if he was, that fan base wasn't super excited about it. So, you had the opportunity of Patrick Mahomes. The Xavier Worthy thing, man, like that 80-something yards that he had in that game, which was fantastic. That was the most yards that he put in long. I don't know how much that was about Xavier Worthy himself, and like I understand he brings speed and all those things. I feel like that was, again, pointing to the idea that Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, but specifically Andy Reid, they just are going to take all the things at their disposal and they're going to make this damn impossible for you, which ties into another text that came in, which was, what did the Bills do differently against Travis Kelce the Texans could not, because he didn't do much in that game? Well, they played a whole bunch of man.
Yeah.
And this goes back to, again,
they could cover him.
And they had the personnel absolutely to be able to cover him with some of those, like, you know, safeties and such that they have. However, the Chiefs exist as a team where even if they don't have like the absolute best dudes, although you talk about Worthy, Hopkins, you talk about Juju Smith-Schuster, who had a nice game for himself. If you're going to play man, all right, well, we're going to find the ways to have a man beater, which is Xavier Worthy. And if you're going to play zone like the Texans did a whole bunch, we have a guy that knows how to find those soft spots in the zone in Travis Kelce.
Yeah, that's
was the thing.
That was the answer.
Yeah.
You know, they could cover him, and that was the difference. But Xavier Worthy, you're right. He really didn't have a great year. But, boy, you know, Andy Reid in an AFC Championship game, let's try this.
Yeah, and I think –
why don't we try this?
Yeah, and I think just leading up to the draft, everybody and their mama knew the Chiefs wanted him. And this is, to me, you should have played the game of keep them away.
Are we in that point
where
we're just like everybody in the league has to band together to stop that guy?
Yes, me and John had a back and forth. I want to say it was in training camp about John Mechie.
Yeah.
And would you trade them to the Chiefs? I'm like, hell no. Like, I don't want them unlocking some type of code and John Mechie go off.
We are in full. The rest of the NFL needs to collude against the Chiefs.
We need to shadow ban the Chiefs.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm with you.
Need to hire Spagnuolo so he doesn't stay there.
Yes.
Yeah, who's going to take one for the team? Which one of you teams is going to get out here and hire Steve Spagnuolo away. All right, and that was something that Chris Jones was talking about. It's like, hey, man, y'all let us have Steve Spagnuolo. Y'all dealing with what you're dealing with, because he was cooking. We're just getting going on a Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And shout out to everybody listening, however you're listening, wherever you're listening. Appreciate you making us a part of your day, especially the folks listening on the Odyssey app. Y'all might want to get like them, because starting today and going all the way through February 23rd, we got a listen contest going on the Odyssey app. If you listen to Sports Radio 610 or really any Odyssey station for a minimum of 60 minutes, you get a daily entry into a contest that gives you an opportunity to travel with accommodations for 4 to Vegas, a big college basketball tournament package, plus each of your guests, $5K in the pockets. And so you have an opportunity to have an entry every day as long as you listen to an hour of Sports Radio 610, which you know you were going to do anyway. So do it on the Odyssey app, and you'll get an opportunity to enter. All right, you're in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610, getting going on a Monday. Coming up next, Ryan Presley. He finally waived his no trade clause, and he has been traded. Let's salute the man, but also where do the Astros go from here? We'll discuss it next.
How close are the Texans to reaching the next level, and what do they need to do?
for details.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Happy Monday to you. You are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula. For the moment, Byron Matthews is the man on the board on the ones and twos. Thank
What is he,
you,
sick?
sir. What, Figgy?
Byron.
What you mean?
You said for the moment, Byron Matthews.
Yeah.
Something we should know, Byron?
No. It's just
that I know of.
No, my point is just people just heard Figgy Fig, so I bet they're like, well, where's Figgy? Well, Byron is on the ones and twos. Figgy is handling some other stuff around the building, or maybe he just got sick in that break. Who knows? You know, you never know how that works because that seems to be the way. Figgy's gotten sick a lot recently. Do we need to do something about that for him?
Oh man,
do we need to get him some vitamin C supplements or something so that he can keep his energy?
Some of my supplements that I take every day.
I don't know about the supplements that you take.
I take about a handful.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know exactly, but you keep coming to work except for that one time where you crashed your car and rolled over 17 times. So maybe it does work. I don't know.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys listening on this Monday. There's people already getting us ready for our radio road trip. Shout out to our guy, was it Tom and I done lost my man's name as soon as I was about to say it. Tom and Sienna Plantation. Appreciate you texting in some suggestions for NOLA. I'm already excited to get to Super Bowl Radio Road. That'll be fun.
It's gonna be fun from the get go. Not just New Orleans, but on the way over there. We're going to be able to drive together, have a good time. We're going to stay at the same house. And my family, all of us, we know New Orleans quite well. So we're going to eat well. We're going to know where to go. All that good stuff. It's going to be a blast.
Very good. And I'm going to eat amount of days. But yeah, let's focus back in Houston as the Astros picking up a little bit of steam as we get closer and closer to pitchers and catchers reporting in the 2025 season beginning, kind of beginning that steam towards the 2025 season. This weekend, things got moving. We had the Astros Fan Fest on Saturday, where we got to hear from a lot of the principal actors when it comes to the Astros. We heard from Dana Brown, we heard from Joe Espada, Hader, we heard from Altuve, all sorts of different people. Especially after Thursday and Friday, we got the spicy stuff getting thrown out there that hey, there is a path for Alex Bregman to return. And so all of these things got moving and shaking, but it felt like it was all dependent in some ways on whether or not Ryan Presley would actually waive his no trade clause and move on to another team, and that would open up a little bit of space. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on Sunday, we got that to happen. Ryan Presley, the hero of the 2022 World Series. In fact, you had Game 6 close out like this.
Ryan Presley got a 5-out save in Game 5. There goes the runner. Fly ball down the right field line. Tucker comes on. Kyle Tucker. This time they finish the job. The Houston Astros, world champions.
Man,
I just wanted you to have that moment again.
I was sitting there. I was in right field with my wife, definitely enjoying it.
Oh, so you were right there seeing it very close, seeing Kyle Tucker bring that thing down?
I wasn't on the line. We were behind Kyle Tucker.
Okay.
And Kyle Tucker, who caught the ball, Ryan Presley, who threw the ball.
Both of them, now with the Chicago Cubs.
Now Cubs.
They're now Chicago Cubs.
And I still have a picture in my house with streamers on our heads and dripping down our clothes, and what a moment it was. And now both those guys are gone, but
Ryan Presley actively, he waived his no trade clause in order to agree with a trade that would send him to the Chicago Cubs to join Kyle Tucker. And the notable thing about this, the Cubs are going to pay $8.5 million of Ryan Presley's $14 million contract, and they gave up Class A, so like A-ball pitcher Juan Bello. That really interesting. He has some interesting stuff. He needs to figure out how to throw his breaking balls for a strike, like get him over the plate, because that's going to be the thing that makes it tough for him as he gets to like what I like to call like real baseball, once you get to Double A and up, and you get this real baseball stuff. But I mean, he profiles as a really good pitcher, and of course, like it's what do we talk about when we're talking about a Class A pitcher? We'll see how the development ultimately goes, but you add a nice arm into the farm, but really more importantly, you get off some of that money, $8.5 million, which I think opens up maybe about $20 million to the CBT for you. Which it's not quite going to fit that average annual value that Alex Bregman will have, but however, it does feel like you're getting a little closer to not having to eat as much tax money to sign Bregman back, which of course I think is ultimately what this move might kind of portend.
Yeah, I think we are now in a situation where the Astros are in a can't lose situation. I really feel like we all know what we want to happen from here. And by the way,
do you agree there? Because I mean, I think I jumped to the point where it's just like, oh, the possibility of Bregman? Yeah, let's all go. Is everybody in on that?
I don't see how you could not be. I mean, yes, when we've highlighted his numbers have gone down a little bit the last 3 years in some very significant ways, but I don't think there's very few, if any.
Hard hit balls went up this year.
Hard hit balls went up.
I don't know. I was just randomly looking at Alex Bregman's baseball
strike zone
page.
is not like it used to be for him.
The walk percentage went way down compared to the rest of his career.
But all that said, I can't imagine very many people saying, "Nah, we're good." When it comes, so here's the thing,
because that lineup 1 through 7 or 8,
exactly,
no outs,
exactly,
right? Like, and that's the thing is even if they're not incredible hitters, which they are, like if you have like no easy outs for 7 or 8, you give pitchers a hard time. You really work them really hard, and then they might get to the bottom of the lineup and be like, oh, finally we get the easy outs, and then we turn this thing over, and you're dealing with Altuve again.
So here's what I'm saying. So if I think we're all in agreement, the vast majority of us want Alex Bregman. Well, you just kind of cleared the path to get Alex Bregman. Even if you don't get him, if somehow he still ends up going somewhere else, hell, you still win because you've cleared enough space to maybe go get an outfielder. Well, which is an outfielder is what this team needs.
But here's the thing. I don't know that there are any free agent outfielders that you actually
however it may play out.
And that's the thing that I was dealing with, which is why I'm very much a lot more in on just, bring Bregman back and you have to figure some things out. Even if that figuring things out is Isaac Paredes, right? Astros legend, hang his jersey in the rafters and send him on elsewhere, right? Of course, I'm tongue in cheek because he clearly has not played for the Astros. The only thing that I ask is, who are the outfielders that would be available if you were to like turn Isaac Paredes around?
Yeah, but however you can make it happen, you can make it happen with a little more money. Is my point, and I'm with you. Yeah, are there free agents like fill in the blank type stuff? I don't know. I don't think so. But you're in a much better position to be a better team. And if you do bring back Alex Bregman, you said it about the top 7 in the lineup, and then you add, obviously what they've added at first base, what they've added in the infield. All of a sudden, you're looking beyond the division. Because I've been kind of looking at this team. Well, they'll probably still win the division, but I don't know how good. Now you can look beyond that. If you get Bregman back.
That's the whole point, right? The idea was not to just remain competitive in the division and maybe go do a little something in a wild card. The idea is can you keep a championship caliber window open?
Yes.
And it feels like you would probably want not just the bat of Alex Bregman, the gold glove of Alex Bregman, but also the intangibles that he brings. That's the type of stuff that it feels like makes you a championship type team.
Yeah.
We'll get more into like some of the audio maybe later in the show because I know Dana Brown had some interesting things to say.
Was fantastic.
Including, there's so much of it. Shout out to our guy Adam Spillane being out at FanFest on Saturday. But one of the things he talked about is just like, hey man, outfield, as of right now, they have it as an open competition, which cool, but also I don't know how much that gives me some confidence. I would love to give somebody in there that I feel super confident about.
Yeah.
But either way, like I'm in on the Bregman, and it feels like you have a little bit more money to deal with, but. I'm taking the weekend, right? And once you're taking the weekend, how do you feel about of Altuve moving? Because also when Altuve talked, I don't know that he seemed like this was absolutely a move to the outfield was something that he was super excited for. He was just like, I will do it if I need to.
I will do it if I need to, which means he would, of course. I don't want Jose Altuve to move to the outfield, which makes me even more excited about the possibility of somehow bringing Bregman back, because that means Altuve stays at second and we're all good.
This is Altuve talking about the discussion of a position change.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it, but for Alex, I do whatever. So like I said, he's one of the best players in the whole league, but he's definitely one of the best players in the team. So we want him to stay. So whatever I have to do for him to stay, I'm willing to do it.
Whatever I have to do.
I was surprised that he said they hadn't talked about it. They hadn't discussed it.
Maybe not directly.
Because I was like, wait, really?
I didn't come out of nowhere.
That was not what the reporting was. And look, not to say that the reporting is always going to be 100% accurate and not even through any malice, but sometimes, you play telephone before. Sometimes things get crossed in the. But that felt like it was very different. Yeah. But ultimately, I'm still not sold on that as a solution. But I feel like you can figure it out once you get Bregman back in the fold. But you go a little bit further towards that as Ryan Presley was traded yesterday. You open up a little bit of money. And I did want to just circle back and appreciate Ryan Presley. I know that he gets talked about as Ryan Stressley and all that. But in the 4 years that Ryan Presley was the closer for the Astros, his postseason numbers were as follows: 34 innings pitched, 3 earned runs, a .79 ERA, 0.79, 0.794 whip, 14 saves, 0 blown saves. Like a huge reason why this Astros team became as dominant as they were. So again,
some of the most clutch.
Salute to Ryan Presley, and more power to you. Best of luck to you. Just don't be a reason that the Astros don't win a World Series in the future.
Well, unless they play the Cubs.
That'd be sick. That would be sick.
That would be sick.
Because not only would be him, there's a possibility.
Tucker too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be real nasty. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Monday. Coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. In honor, of the Chiefs, which sports team probably deserved a championship but just came along at the wrong time? We'll discuss that.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Omaha. I'm calling an audible.
You're doing
on our
that?
question of the day.
Okay.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That was the only audible call that I thought in my head. I know that there's other audible calls.
Kill.
That's the easier one. I don't know why I went with the Peyton Manning one, especially around these parts. My bad. Apologize. But let's go ahead and change. Also, it feels weird saying kill right at the break. People are like, what? What's happening? Let's do a little bit of an audible. Question of the day. What had your attention on the first weekend without Texans football? 713-572-4610, because obviously the championship games in the NFL were part of it, but that was Sunday, and there was a lot of other things happening, and I think there are two really good answers that you could have, especially when it comes to H-Town relation, because of just how important and how good they went. Hey, man, hoops in H-Town are in a fantastic place right now.
Best 1-2 punch in Houston basketball history, maybe?
Ooh.
Well, I'd have to go back to listen to the Phi Slamma Jamma years. Yeah, they had Ralph Sampson and Akeem coming in, but somewhere in there, the Rockets were climbing and the Cougars were already there. But yeah, that's for the most obvious one, right? U of H at KU.
Whew. Yeah, we'll talk more about those games as we continue through the show as well. But I'm interested because as well, it seems like people are like really fed up with the Chiefs. And I don't know how many. I wanted to kind of know how many people just completely dipped out on the Chiefs in general, or how many people watched just to try and see the Chiefs skip. Yeah, exactly. The hate watch, right? Yeah. I always liken it to the Floyd Mayweather effect, where people kept tuning in, but it's because they really wanted to see someone beat his you-know-what, whether it was like Canelo or what have you. Like, hey, man, is this the person that can finally tap that man's chin and beat him? And unfortunately for those folks, never happened. Yeah. And kind of unfortunately for the Kansas City Chiefs haters, the Chiefs unfortunately going to another of these Super Bowls. But I wonder how many of people kind of moved away from that and went to other stuff, right? From the what was it, 409? They said new offensive coordinator had their attention. Like
that's fair.
Full attention there on the offensive coordinator position for the Texans.
That's absolutely fair. And all this Bregman stuff. You know, as I was watching, the Eagles and Commanders, and then the Chiefs and the Bills, I saw a lot of Bregman stuff popping on my timeline, and I was actually to the point right there. I was like, I get it, I know it. Unless there's breaking news, I don't really want to pay attention to that right now. But on Saturday and early Sunday, a lot of Bregman stuff, no doubt about it. A lot of coordinator stuff, no doubt about it. No, that's fair. That's sports.
And how many people just went entirely away from sports? They were like, look, man, football season is like technically over for the Texans. I'm going to take a breather. I'm going to get out the house. Right? It was not that bad this weekend, although Sunday I think it got real rainy.
Saturday was good.
Saturday was pretty good. Like it wasn't we came off of that all that crazy weather. People got out in the streets. Like I do wonder how many people there. But for me, absolutely. Both of those basketball games that, interestingly enough, on simultaneously are pretty close together. University of Houston knocking off Kansas, although like they were the better team. But man, this thing came down to the wire, and what a weird basketball game that ended up being at the very end. University of Houston going to double overtime, knocking off the Kansas Jayhawks.
Regulation, they had a 0.3% chance of winning.
0.4.
0.4
according to Ken Pong.
Percent chance of winning with 16 seconds left. And then what happened? I mean, just absolute bedlam.
Yeah, man. One of those things. It's one of those things with Bill Self that, as somebody who, I guess I'm technically an alum of the Kansas City University. I did not graduate from there, but I spent a year there. Seeing Kansas flounder kind of makes my heart warm a little bit.
You're wearing purple right now.
Unintentional. I wish I wore my K-State shirt. I wish I remembered that. But yeah, Kansas. It feels like Bill Self will have some of these times where they collapse. Usually it happens in the tournament. But yeah, I didn't expect this one. I did not expect this one, and for especially a Kansas team that was knocking down some pretty good situational threes. The Cougars got them on some good situational 3-pointers. But man, Hunter Dickinson, man, he got some questions to answer because Juwan Roberts was putting him in the basket with the same move over and over again.
Big time, and certainly, where the Cougars are right now defensively, and where the Cougars always are defensively, and you hit on a very big point, the opportunistic 3-pointers that they were very clutch on, and then hell, the Rockets. Little mini admission here. I thought, well, they're not going to beat the Cavaliers in Cleveland. They got their full complement of players, and then lo and behold, they work them. They absolutely worked the Cavaliers in Cleveland. So those games back to back were enormous.
Apparently, from the 281, they said Houston's H-Town's Wynwood Racing won it last year. I'm not sure exactly what we're the Rolex 24. I saw people talking about this, and that is a sporting event that I'll be honest, I don't have very much knowledge about, but I saw people talking about it, and it spurred some of my curiosity. I'm going to go back and I'm going to like actually try and learn more about that, because all of those like long distance racing type things are fascinating to me, just on like the logistics of them, like how you get this done. So shout out to Wynwood Racing, who won it last year. Obviously, it seems as though I feel like if they won it this year, that texter would have let me know. But yeah,
they won it last year.
All right, so shout out to the racing fans getting involved there, watching some Rolex 24. Some other people, they said they were watching last night's game and it made them more impressed with the Texans' defense and especially the secondary. Just watching to see.
Should have.
Yeah, man. Considering.
Should have.
Although again, people keep bringing up the fact that Travis Kelce, he was boogieing. He was getting busy in that game, not this past weekend, but the weekend prior compared to this past weekend where it wasn't as much him. But yeah, again, going back to like the idea of Juju Smith-Schuster also had some big catches in that game, in addition to Xavier Worthy and some of the other folks that had some, Marquise Brown packs.
I've had one or two.
Again, it feels like that, again, because you have so many of these dudes that show up in those moments, not to take anything away from those dudes, it feels like to me it points back to that coordinator and the ways that they're like, hey, no matter what the defense throws out, we have ways to counteract that, put guys in position to succeed and allow them to succeed on our benefit.
And that's one that we're gonna circle back to. Certainly, we're gonna be talking about the coordinator position here at the Texans a little more. But to me, Reggie, it was like the key thing about being a great offensive coordinator we saw in these games, especially the Kansas City game, the timing of that call. Where you just went, oh, perfect. Like
which call in particular?
I'm talking about Andy Reid just in general.
Oh, yeah, in general.
In key situations, like, oh, well, that was perfect. And that's, it's one thing to have these so-called gadgets or whatever, new looks, and et cetera, but to time it just perfectly like that was amazing.
From the 979, Rockets, all caps. From the 832, the damn Rockets got my attention, Reggie, and the Cougs. We talked a little bit about the Cougs, but the Rockets game, man, this was an interesting one because obviously you got the first win against Cleveland. You held off a run late, and it really was just, hey, the defense is going to kind of hold us down in that game. And we were talking about it, the return trip, you were going to Cleveland to face off against the Cavs. Again, this time they would have Evan Mobley. How is it going to look? And it is not it is not the same type of game, but the same result. The Rockets get a victory against the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's a late run that I believe is spurred by like Donovan Mitchell. But this time it is offense. It is bombing. It is this team showing that they can win in multiple ways, which, man, that if there's something that gives you even more confidence, even though like you would not see the Cavs in the playoffs unless you met them in the finals. So I don't know if like having a level of seeming dominance over them means anything more than just this is a team that belongs, and this is a team that can get things done in a big way.
Well, as I mentioned, I kind of half expected the Rockets to not win that game.
Yeah.
But lo and behold, they do, as you just laid out, with more offense and more key contributors playing at that high level offensively, Amen and others.
Yeah, I was like, if you want to talk about key contributors, a couple of triple doubles happening. Amen Thompson, namely, with and I got to pull up the box score so I can have the specifics. By the way, final was 135-131. So again, you could win in the offensive aspect of it, knocking down 46% of your 3-pointers. But Amen Thompson really getting busy in this game. 23 points, 14 rebounds, 10 assists, a couple of blocks as well. Man, this dude is incredible. We'll talk. I have a question to ask about Amen himself, or I guess I'll ask that question later on in the week. But man, Amen. I saw someone talk about the idea that Amen Thompson would be an all-star if he played all season. I'm not sure if that's fully true, but at least the idea that you could wrap your head around that is incredible.
It's an argument, and we'll talk about it. But the Rockets against the top 10 teams in the NBA, their record is just off the charts. If you want to get to specifics,
especially at home, right?
12-4 versus teams with top 10 records in the NBA.
They can hang, man.
And they can hang, and that was the big story there.
Yeah, so I think like those were kind of the big things. It didn't seem like anybody else was like really caught up with anything else around the weekend.
Liverpool went a little Ipswich Village, but who cares about that?
I was actually trying not to do the. I was trying very much not to do the Premier League because Man United got a win yesterday against Fulham off of a full like a defender. getting a shot from distance. But yeah, that had some of my attention as well. Let's see some other people. We talked about the Rolex 24. We talked about the
had a little A&M and Texas action on Saturday as well.
Yeah, I didn't know that you were going to be excited to bring that one up.
Well, I don't mind it. And I think that, I'll put it this way, and this is not to be pandering or talk down. Texas needed that win a lot more than A&M.
Oh, wow.
No.
Boo this
okay.
man.
Prove me wrong.
Boo this man.
The Aggies are firmly a number 3 or number 4 seed. Obviously, you want to beat Texas
This
anytime.
is cope. This is cope.
No.
You led for all the entirety of the game until they hit the game winner. It's like, actually, no, we didn't even need that game like that.
It was bitter. It was brutal. It was angry. It was angering. I knew I'd get there eventually. So no, I'm not denying any of that. But what I'm saying is, I think you were talking before the show about like winners and losers for the weekend. I think Texas, I'll put it this way, was a better winner than that was a bad loss for the Aggies.
I'm just going to give you a little tease for 1 p.m. That's not the way I'm going to say it. It's not. Somebody said
they needed that for their resume for the committee. They needed that win that the Longhorns did.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's kind of your A&M Aggies to gift the Texas Longhorns a win for their resume.
I wasn't happy. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I wasn't happy.
All right, that's the question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And our number coming right around on this Monday. Let's go around the NFL where the Cowboys doing stupid things to keep themselves in that place. Plus, the NFL is expected to make a rule change. Is that going to make anybody feel better about this year? We'll talk about that next.
How close are the Texans to reaching the have this season. On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us go around the NFL, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Got extra game day tickets? Turn them into cash with Quick Assist. Download Quick Assist from your app store today to find H-Town fans looking for seats. That's QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. We begin with a fine. Will Anderson Jr. was fined $25,000. We found that out this weekend. Obviously, he was fined for his comments after the divisional round game versus the Kansas City Chiefs, in which he flatly said they was playing up against the refs as well as the Chiefs. And I don't know if I felt happy about this, but it felt like, okay, at least there is some logical congruence with the way that they're handling this. Because if Joe Mixon don't get a $25,000 fine for basically just saying, you know what it is when we come up here, I feel like you probably have to get the $25,000 fine for Will Anderson when he explicitly says we were playing against the refs.
I don't know if that's what I felt. What I felt was...
Again, I'm not saying I felt good about it. I was just like, it would have been real crazy if it was like, no, Will, you good.
Yeah. No, and that's what I'm saying. Like, once they realized that they fined Joe Mixon for really saying something that any player in the league could say, and some have said, they're like, well, got to find Will Anderson now, I guess. I think it was just like, okay, they had to justify the Joe Mixon with, look, okay, we cannot not find Will Anderson here.
And I don't know, like, of course the timeline makes it feel as such, and so I can't say definitively that it's not, but one of the things that Seth made a great point of, and that's why it's great that here on Sports Radio 610 we have dudes that have played in this league. Seth has been in that circumstance, and he knows that typically what happens is those players will get those letters to let them know, but unless that player makes it known that they are been fined, the league is not going to announce it to the weekend, so it's very possible.
Yeah, we don't know the timeline.
Will might have had that same letter in his situation, and he did not break bad on Twitter like Joe Mixon did. Not that there's any level of judgment that I'm casting on Joe Mixon. I'm just, that is what he did. He was like, yo, NFL, what the bleep, and Will Anderson did not. And so I imagine that factored in there. But still, a little bit annoying and a little bit of less money out of Will Anderson Jr.'s pocket for that particular situation, although I don't think that he's going to be very mad about it. Just to give you the direct quote, he said, quote, "We knew it was going to be us versus the refs going into this game." That's one of the things he said. He also said further, the type of player that I am, after the play, I didn't go to the ref. I didn't do none of that. I kept playing, and I had a really great game. I didn't let that affect me. I didn't let that affect how I played. Me and DeMeco talked, and I moved on. I'm not the type to chase calls. The NFL can do whatever they need to do. I feel like as a player, you keep playing no matter what you say in an interview. That's your opinion. And the NFL was like, bet.
Yeah.
What we need to do is $25,000, brother.
$25,000.
That is what happened there. But Will Anderson Jr. did in fact catch a fine there. Some other things around the NFL, the coaching carousel is starting to kind of, at least when it comes to the head coaching portion of this, it's starting to come. We got last weekend, in fact, before the weekend started, we talked about this on Friday, Pete Carroll was officially chosen to be the new head coach of the Raiders, to which Raiders fans were like, that old guy?
Yeah.
Are we sure?
Yeah.
But that is their head coach. The Dallas Cowboys decided to do the news dumpiest of Friday news dumps. Because I remember this was like 9 or 10 p.m. on Friday.
Was it that late?
It was late because I remember I actually was out eating ramen. I was out like eating dinner, just looking at my phone, which, hey, looking at your phone at dinner, probably not the best thing to do. Sue me. But yeah, all of a sudden, yes, it is official. The Cowboys are indeed hiring Brian Schottenheimer, son of Marty Schottenheimer, previously their offensive coordinator, and a dude that nobody was checking for as a head coach, to be their next head coach. And, ooh, boy, Cowboys fans did not like that.
Nor should they. Daddy is still running the show, huh? I mean, that's all this says. Jerry Jones still, has his puppet, has another puppet, and Brian Schottenheimer. And a lot of people are saying this, and I don't think it's necessarily wrong, okay? Like, nobody really liked the Dan Campbell hire. And look how that turned out. And so people kind of correlating.
Oh, yeah. That's one of the things I always try and put as a disclaimer is I don't actually know whether or not someone is going to be a good head coach.
Right.
And I don't think very many people actually do.
Yeah.
However, a dude who has been, like, this is a point I think Bomani Jones made this point, and I thought it was valid. That man, the last time that he got looked at for a head coaching job was something like 06. He carried Schottenheimer, right? We understand this league is very nepotism driven, right? I guess there is a lot of like incestuousness to this league, and I don't mean that entirely in a negative way, because it's like, yo, I worked with this guy there, and then I'll work with him somewhere else, or I know this guy, I know your pops, whatever. Sometimes the dude hiring you is your pops. He carries the name Schottenheimer around this league, and ain't nobody looked to try and give him a head coaching job when it feels like oftentimes if you have a legacy name, you get a shot. Hell, we're talking about Clay Kubiak just got upgraded, and that's not to say that he does not have the adequate, the sufficient tools to do the job. But understand it, like we know what the game is.
Yeah.
Clay Kubiak just got moved up to be the OC in San Francisco. Clint Kubiak just hired to be the offensive coordinator in Seattle. So just so you know, Texas fans, that is now off the table.
Yeah.
But we got Kubiaks getting jobs in the league, and of course that's not the same as
got Kubiaks, we got Schottenheimers, we got Ryans,
all sorts. We got all sorts of folks, and Schottenheimer with all this time still wasn't nobody like, we're going to talk to you about being a head coach, not hire you.
Yeah.
We're going to talk to you about being a head coach. Cowboys were like, you know what? We need a guy that nobody is being talked to about. In fact, that's kind of something that they did last time with Mike McCarthy, because I don't think actually people were.
Although he had, he could have gotten some interviews. I'm sure.
He could have.
Yeah.
But he also did the whole McCarthy project where Ian Rappaport, one of those? Oh no, Tom Pelissero did the whole thing where he lied about watching all the games in the league that year or whatever.
Yeah.
Cowboys, deeply unserious.
But
I hope that makes you happy.
That's the point. Deeply unserious. I mean, it's Jerry's team. Jerry's going to make the calls. Brian Schottenheimer is going to be a yes man. He being a great coach, we don't know.
It's possible,
but it sure does look like,
because he wasn't a great OC. Like that's the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, but that's the thing also is that OC and head coach aren't the same. Coordinator in general and head coach aren't the same position, and they require different things. It's more of a CEO position, which I imagine is how Brian Schottenheimer will run, or maybe he'll actually run the offense. Which good luck in that regard.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's. Good luck to the Cowboys, and I mean that entirely facetiously. I don't know if the good luck's going to work there, but that is the way that they decided to go. And part of it seems like, it's also just to not spend that much money, which that's got to really tear you up. If your ownership is making a hire and they're like, this is a little cheaper. This is the great value brand.
It just doesn't even feel right. I mean, from the very beginning, yeah.
All right, so speaking of deeply unserious, how do you feel about the NFL doing this, right? There's a lot of, actually, I will read this verbatim from the way that Adam Schefter wrote this particular article, right? So I'm reading this per ESPN in a segment I like to call Reading. For all those complaining about the Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes getting too many calls, relief soon could be on the way. Really, dog? That is the way he started this.
It's about the Chiefs.
That is the way that he started
this. It's about the Chiefs.
However, this is ultimately the story is about, and the news is that the NFL is expected to include quarterback slides and expanded replay assists, which they are considering this offseason. Is that something that you feel is like a serious good that could happen for the league, or do you feel like, nah, this is just going to be protocol?
I think it's. I think the answer is yes. There's some protocol here because there's been such an uprising. Come on, from coaches to players to everyone around the game saying you've got to address this because people like Patrick Mahomes are gaming the system. Etc. I frankly, though, Reggie, I don't know what they can do here. I did like the fact that in the Eagles game against the Commanders DC basically said, "Hey, he's a runner. We're going to treat him like a runner." So I mean, that still is going. They're still going to have to protect the quarterback. And if there is a rule change, we're going to be barking about, they're getting rid of all the stars. They're all getting hurt. You know what I mean? Like we have in the past.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I've always had, and maybe I put cart before horse in having those discussions. But I do not believe that. All right, I guess this is the way I should say it. I constantly come back to the idea that the rule can be on the book, but the way that it's executed matters.
Yeah.
Right? We're seeing that all over in the world. Is that, hey, you can have a law on the books, but the executive arm of this has to cooperate.
Correct.
We saw this. I always come back to, you remember the Minneapolis Miracle? Or was that? No, that's the wrong one. What was the one that the Saints came through really
the pass interference against Rams?
There it was, Rams.
Yeah,
there we go.
yeah.
I done mixed two different plays.
Yeah.
But yeah, the whole state of Louisiana went crazy behind that one. And you remember what the NFL did in response to it?
We're going to review it.
What happened the next year?
Nothing.
They were like, hey, go ahead and challenge that. You know what we're going to come back with?
Yeah.
The same thing that we ruling on the field stands, right? And I do wonder if that ultimately is how this goes. And look, it probably is good to put in the protocol into expanded review, which, I mean, expanded review has already, been used to kind of replay assist, rather. has been used to maybe like determine if there is a penalty flag on the field, including fouls for hit it to the head out of bounds, fouls for blows to the head of a quarterback is what we're looking at, possibly like the expansion of. But it's probably good to have these protocols, to have it in place for the refs to go and do that. I just don't know that they're actually going to like go and overturn some of these calls when they go look at them. But cool, like it's cool to have them. I'm interested to see what the actual application will look like.
When in doubt, they're going to protect the quarterback. I think it's as simple as that. And they don't want quarterbacks to get hurt. But I'm with you. Might as well have it in place at some level.
However, it would behoove them to do that because what Michael is talking about on the YouTube is something that I think could be a logical leap the teams take, which is best thing to do is to lay out the quarterback. That could be a way that people go about this, and that is like the complete opposite result of what you want, especially with having the rule on the books. The whole idea is, hey, people don't go crazy. But if defenses, and I don't think the defenses would like in mass do this, but it only takes a few for this to become a problem. To just be like, well, I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't, so I might as well hit him.
No, I think no question about it. As long as it's a clean hit, I think in the spirit of the rule should be and the review and all that should be good. Like they should be able to tackle him legally, hit him as hard as they need to get him down, as long as it's within the rules. I still think though there's going to be some penalties like that are sort of vague, like unnecessary roughness.
Was there forcible contact?
Contact to protect the quarterback at any point.
Yeah. So somebody said they're gonna address this like they addressed hip drop tackles. This is a nothing burger. I feel. Yeah.
Maybe
it's quite possible. In fact, didn't somebody get fined from that Texans game for a hip drop tackle?
Thank you very much. Yeah, appreciate the one on Dalton Schultz.
Did that fix anything?
No, still feels the same.
God bless. Some other things around the NFL. Just going back to the championship weekend, I realized, and I think I put this on Blue Sky or whatever. I did not realize that the NFL had a "I will turn this car around" rule.
Yeah, that's what I tweeted that. I'm going to turn this car around.
Apparently, that's what happened because prominently quarterback sneaks featured in both of these games. Obviously, the Eagles, who had 7 rushing touchdowns, which tied for the most in the NFL. Which you got to feel bad. You got to feel for the Commanders when you just got a team running all over you like they did. But some of those touchdowns, or a few of them, in fact, were tush pushes.
Frankie Louvu.
And one of those was, I appreciate that Frankie Louvu was like, I am going to be the new Troy Polamalu. There's like not much that teams can do against this tush push, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try and jump over top of this.
I'm going to go over the judge's table and go like that video of the guy jumping over and hitting the judge.
Exactly.
That's basically what he was doing.
Yeah, man. He turned into Jeff Hardy right quick for all our wrestling fans out there. And, there was the point in time where he kept doing it when they were on the goal line. And this is the audio that I never thought that I would hear in an NFL game, and really shocked me once I heard it.
Sean has to say. Encroachment, defense number 93. Washington has that at some point the referee can award a score if this type of behavior happens again. For now, it's a replay of second down.
Mike, that's unbelievable.
I will turn this car right around, kids.
Hey, cut it out back there.
I will turn this car right around. We will not go to Disneyland.
Cut it out.
We will not do any of those.
If y'all don't stop everybody going to bed right now.
All right, who knew? I did not. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here and be fake.
Apparently, Hockley did.
Hockley did. And the booth referee, which one was it in that game? Knew because he mentioned it before Hockley came through. Before Sean Hockley came through with it. But I was like, wait, what? They can just say, you know what? I'm just going to give the Eagles a touchdown. Okay.
Yeah, just the idea that they could award the touchdown was interesting, but it makes sense, right? Like and I think the rule is in place to just if a team is constantly using penalties to try and avoid a score, which in that case I guess technically applies. Then yes, the officials can just award the score. Fortunately, I guess, the Eagles just went ahead and did that push. Now you juxtapose that with the Bills, who kept going up here and trying to run their quarterback sneak, apparently in such a way that had already been scouted very well. Because on the broadcast they discussed the idea that the Chiefs had said in the production meetings that they knew that the Bills went to the left every time there, and they stood that thing up multiple times. Although, is this where we come back around to conspiracy? Because there was one of those that looked like it absolutely should have been a first down.
Oh, I don't think there was any question that it was a first down. And we can talk about the refs didn't really job the Bills, but I do think there were some sways, in how that game was going, especially with that call. So the refs yet again smack in the middle of it, whether they wanted to or not, whether it was as egregious or not. And I don't think it was as egregious, because as much as I thought that was a first down, you thought that was a first down, everybody on the broadcast, including the booth announcer, the booth referee announcer, thought that was a first down. You could see where maybe, the spot could have been placed there.
Man, spotting the football has been impossible. I know that Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, is very pro. They need to put these chips or whatever.
No, I am too.
I just still wonder how actually accurate those things are going to be.
Well, but because
we're talking about, especially in those particular instances, we're talking about inches that we're trying to get.
But you've seen in tennis, they do it instantaneously on the line.
Yeah, but here's the thing about tennis that I always say about that Hawkeye technology which they use. It's a lot of cameras, and there's no obscure. Well, first of all, the lines that we're talking about are permanent lines. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing that obscures the tennis ball and where it lands from those cameras. What we're talking about in the NFL is a whole bunch of bodies on a moving line.
No, that's fine.
That is never particularly static,
mm-hmm.
right? Sometimes it is the 41 and a half yard line or 3/4 yard line, and then we're talking about, especially the ones that we're really trying to get right, like that Josh Allen quarterback sneak, which
mm-hmm.
thankfully Pat McAfee is showing right this moment. How many bodies is that? That is a mass of bodies. Probably
that's
about
a first down, man.
17 bodies in there.
Bills fans would be more angry about. They got it on third down. The little pass on the outline, that was a horrible spot.
Yeah.
They got it on third down. But one way or another, I know you make a good point on tennis and unobscured and all that. But there is the
same with soccer, right? Where you have the goal line technology.
There is technology to figure it out.
And remember, they used some of it this year. It'll be interesting. That's another thing in the offseason that we'll have to see
mm-hmm.
if they implement some of those types of things to maybe use that.
Yeah.
From the text line, from the 832, the Cowboys hiring Schottenheimer is like going to the grocery store and passing on Kraft and Borden for the processed cheese food, which is orange cellophane wrapped in clear cellophane.
That's good.
Oh, that is solid. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Monday. Coming up next, how about this? Like, in watching those divisional games, you kind of watched it from this perspective, and
mm-hmm.
I'm interested how many of our fans watched it from this perspective. Just how far off of the lead in the NFL are these Houston Texans? Let us know how you feel. 713-572-4610. We'll discuss that next.
Hold the phone.
Hello?
According to MLB insider Bob Nightingale,
Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Loop, John Lopez, and Reggie Atatula.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Hold on. Don't jump me. This is not about offensive coordinator. I know that everybody is looking for offensive coordinator news, and we'll talk a little bit about the offensive coordinator search and everything at 12. But right this moment, we did get a little breaking news, and of course, it really is Sports Radio 610 breaking news because the host of Area 45, Sean Bijani, who joined us a little bit, broke this. But according to sources for Sean Bijani and Sports Radio 610, the Texans have hired Mike Tomon? I'm not completely sure about the pronunciation. We'll get a little clarity on that, I imagine, soon, as their next team president. So remember, on Thursday, we learned of Greg Grissom, him parting ways with this Texans team. He held the position of team president for 4 years, and prior to that, he had been in some capacity with the Texans since their inception. So Greg Grissom was out on Thursday. They have moved quickly to hire Mike Tomon to be the third team president in franchise history. He previously has worked as
Sports Business Journal, 40 under 40. He's a graduate of Georgetown University. And he's worked at several places, most recently at Legends Global Attractions. His expertise is in business development, which you would understand, innovation, and
what do those words mean?
Stadium operations. So maybe there's a little bit of a hint there as to where his focus with some of the renovations and such that are coming, at least hopefully coming with NRG Park.
From the 346, man, don't nobody give a damn about that. Hey, I told you not to jump me.
Hey, it's team president. It means a lot. It's gonna be it's the second or third highest position in the building.
I told you not to jump me, man. I was trying to let you know. Team president, new team president is in tow for your Houston Texans. But back to the Houston Texans and the championship weekend of NFL football. Like, just how far off are these Houston Texans from the creme de la creme in the NFL? Because that was a question I was kind of thinking of just generally. And then you very much watched this weekend with that in mind.
So I got a question for you and certainly our listeners, 713-572-4610 if you want to text, as well as on Twitch and on YouTube. Because this is where I was, Reggie, watching both these games, both the Eagles and Commanders and certainly Bills and Chiefs. How many times in the past have you watched this weekend and thought to yourself, man, the Texans are not really even in the same league as these teams? They're not really even in the same league as these teams. I watched these games thinking Texans are closer than we thought they were. I mean, if you look at what won these games and really what kept both, three of the four teams in these games.
I mean, the Commanders weren't super far off. They took it late into the third quarter while still technically being right in that game.
You keep telling yourself that.
What?
But
you was watching that game.
Okay, so here's what I was thinking. They won these games and they were with really good defense. The Texans have that. An elite quarterback. The Texans have that. A mobile quarterback. The Texans have that. A run game. The Texans have that.
Well,
secondaries that could shut down somebody. Now, notwithstanding, the linebacker position and the trouble they had with Travis Kelce, the Texans have that. Like, this is the first time I've watched AFC Championship weekend. I'm like, they're not that far away. They have the pieces. They have the elements, units, if you will, to be in this game. And that to me was kind of reassuring. Like, they're not that far away.
From the YouTube, Michael says, we get our offense right and the Texans can dethrone the Chiefs. And I think that's possible. Here's the tough thing about that in particular is that the Chiefs, and I'm not here to try and big up the Chiefs necessarily, but they just seem to, at the right, opportune moments. I think that is the real benefit of having a team with that kind of experience. And I always like using the phrase institutional knowledge that they can draw upon because they know how to, when those moments get big, like those big moments, they operate so well because the big moments are mundane to them. And they're very familiar and they know they have a wealth of experience to draw from in those moments they get big. So you'd have to have a good offense, but I think you'd also have to be very good in those moments. But again, you have the possibility of doing that in part because you talk about a quarterback that can make something happen in those moments. CJ Stroud is one of those ones. You mentioned the run game, and that was one of the big things that I was thinking of as like kind of a takeaway from these games, and specifically the NFC Championship game with the Eagles. Obviously, you saw the grueling Commanders had to open this up where they had 3 fourth downs, 2 fourth down conversions, and they finally decided to kick a field goal. You then also had the next play being Saquon Barkley going for a whole hell of a lot of yards and a touchdown. And that got me thinking about like the running backs, the free agent running backs that have like had this fantastic season, which brought me to Joe Mixon. This offensive line, if they can get this offensive line figured out, that's going to be a huge thing because, I mean, the Eagles got here, and this was probably the first game in which their passing offense looked really solid in a while they're, on a run of winning games, man. Like, getting this offensive line together and being able to run the football as you want to is going to be huge for your development. And I'm like, you're not far off because you have the talented running back. I do wonder, like, what is necessary. Is the offensive line, the guys that you have, like we talked about the fact that they did not necessarily fit the scheme that you had. I do wonder if you change the scheme back to something that's like more gap oriented or whatever, will that immediately help you a lot where it's more minor adjustments as opposed to like an overhaul that then makes this
about the coaching. That's where I am with this. The Texans defense is not that far off from what the Eagles are. It's not that far off from what the Chiefs are. All pro bowlers, big time players, coaching, on the defensive side. On the defensive side.
Well, someone
the coaching
said since our head coach and offensive coordinator away, keeping DeMeco at DC, and I'm like, hey man, one of the things about head coaching and like being great at that is like having the buy-in to what you're doing culturally. That is a organization that all the way top to bottom, even through struggles, they are all in on what DeMeco has. Now, one of the things that I did think of is that did come into play in both of these games was making those decisions, like the Commanders ultimately deciding to kick a field goal on that third, fourth down on that first drive. Like, hey, is this an instance where you need to keep pushing and get those points early? Or the Bills having a couple of 2-point conversions that ended up being vital and crucial in the end as they were trying to keep themselves right neck and neck with the Patriots, the Chiefs, in that game. Like, were those ones that they should have made? And that made me think of, there's been some DeMeco Ryans head coaching decisions where you play for field goals or you let time run at the end of halves. It's like, hey, you probably can be better and more efficient in some of those instances that I think of with DeMeco Ryans. But overall, I still like him as a head coach.
I think what most people are saying are variations of the same theme. It still comes down to the only element the Texans don't have is a next level play caller and the offense, consistently on the offense.
And
they're addressing that almost literally as we speak.
Yeah, that came up big.
Yeah.
We'll return to this conversation.
Yeah.
Joining us right now on the hotline here on Sports Radio 610 is the host of Area 45 and now Texas newsbreaker, Sean Bijani. What's happening, man?
What's going on, fellas? How are y'all?
All right, tell us about Mike Toman, especially how to pronounce his name.
He didn't even say hi to him. Sorry, I said hi, Bijani.
He knows how
I'm
I feel.
He just jumped right into No, I apologize.
Sean,
I will always give you foreplay, Bijani. I'll let you know.
I love you, Shawnee. But what do you know about Mike Toman? To me, his stadium experience might come in handy with what the Texans might have planned.
The company that he'd been with as president and COO since 2014, Legends Global Attractions, it was kind of a conglomeration between the Dallas Cowboys and the New York Yankees. And what he oversaw was a ton of growth. What I was told and, what I've read about was that he'd almost quadrupled, the size of what they were doing from a business sense and even expanded internationally. So this is a big move for the Houston Texans. They're getting a guy with a lot of experience in the industry. He's worked over a lot of people as a leader, well respected, very personable guy, but understands the sports team.
Yeah, and maybe with the renovations that they hope to have, he could come in. But big move for the Texans indeed.
Yeah, this is necessary. When you're an organization that, relative to the other 31 NFL teams, it's still a very young one. Less than 30 years old, less than 25 years old. With everything that is growing in the sport, this organization between Cal McNair and Hannah McNair, they're going to be looking to take the next steps. And it's something that I think, we're going to get used to. We need to get used to what they've done on the field, what they're continuing to do off of the field. It's an ever-growing business, and I think they're going to try to get the guys, that can lead them there. Yeah, we know with Doug Vosick and what he's done with the Houston Texans over the course of the last couple of years, just with their look, their appeal, uniforms, everything. This is just the start.
All right. And I mean, I feel like the business aspect of it, right? Like you make more money and there's more money for this whole thing to operate in a stronger way. However, I know you're a huge baseball guy, and while we got you, I do want to bring this up. Obviously, you see the Presley trade. It feels like it opens up like $8.5 million when you consider how much money the Astros are pitching in. Where are you now? How do you like the idea of Bregman returning, and how this all possibly situates with the way that you line up your outfield?
Well, he better return. I say that. I talked to Patrick the other night about this. I was like, if you do this Presley deal with the Chicago Cubs, you can't not bring Alex Bregman in. It's almost, you're not making this deal unless you feel really good about that situation. And Alex Bregman, the market has shriveled up for him this offseason, where at one point, according to reports, Scott Boras thought he was a $300 million player. He's not even a $200 million player right now. And this is the second straight offseason with Boras clients like Jordan Montgomery and Blake Snell and Matt Chapman and now Alex Bregman, that he's severely overplayed their market. And so for the Houston Astros to be in this position with Espada's confidence in it, Dana Brown's confidence, and I think something that we've never seen to this level before from Jose Altuve, his absolute desire and desperation to need Alex Bregman to stay and be a part of this locker room. That says a lot. This is more than just, Carlos Correa and Altuve not wanting him to go anywhere. This is more than just George Springer and him not wanting him to go anywhere. This is different. This is the heart and soul, and it's at a different level. So I think that I feel pretty good about the Astros' chances of coming to some sort of agreement with Alex Bregman. I would just be interested to see if it's really for the 156 or if it's bumped up a hair or maybe even taken down a notch. That's going to be interesting to see.
All right. That's the host of Area 45, Sean Bijani, breaking a little bit of Texas news on this day. Sean, we appreciate you greatly. Looking forward to listening to you later today.
Appreciate you guys. Yep. Be a few hours and then it's on.
There you go. Sean Bijani, appreciate you, man. As we keep on rolling here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Again, we mentioned last week that Greg Grissom out as the Texans Texans team president. After 4 years in that role and the entire tenure of this organization in some capacity, now Mike Tolman will be the next team president of this team. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go into what's popping. Includes Town's getting it popping this weekend, and a little bit of what we heard from Astros Fan Fest. We'll talk about all that next.
Take your NFL playoff and college football playoff experience to the next level, y'all, and cash in with Underdog.
Viant. Elevate your CTV campaign performance.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on a Monday in the Loop. After a fun weekend of stuff went on, and we'll start there because Saturday was really fun for Houston hoops in various capacities. We'll start in the college ranks where the University of Houston, in a AP Top 25 matchup, came out victorious. Double overtime game against number 12 Kansas, and they keep their Big 12 unbeaten streak alive. Man, what a fantastic basketball game with a lot of twists and turns. At one point, at near the end of the first overtime, with 20 seconds left, Ken Pom had the win percentage for the Houston Cougars at 0.4%. And they managed to
That's comical.
Down 6 points.
That's comical.
They turn over the basketball.
They missed some free throws.
They missed some free throws.
Yeah.
There was a huge three made in that moment, and the Cougars were able to tie back up second overtime and get a victory. It was, I mean, as much as I give the Cougars a lot of praise, there was a 13-0 run early in the second half when they needed to get themselves back in the game, close a deficit, and then take a lead. This team just kind of found a way to win. They really showed physicality against the Kansas team that you would have imagined would play better, especially with someone like at 7 foot, like Hunter Dickinson in the middle. They went after him time and time again, and just opportune knocking down the shots. Now, you mentioned making free throws. Actually. Yeah. I did want to bring this back. There was 2 free throws to send this thing to overtime or to tie this game up late that were really improbable, considering that this team shot 56% from the free throw line over the course of this game. It was one of those games that I was watching standing up, just kind of amazed that all sorts of things were happening. I was texting a few of the dudes from the station, including Ron and B. Scott, and just like amazed that this game was happening. But shout out to Juwan Roberts. He's a grown-ass man, and he was doing grown-ass man things. 46 minutes in this game with all the overtimes, 24 points, 9 boards. Man, a huge win over a big-time Kansas team.
That was to me a program win, right? And sometimes people throw that away around casually. They've been tested and proven so many times in the tournament or conference tournaments or whatever it may be. That was the program sort of flexing its muscles about how they play, and certainly reflection of Kelvin Sampson. And just the craziness of it all at the end was just incredible to watch. And who knows? I mean, their big wins have been huge in terms of, like, they lost to Auburn and Alabama, but since then they've been able to really show that program mentality.
Yeah, and that was the thing that Kelvin Sampson pointed to after, when early on in the season with those losses, he was like, no, I think that, like, we've settled down and we are now that team, and they're looking like it. Shout out to Emmanuel Sharp and Malik Wilson with big 3-pointers to send it into that second overtime when they really needed it. And so, shout out to the Houston Cougars getting a big-time win, keeping their 8-0 conference record, keeping that O there, which is nice. They continue as the number 7 team in the nation as of right now. They keep things rolling, and I believe their next game is against West Virginia, who's not a bad team either. They'll be playing them on Wednesday in I forget what the city is, but they'll play at West Virginia. The other Houston Hoops thing, you're not going to help me out there.
I'm trying.
I know it's up there in the mountains. I just forgot where it is in this moment.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
I know where Cleveland is, where the Rockets got a big-time victory against the Cavs on Saturday. Ahmed Thompson with a triple-double was, it's the star of the show in this, but offensively, they went wild. Everybody had some as a 135-131 victory and a nice sweep of the little 2-game set against the Cavs. And shout out to Byron getting in my ear and reminding me that it is Morgantown, West Virginia. Thanks for nothing, Lopez. I think the big thing for me with the Rockets go from one high-level competitor, knock them off, to another. They got the Celtics tonight in Boston at 6:30. This is an attempt to avenge the loss that they had earlier in this technical calendar year, January 3rd, where it's literally their biggest loss of the season. 109-86 was the final there. Opportunity to get some get back. And, again, get another win against one of the better teams in the league.
Look, man, the Rockets are contenders. It's almost like you say it and you're like, are they? Yeah, they are. I mentioned this earlier. They're 12-4 against the teams with the top 10 records in the NBA. 2-0 against the Cavaliers. 0-1 against the Celtics, and they play them tonight. 3-0 against the Grizzlies. They've beaten the Knicks, the Nuggets. All these teams in the top 10 that they have proven themselves against. They are absolutely contenders. They're at this point, they're 30-14. That is not a fluke. That is not a joke. That is not anything that you said, well, all they need is this. I'm actually kind of to the point where I'm like, no, we're good. We're good with this team, and let's ride it out. They just seem to have a certain, God, I hate this, chemistry.
That's not even that bad. Chemistry ain't that bad. I thought you were going to say something that was really egregious.
No, I'm not a big fan of it. Well, they got good chemistry because I throw it around too much. But in this case, it's accurate. They're a team that, at 30-14,
they got good vibes.
They actually all know how they fit into this scheme correctly. And Ahmed Thompson has just taken this team to another level. And now that he's clearly become an all-star caliber type player.
And that's a good point by the 713. Like, this is one of the best records in, but Vegas has them still pretty low on overall chance. I think the last time I looked was a couple weeks ago, but they were not top 10 in chance to win the championship. And I was just listening to a podcast with Mark Stein, who is a NBA insider. I think he writes currently for his own Substack. But well-respected guy around the league when he talks about the NBA. And I was listening to a podcast just yesterday of him talking about the Denver Nuggets are the best team, second best team in the West, and the best, challenger to the Thunder, even with how good the Rockets have been. So maybe that's we talked a lot about bulletin board material for the Texans. Maybe that serves as such for the Rockets right now. And I don't even know how much they're worried about that. It feels like it's all internal and trying to be the best versions of themselves right now.
They're on the fast track, and that might be a factor in people not quite buying in all the way just yet.
I think some of that also. I don't even know if it's a buy-in because, again, they've displayed it on a high level for anybody that's watching. And a lot of these people that are talking are indeed watching. I think that we're just falling back to a reasonable and well-tried portion of NBA basketball, which is you don't go in and win a championship on your first go.
No, I do subscribe to that myself.
Experience, right? You go and you take your knocks.
I think the playoffs are going to be an entirely different animal. But what I'm saying is they are a contender. They're going to be in those series. If you go back and look, they're 30-14, I mentioned. Their last Rockets team that started a year 30-14, 85-86, they went to the finals. 93-94, they became NBA champions. 96-97 conference finals, 2014 conference finals, 2016 semifinals, 2018 conference finals. That record that they have is not a fluke, and they have found and proved that they're going to be in the in the post they went. I do subscribe to that. You do have to get there. It's just been proved year and year and year, year after year after year that you have to do that.
Okay. So, yeah, the Rockets playing tonight, 6:30 against the Celtics. Another opportunity to maybe prove those doubters wrong, give them more buzz on the, hey, we do this at a high level. Some other things that are
the disrespect to the Texans right now on that graphic up there.
What are you talking about?
NFL job openings, offensive coordinator. They don't even list the Houston Texans.
I peeped that myself.
They don't even list the Houston
Pat
Texans.
doing right now? They're
What
like,
is
that's not a
going
job.
on
Don't worry
here,
about
man?
that. Or maybe they know something we
Come on.
Do they know
man.
something we don't know?
What is going on?
Do
Maybe
they know something that we don't know? In fact, somebody asked earlier, have the Texans, had any interviews? Not that I know of. Like that. I feel like when it comes to the Texas interviews, I don't think they have anybody external. I imagine that they would have free reign to talk to people internal, and maybe I would hope
You
that they
still
would
have
already
official interviews, even with internal.
Sure,
Yeah.
that is fair. That is fair. So I don't know. We'll see. Nothing official has been reported in that situation. Some other things. Astros Fan Fest happened this weekend, and we had people out there. Shout out to Adam Spillane, Baseball Spo, doing what he do. This was before we ended up finding out that Ryan Presley would waive his no-trade contract and go to the Cubs in that trade that would basically offload some money, bring back a ball pitcher in Bello. But we did get some other interesting things. Those guys talked a lot. Dana Brown, this was Dana Brown talking about the willingness of Jim Crane to spend that money.
Very, positive in terms of, what this organization does to win. And so, it would make some type of an impact. But, ultimately, I'm not sure what direction we'll decide. But if we could do something that makes sense, for this organization, then we will do it. If it doesn't make sense financially, then we probably won't do it.
All I heard was Alex Bregman. They're trying to either come down a little bit or hammer out that deal somehow.
Do you really think that they're going to, I feel like, and I guess this is, the word that I use is very apt, right? I feel like that 6 for
137, 57, something like that,
is still probably that space, right? I mean, I don't know that they are going to the place where they're like, now that Scott Boras looks like he really has lost his fastball on getting his clients big money, right? Are they now in the place where they're actually going to be like, all right, now we can lowball you, or are they just going to kind of bring him back on a deal that they felt like they could spend on before, understandingly that they have spent some more money now, but I feel like that average annual value is still probably in the right place.
No, I don't think a lowball is anywhere in their thought processes. I think what they're saying is this is the deal that we can do, the one that we made, the one that we offered. And then there is a certain amount of leverage all of a sudden that Scott Boras might have. It's like, look, you just traded Ryan Presley. Clearly you want Alex Bregman.
Yeah, but is that going to change?
But is that going to work? Yeah, is that going to change? Yeah.
Like, you might have something you can bring to this, but what does they actually have is who are the other bidders here?
Yeah.
And it seems the reports seem to be that this is still high watermark when it comes to offers. And of course, that is before we even consider like any sentimental draw that might still be there for Alex Bregman. Speaking of Alex Bregman, can I get Dana Brown 9? Because there was some conversations. There's the big question that people have asked, right, outside of just like, is he declining as a player or whatever, and the payment is just now that you have signed or you've traded for Isaac Paredes, now that you have Christian Walker brought in to play first base, where do you actually put him? And when it comes to that, Dana Brown said it seems to think it's pretty easy here.
I love watching Bregman at third base, so I can't imagine me putting Bregman or having Joe put Bregman at any other position other than third base. I mean, that's his home. He puts on clinics when he's playing third base. I mean, he's just as special as anybody, Gold Glove there, and so I can't picture him playing anywhere else but third base.
Me neither. Me neither. That's for dang sure.
Yeah. The question then arises, like, how do you make all this work with all these infielders? I think one of the things that's popped up is the idea of trading on Isaac Paredes. And I think the question that just keeps coming up is what outfielder becomes available for you in that space? And I need to do more looking into that because I have not seen it. But one of the things about it is just the idea that, okay, you're not going to sign Bregman and bring in an outfielder, buddy. There ain't no outfilders to be had, especially ones that
not
are
in free agency.
Not in free agency, right? It would still need to be a trade. So, yeah, go ahead and make sure that you get Alex Bregman in my estimation. with Ryan Presley, I think you end up with like 20 million thereabouts under the CBT number. And the average annual value we're talking about is like 26 off of that offered deal. So you're just dipping your toe into the CBT, the competitive balance tax is what that stands for. And if you border that with the Jim Crane being like willing to spend if it makes sense, dipping your toe in to retain the heart and soul of your team feels like it makes sense.
No, it does. I kind of want Paredes and Bregman, but maybe I'm just being greedy.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's what's popping on this Monday here in H-Town. Coming up next, look, man, the Texans, even though Pat McAfee and Adam Schefter and ESPN seem to not realize it, they have an opening for an offensive coordinator. Who would you like to see? Who are you leaning to right this moment when it comes to offensive coordinator? Because me personally, I feel like I might have been trying to make this harder than it needs to be. It feels very easy. I'll tell you why I mean next.
How close are the Texans to reaching the next level? And what do they need to do to get over the hump? to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. You're at Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Byron Matthews on the ones, too. Someone did ask, where is Figgy? He here somewhere.
He's got some work in the building.
In the building.
Yeah.
I like it. It sounds like we got him in the air conditioner ducts.
Yeah.
He's working he has some work in the building that he's doing.
Or it sounds like it's some top secret, like, oh, wow, what do you got planned? Not really. Just got some, sometimes you got to be at two places at one time.
That's right. And he'll be back. Don't worry about it. The mixtape will still go off as it is supposed to, and Figgy will be back with us. But, hey, man, Texas have an OC opening. I'm interested amongst the people. Where are you leaning on where you would like to see the offensive coordinator go? Before we get there, I did want to mention something that just minutes ago came across the timeline from DJ Bieniemy. He said that don't expect the Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud to be at the Pro Bowl games because he was invited as an alternate, but he declined, according to a source.
So he's already over it?
Well, I do wonder, like, do you think that there is anything to be read into that, or is that just he wants some time off?
I don't know. We'll find out when we're in New Orleans, because a lot of times these guys go to the Super Bowl city for obligations they might have.
Yeah, but you can do both. But there's the Pro Bowl games this weekend.
That's what I'm saying. But if he's in New Orleans, that's right. The Pro Bowl games aren't there, are they? Are they?
No. Where are the Pro Bowl?
Yeah.
Actually, I imagine that they would be in the city.
What I was going to say is, like, if he's in New Orleans and misses the Pro Bowl games, that might be like, he's just not interested or whatever. But I think he's kind of over it. Referencing, like, he's focused on sort of changing and all that. Hell, maybe he's still beat up. We haven't really discussed it. He got beat up pretty good. He played all the time, but he got beat up pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a possibility. Somebody said Figgy's finally been called down to HR. Hilarious. It'll be in Orlando again, the Pro Bowl games. Because I was remembering, like, they did do the Pro Bowl games in, like, Vegas that one time.
Yeah.
Was that last year that they did it in Vegas ahead of the...
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going back to Camping World Stadium, where everybody wants to go for their vacation.
Of course.
That's right. Orlando, Florida. But, yeah. C.J. Stroud will not be there. Don't expect that. But, yeah, let's go back to this OC thing, because clearly Bobby Slowik out as offensive coordinator. There's been some names that have popped up here and there. I'm interested to see if our listenership, 713-572-4610 on the YouTube and the Twitch as well, has settled in on a place that they think that this Texas team should turn to for their next offense coordinator.
Okay, so I think what we're hearing, certainly over the weekend, Clint Kubiak was one that we mentioned on this show. He's gone. He's
familiar name.
He's going to Seattle.
Had a nice stretch there as the play caller for the Saints.
Yeah.
He will go and be the new offensive coordinator of the Seattle Seahawks. I don't think that doesn't seem like there was a lot of communication even. Like, he was gone before he had agreed to this before you even opened up your position there on Friday.
Yeah. Nick Caley is another one.
Passing game coordinator for the Rams. He's been around the league for a while. He just hasn't been a play caller himself yet.
Has a connection with Nick Caserio. He's a John Carroll guy. Like Leo.
And that's one of the things that's also nice is that
don't sleep on that.
Yeah, that's
and I'll
fair.
explain it here in a second.
Okay, we'll get there. I think Nick Caley also, because he's been around a few different systems. Like right now, he's in that kind of like Kubiak, Shanahan kind of system.
Yeah.
Obviously under Sean McVay, right? That his iteration of it. He's worked, as you mentioned, like Patriots kind of circles as well. Like he's worked in different systems, so he has some of that experience, but he doesn't have specific experience as a play caller because obviously, at the very least, most recently, Sean McVay is his own play caller.
And I'm getting somewhere with all this. Ben McDaniels is, I would guess would be interested
in-house
in the coordinator job in-house, but we haven't heard a lot about him. He's got a Nick Caserio connection, being obviously all the Patriot stuff and Josh McDaniels and all that. Bill Lazor, the senior offensive assistant, I got to believe he would be interested as a guy that has been an offensive coordinator in the NFL in the past, has some experience. But what we're hearing has kind of been funneled down between Caley getting a job and Clint Kubiak getting a job and not really hearing all this stuff. It kind of comes down to Gerard Johnson in-house and Chip Kelly from Ohio State.
You feel like it's down to those, or not down to those two, but
what we've heard. Of the names mentioned, the ones that seem to still be in the mix are Gerard Johnson and Chip Kelly. That's where I am with this. I think that's what it's coming down to. And there's pros and cons on each side. And you guys know, you asked, who do I want to be the Texans offensive coordinator?
You're gonna be shameless about it. I respect it.
I'll be shameless, and I want Gerard Johnson, but I'm trying to be fair here.
Mm-hmm.
There's pros and cons with both these guys. Maybe there's some, and I'm sure there are other calls that have been made, but maybe there are some other. There's some other interest, maybe even some interviews with guys that we haven't mentioned and I didn't mention right there. But if I had to guess, it's kind of like those two guys right now, that have been getting the most buzz. Chip Kelly has enormous pros, like enormous pros. Been in the NFL, been a head coach. He's beyond proven, as a play caller. He is coming off a national championship. He's great with DeMeco Ryans. Has worked with DeMeco Ryans.
He was the head coach in Philly for 3 years. For 3 years,
yeah. So just
DeMeco Ryans played there.
All kinds of pros with Chip Kelly, but there are some cons.
I'm interested in hearing because I think for me, I've gotten to this place where I know myself, and I know that sometimes I can, I'm a recovering contrarian, as I like to say.
Yeah.
I know that I try to be as unbiased as possible, and I think that's sometimes the contrarian is like, all right, well, let's stop and make sure that you're not being biased. Let's just try and keep all considerations for all aspects of this. And I think I caught myself at one point, are you being a contrarian right now? Or are you trying to make this more difficult? And I think I was. I feel like I have gotten to a place where I'm like, yeah, give me Chip Kelly, and the reasons why are probably some of the ones that you talk about as obvious ones.
Yeah,
I think when you get rid of somebody, you have to consider with the new hire addressing those things specifically that you got rid of the other person for. And if I had to ask you, John Lopez, what do you believe are the reasons is no longer offensive coordinator for this Texas team?
Play calling in key situations. Obviously, making his offensive line fit his system. Certainly. I guess a lack of creativity in beyond his script, being able to adjust in game, being able to adjust his personnel to fit his style. Those are all things that maybe Chip Kelly could do. But some of the cons with Chip Kelly is he would bring in new system, new verbiage, new all things new staff. Or at least a big chunk of the staff.
I imagine so. And as of right now, your staff consists of everybody except for Bobby Slowik and Chris Strasser. The reporting, I guess I got to apologize to Cole Popovich, the assistant offensive line coach. He was not actually let go, even though the early reporting was that he was, and I know that I said as much on these airways when we got that on Friday. So, yeah, all of those things, all those coaches, rather, remain in place until a new coordinator comes in and can do some inspection. But it's fair to assume that you might see some changes there with a new coordinator like Chip Kelly.
So the cons and maybe the pros far outweigh them. I'm not going to argue with people. Like even Show came in on Friday after we broke the news here on this show about Bobby Slowik being fired.
Well, we reported the news.
Well, we
I don't know why
had the breaking news.
Yeah, I always feel weird about saying we broke the news. I didn't talk to no sources.
I had the breaking news.
Yeah.
And Ron came in and said, "You're not going to like this." I'm like, "No, I get it." Because he was saying, why bring in Gerard Johnson when he was part of the system that was here? He wants new blood.
Yes.
And I'm saying, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at that, Chip Kelly. I get the counterpoint. But there are some cons with Chip Kelly. Would C.J. Stroud appreciate and adapt? Do you want a third-year quarterback, going through that so early in his career with a new coordinator, probably new personnel, in key spots, because Chip Kelly would have a say in that. Like I said, anybody who says, it's got to be Chip Kelly, I'm not going to fight you. I get it. I'm not going to fight you at all.
No, I feel like the experience and the lack thereof for Bobby Slowik, right? I think that dynamic is huge. I know somebody already said on the text line from the 832, I don't want another first-time guy. We just went through that with Slowik.
I get it.
Not to say that there isn't another first-time guy that can do it, but in this moment, you got to hit. Right, and so going and getting another person and seeing if you can determine if they have the right schematic advantage for you is a little bit more of a test as opposed to somebody that has some level of proven, some level of bona fides in Chip Kelly. I think one of the things I also like about Chip Kelly is we talk about being the head coach of the offense. He has been a head coach before. In fact, it might almost have gone to a place of being a con in some ways, because one of the things that he did, and I know DeMeco Ryans actually spoke of it positively when he was first hired here, speaking of like Chip Kelly and how on the cutting edge of like the sports science parts of this, like sleep track and all that stuff that he was at Oregon, and he brought that to Philly. I do wonder how much like the players actually appreciated having that additional level of like kind of Overwatch necessarily. But like he has like a level of cutting edge to him that he has had, and he has been like really hands on and knows how to kind of be a boss. And so I think that can help. Like I don't know how that he'll need as much oversight, which I think is important when you have a defensive coach, head coach that is also a defensive play caller.
Just give the offense to Chip Kelly and don't worry about it.
And I think you could feel comfortable that he knows how to run an operation in that way. One of the things I'm interested in as well, like his system has shifted, right? Like he used to be like we're getting out here, we're running fast, we're getting a whole bunch of plays in. He has shifted over time, between Oregon and between being in Philly and even being at San Francisco, being at UCLA. Like the system has shifted, so he has a little bit of time with that. But he's used like zone read type stuff. And I do wonder if this interests you, because as somebody who was banging the table for the idea of C.J. Stroud using his legs.
Yes.
Like bringing in and I'm not to say that running the quarterback is something that is so foreign to any system, but I think he has implemented well zone read concepts in his offenses before. I do like the notion of bringing him in and being able to have him do that with C.J. Stroud.
As I mentioned, I'm not going to argue that. I think I would appreciate that, but I do want to mention, like, for anybody who's like on the cons for Gerard Johnson, first year play caller, and he would have to produce immediately and all that. I do want to address that.
Okay.
Because there's some huge pros, like enormous pros.
The confidence of the quarterback?
To have Gerard Johnson. And I think it goes far beyond just he and C.J. Stroud have a connection that is very close and goes back several years to his high school years. I think it goes far beyond that. You may not realize this because he's, if you just follow the Texans, cut his teeth with Nick Sirianni. He's coached in several different systems. It's Frank Reich with Indianapolis, Kevin O'Connell with the Minnesota Vikings.
Sure.
So what Gerard Johnson is bringing, and I can tell you this just from experience, he is a good soldier. Like, he is not going to, hey, Bobby, you're wrong here.
Buck the trend or whatever.
And buck what and go against what Bobby Slowik wants to do. But he's got his own ideas that are not just Bobby Slowik ideas.
Fair enough.
He's got a huge diversity of, again, Sirianni, Frank Reich, Kevin O'Connell, certainly, the West Coast offense. Hell, he coached for Mike Sherman. He played for Mike Sherman. So he's got all kinds of this different experience and the belief of C.J. Stroud. And then here's a very important one. Not just C.J. Stroud. Like, I don't think they want to mess with the foundation of what this offense is, with Nico excelling in this. Keep in mind what Nico was before Bobby Slowik and what was really the impetus for his explosion as a wide receiver. It was this foundation of an offense. He was good, but
but I feel like you can break down what Nico Collins does well, and that works in a lot of different systems.
Maybe.
Right? Fast,
but
fluid,
it happened here with
strong.
This offense.
Fair enough. I don't think you're wrong in that regard.
It wasn't. He was in his third year, man. When it finally broke loose. So what I'm saying is, like, I don't necessarily think that you want to upset the apple cart that much, and maybe DeMeco doesn't either. Like, I've said this last week as well. DeMeco loves as a defensive guy. The way that they can run, they can control the ball, they can get a lot out of their quarterback, even when it's not a superstar like CJ, or potential superstar like CJ or whatever it may be. So there's pros and cons for both. Clearly, again, I'm not going to fight anybody that says, well, Chip Kelly his resume can run circles around Gerard Johnson.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say you're wrong, because that's stupid.
Right.
But I think there are certainly pros with Gerard Johnson that are pretty strong.
Yeah, and I know on the YouTube somebody said they're not a Chip Kelly hater, but the guy has talented players at Ohio State for days. And I understand that. Like, you ask yourself, why didn't he do that at UCLA? And UCLA is just a very different circumstance in and of itself, right? Just being able to get talent. You have talent here with this Houston team, I will say.
And the 832 says, if that's all true, why hasn't Gerard been interviewed or hired by other teams? He was interviewed to be a head coach last year.
Aren't the Jets looking at him
right now? The Jets are looking to interview him this year.
Yeah.
He was interviewed for offensive coordinator jobs, at least 2 last year, but stayed here because of that connection with CJ and DeMeco, et cetera.
I do find it interesting because there's other people that are like, they like the chip idea, but they also think, is there a way that you can keep Gerard Johnson at quarterback coach?
Yeah.
I think that what you just talked about makes that a little different, is that, there's a possibility that his star continues rising and he goes and gets a job that is upward mobility, and I don't think you can, and I'm not sure that they would want to limit him in that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, that I would love the idea of, hey, having an experienced play caller and Gerard Johnson with the level of comfort that he has with your quarterback. Some other names that came in, someone said Byron Leftwich, a name that is interesting. Kind of profiles happened recently, which I imagine to kind of bring his name back into the fore ahead of this cycle. It doesn't seem like he's getting a lot of buzz around some of these jobs right now. Byron Leftwich, name that came up. Somebody said Gary Kubiak. I know you're not serious right now. And then some other names that came in as well. Still people talking about the idea of there's a decent amount of people that are talking about Gerard, decent amount of people that are talking about Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly still seems like a big name. And then Doug Peterson comes up as a name. And Doug Peterson, who obviously was a head coach with the Eagles, had a really good system there. Then obviously also head coach with the Jags. Does the Jags time take you off of him a little bit, especially with what was unable to be done with Trevor Lawrence in that offense there?
Yeah, a little bit. I think it does. It's almost kind of like he didn't make the most out of a quarterback that clearly was one of the more talented ones that he's been around.
So yeah, it seems like a lot of people are coalescing is the word I was looking for around Chip Kelly. I think also like big sexy name, like there's level of experience I think that comes in. And for me, I'm just like, I've seen him do some really good things offensively. He's a well-respected mind, and I've also seen him like adapt. It feels like all of those things do something to address the reason why you got rid of the previous coach. And so I'm like, and of course, that also in the inexperience that DeMeco Ryans also has, you bring in somebody that has head coaching experience to be another level of support, another level of help to DeMeco. I think there's a lot of wins within there. I do want to take a moment, though, and actually I don't have a moment to take, but I will take a moment to do this. Maybe it'll be a confession. I'll take a moment to do this. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, keep doing that. If you're not, you might consider doing that because starting today and going all the way through February 23rd, we got a little contest going on with the Odyssey app. You download, listen to the Odyssey app. Every 60 minutes, a minimum of 60 minutes, will get you a daily entry, and you enter to win what? A college basketball tournament trip to Vegas.
What else?
Travel and accommodations for 4 to Las Vegas, and $5,000
$5,000
for each of your guests, and totaling $20,000 to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of college basketball championships. So yeah, man, turn it on and listen on the Odyssey app in order for a chance to win that huge prize that is going on from now all the way until the 23rd of February right here. And you were going to listen to Sports Radio 610 anyway, so go ahead and do that. But coming up next is about that time where we do our confessions. We'll do those next.
Hold the phone.
Hello?
keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is weird even to me, Reggie. It's weird even to me.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I hate the Chiefs more now than I ever hated the New England Patriots.
Okay, so you also...
And that's saying something.
You're finding this to be odd?
What's that?
You're finding this to be odd? Because I'm still having a hard time, like, logically getting there, and maybe that's fair. The problem is I'm trying to use logic here, and people are just, like, viscerally mad about the Chiefs loss, which I get, but apparently not enough, because I'm just like, hey, man, there was actual big-time scandals around the Patriots.
Huge.
People are like, it does not
Multiple.
matter. Get these Chiefs out of my face.
Well, and I guess I tried to figure it out during a break with you, and I think this is where I landed. The fact that the NFL almost clearly, almost without question now, really wants the Chiefs to get to the Super Bowl again. The NFL is all about the marquee. What's going to sell? What's going to make us bigger? What's going to grow the audience? What's going to cross over into not just sports fans as the Super Bowl often does, but even beyond that?
Well, I mean, the Super Bowl itself.
That's what I'm saying. It always does, but even beyond that, even bigger, a bigger footprint. What's going to make us huge? The NFL is so into the Chiefs right now, and so it's almost. I say almost just to be fair, but it seems pretty obvious. They almost are doing everything they can, including wink, wink, maybe not telling officials what to do, but letting officials know, hey, when in doubt, let's give it to the Chiefs, man. You know, and I feel that. A lot of people feel that. Hell, they're talking about it right now in front of us on TV, and they have all week long across the country. And it's probably not all game, but there were questionable calls and all this other stuff, and they got Taylor Swift and all. So the NFL is like on the Chiefs' side here. I think a lot of people would say, right?
We didn't feel that way about the Patriots?
Here's the difference.
Okay.
I think the Patriots were sort of sticking it to the NFL. The Patriots were cheating the NFL. The NFL is kind of, quote, cheating for the Chiefs. And I hate that. Plus, I'm just tired of them. I think I hate the Chiefs more than I ever hated the Patriots.
I found that fascinating. And it seems, and I honestly, it seems like you have a lot of people that are with you on that. I just find that to be fascinating. And I use the word fascinating intentionally because I don't know that I'm like, I think that I'm not trying to go as far as like, I think that's stupid or anything. I'm just like, would not have imagined. I'm not sure if I can get my mind there.
Yeah.
All the way to that point.
Because the Chiefs were cheating. I mean, the Patriots were cheating, but they were cheating the NFL. They were Deflategate and Spygate.
It was literally sending people to practice.
And they were trying to put one over on the NFL. I think the NFL is trying to put one over on us now for the Chiefs.
I'm trying to remember who it was. I was watching a podcast, as it feels like is how we get all of our information nowadays. And one of those guys that was with the Bucs that first year that Tom Brady came through, where he was like, at their facility and they had windows and he was like, oh, we can't do this. Like, y'all got to cover those up because somebody could watch it.
Yeah.
And nobody had ever considered that until Tom Brady got there. And it's like, wow, if that's not just like a very evident idea that, hey, Bill Belichick was like, if we could see your practice, we are going to see
We're going to see your practice.
And y'all are like, nah, give me an 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Fair enough.
These are my confessions.
I realized that I was not prepared for my confession.
I got another one ready.
No, I got confessions as well. I realized why. Or sorry, actually, let's go to this one. Because since we're talking about the Chiefs, I actually want to stick with the Chiefs. Nebraska quarterback and Mahomes lookalike, Dylan Raiola.
This was great.
Was in the Chiefs locker room post game. How do I know it? Because one of the players, I'm trying to remember which one of the Chiefs players had him on their Instagram or one of these social medias. It might have been actually, I think it was TikTok Live. It was just like, here he is. And there he is, sitting there looking like Patrick Mahomes. And I'm like, dog.
Yeah.
I think it's cool having an idol, right? Like, we can talk about the various people in sports who have, like, tried to exist like their idol. You know, like, I mean, the whole Kobe Bryant Steves was just, I am trying to be MJ, right? However, you don't feel like a jock writer?
Oh, it's hilarious.
Try and be yourself,
dog.
No,
it's hilarious.
I don't think it is.
No, I'm saying it's bad hilarious.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Not the good
Dylan,
hilarious.
Dylan,
the bad hilarious.
I'm talking right to you, my boy.
Yeah.
You don't have to try and be Patrick Mahomes, like, yes, I appreciate that he is like a dude that you want to try and mimic or whatever, but you don't have to try and actually be him, man. Like, it's kind of sad.
Yeah, it's very sad, and I'm with you 100%. I'm like, dude, come on. It's one thing to kind of look at him, look like him, or act like him when you're in warm-ups, but that's more than enough.
What's up, fellas?
Oh, Figgy's back.
I'm back.
Figgy back.
Yeah.
I have nothing to report from there. So.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So we good, man.
Yeah, we didn't tell people where you were. We were just like, you got business around the building. So when you say you have nothing to report, everybody's like, what do you mean? And it does not matter.
Now
Yeah, just a little company meeting.
Okay.
No big deal.
Are we fired?
No,
Okay,
we
cool.
cool.
Excellent. I just want to make sure. It's always worth asking.
Yeah, so this is my confession. So I've seen a lot of people pretty much talking about Tom Brady, like, oh, he is so awful doing the broadcast yesterday. And I got to confess, I feel like if you got to bring him up, you got to bring up Tony Romo.
Oh,
man.
God, yes.
He is awful, man. And
Jim.
I'm never the talk about the broadcast guy all the time or complain. But man, yesterday I think what had it with me was when I want to say the Chiefs stopped the Bills on that fourth down play.
Yes.
And he was pretty much celebrating like it was over, and then come back around like, well, remember, it's not over. They had 3 timeout, guys.
Yes, it is.
I'm like, bro, like, you are ready to celebrate it, man, so it's damn near over.
Yeah.
So now you trying to come back around talking about, wait a minute, it's not over. They got 3 timeouts.
Yeah, I think
like, this guy's awful, man.
with
like,
Tony Romo, though, like, my thing with Tony Romo is, at the very least, he sounds like he's having fun while doing it. I think that was why he was a breath of fresh air when he came in. Like, outside of him, like, predicting plays, which I knew was not going to last that long because
he was out of the game.
He's predicting plays off of, hey, I've seen these scouting reports recently, and I imagine once you don't have those same scouting reports, it looks a little different. He brings a level of excitement, and at least that's something that he has that's different. Some of these other dudes are just out here watching it, and it's like, all right, that's cool, but
yeah, sometimes
make it feel like you're enjoying.
Sometimes
what we're doing
I feel like he just be saying stuff he feel like he got to say something.
Correct.
For sure. He does. It's not seems like. He does.
Me personally, I had no problem with Tom Brady. I felt like if I didn't know that was Tom Brady,
he's gotten better.
I just jumped in.
He's gotten better.
I feel like he's kind of average. Like, he's not bad. He's not great. I feel like he's okay. Yeah. He's like
he's not worth the money they're paying him, but he's all right.
Yeah.
Not my money.
No, he's not worth that money.
Yeah.
But no, he's just an okay guy.
Well, I think the problem with Tom Brady, though, is he's actively in a seat of a dude who is actually doing a really good job.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, that's what makes it worse.
It's funny y'all mention that because I have a related confession.
These are my confessions.
So there's this game I've been playing when we watch a Jim Nantz broadcast. My wife and I participate in this game. And I thought the streak was over. I thought the streak was over yesterday. But Jim came through, baby. Jim came through at the end. Y'all may not have even noticed it. So Jim Nantz famously always tries to, touch the heartstrings and find so-and-so who lost his grandfather, last week is playing this game with a heavy heart. And so-and-so whose distant cousin died, he just can't help himself. He always brings somebody's relatable, semi-relatable death into the broadcast. He's corny that way. He's hokey that way. And we're like, oh, there it is. Somebody died. Somebody related to that outside linebacker who's on special teams died, and he's playing with it. It took until literally seconds before the broadcast ended, but he did it. Did y'all pick up on this?
I didn't. I honestly, I always find myself amazed that I don't really internalize the broadcast. Like, I'm listening to it, I hear it.
We were like, he did it. He went through an entire broadcast without talking about somebody dying.
Good for him.
But he didn't.
Oh, never mind.
At the very end of the broadcast, and I should have pulled the audio, but I didn't. That's on me. So he said, see if I can remember this right. I'm sure the texters are going to help us. Like, he talked about January 26th, which was yesterday, which was the game of the,
I'm glad that 20 is in there.
So they punched their ticket to the Super Bowl on January 26th, the same day 5 years ago that Kobe Bryant died.
Yeah. I did peep that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I did.
He got Kobe Bryant's death into the heartstring thing that he does in every broadcast. He brought Kobe's death into it.
That kind of pissed me off, too.
Oh, no, I know what it was, because he said the last team to three-peat. The last team to three-peat was the 01 to 03 Lakers. And now the Chiefs are going to try to three-peat. on the day that Kobe Bryant died.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
He should have just brung up Nipsey Hussle at this point.
That's right. Doing it for Nipsey. The marathon continues. All right, I got one more.
These are my confessions.
So I was listening to Payne and Pendergast earlier this morning, and it's like Beetlejuice, because as soon as I said that, Sean Pendergast literally walked past the window. But I was listening to them, and it says, in talking about the coordinators that he would like, he brought up a name that I was like, are you for real? Which is Mike McCarthy, who is no longer the head coach in Dallas for the Cowboys, and obviously, can be a coordinator.
Yeah.
Except he shouldn't. He should not be the coordinator. I hate Mike McCarthy's offense so bad. He runs an offense that is like 07, 08, stuck in that time period. And go ahead and ask your Cowboys friends and family. Like, this is where the nice part of having the Cowboys friends and family around you. Go ahead and ask your Cowboys friends and family, and they should be pretty manageable, considering that they are like downtrodden by the Jerry Jones of it all and the Brian Schottenheimer. Like, they should be manageable. They shouldn't be annoying. Go ahead and ask them how they felt about Mike McCarthy's offense. That man was running like a whole bunch of hitches and curls. And if you go back and look at, just ask them about that Packers playoff game from a year ago, and how they got absolutely smacked because the entire defense knew exactly what they were going to do. With that predictable ass offense, do not bring that around C.J. Stroud. Don't bring that around me and my family. Don't do that.
Don't bring it around my family.
Keep him away. Keep the family away. Shout out to Kendrick.
Yeah.
And there you go. Those are our lunchtime confessions here on this Monday in Loop on Sports Radio 610. We Figgy back in tow too. Hey man, we running the 4-man weave today. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next. How about this? With the Rockets going and beating the Cavs again in the trade deadline, we're under 2 weeks to the trade deadline. Are we all good with the Rockets as is? No activity on the trade deadline, right? We'll talk about that next.
How close are the Texans to reaching the next level, and what do they need to do?
Vitamin branded vitamins and supplements.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. All right, we are 2 weeks out from the National Basketball Association, the NBA's trade deadline. In fact, interestingly enough, trade deadline will hit on the 6th when we are out in NOLA on Radio Row, courtesy of a flight by Yingli. They're helping us get out there, and we always appreciate them. But, yeah, man, that trade deadline coming up pretty soon. And, I mean, after yet another Rock Time team, and hopefully after another win tonight versus the Celtics, another big-time team. They're playing at 6:30 in Boston at TD Garden. We're all good on the Rockets making any level of trades now. Like, I know that they've been consistently in kind of conversations about this. We're 100% out on that, being done with that?
I am. I mean, let's be very honest about what the Rockets are doing right now. Not only are we just sort of happy that they're winning and they're playing well and all that, they have a certain chemistry. I hate saying it.
Yeah.
They have a certain,
I don't even like that. Doesn't even mean anything, but just the fact that it annoys you so much.
It does. That's what they have what you strive for. I'll put it that way. Like, you're looking for a team that everybody knows their role, everybody fits that role, everybody's willing. Maybe not Cam Whitmore all the time, but it seems like things are better.
No, well, all right, don't do that to Cam Whitmore, who, by the way, Cam Whitmore left that game on Saturday with an illness. So I think he is questionable for this game versus the Celtics. We'll see how that actually plays out tonight.
And you mentioned this, I think, in some way last week, and I think you're 100% right. They don't have a sixth man; they have a sixth and a seventh and an eighth man.
Yeah, they got a few of them.
You know, they're willing. And they fit and they buy in. I mean, all this culture stuff that we talk about with the Texans, they have it. And there's not a trade out there that I would want to disrupt that with.
Okay, well, Kelly Iko, you familiar with him?
I'm very familiar with Kelly.
Covers a few teams for the Athletic. One of those being the Houston Rockets, and he's put something that was interesting in that ecosystem. His ecosystem kind of a newsletter or whatever. It's not a newsletter, but kind of a column. I guess is the word that I was looking for. One of the things he talked about is the Rockets rebounding. Like, one of the things we talked about, they have a very particular path, and it feels like they've opened that path up over this month, but it feels like they have a very particular path to winning games. And that's what, Lopez?
That would be defense.
Defense?
For sure.
And included within that defense, rebounding. Yeah. Especially because
around the rim, offensively, yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant, like follow-ups.
Sure. Yeah. Being able to get that ball. I was looking at it over this month where the Rockets had been significantly better offensively. By the way, Rockets offense, after the last few games that we've had, top 10 offense. So that means they have the third best defensive rating, I believe the 10th best offensive rating. You're in a sweet spot.
You're in a sweet spot. Why disrupt that?
Well, the one thing I ask is because he was talking about, especially without Jabari Smith Jr., and he's not going to be gone forever, right? He is dealing with a broken hand. But the rebounding has fallen significantly. I mean, over the course of the season, they had been top 2, top 3 team rebounding. They have fallen back, especially in this month of January, which, again, a month that has seen them really knock down threes at a high rate, score offense at a high rate, as I mentioned, getting them up into a better place. Let me see if I can get back this rebounds per game, where, yes, they literally actually they're the best team in the league, rebounds per game. And then they get to the month of January, and they are now, like, they're rebounding at a different rate to where, like, they're 11th in this month.
I want to know about percentages, though, beyond the total rebounds.
Like rebound rate and such?
Because...
Well, I mean, it would stand to reason that if you're scoring more, maybe
that's my point.
These more, you're not having to get as much.
What I'm saying is, why has the rebounding gone down? Well, you know what's happened at the same time?
You're making more of your
Their
shot.
shooting has gone up. And their percentage, their shooting percentage, their 3-point percentage has gone up. The rate might contradict that a little bit, but that's not what I'm seeing. I mean, you know what? You watch these guys closer than anybody I know. I mean, I'm seeing a team that can still get those clutch rebounds, that can still, protect the rim probably better, defensively and offensively to scoop the ball.
Well, one thing I will say, in the month of January, their defensive rebounding rate, which would be outside of just knocking down shots, 25th.
Okay.
So, like, they are rebounding and it stands to reason, right? Alperen Şengün is now more often the lone big, although you're getting a lot of, like, real great crash in the glass moments from Amen Thompson. Alperen Sengun stands out there as like the lone big, and like he's doing some great work, great effort towards rebounding, but like he's not the guy who's just going to be a vacuum and bring all these in.
Sure.
I think having him and Jabari on the floor at the same time helped with that rebound. Is that enough of a thing, especially with the uptick in 3-point shooting, especially like Jalen getting Cam in there, and then Fred obviously finding more of his heat shooting the ball. Are any of these things enough to maybe shake you in any way on the idea of, hey, this team as constituted, maybe finding something around the edges, or are you just like completely no, this is what it is?
Look, you want a complete team. Who doesn't? You want a team that can do all of that and then some. What I'm saying is, not only are they playing at such, I want to disrupt this, and playing together at such a level I don't want to disrupt it, but I think they're way ahead of the game. I did not expect this from the Rockets this year.
I didn't
not
either.
This.
Yeah, I didn't either. And you made a good point where you were talking about the idea of teams that have started this fast in Rockets history.
I got it right here.
Pull it back up for me if you don't mind. I want you to roll that back out here, right? Teams that have started on
the Rockets
this
are
tear.
30-14.
Correct.
These are the Rockets teams that have started 30-14 or slightly better. 1986, they made it to the NBA Finals. 1994, they won the NBA Finals. 1997, Conference Finals. 2014, Conference Finals. 2017, Semifinals. And 2018, Conference Finals. Why you want to mess with that at this earliest stage in their development?
Well, I mean, the only thing that's come to mind for me, early on, it was the idea of maybe getting some 3-point shooting. Lately, it's been, this rebounding is a little tough, and I do wonder if that well, also, here's the thing, right? You hope that is fixed in some ways with Jabari Smith returning. But I think we're in a place where you can't take Amen Thompson out of the starting lineup, right?
No.
Not that, and then here's the thing: if you added something around the perimeter, that also would not affect the starting lineup, right? But it's one of those things that I'm thinking on. But in the next 2 weeks, I'm not sure if I'm going to change my perspective on. So I think I'm in the place where also this is the team that you ride with. I did want to ask you when you brought that up, right? Finals. Conference championship. What do you think is at this juncture where this team will or is most likely to land when it comes to playoff success and contention?
Well, I'm glad. One of the thoughts, and when I saw that, is maybe that's a little deceptive because those eras had some fantastic juggernaut proven teams in the conference. I mean, really, you only got Denver. Now there's not a lot of stud teams out there that the Texans are going to have. The Rockets are going to have to go through.
Yeah, you got OKC, you got Denver.
Yeah.
After that,
man, OKC too. Yes.
I think anybody could get got,
and they've beaten OKC.
They've beaten Memphis a few times, and then outside of that, you're talking about the Clippers. The Clippers are a team that is good, but they don't scare me. The Timberwolves have had some interesting things going on, but they've switched their team around, and they look like they've had some ups and downs. Yeah, man, everybody's pretty gettable in this.
There's no Warriors here, man.
Yeah,
so you're gonna have a shot as is.
Okay, so I think we're all hearts and all minds clear on this. There's still a couple
Are you
of
in the
weeks
same
to the
place?
trade deadline.
Stay put.
I'm in this place where I think you stay put. And honestly, again, I do wonder if there are any moves that get you out of the thing that the one thing that I think continues to keep people outside of this market in that place where I'm not ready to. I don't think the Rockets win a championship, and that's just the inexperience. And I don't think there's going to be a move that you're actually going to make that's going to put you in that place where you're like, okay, now this team is the experienced team that you feel comfortable going and finding it. It's going to. I think they're going to have to take some of their lumps in these playoffs, but it feels like they'll take those lumps in the second round, the conference semis, or maybe even the conference finals if they get circumstance situated right, where maybe you don't even see the likes of Oklahoma City or Denver in those first two rounds, and you would see one of them in a conference final if you get there.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a move that they could probably make to take them over the top right now. I think they're good where they are now, but I do think, and Jalen Green been balling out lately.
He's been playing really well.
I think if he just stay consistent, just keep doing what he's doing.
We've been asking.
Yeah, if he stay consistent, man, I think they could beat anybody, or they can beat anybody.
Yeah. By the way, just real quick, as we stay on top of the Texans, job openings and such, especially the offensive coordinator, Aaron Wilson is reporting that the Texans will, in fact, interview Gerard Johnson for their vacant offensive coordinator job this week.
Okay. Very good. I mean, to be expected, but now we have that.
Not the first official interview we've seen. Well, official from reported,
for the Texans.
Reported, yeah. All right.
So there you go. And when you talk about some of these news,
man.
Also, shout out to Gerard getting that opportunity, and then Courtney Cronin of ESPN making known that the Bears are actually hiring Declan Doyle as their offense coordinator, Dennis Allen as their defensive coordinator. So the Bears are finishing this out. But yeah, man, this is one of the reasons why you kind of had to get into the market if you were going to get into the market. Teams are starting to make their decisions on some of these, and now the Texans are getting going on finding their next offensive coordinator. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into the winners and losers of the weekend. Who do you have as winners and losers of the weekend? 713-572-4610. And why is it A&M? We'll do that next.
Hold the phone. To LB insider Bob Nightingale. Maybe Alex Bregman won't be leaving the Astros after. season. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, and for Day, you got Byron Matthews as well. What's up, Byron? I see you, dog.
Yeah, we do.
What's good?
I see you holding it down on the ones and twos. Thank you, sir. Let's get into our winners and losers of the weekend. Who are the people that you thought came out top notch on the weekend? Who are the people that maybe didn't? Text those in 713-572-4610. Lopez, I bring this again to your doorstep. Your Texas A&M Aggies basketball team.
Winners, baby.
Losers.
Gives it up to Larry. Clock is at 7. Here's Mark. Had a game winner last year against them. Off the window and in. Tremont Mark gives Texas its first lead of the game. Wade Taylor across midcourt. Off the rim. Texas comes from 22 down. And the Longhorns.
70-69. Nice for the Longhorns, maybe not so nice for your A&M.
That was up 20.
Number
22.
13.
Yeah.
22-point lead. Number 13, Texas A&M Aggies fall to 4-3 in conference, losing to the Texas Longhorns, who, as you heard on the broadcast, did not lead the entirety of the game until they did and won.
And what's weird is the game before, the Aggies did not lead until the final shot against Ole Miss. Which is ranked, so it kind of they got a taste of their own medicine there.
They had to give it back.
They had to give it back.
I guess the winner within that game would have to be Trey Johnson.
He was the entire team.
That's
what
right.
do you mean the winner? He was the entire team.
Out of 70 points scored by the Texas
KD
Longhorns,
out there.
30 points.
Yes.
And a lot of that was at the free throw line, but I imagine that's because that man was attacking the paint. But yeah, man, that's got to sting for the Aggies.
Well, I'm going to tell you
a lot of conference losses, but I imagine that's not going to hurt them too bad when you consider just how strong the SEC has looked basketball-wise.
Well, the Aggies have 5 wins against ranked teams, which is more than I think anybody in the SEC, and so that's why he was saying, "Oh, you're just coping."
It sounded like a cope.
No. Let me explain.
No. Before you explain, I want to make sure to defend myself here.
Yeah.
You said. Well,
I'm going to say it again.
The Longhorns needed this win more than the Aggies. Tell me that's not a cope.
No. That's not what I said.
That's some cope.
What? Okay, so it sounds like that. I will grant you that. The Longhorns needed this win a lot more than the Aggies did not need the loss. And let me explain. The Aggies had those 5 wins. They're a solid 3 or 4 seed right now on all the bracketology stuff and all that stuff.
I haven't even started looking at bracketology.
They're I want to make it very clear. That hurt my heart. That's always tough. You don't want to lose to Texas, all that stuff. But what I'm saying is,
45
that was
second half points.
Would you go with this? That was a bigger win for Texas than it was a bad loss for A&M. I think that's without. They needed it for the resume. They were kind of a bubble,
and
yeah,
all that stuff,
all that kind of stuff. Yeah,
you say so,
but it still hurt. It still hurt.
Cope.
You see it, right?
You see it. He's trolling.
That's right. Some other winners and losers on the weekend. Losers were the Philadelphia pole greasers because as we know, Philly, they go wild when they win games. Apparently, like not even just championships, but any game. And this game, admittedly a big one, NFC Championship game. They get a big victory over the Commanders, mind you. And numerous pole climbers were spotted again on Broad Street in Philadelphia after they won 55-23 over Washington. Is there anything that they can do to keep them people from being wild?
No, I heard. Oh, I shouldn't say I heard. Like I have sources, but
sources. Philadelphia.
I read that they actually just said, "Screw it, we ain't gonna." They started to grease some poles, and the guys.
So maybe they didn't grease all the poles.
We're out here. It ain't gonna help.
Yeah. I seen the video. I think somebody was out there celebrating. And they heard some gunshots
and fireworks.
Yeah, somebody was like, "That sounds like a gun." Oh well,
fireworks. All right.
Yeah.
What's the Houston equivalent of like climbing poles?
What is the Houston equivalent?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what are we just get out here swinging again? You know what I mean? Is that what it is?
I will say I hate, and this happens every year, like July 4th and January or New Year's Eve, when cars stop on the highway to look at the fireworks show. They start lining up and stopping. I'm like, dude, people are trying to get places here, man.
Too bad. You should have thought about that before you started driving.
Exactly.
You know that we gonna try and watch these fireworks. Oh, by the way, tangentially because of that, I imagine Cowboys fans are losers.
Yes.
An coach hire while also your 2 biggest rivals in the championship game that you've not been able to reach for 30 years.
Yeah. The only thing they could agree on in the parking lot, the Commanders and Eagles fans, was the "We suck, Dallas sucks" chant.
Yeah, which I was like, that's kind of dorky, but also, man, that's got to suck if you're the Dallas Cowboys. All right, how about a winner on the weekend? And I'm so happy you made it back here, Figgy, for this.
Okay.
Madison Keys is a winner on the weekend. She defeated world number 1 Aryna Sabalenka in the Aussie Open final to win her first Grand Slam title. Now, she turned pro at 14 years of age. Madison Keys did. And Madison Keys is not, I mean, she's not old, but she's 29.
Yeah.
Like, it has been a 15-year
She's been around
career.
for a minute, though. Yeah, she's been around for a minute.
And not only did she beat number 1 overall, on her path, she knocked off a few folks that were really good on this one. I know that she knocked off Iga Swiatek, who is a number 2. She beat Danielle Collins, who's world number 10. Like, she had a really strong run in this Aussie Open, knocking off a whole bunch of people to win her first Grand Slam in a 15-year
So she had the Ohio State run. Pretty much.
She did. She beat all the top-ranked teams. She beat all the top-ranked teams.
Yeah, no, that's good for her because Sabalenka is really good, man. I thought she was going to run away with it, but salute to Madison Keys.
Yeah.
By the way, I did not know she was black.
Yes, yes, Madison Keys.
I did not know she was black. So
she's very, very yellow bone, as we like to say. She's very light skinned.
Salute, Queen.
What you laughing over there for? We're having a moment, sir.
I'm not laughing at anything.
No, but it's funny that it came in her career that once she was like, okay, it's fine, like mentally in this space where I'm not going to worry about it. That's when she broke through and actually got the championship win. So salute to her for that. I would like to go back to a loser, and that is Prestige Television. And the reason why I say that, and I heard this earlier this morning on Payne and Pendergast, Marlon Humphrey is a defensive back for the Baltimore Ravens. So currently he is at home, and I guess he was not watching as much. He wasn't watching football.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, right? Like when you're off work, I would just be off work.
Yeah.
But apparently, he sent a tweet. And it read that, I done lost it. I done lost the damn tweet. But he was talking about the fact that him and wifey, there it is, me and wifey tried to watch Game of Thrones the other day, ... It's absolutely trash.
I seen that.
Ooh, I don't mind that.
Really?
And I'm not going to pass judgment on that. But at least he has an opinion on it. I've never watched it, so I can't tell you.
I tried to watch
one way or
it.
the other.
I'm not really a fan of it.
Wow. I didn't realize I was in here with some Game of Thrones haters.
See, that's the thing. I'm not about to say it's trash.
Yeah.
I'm not about to sit there and say this garbage and overhyped. It's just wasn't for me.
Not my thing.
I couldn't really get into it.
Not my thing either.
And I was like,
That's what it is.
I was like 5-6 episodes in.
Yeah, I didn't see anywhere where like he gave his reasoning as to why. And I know that the guys on the morning show were just like, kind of ripping it a little bit. I think one of the things that
Sean really loves it.
Yeah, no, Sean, and I really enjoyed it.
Right? He does?
Yeah, they're both in on it. They're both in on it.
That was the only show that was in on it.
Yeah, for me, but I also recognize that one of the reasons, and I jumped in late. Like I jumped in maybe in like season 5, and I did a binge to catch up to everybody else. But that's because I was so used to seeing people tweet about it live, and I think that the show works a lot better, or at least it was a lot more fun for me watching it as everybody else was watching it, or even like live tweeting it and having that communal aspect. I wonder if you went in now in the year of our Lord 2025 and you're like, I'm going to catch up on this thing without that community aspect. You're just like, who is that? What's happening?
Oh, yeah.
What is the inertia to keep me going through this? Whereas like week to week when it was on, you were like, everybody was talking about this. Everybody was, and you're just like, oh, okay, this is a cultural thing. And somebody said you just got to keep going. When is the time where you just got to keep going through?
I don't understand. See, like
when do you stop?
Yeah, that's the part I don't understand, man. Like I was 6 episodes in. And I'm just like, man, what am I doing, man? Like, I could be watching something else.
For Game of Thrones?
Oh, you got to keep going. Yeah.
For Game of Thrones, I would say up to episode 9. I feel like that's when...
You got 3 more figures. Get to
yeah,
work.
Wow. That's when I really got hooked to it. I almost stopped watching after season 3 because of one episode that really ticked me off. But I really enjoyed it. So
It's funny, when we was up here, I think it was for the Freeze or something like that. And I spent the night up here, and they was watching that show, House of Dragon.
House of the Dragon, yes, sir.
Yeah, so I was sitting like, hey, Figgy, you want to watch? I'm like, I have no clue what this is.
Yeah, it's tough.
That show sucks.
Yeah.
Wow. House of the Dragon slander.
House of Dragons, bro.
But I was sitting there, and after it was all this little action going on.
Yeah.
And afterwards, all all the people that, well, they down one dragon now.
That's right, they were.
Yeah, so now I don't know what the other team is going to do.
It's a political drama.
You can't even, you couldn't get me to watch that.
Yeah,
that's just not my thing.
It's a fantasy political drama.
Okay, the answer is no.
I mean, that's fair. I'm not saying you have to. I was just trying to better explain what was happening.
You really got to get into
this
it,
team
man.
lost.
I ain't saying that.
So this team lost their dragon.
Yes.
That's right.
And now this team got other dragons.
Yes.
I'm just like.
And my answer is, we're talking about dragons here?
All right, AI.
No, my team was word. I was like, word. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Let me
Rob,
ask you about a winner and loser here. Sorry, go ahead.
No, Rob on the YouTube said he didn't need to watch it. He knew everything that happened because everyone wouldn't shut up about it, and that is very fair.
That's true, too.
Marshawn Lattimore.
Yeah.
That guy wants to fight everybody. Like, he just wants to fight everyone, doesn't he?
Sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
I mean,
you ain't doing nothing else good, so
he
you might as
got
well
Mike
fight.
Evans back in the day, and then he was fighting everybody else. It's pretty wild with him. How about Joe Shane?
Yeah, Joe Shane got to be a loser on the weekend.
I got to be the biggest loser, man.
He's got to be a big one. How about this, right? You look at it, and even just from the Saquon Barkley perspective, 15 attempts for 118 yards, 8 yards a carry. 3 touchdowns, and he was asked after the game if, like, hey, is this the kind of the reason why you wanted to come to the Eagles? He said, of course. Like, this is the whole reason. This is the whole.
What are you saying?
Like, I had a homeboy who was like, if I'm Saquon Barkley, I am upset. They comes a shit to me to Jalen Hurts on these tush pushes, and I'm like, brother. That man was languishing on the Giants. He ain't won a damn thing in his professional career. That man is on cloud 9. In fact, he's on cloud 10, 11, and 12 right now because he gets to go to the gosh darn Super Bowl. He couldn't, I'm not sure if they would even let him buy tickets to the Super Bowl playing for the Giants. Like, he's probably having a blast right now.
Yeah, so not only that part with Joe Shane, but remember, his son told him to trade up and draft.
Jaden Daniels. That's right.
And so now you watching
both of them.
Yeah, you watching Jaden Daniels on one end, and you watching Saquon on the other end. You could add both.
Yeah.
That's right. And by the way, another winner that you could put is just like the Eagles offensive line, or just Howie Roseman in general, all the talent, but the Eagles offensive line, because I had completely forgotten that Will Shipley got drafted to the Eagles. Will Shipley.
How about him? He was like, I got to go in.
Running back for Clemson.
Yeah.
And
see the way that brother was running?
Man,
last play?
I do
His
love
eyes was crossing. He like, I never ran this long day in my life.
He's like, why was I so open? And this is the thing about Will Shipley. I do appreciate a level of like recognizing your limitation.
Yes.
Because he was still probably about 20 yards from the end zone. He was like, I'm not going to make it. He covered up that. He put 2 hands on the football like,
tackle me.
We're getting about to that time where they should be running me down right about now. Let me go ahead and cover up so I don't fumble.
The brother was cross-eyed, man. I'm like, he about to pass out. He got his touchdown, though.
Yeah, he did.
Somebody said the most popular series ever, and people trash it without even low, close-minded. Hey, man. And when it comes to counter, not everything's for everybody.
Hey, I got 6 episodes in, man. I should be able to have an opinion. No, I ain't saying it's trash.
Yeah.
But it's not.
And by
me,
the way,
man.
it's not the most popular show ever. It's a popular show. That's wrong, first of all. And I didn't trash it.
What is it, like MASH?
It's a popular. I don't even know. Where's the list? I mean, where'd you get this? Where's your data? So what's your source?
What's
your
sources?
But I didn't trash it. Y'all can watch it all you want. What did I say? It ain't for me. It's not for me.
For another loser on the weekend, I just feel like I'm leaning into a whole bunch of losers. The University of Kansas basketball team. Oh my goodness! And it might, you know what? And it might also just be Hunter Dickinson because Juwan Roberts was giving him the business, and he also had a couple of instances where he was on the Summer Jam screen, like you know how you just end up in the picture on a very bad moment. Yeah. The turnover that KU has late in, I believe it was
first overtime? Yeah, first overtime.
That ultimately allowed Houston, who had a 0.4% win percentage chance, according to Ken Palm, to tie to get themselves closer. The turnover was going into him, and that was stolen.
Yeah.
He did not make a very good play on the basketball. They get the ball over there. I think that one was the Emmanuel Sharp 3 that was knocked down. Might have been the other one. Correct me if I'm wrong. But then that 3 goes down, and that is like, oh, okay, now the game is back in play where we thought it was over. And then he also had one of those instances where he had an opportunity late in that second overtime. He had opportunities to get rebounds that would have solidified the game. He's over here, why go up? Like, hey, man, you 7 foot tall. If you don't box somebody out.
Yeah.
And there you go. KU, they lose a game that they had every possibility and every right to win. Every chance to win. But thanks, the University of Houston does thank you and salute you for that, because that gave them the opportunity to keep their unbeaten streak in Big 12 basketball going. Were there any other winners and losers on the weekend?
A little shout out here because I said this early on. If you were not listening, I hate the Chiefs with the white-hot passion of 1,000 suns. But I might be kind of happy for DeAndre Hopkins if they do end up winning. Like, you think about it, how many truly great Texans have ever had this chance? Owen Daniels was the only one that I could think of. Not Andre Johnson, not Arian Foster, not J.J. Watt. So it'll be kind of cool. As much as I hope he doesn't do it, if he does, I'll be happy for him.
Did you see the bar that he dropped after the game?
I don't think I saw that one.
You didn't see that?
No.
So
he said they traded me for pennies.
Pennies in my prime.
Yep.
Which, I mean, not wrong.
Yeah.
Hey, Bill O'Brien. What's up, dog? He talk about you, brother.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, man. It is good to see the 32-year-old be able to, have the opportunity to go to the Super Bowl. He's really thankful to the Chiefs. He said they gave me a shot, and of course, yes, he did drop the bar. That is, I was traded for pennies in my prime. Basically, look at me now. So yeah, hold on to that, Bill O'Brien, and of course, I will never forgive Bill O'Brien for that, because I was so
we
mad.
were blown away.
I was so mad.
We were blown away.
And yes, somebody did mention that Derek Carr has a Super Bowl ring.
Well, he wasn't a star.
No, he wasn't, and
Yeah.
I mean, this man has an opportunity to actually affect winning in that Super Bowl. It seems like no. Are we just in general, is the general public in any way a winner or loser based off of this this matchup that we've gotten?
We're
Chiefs,
losers
Eagles?
Outside of a 50-mile radius of Kansas City.
Okay, and Philadelphia and the greater Philadelphia.
No, Kansas City.
Delco.
Everybody else, nobody really cares.
Okay, very good. All right, there you go. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, he's back in the building, and it's time we turn it over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. Fig, what you got?
Yeah, so an awkward interaction with a comedian and a musician. They might need to go on the Maury Show. Plus, Cowboys made an interesting hire, and AI Jerry Jones got some explaining to do.
Oh, wow.
No.
You'll hear from him.
All right, we're doing AI
We're doing AI stuff?
next.
All right, Franklin team right now.
special rewards, and more at davidsbridal.com.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's Tuggy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on Monday.
That's right.
Happy Monday, fellas.
That's right.
Happy Monday.
It feel weird doing the mixtape in here with y'all.
That's
I'm
right.
used to being behind the glass, but
all right, y'all gonna switch real quick, Byron and Figgy. Y'all gonna switch?
Nah, we're good. I'm gonna see how this feel, man.
Right.
I'll be behind the glass tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I want to get y'all take on this, man. So, are you guys familiar with Billy Corgan?
Why is the name so familiar?
He's a singer, right?
Yeah, he's I think singer, guitarist for the Smashing Pumpkins.
Yeah.
And did you know that him and Bill Burr are brothers? Or
the comedian?
What?
They look alike.
Hold on. It got a little dicey. Like, I'm not sure if this is true or not, but some stuff went down. So Bill Burr was on the Howie Mandel Does Stuff podcast.
There's no way they're brothers. They're not even from the same place.
Hey, hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute.
Okay.
So
adopted.
They were like,
wait.
Look,
Okay, I'm waiting. I don't want to ruin it.
They were like two little bald babies. They got to be brothers.
Hold on. So Bill Burr was on this Howie Mandel podcast.
That's a third bald man.
Yeah.
How many bald men can we put in the same room?
Yeah, all these bald fools. But
with all due respect.
Yeah. So they were on the podcast, and he decided to bring in Billy Corgan. And Bill Burr was kind of like, what's going on here? He looked kind of upset. Before we get to what actually happened, here's Billy Corgan with the Howie Mandel podcast, pretty much telling the story on his dad.
Okay.
My stepmother said to me, "Do you know who Bill Burr is? Bill Burr might be one of the children that your father sired in his days on being a traveling musician."
Wow.
So he told
using the word sired is insane.
Sired, like he's a horse.
Like that's Game of Thrones. Like, what are we talking about? Medieval times?
Yeah. So that happened before Bill Burr got on this podcast. So now, fast forward, Bill Burr is on the podcast, and Howie decides to bring in Billy Corgan. Just like without telling him or anything.
Oh, he got ambushed.
Yeah. So,
oh no.
So just
Howie Mandel did that?
Yeah. So here is Billy Corgan with. This is actually Bill Burr with Billy Corgan, and Bill Burr meeting him for the very first time. They never met.
Okay.
So this is how it went.
Look who's here.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Sit down.
You're an ass.
Billy Corgan. Billy Corgan.
Yeah.
I'm an ass.
Yeah,
I thought this would be great to bring a family together.
Well, he didn't tell you. He told me you were totally cool with me coming. That's what he does. That's what he does.
I thought it would be
so
a
then,
good
like,
surprise.
can this be like edited out, or no?
I can go. I mean,
No, I'll do it. Like, did you ever think the fact that I never told that story, that maybe you shouldn't? Did you ever, how many like emails and crap that I got? Like, I sort of like went away from that.
So let me just fill in. Let me just fill in.
Do we talk on a regular basis?
We've never met.
Bro, I gotta watch this whole thing.
So drama. So apparently Bill Burr knew about this possible situation, but didn't really bring it up, and it sounded like he really wasn't a fan of what his dad was out here doing.
Yeah.
Philandering.
Yeah. So
sowing his wild oats.
Well, he sowed a lot.
That's right.
Yeah. So here's Bill Burr and Billy Corgan again with Howie explaining the situation. And I want to know, because a lot of people said maybe this is kind of fixed, where Bill Burr just kind of going with it. But Bill Burr sound legit upset.
Yeah, Bill Burr doesn't seem like a dude who just goes along with it big.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's part 2 of it.
So Billy Corgan was nice enough on my podcast to talk about the fact that he told a story that he had never told before, that his father traveled. If you do the math,
he was a piece of shit.
With
and he had two kids this close together, and he named them the same fucking name. He thinks it's different because he's Billy and I'm Bill. Like, that's how he told the difference.
Well, I was Bill when I was young. But you're right. I mean, with all respect.
I just thought.
Whatever. You know, it's not that I don't like him. It reminds me of all of that shit. So, you know,
it's saying what I've been hearing.
All right, whatever. I mean, I like your music.
I appreciate it.
Great.
Would you? Oh, you know what would be cool if you let your brother play drum.
This is wild.
That's spite. I do appreciate, though, like, it makes sense when he lays it out further because Bill Burr, if you've never seen his stand-up.
It's pretty strong.
He could be a pretty, it's very good. He could be a very angry guy. It's something that he's dealt with a lot in his time. And I was like, okay, the reason why he got so mad was not like Billy Corrigan. It's just that brought up thoughts of his dad, which I imagine took him back to when he was a less refined human being.
Yeah.
The first thing he said to him as soon as he walked in was, "You're a-hole."
Mm-hmm.
And they never met before.
Yeah.
And this
because he heard him tell the story.
Yeah. So he was pretty much saying, why would you tell this story? Like, I haven't told this story.
Yeah.
And now I'm thinking about old Papa was a Rolling Stone guy.
Yeah. This is fascinating to me.
Yeah.
Man.
So you had a lot of people in the comments saying, "Oh, they just rolling with this, or it can't be real." But if their father was out here in these streets like that, you never know, man.
I get the resentment. What you're talking about, Reggie? Like, it's not you. It's like, dang, you're reminding me of what an
I like your music.
Dad was. I like your music.
From the that was him he was offering and extending an olive.
He like, it's not you. I like your music.
Hey man, you be playing that guitar, dog. But you know, your daddy, bleep him. From the 832, I miss Bill Burr punting for the Texans.
Oh, because
Cam Johnston.
Yeah, Cam Johnston looked just like him.
we're doing the all bald white man
look
looking
just like him.
Hey, maybe they got the same.
Oh
dad,
wow,
too.
Wow, we got
plot thickens.
Hey, get Cam Johnston on the phone.
Man.
We need to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, maybe you need to tell that story or something. So if you was living under a rock, the Cowboys hired Brian Schottenheimer as their Nets head coach, and I did not see this coming. I thought they was going to go in a different direction.
Because you were thinking as a reasonable human being.
Yeah, they got the one guy nobody wanted as a head coach.
Yep, Jerry Jones wanted him. That's all. That's the only vote that matters.
And I want to say that, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they had a press conference earlier today.
Yeah, Jerry Jones apparently cried.
Yeah.
That might be part of the mixtape tomorrow.
So here is, so whenever something like this happens, I feel like people like to make their own fake press conference on what it should be.
Yeah.
So, somebody had to come up with an AI Jerry. So AI Jerry Jones. Here's the AI Jerry Jones press conference on why he hired Brian Schottenheimer.
I hired Brian Schottenheimer because he's a cuck dork who likes being tied up and watching me Cowboys fans in the parking lot of a Cheddar's. If Cowboy fans think things will get better after I die, well, I got news for you. The only person dumber than me is my son, Steven. Hell, I caught that boy humping a doorknob when he was 27, and he ain't been right ever since. That's why I don't spend money on free agency. I had to spend $1 million replacing all the damn doorknobs in this place. The last time we won a Super Bowl, I could still get without taking. Nowadays, my digger just looks like a wet biscuit. Call me a ventriloquist because I just hired another puppet. I did tell him he can't wear that ass visor anymore, too. He looks like Squidward in that thing.
Well, it's good to know that AI can't replicate everything because that don't sound like Jerry Jones.
It sounded a little like Jerry Jones.
Yeah,
it did.
It sounded way more coherent than Jerry Jones.
Yeah, but it sounded a little bit like
you didn't have enough uhs in there or anything.
I love this AI stuff far more than I should.
Yeah.
Which is at all.
Which is at all, probably.
Correct.
Yeah, probably. That is amazing.
Yeah, this is bad for Cowboy fans, man. I've never seen Cowboy fans like this. This is the second year in a row where I seen Cowboy fans
down
horrendous. Just no hope at all.
Yeah.
Where they're borderline ready to just
Where
get
is
away
their
from
hope?
this team.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
Because again,
where's their hope?
It's an organizational thing. Like they've actually had dudes that have drafted really well. And here's the tough thing about it for them is that the main person that you can point to is like, yo, this dude is helping them draft well, is Will McClay, who is head of their scouting basically. And I'm pretty sure that he has remained where he is. well paid but undertitled at the very least, in part because like he is waiting for like his child or whatever is going through high school still.
Yeah.
Once he gets to that point and he's like untethered physically, like I'm not saying that he will be, but I imagine it's a lot easier for another team to come through and be like, hey, would you like to actually be a GM and have like full control of a team? And what happens if they lose the ability to do all the nonsense they're doing over there?
But not only that,
they'll be down horrendous.
Like Texans fans are sitting here going, well, I don't know about Gerard Johnson, first-time play caller. Hell, they just hired another first-time head coach with Dak there, with Micah there, who nobody else even interviewed.
Yeah.
Or wanted to interview.
Correct.
Yeah. And then on top of that, man, I mean, you still got Dak Prescott. Like,
that's what I'm saying.
Depending on how you feel about him, like, I don't know if he's going to take
in his prime.
I don't know if he's going to take you to the next level.
He's had significant injuries, and for a dude like he I don't know that he depended on his mobility, but his mobility was part of it. As he becomes less mobile in this league where it feels like you need to be mobile, his arm isn't like the part that you go, yo, that is phenomenal.
Right.
They are getting into a bigger and bigger hole.
And then they bring this guy in.
Vaya con Dios, Brian Schottenheimer.
Yeah, man.
Call your daddy up. See what he said.
hey,
see if he can help you out.
Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, T's and P's, baby. T's and P's.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. How do y'all feel about this collab?
I mean, quite frankly, it's bullshit.
Okay. Well, that's a hint.
So, Popeyes and Don Julio collabing together for the Super Bowl.
I need
Did
to know.
y'all hear about this?
Yes, but I need to know what it is.
So we don't know what it is yet.
They're trying to corner a demographic in the most racist way possible. Is that what's happening?
So what they did, I guess they doing a collaboration. They released a teaser video on Instagram, and this video have like a DJ spinning Latin beats. Popeyes, the takeout box rebranded with Don Julio, tequila vibe, that type of stuff.
Are they going? Is anybody going to start selling?
I was wondering, do y'all have any clue what this could be?
No.
Doesn't sound appealing.
But
like
what?
They go together.
Well, I'm sure.
Of course,
I'm sure they go together. Come on now.
But you got to think.
Eat you some chicken, get you in that space.
Yeah, I mean, that would go together if I'm at the crib.
Yeah.
But if I'm at Popeyes.
Yeah.
First of all, who are the people that are like going and eating at Popeyes necessarily? I feel like.
No, I'm just saying they're not selling. I mean, are they selling? I don't think it's going to be an alcohol drink.
No,
right?
that'd change their entire.
So
is Don Julio going to make a chicken flavored?
That's what I'm thinking. Like Don Julio glaze.
Maybe that
crispy chicken. Or
maybe
something.
that.
I don't know if that would even be any good, but at least you could maybe talk me into.
Well, they got bourbon glaze. Why not?
Yeah, that's what I'm
saying.
Yeah. So I'm wondering what this going to be. So they're going to debut it on January 31st. So I guess mark your calendars. Keep an eye out.
Is this going to be a
that.
Super Bowl commercial?
Probably, or some level of Super Bowl tie-in.
Yeah, I think so. I think they probably gonna have something with that, but I'm kind of curious what it is. I ain't gonna lie, this kind of seemed a little ghetto.
From the 832 Chicken and Margs, somebody said
very ghetto.
Yeah, no, for sure. I do wonder though. It's like, are these companies are getting to a place where like, hey man, the market is so flooded, and in order to like, especially the attention economy, is like in order to get attention, let's take two just completely outlandish things so they can drum up
like
attention.
It goes together.
I know, like I mean, it's cool if I'm having to get together tonight. Man, let me get some Popeyes. I got some Don Julio. Let's have a good time.
They're just kicking back at the house.
That's cool. I never saw them two partner up together to create a product.
Right. One of the things that I always was like nature of advertising. The people that advertise need to sell something, or like there is some need for the publicity. Does Popeyes really need publicity? Like I feel like Popeyes exists in an ecosystem that continues to sustain itself.
See, the thing with Popeyes though, they run like a weird type of advertisement thing because they really started with the chicken sandwiches. Because they didn't.
That's what really got them. The latest round.
Because they always had love that chicken and Popeyes.
No, that woman was awesome. The woman who did all the commercials. Yeah.
But it's been a while. Yeah, with the chicken sandwich, I think I think that was an undercover marketing.
Oh, the viral marketing scheme.
I think I think that's exactly what it was. And I think this is probably part 2 of it too.
Does Don Julio also need that? That's also again.
Yeah.
Like, has Don Julio really been in a place where like we need to advertise to get this money up? I don't know.
That's a good argument. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just curious what it's gonna be, man.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll let us know because me personally, I'm like,
I keep y'all updated on this.
All right. You're home for Don Julio x Popeyes news. Figgy's mixtape right here on In the Loop on Sports Radio.
Right in time for Black History Month too.
Oh, don't remind me.
There you go.
Yeah, February 1st is fast approaching. On the YouTube, Colts and Cowboys have both been emotionally defeated. Have the Colts been emotionally defeated?
Not as much as the Titans have. I think the Colts are trying to get.
I mean,
get
at least
together.
with the Titans, they got the #1 overall pick, so it's a little kind of hope. I just feel like the Cowboys, man. Like, what can you do? I mean, you can't get
and two of their division mates just made the NFC Championship game.
Yeah. And right now, your owner ain't going nowhere.
No, he's not.
He ain't stepping down. He ain't selling the team. He ain't doing none of that. He is there.
It up. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Monday. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron. And before we get there, I do want to circle back around to a little bit more of the audio from FanFest. Talk a little bit more Astros. We'll do it next.
Hold the phone.
Hello?
According to MLB insider Bob Nightingale, maybe Alex Bregman won't be leaving the Astros after all.
And that contract is still on the table. I think Alex would like to come back, and I think they'd really like to have him back. They re-engaged a couple days ago.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Kansas City Chiefs fatigue is real, but for people outside of Philadelphia, rooting for the Eagles might be tough as well. Probably not the Super Bowl matchup everyone wanted to see, but even if you don't like both teams, for football purists, there's plenty to chew on. The Chiefs will try to three-peat, but to do it, they're going to have to beat a very, very good Eagles team. I'm Andrew Perloff.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. With no football until the Super Bowl in 2 weeks, the BetQL model is turning its attention to the ice tonight as San Jose hosts Pittsburgh. The Sharks are 14th in the Western Conference in points and 30th overall goals game.
That's DAWS, available at retailers nationwide.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us all day long here on your home of the Texans. And then also, like, if you've been listening to us on the Odyssey app all day long, you've already entered to win. Win what, you ask? Well, you can win a big-time college basketball package, right? It is a travel and accommodations for 4 to Las Vegas, plus $5,000 a piece for your 4 folks, which is $20,000 total. And that would fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball champions. And like I said, the way to enter, just listen to Sports Radio 610 like you always would, except you want to make sure to use the Odyssey app. Now, of course, the Odyssey app on your phone. I'm just learning. There's also the Odyssey app for your desktop. Mm-hmm. Now you can on there. You log in and you listen. 60 minutes a day will get you an entry. So make sure you keep it locked right here on Sports Radio 610 and give yourself, I mean, you're going to do that already. Yeah. Give yourself an easy way to win a trip and a little bit of money.
If y'all win, y'all got to break us off a little something. I don't think that's in the rules.
Yeah, I feel like we got to be careful saying
where is it in the rules?
I don't want legal to come through and say nothing to me.
Yeah. They can give us something.
Yeah, I mean,
give us something. Nah, I'm just playing. They could. Are you?
Yeah, they could. Make sure you use that Odyssey app. You got to log in, though. Don't just use it and listen that way. You got to make sure you log in so that you can be entered to win. But Saturday, Astros Fan Fest. It was before the weekend got even really crazy with the Astros when Ryan Presley traded to the Cubs. He joins the Kyle Tucker over there and frees up a little bit of money on this payroll for the Astros. But all of this seems to be in service of possibly bringing back Alex Bregman. And I was very interested because Dana Brown talked extensively. Obviously, Joe Espada talked, Altuve talked, and those things. But when it came to Dana Brown, and this is Dana Brown 4, he said, 8 rather. He said this, and I was a little shocked. He said this about the chances and likelihood of signing Alex Bregman. And this is after we had already heard quite a few people saying, oh, it seems like Bregman to the Astros is the move.
The door's cracked. It's a long shot. But it's interesting that, he's still out there and available. And so we would never close the door on any free agent, particularly when it can make your team better. And so we're treating him just like we would treat any other free agent.
That's kind of cold considering that, it felt like, okay, he's been out there on the market. The market has been pretty tepid considering what it felt like Scott Boras, the bluster that he was coming with, right? You talked about the Tigers. The Tigers don't seem to want to go to the extent. The Red Sox are in there and haven't seemed to want to go all the way in there. It seems like, the Blue Jays might even be out of it at this point. He's just kind of been out there. And so it's like, return to the Astros. Bob Nightingale was saying that same offer might be on the table. Well, that might not actually be the case, according to Ari Alexander.
Yeah, Ari Alexander.
KPRC2.
KPRC2 reporting that the Astros and Bregman continue to have mutual interest in a reunion. But the current offer of 6 years, $156 million is unlikely to get a deal done, 2 sources told KPRC2. And remember when we talked about this earlier, I mentioned to you, it's not like a crazy amount of leverage, but once the Astros, decided to go ahead and try to move Ryan Presley, and Ryan Presley agreed to waive his no trade clause, that is a little bit of leverage for Scott Boras because the Astros are basically saying, yeah, we want him. All right, you want him? Come up on that deal a little bit because there's 2 other teams. I'm just saying what Scott Boras might. Yeah. What Scott Boras might say. He might say 7 other teams.
Scott Boras, mind you, that looks a lot less like a giant than he previously had. Because this is the second year in a row where he has a agent or a client rather. Remember the Boras 4 late last season where you had like Jordan Montgomery and Blake Snell waiting very, very long.
But he still has a lot of power, runs a lot of baseball.
That might be coming to a close the way that these owners are fighting back.
Scott Boras is over, baby. No, it's not because it might be collusion too, and we might hear about that.
Yeah, but
at some point.
Yeah, but considering the amount of power that ownership seem to have.
But Scott Boras one of the, if not the most powerful baseball agent in the game.
He has been historically, sure.
So once they made the deal, he got, it's not a lot, but he got a little bit of leverage, and maybe that's what's in play here.
Yeah, especially because I was talking about it, right? The idea is that people are like, oh man, don't worry about Bregman. He's getting older. Maybe there's like a level of wear or whatever, or downturn on his game. Just take that money and go get an outfielder. I'm like, which one?
Yeah.
Right. I'm looking at the top outfielders, and this is on Fangraphs, right? I'm using WAR as an overall catch-all metric, and that's not always great, but it's wins above replacement, which it's meant to be as close to a catch-all as you can get in those ways, right? Comparing from last year to projected this year, this upcoming season, WAR. Juan Soto, best outfielder out there, 8.1 WAR, wins above replacement. Obviously, he got signed. Jurickson Profar, 4.3 WAR. Listen to that drop off from 8.1 to 4.3. Crazy. But Jurickson Profar, probably the second best outfielder on the as a free agent.
He gone
off the market.
Yeah.
Teoscar Hernandez, off the market. Anthony Santander, off the market. Jock Peterson, off the market. Tyler O'Neill, off the market. We're going down to like Randall Grichuk. I don't know if I said his name correctly.
He's awesome.
He 1.5 WAR, have a 0.4 WAR this season, right? Like you're talking about 33, 31, 31-year-old Harrison Bader is probably like the best projected player for this upcoming season out there as an outfielder. I mean,
but you're talking free agents.
Free agent wise, and it'd be cheaper, and you'd get someone in there who you'd be like, all right, that's better, maybe better than what you have. But it's just like, is that moving the needle in the same way as like getting in Alex Bregman back and then figuring out
not even close to that. Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, you have to figure out how to get to that number that feels like it's amicable between both sides, and it seems like the Astros are going to remain really firm on that number that they put up there, and it'll be really wild to go through the roller coaster, kind of come to, at least for me personally, come to terms with the idea that Bregman probably isn't going to be back, have this open up again, and then get back to the same place where we're like,
no, he ain't gonna be.
Yeah, but the number is still the problem.
Yeah. I mean, Sean Bijani said earlier, once they did this, they almost have to bring him back at some level.
Yeah,
by some way.
Because the whole idea of trading Presley was to open up that money, right?
Yeah.
You did get a nice high, A-ball pitcher who projects kind of nicely, but he has some things to fix. And again, he's an A-ball. You're not going to see him for a while.
Yeah.
So this was a here and now type move to try and open up that money, and it'd be kind of frustrating if that money's opened up where you don't really do much with it. Now, of course, that salary roll or that payroll, like that space, you could still use that depending on what kind of moves you make.
There are still trades that could be made, and you would have money to make things happen.
Sure.
Maybe. So
yeah, but I'd be real interested to see what trade, because again, I'm interested to see what teams are like trade off an outfielder this close to spring training coming in. Like who are the teams that have extra outfielders just sitting around that'd be willing to make a trade, especially like have extra outfielders and in need of probably an infielder, because it seems like Isaac Paredes would be the first guy that you would consider putting out there for a trade.
Another little bit of news happening during our show. A lot of news happens during our show. That's always cool.
It's the workday, man. People out there making moves.
I like it. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. And that is Gerard Johnson, reportedly the first officially reported interview for the offensive coordinator job. That doesn't mean by any stretch, and I imagine we'll hear some more in the coming days, that there will be more interviews for the coordinator job. But the good news here, though, it's happening. It's happening this week. They're moving. And we talked about it. I know I mentioned it a couple times last week. Tick, tick, tick. That clock was ticking.
That's right.
Go ahead and say it.
That man is 666. Sorry, it's not a good line, all things considered. But man, Pusha T was on Drake's Keister line. But yeah, no, they need to move on this. It is happening. They're considering folks, and Gerard Johnson, the first name. Do you feel like that's telling in any way, shape, or form? I'm not reading too much into it that Gerard Johnson is the first name that is officially reported.
I think it tells several things. DeMeco Ryans loves Gerard Johnson, and I think he understands that Gerard is not. Like, Gerard came in to work with Bobby Slowik. He didn't grow up in the Bobby Slowik system. So that's a real compliment from DeMeco, because one of his best friends, Bobby Slowik, he told him, but you're bringing in Gerard Johnson as the quarterback. Slowik and Gerard Johnson had never worked together. Now here's the other thing it tells me. Gerard, I think what they're seeing in him is a guy that's not just like, he's a good soldier for Bobby Slowik and all that stuff, but he has experience with Nick Sirianni, Frank Reich, Kevin O'Connell, maybe put his own sort of footprint put his own mark on things offensively.
Ben on the YouTube said, they've talked to Chip as well. I doubt he'll be forced to go through the same hoops. He will. I mean, they'll go through the official means. I said official very intentionally, man. Like these things are, you go through back channels, you get some idea.
They probably talked to 6 or 8 people.
I imagine
but no official interviews yet.
Right. I imagine they've had some general ideas of what's popping before they even let go of Bobby Slowik, because I imagine that you don't go into those spaces without having some idea of what you're walking into, because you would look real foolish if you're like, I'm not sure. You walk out there and teams are just like, actually, or candidates are out there like, actually, there's not as much interest in your job as you think it is, right? But that at least there you go. Gerard Johnson officially on the table there for the possibility. There you go, man. We're some news moving around. There's moving and shaking in Houston,
and there will be more happening this week, because if they have one interview, they're going to have more.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. We welcome in the fellas of the Drive. It's Clint.
Gerard got an interview, huh?
He's the first one.
Officially got an interview. Yeah. I know you're excited about that, the possibility of Gerard Johnson. If you're not watching on YouTube or Twitch, you did not see the eye roll that happened.
He may be the guy. He may be the guy. He better be. If he's hired, right, like that better work.
Well, what I was telling these guys is, Gerard came in with no experience whatsoever or relationship with Bobby Slowik whatsoever, which tells me DeMeco Ryans wanted him there. Say, Bobby, I love you. You're going to be my offensive coordinator, but you're bringing in this guy as a quarterback's coach. And secondly, I think Gerard has experience. He's had experience with Nick Sirianni. That's where he cut his teeth. With Frank Reich, with Kevin O'Connell. So I think he's more than capable, if it does come to that, of being a guy that's like, oh, no, we're not doing the same thing. I'm going to put my stamp. We all do that. Yeah. Once you become the boss, you always put your stamp on things, how you would do things.
Yeah, look, I think bringing whoever decided to bring Gerard Johnson in was spot on. Just based solely off his relationship with C.J. Stroud.
No, that too.
Being a former player, nobody can coach, assuming he's a good coach, which everybody knew he'd spent enough time around the game knowing, hey, he's a good coach. The energy, the effort, the detail, the ability to communicate, like everybody knew that. But then you go, okay, now he played the game at a high level. He's got the ability to coach, and now he knows C.J., no brainer, right? This is a step to me where it's like, again, if it works, and nobody knows more than DeMeco. If you're around somebody for 2 years, you got a really good gut feeling of guys ready, or is this a big time risk and gamble?
Yeah.
And if they make that move, we'll see.
Yeah. You're trying to get to the level of what was on the field.
It's the only thing that's really missing.
We just watched.
Correct.
And that's the only thing that's really missing.
And to me, it's just, if you're trying to get to that level and you just fired somebody who had no experience when you brought him in, and you're going to follow it up with somebody that was in the building that got him fired with no experience together. That one better work.
Yeah.
Well, and the other option is Chip Kelly, and I said it earlier, Chip Kelly's resume next to Gerard Johnson is not even a competition.
Right.
But is that what they necessarily are seeing themselves?
Yeah. Different approach.
Yeah.
Different. Two different like when you hire one of those guys, the press conference sounds totally different than you hire the other guy.
For sure. I'm interested to see your guys' takes on it, and I'm certain you'll be talking about it all the way long on the Drive. And show before I go, just because I'm doing a service to the people. How about them Jayhawks, huh?
Yeah, man. Tougher. Hey, listen.
COOGS, go Cougs, baby.
I've been understood what this team's about.
Jayhawks are going down.
That's right. That's right.
They're just not a tough team. The Houston Cougars, much tougher team.
There you go.
Came in there and showed them. That used to be the hallmarks of Kansas basketball.
But it's not no more. UH Cougars, go baby.
That's right. U of H.
Go Cougs. I just wanted to get that in real quick. You know what I mean?
Now the super.
All right. Okay. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the Drive is live.
There we go. The Drive is live. We are live. A little reaction Monday, and a big one there for U of H as they go on the road to Allen Fieldhouse, and an improbable victory. They get a dub there. The Rockets, they went out and backed up their win at home against Cleveland and beat them again, this time with Evan Mobley. So, a big sports weekend. Oh, and then football happened too. And Channel View's own is back in the Super Bowl.
East Side?
To face those damn Chiefs. Boy, can't shake them. Can't shake them. Thought it was Josh's time. I thought it was, well, I know so many people did. I thought it was Josh Allen's time. Not yet. Not yet. Clint Stoerner in the building. Tyler Milner in the building as well. We appreciate you. You know how to get yourself a part of the show. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, do your thing as well. I just think, this is the easy way out, and I think it's a good conversation starter. Off of the biggest thing that happened in sports last night is we see the Eagles, and I'm watching Saquon Barkley just feel like he ended the game right when it started.
That dude.
It's just Mr. 60-yard run. As we see, they win the early game, blowing out Washington, and then the Chiefs. They defeat in another classic with the Bills. They win 32-29. And I guess this is the way to start. You all can jump in with your thoughts here. Clint, you've said these words. Hey, we've heard a lot from Kirby. Hey, we're close. We're close. Like, we're close. We're right there. We're close. They felt like they needed to make a move at the OC position and offensive line coach position. We'll get into that more, but we're close. Did y'all feel like the Texans felt like they were close to what we watched last night between Kansas City and Buffalo? Did you feel like they are headed in that direction?
No. Headed in that direction, sure. Yeah, they've gotten significantly better over the last 2 years.
Not close to be able to play and compete.
No,
in that game.
Them two teams scored some points, and it was a battle, man. It was a battle. The play callers, particularly on the Kansas City side of it, were unfreaking believable. The clutch plays throughout, really on both sides of the football, were huge. The quarterback play on both sides of the football found a way to impact the game in a major way. The teams have the ability to overcome mistakes. Turnovers on downs, turnovers in general.
This you're meaning in terms of the Texans being ready.
Yeah. Look, I think the Texans are ready to play at that level if they go in there and everything goes their way. They don't turn the football over. The game plan's just right. There's no major swings. The truth of the matter is, when it's a heavyweight bout like this, you've got to be able to counterpunch, and I just don't think the Texans are there yet, particularly on the offensive side of the football.
Yeah. I'll even say, with the exception of the offensive line, which is a very big deal.
Yeah.
But with the exception of the offensive line, I think talent-wise, you could say to yourself, yeah, I think the Texans can roll with them.
Healthy.
Yeah, they're healthy.
Yeah.
The arrow's pointed up.
I'll be honest with you, that damn near that receiving core that the Texans rolled out there might be able to do what the Bills could do. This Matt Collins character, I don't even know where that came. Where that guy came. Did you see how he dressed?
Yes.
Walking into the game.
Yes.
Tyler, did you see how Matt Collins dressed walking into the game?
No, I missed that.
Please look it up.
Okay.
Just look up Matt Collins.
Tyler, you'll like it.
Oh, Tyler will bust out laughing.
You may be Matt Collins for Halloween next year.
Yeah, you may. He is. It used to be he don't wear shoes, but this guy's taking it up a notch. No, I think talent-wise, because, especially from, the Chiefs' perspective, there was the secondary and the pass rush. That was night and day from what they faced with the Bills and the Texans. The Texans were clearly better defensively, especially in those spots with the Bills than the Bills were. Now, the Bills' offense and everything, but I think the big separator and taking the offensive line out of it, right? Like the Chiefs obviously couldn't just tee off and get 8 sacks on them like they did last week. It's just the experience all around from the whole organization, from coaching to the players, the experience and just being ready to play in that game seems to be the big separator.
Yeah, look, there's something in there, something about not blinking. There's something about being able to answer the bell. And now, look, Josh has come up on the short end of it, but Josh scored 29 points, and you can argue, getting turnovers on downs and then getting stopped right there at the end of the game on downs. He was close a couple of times in the fourth quarter to scoring 30-plus against the Kansas City Chiefs, one of the best defenses if not the best defense in the game. And you're talking the play caller was tremendous at times. You're talking about the quarterback play was next level at times. You mentioned the offensive line play, whether it's in the run game, or the pass game. You talk about just playmakers, whether you're talking about Cook, you're talking about Mac Hollins. There's up and down the board here. Those two football teams last night were on another level than the Texans are. Like you said, I agree with you. Healthy, I think roster-wise, just talent-wise, you can match up with damn near anybody. But as we see,
healthy, the Texans receivers and secondary is probably better than both those teams.
Well, as you see, the Chiefs prove it every year is you don't necessarily have to have the best roster. You can change identities from year to year to hell with what Brady did, where he had a 10-year span in between his two runs. I mean, they changed identities offensively and didn't miss a beat, right? And flipped their offensive roster with the exception of a couple of guys and didn't miss a beat, right? Like those teams are on a different level. Again, whether you're talking about the identities, particularly on the offensive side of the football, or the play callers, again, particularly on the offensive side of the football, are just the stars that go out and make plays to the tune of scoring 30 points or even. I just don't think the Texans team, and again, particularly the offensive side of the football, I don't think that unit is ready at this point in time to be on that same field as those guys.
From the text line, it looks like, how could you say we're not close? We played 2 tight games with the Chiefs this year and beat the Bills.
The Chiefs have won 17 one-score games now in a row. They played a lot of tight games. Everybody that played a tight game with the Chiefs doesn't get to say that they're on the same level as the Chiefs.
Didn't have a protractor
There's something about going out there and, I'm telling you, man.
Either one of the Chiefs games, I never felt like the Chiefs didn't have control of the game. Like either of the two Texans games.
I agree. Very comfortable. Very comfortable.
Like it's like you said, the Chiefs play weird stuff. Like for instance, you said they more like in that game against the Texans, like they didn't even really attempt to even get receivers involved. They were just like wide receivers. It was just Kelsey, bam, and it was like, all right, it feels like the Texans are just potentially going to make mistakes, and we're just going to let them.
But Ron, think about to the texter that just texted or to whoever it was. Think about the way these games unfolded. Just look at the Chiefs and the Texans. Forget the score. The scores, as I've said, I'm so tired of hearing about one-score games. Whether it's good for the Chiefs or bad, good last year for the Texans, bad this year. I don't care about all that. Forget that. We're talking about winning versus losing, right? If you look at the Chiefs, they're playing chess in a lot of teams. Look at the Kansas City Chiefs and the Texans game, the most recent one. Andy Reid was content with his speed guys staying out wide and just staying the hell out of the way and letting Travis Kelce do work in the middle of the field and playing really, really good defense. And on the flip side of that, the Texans, the game came down to it, couldn't protect a quarterback.
And he knew it.
And I'm not talking about once or twice. I'm talking about 3 straight plays on a drive where you got to have points. 3 points or 7 points. You can't protect, and it's been the same problem that you had all year long. So when we're talking about one team is playing chess, and like last night, we're looking at it right here. Andy Reid messed around and ran the damn zone read play and let Pat Mahomes keep it for a 12-yard or 15-yard touchdown.
Play ran the first play, but he handed it off
with the game on the line, right? I mean, they're spending time working on those kind of situations. We're still trying to figure out how to not let 2 free runners come off the right side of the quarterback in a critical situation. We're still trying to figure out how to not get Dalton Schultz on George Karlaftis 2 of the last 3 snaps of the ballgame. Like that. That is chess versus checkers. And so that's all I mean when I say the Texans aren't on this level. I think defensively they are. I think defensively they're ready to rock and roll when they're healthy. Now offensively, I think
except for the small things like the adjustment on Kelsey.
Sure, that was piss poor. I agree with that. But even with that, when you look now, I don't like to look at it and go, well, you're still forcing them to be somewhat of still got him in a little bit of a funk. You've blown a couple of coverages and allowed Travis Kelce to do too much work, but you still feel like you're not getting beat. You feel like you're right there with them, and then the offense can't do anything in clutch time, right? So it's just one organization at this point is playing chess, the other's still playing checkers, and you just got to catch up.
And Buffalo too. Buffalo is, Buffalo's a stronger and a different team than when the Texans played them earlier this year. But talent, that's the other. Talent-wise, I don't think the Texans healthy are far off at all. I agree with that. You can argue they may be better.
Yep.
In a lot of certain spots. But yeah, it's a different kind of different animal that they may be able to get to next year.
Well,
we saw the Bills flip it.
I tell you, you got to get a bona fide, game-changing offensive coordinator in here. That is an absolute game changer, and everything I just said, I think falls by the wayside. You got an identity, you know exactly what you're going to do. The first time you talk to, look, here's the deal. When you hire that guy, whoever that may be, there's a proven track record that if guys like Bobby's been talking about just execute, then you will win. What he's asking guys to do, the scheme, the play design, whatever that offense, we've seen that work to a high degree in the past. Okay, we're going to hire one of those caliber guys. And then you look at it and you go, okay, is Laramie Tunsil the kind of guy that can make this happen? Yes, let's ride. No, right? I mean, you got guard, center, guard. You probably got to find two of them this year, right? What kind of guys are they? What are you looking for? This offense to look like? That guy that we're talking about should know exactly what he's looking for.
Now, I will say last year, you lose to the Ravens and you see, all right, Ravens, Chiefs, they're in the AFC Championship game. You're like, all right, how can we get closer to that? And I think you did. I think you got, even with the injuries, as I said earlier, it feels like it may be a little cheated with the injuries. But with the injuries, you got closer. Can you do it again this offseason? You see the range you had to get to. Can you get there? That's the big thing. But no, there were some great games yesterday, and like you said, that Bills game, that was a classic. Both of them. It just like, for me, it felt like, and I heard this all week from some people thinking like, oh, Buffalo's got the better team, and I was like, whoa, like to me, I felt like a lot of this, what happens to Josh is that Mahomes and Josh are close. I think Mahomes is better, but Mahomes and Josh are close. But Mahomes has walked in with the better supporting cast, right? Mahomes has Andy. Mahomes has Spags. Mahomes, that has a defense that's more likely to make a big play than Josh. So sometimes Josh has to play over what Mahomes is doing to make up for it. And I think yesterday's game, clearly, Buffalo couldn't quite get the stops that it needed. The Chiefs, who were getting run through in the second half, finally got a couple of stops that they needed. And then, like, there's a thought, does Travis Kelce catch that ball that Dalton Kincaid had in his hands? Like, they just don't seem to have somebody make the play outside of them that kind of helps. And I think that's the deal with Josh has come in with the lesser cast and hasn't been able to make up with, especially in these tight games.
I thought, obviously the Chiefs I thought were the better team, even coming in, which we now know. But to me, the reason I gave Buffalo a shot, and I thought this was going to be a game, was because I love what Buffalo's doing offensively. I've talked about this multiple times. Like, I just don't think you're going to go out there and just drop back and Joe Burrow, Cincinnati Bengal your way through Kansas City. I know he's the only one that's done it now, so I get that. But I just don't think you're going to go out there and roll all that kind of risk out there, not with Spags on the other side of the ball and the way the Kansas City Chiefs defense is playing. So I thought there was a chance, the way they use his legs and the way they'll, like, coming out of halftime, they just said, we're finna run this.
But that's the problem. It took them so long to get to what they want to do.
Well, to me, the biggest mistake in this game, I think the game swung in a huge way when they were up 1 point and got stopped on fourth down. But when you look at the Chiefs and the Bills in the fourth, the football at all. Why did they ever snap the football with Cook not on the field.
They were doing it a lot.
Third
downs.
A lot. And the commentator could, that they rotate their backs through. And I'm thinking, hell, the last drive, they started off tossing the ball to their RB2. And I'm thinking, man, we just saw the game changer and the playmaker that Cook is. I mean,
It took them too long to get there.
Oh, man.
They come out, and Josh, and there's another difference. The first drive, Josh seemed to be jittered. He tried to throw a pick in 2 of the first 3 throws.
Yep.
Right, but what they have done is run the ball. They've been running it down the throats, and then finally in the third quarter, they're like, "We're gonna run it down the throats." And then it took them too long to get to it. And then the fourth quarter, once they lost the lead, then they stopped. They stopped again. Right. It was just crazy.
Yeah, it was wild that they ever took him off the field, and they did it multiple times in critical situations. And I thought after he scored the touchdown on 4th down, I was like, okay, it's blatantly obvious. Like, that dude's the best weapon you got on the field. Get the ball in his hands any way that you possibly can outside of the quarterback. And you look up multiple times, multiple critical plays. He's standing on the sideline. I'm just like, how in the hell do you justify that? To me, that's the one thing with the Bills that I had to look back at and go, wow, boy, you got to regret
even
that.
The threat of him, if you're still going to do the tush push.
Yes.
Even just the threat of him.
Yeah. The threat of any of it. Like, what if he, and I know Shakir's been good for him, what if on that last play, right, we ended up having to throw it up with 2 free runners in his face, what if the little motion guy swing,
Shakir was open.
I know he'd have got the first down. But what if that should have been Cooks? And in an ideal situation, if you're trying to get your best guys on the field, that he's got to be on the field in those kind of scenarios. So I don't know, man. I just, your best guys got to be on the field when it matters the most, and it seemed like the Bills failed in that category several times yesterday. Last night
they did. All right, coming up, Ryan Presley. That move was finally made. He lifted his no trade clause, and he is going to the Chicago Cubs. Does that mean something with the Alex Bregman situation? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Those Astros, they're kicking ass and taking names.
How close are the Texans to reaching the next level? And what do they need to do to get over the hump?
We're really close. And first it starts with, communication, and hard conversations have to be had. There has to be, things fixed and things worked out, and just really honest conversations.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
The big game is set. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. It's a championship.
comfort, and guaranteed for life. Live from the Mo Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, welcome back to The Drive as the Super Bowl is set, and it should be a good one in New Orleans. And also, Clint, we'll be down there as well. We will be there coming up. We will be on Radio Row all week. I heard Sean and Seth talking about it. Heard the fellas from In the Loop. We will also be there thanks to our great friends with Flight by Yingling. They will apparently. I heard Sean said he's gonna run by there and get some drinks.
Get some cold beer.
Get some cold ones there from our good friends
for our trip over, or what?
I don't know about that. They may be sitting there for our trip over.
What? I mean, we don't act like you ain't ever loaded up an ice chest and headed to the hill country. I don't know why you can't do it going New Orleans way.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. If we got that. Yeah, that ice.
I mean, I got a driver.
There.
I got a driver. I don't know what y'all are talking about.
It's still illegal in the great state of Texas.
Oh,
my
is
friend.
it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, I didn't know that either. Yeah.
Open container?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got popped a few times going to the river.
This man said it's illegal.
Hey, man, get you a cold beer and a koozie, man, and just relax and enjoy the ride.
It'll be in there.
Man.
It won't be open.
Come on, man. What the hell we doing?
We got it. We got it for the trip. It'll be a good time. But no, our great sponsors help OT Center, Exclusive Furniture, Mo Karam, Injury Lawyers, and everybody there helping us have a good time and give you the best content we possibly can at the big game coming up in New Orleans. Don't want to miss it. We'll be there, and crazy guests that we will have. It'll be a fun time, and we will try to bring you the best that we can coming up next week for the big game in New Orleans. We'll be down there having a good time, and last year the daiquiri count thing got away from me. I won't let that happen again.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I will not.
That was a lot of fun for me who didn't get to go. No, that was a blast.
Well, look, I mean, I
think it was 36-38 or something like that.
New Orleans is not Las Vegas, but I'd imagine things can get away from you out there.
See how many of those hand grenades you can get down.
I was gonna say, I feel like I can. I feel like I could get some daiquiris there.
You better be careful in New Orleans, man.
I want a live counter.
That was the first time. That was the first place. Like one of the first places I heard about them drive-through daiquiris that you could just roll through New Orleans. Louisiana.
They just put a little tape on the top of that straw.
But I'm not. Hey, you live and you learn. Get experience.
Tyler, I'll have one downing by the time we get. By the time we hit New Orleans.
No.
I bet you we'll stop in Lake Charles.
I'm not doing it.
There you go. Okay, that's okay.
No.
Clearly, there's no open container law in Louisiana. Carry a roll of tape and get pulled over. Just put a piece of tape over the mouth.
Yeah,
of the beer.
put a tape. They put a tape on the old straw. Deck, on the straw.
It's sealed, officer.
Sealed. We gave it to you sealed, fool. All right, now, but it'll be.
Been sipping on a little.
No, you see it's sealed,
old
don't
cough
you?
medicine.
See it's sealed, don't you? Well, hell, it looks like it. You got it filled up halfway. Yeah, I didn't want to fool.
Old tape job.
Good God.
Sir, your tongue's red. All right.
I'll have a blast.
But no, big move here. When we left, it looked like the Ryan Presley ball was in his court. The Tigers were an option. They dropped, and then it was the Cubs, and he did finally lift his no-trade clause, and he has been sent to the Cubs. Now the thought is this something that opens the door for the Astros to bring back Alex Bregman? This from Chandler Rome. He said, one thing to clarify, the Astros were intent on dumping Ryan Presley's salary all winter, reported it in November. This was not necessarily a reaction to Alex Bregman's availability. The two things just happened to coincide over the weekend. And then here is the latest here in the last hour from our MLB insider, John Heyman. He says Astros are trying to bring back Alex Bregman. They're still willing to do it, at least at the 6 years, $156 million offer they had earlier. But one reason Bregman declined that earlier is it was a cut from his 28.5 salary that he had played under last year. They're said that there may be another team that's willing to go 6 years with an opt-out. Among those with interest, the Cubs, the Red Sox, and the Tigers. So that is the absolute latest there with Alex Bregman. I really feel like the Astros are in a quandary because I wonder how fired up they are about, like, especially now they've made these plans about bringing in Bregman for 6 years, $156 million. Like, do they, like, after the decisions they've made?
Is Breggy being ridiculous?
Like, I understand what the reports are trying to get. I wonder how gung-ho they are about really wanting him to come back. That's what I wonder. Because I thought there was a way to wonder, are they just kind of doing this, especially to appease Altuve and really kind of let the fan base know we tried, we offered, but now, like, do they really want to come up off this 156? Do they really want to make this move? I do think when you look at the lineup, Clint, it makes them a better baseball team, but I do wonder if this is really where they want to take this thing.
Yeah, well, look, I don't think that it's where they really want to take it, or they would get it done. I mean, clearly the market has shown that the Astros' original offer is at least entertainable, or at least according to reports. But so if they really wanted to get it done, they would get it done. Look, I think you also got to take into effect, this weekend, Joe Espada, Joe would say, look, anything's in play, Bregman's in play, and then Dana Brown quickly told the reporters, like, yeah, the door is cracked, but re-signing Bregman is an absolute long shot. So, I mean, the general manager's right there. I mean, he's telling you that it's an absolute long shot.
His words have been a lot different on the Bregman thing than, like, Joe or Altuve or anybody else.
Yeah, so, look, I think it's a long shot based on what the general manager said. I think it's a long shot based on the moves the Astros have already made. Again, I think the Altuve in left field talk is absolutely silly. Even though I do believe that Altuve likes Bregman enough that he would attempt it and he would do it. And hell, I think the Astros would probably even win games in the regular season with it like that. But I think that's a tad bit. It's all a tad bit far-fetched at this point in time. And then you tack onto it. You mentioned the Ryan Presley trade. That did squeeze the Astros under the tax threshold, by the way, just in case you're wondering. And
but it would jump them back up if they brought back Bregman.
Bingo. Again, another factor to where Crane goes, I got a third baseman. We had a plan. I think we can roll forward as is. So,
because the reason why I say that is because, Clint, it just does not seem there was ever a thought to spend money to get a real outfielder out there. Like, and you wouldn't even have to done 6 years, 156 to get a real outfielder out there. It never seemed like they wanted this plan, and now all of a sudden, this plan not only means we're going to shift our original plan and have people play out a place that we didn't think on top. Going to have to pay somebody $156 million.
Yeah,
I wonder.
Well, it's clear. The one thing is clear, and I think the majority of us, and I'm sure most fans out there in general, just aren't on board with this. They're clearly comfortable starting the season with the outfield that leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah,
clearly they are clearly comfortable with. Can Chas McCormick get back to doing numbers like he was 2 years ago? Can Jake Myers turn into the center fielder that everybody hoped he would be, where we don't have to talk about his defense and how many runs he saved catching the ball in the gap?
I screwed it up.
And they'll shuffle around left field the way they have with Alvarez and company, and they can win games with that, right? They are clearly they've made it loud and clear that they're comfortable with moving forward like that.
Yep, and we'll see what happens. All right, as you said, Dana Brown's one I feel like you kind of listened to. By the way, y'all hear Dana? He was talking about the other. My man, they asked him about Bregman playing another position. He said, "I couldn't really see myself putting Bregman somewhere else. I mean, I couldn't really see Joe putting Bregman somewhere else." I thought to myself, you ain't the manager, don't you? Danny, he corrected himself, but he said, "I can't see myself putting him there." I mean, Joe putting him there. So we'll see how this thing goes. We'll completely follow this and break in when there's news either way. But the Alex Bregman thing talk seems to be getting a little bit more serious. Coming up, some names and some news about the Texans offensive coordinator situation. We will let you know the latest on that and discuss coming up as soon as we get back. But
interests, and the life you've built. Don't let divorce take more than it has to. Talk to us today.
Offices in Houston, The Woodlands, St. Louis, and by appointment only in League City. Schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Houston attorneys. Joseph Cordell, Principal Partner. CordellCordell.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a little news and notes here about the OC situation and weekend conversations here. Let's tackle the first one. This reports Aaron Wilson Clint. Texans interviewing their current quarterbacks coach, Gerard Johnson, early this week for the offensive coordinator position. He has been instrumental in C.J. Stroud's growth, also in the report. But he is most definitely not a surprise. We had James Palmer on Friday, and he said he is a very serious candidate, and as serious as such, we hear he is getting interviewed for it. Not a surprise there. So that is taking place. This is getting serious. Do you think there's a situation in which, like, he could really blow them away, and this could be the next OC?
Yeah, look, yeah, absolutely. I think there's a chance that he could get in a meeting room, and now everything shifts, right? It's not about being a former player and playing the quarterback position at a high level and being able to communicate at a high level and knowing C.J. Stroud. Now it switches to from an overall play design, game plan, play calling, next level, higher level, do you feel like that between your experience with him and the conversations you're having with him now, do you feel like that is the right direction? Is this a guy – because I do believe and I pray and I hope that this is super important to DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio. And I use Laramie Tunsil because we all know Laramie's all know the ripple effect that a guy like Laramie has on the offensive line. Like, whoever this guy is needs to have the ability to command more from Laramie Tunsil on down. Is a guy that's been in the building, that's young in the profession, does he have that ability as well? Right? I mean, so there's a lot of factors here with this offensive coordinator hire that I think when you go with a guy that's never done it, you better be surefire about a couple of other things, right? And it's more so about, again, being able to coach the position in individual drill and being able to coach the position in a meeting room and being really close to C.J. Stroud. That is all great for an offensive for a quarterback coach. Means absolutely nothing as an offensive coordinator. In fact, I can argue at this point in time that they need to distance themselves a little bit from C.J. Stroud.
See, that's where I was
the C.J. Stroud. It runs everything, and C.J. Stroud is the head coach's buddy, and C.J. Stroud, you can argue that, hey, man, what this offense needs is somebody that's a little less buddy-buddy with everybody.
Well, that's what I was gonna say to you. What would it signal to you, like straight up, what would it signal to you if Gerard Johnson got the job? And to me, I could be dead wrong. Not that he's not qualified for it, because I could see him getting the job with the Jets. Hell, he's as qualified as Bobby Slowik was. Hell, even offensive passing game coordinator. So, but the number one thing that I can't help for what it would signal to me is CJ really wants him. To me, if it were Gerard Johnson, it would be like CJ really, really wants him. Now, in some ways, like for some people, I think people hear that and say, okay, yeah, CJ should have some real say so in it. But that's the part to me where I don't know if it should be a CJ really wants him. I kind of agree with you. I almost think it should be somebody that neither one of them, DeMeco or CJ, have a relationship with, so that person can come in and feel very comfortable implementing what it is that they want to implement and say and do what they want to do.
Agree wholeheartedly, Ron. You can argue that with the Texans offensive coordinator search, high up on the priority list should be, I'm going to rule with an iron fist, and I don't want to be anybody's friend. I don't want to be Laramie Tunsil's friend. I don't want to be lenient on Laramie Tunsil. I don't want to be C.J. Stroud's buddy. I don't want to be lenient to C.J. Stroud. I don't want to be anybody's buddy. I'm coming in here and I'm putting my foot down, and we're going to demand perfection across the board, whether we're talking route running or we're talking about the footwork, the mechanics and techniques associated with executing certain blocks in the pass game and the run game. You're talking about chips with the tight ends and being more physical. Just the thought, right? I don't want to be nobody's buddy. This is how the Texans offense is going to operate. And if you don't agree, if you don't want to operate, if you don't want to fall in line and you don't want to show up and show out and show this level of physicality, this level of technique work, this level of commitment, then you can be a great player. Like DeMeco said many a times, it just ain't here. You can move on and be a great player in the NFL. It's just not here if you're not going to do things this way on the offensive side of the football. I believe that high up, if not number one, extremely high up on the priority list, that's what the Texans need in an offensive coordinator, not another guy that is just familiar and close to C.J. Stroud.
The only way it would make sense, and they're the only ones who know, is if this was just simply a deal where Bobby Slowik was just going rogue, and he was just like, nah, man, I to hell with anybody else.
Yeah,
I'm rolling on my own, and it was clearly a deal of no, like everybody else wanted to play ball and do what was needed except for him, and that's just got to be the change. That's the only one, but we won't ever know that. They're the ones who know that, but
if that's the case, the offensive line coach got a raw deal.
Well, and to me, the reason why I don't know that I lean so much on that is, Clint, if that was the case, then you would have made the move on Bobby Slowik, right? You would have moved on him during the season if that was it. Like instead of just letting it continue to go. So I don't know. We'll see. The other part on this, Clint, is Jonathan Jones, CBS, yesterday during the pregame show talked about Chip Kelly and said Ohio State's offensive coordinator Chip Kelly is a top candidate for this job. Listen, Chip's a little out there. He's a little different. Chip's success has come more in college than it did with the Eagles or the Niners in the NFL. But I think he does fit he's a guy that comes in that I don't think will have any issue ruling and running this thing. He's had experience. He's been a head coach on the college level, the NFL level. He's a guy that can run the show.
Yeah, look, I flipped on my opinion last week of Chip Kelly. It was kind of thrown out there. You threw it out there and it kind of caught me by surprise. And I was like, I haven't heard a lot of guys that really like Chip Kelly, so I don't know if I'd go the Chip Kelly route, right?
I'm still up in the air with it, by the way.
I flipped on it. I think it's, as I just said, I think it's more necessary that you get a guy in here that don't take no crap. Right? You just fall in line, get it done. He will not take crap from any players anywhere, no matter how good you have been or how good you are at this point in time. So I've done a 180 on Chip Kelly. I would have no problem at all. I could get completely in on Chip Kelly. I'm not the biggest Chip Kelly fan, but I could definitely get in on Chip Kelly being the offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans. All he's got to do is handle the offense, and he can handle that offense with that iron fist that we're talking about. Can demand physicality out of these guys. Ron, that's one thing he brought to the table, even back in his Oregon days. My man's going to put a run game together. I mean, they're going to put a dynamic run game together. He believes in being physical, and apparently he rules with an iron fist. Man, I would have no problem with Chip Kelly being in here and him being the offensive coordinator. So, that would be. That'd be solid.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that the one thing that does help is we didn't hear any rumbles or issues with Ryan Day. Now it's 1 year.
Yeah,
we didn't hear any rumbles.
Jim Knowles got his ass up out of there. He already lost his D coordinator. Got up out of there. Came to the league.
Yeah. So that's good. He showed he could work with it, right? And I think this. But to me, this is what is DeMeco looking for? does DeMeco want to have some say-so in it? Because this is a big move for DeMeco, right? Like, this one's got to be right, right? And does he want more say-so, or does he legit want this thing to be like Sean McVay? And Sean McVay said, here, I'm hiring Wade Phillips, and Wade, it's yours. Or does he want a little bit more input?
Yeah. Look, the DeMeco input thing is interesting. I would imagine he wants to make the decision in damn self at this point in time. The other interesting thing, Ron, about the Texans' offensive coordinator search to me is, and the fact that Chip Kelly is being brought up, and I don't know how credible it is or not, but just bringing up the Chip Kelly. I do believe that the Texans' offensive coordinator search or their next hire, I do believe it needs to be go hire the best guy that is willing to take the leap. If that's stealing somebody else's offensive coordinator, whether it's somebody in the league or somebody that just won a national championship at the college level, I do think that this search needs to be wider than just the same retreads that were just fired for underperforming somewhere else or the inexperienced guys in the house. The Texans are at a spot where it is we're going to go from divisional round to competing for a Super Bowl, and I think this is one place. This is the one place where I think major change could occur, and the right hire could immediately push them into that conversation. That would necessitate that would facilitate the necessary change on offense that I believe could put them in the serious talks about truly contending. But you got to go take somebody's offensive coordinator. You can't just settle for somebody in-house or settle for somebody that's available in the streets.
Yeah. We'll see what they're going to do. That's going to be, I think, the number one thing clearly with this football team is where do they go there? Where do they go next? Who is the guy that is going to be working with CJ and putting this offense together? Who is it? We know Gerard Johnson will have an interview this week. The name Chip Kelly has started to kind of circle here at a national level. Coming up, I think this city has a special place to discuss what is starting to be the number one story in sports. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all check it out now. Underdog Fantasy, y'all. It's available right here.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Live on the Drive.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are on a little Monday here, a little Monday action here as we are live here on The Drive on a Reaction Monday, reacting to the sports weekend, and the Super Bowl is set, and it was some well, at least one good game. One game, I'll give it to Sean. As Sean said, I know the score was 55-23. I heard Sean Pendergast this morning. I know the score was 55-23. He said that was the closest 55-23 game I've ever seen. He said it just turnovers really got away from Washington and just changed the game, and Philly capitalized on every single one of them.
Well, Jaden Daniels' ability to not win the game last night, but his ability to overcome those turnovers and keep it within 10 or 11, or, you know what I mean? Like, every time you felt like, all right, the Eagles, that turnover's it, the Eagles are going to stretch this thing out, he would go down and answer and keep you just – I mean, they were just close enough for you to want to keep watching and not get up off the couch until the end.
The Eckler one broke it. It was an 11-point game. I think they were at the 49, I think, of the Eagles. And then he got a punch out. He slipped, and I think that one broke the back, because they get down there and score any kind of points. It's one possession, and now it's interesting. All right, I have and Tyler, I want you to jump in on this as well. And honestly, those of you YouTube and Twitch, 713-572-4610, the text line. I'm really intrigued by this conversation. So we have the Super Bowl set, and obviously one of the major stories in this is, one, there's a rematch from the Super Bowl from a couple years ago, but also the Chiefs trying to get 3 straight and do that for the first time in league history, 4 Super Bowls in 6 years, including 3 in a row. That's the big story. I want to make this first statement, and you guys tell me if you think I'm off. I think the Chiefs have become the most in sports that I've seen since the Miami Heat, the LeBron, Wade, Bosh, where it felt like there was, like, outside of Miami fans, it felt like there was real hate for like sports hate, like hoping those guys would lose, like hoping the Miami or the Dallas thing would happen. I think New England was hated. I think obviously the Warriors was hated. It feels like the Chiefs have gotten to that heat hate stage. And it feels like, because I think with the hate stage, it feels like it was more than just, oh, these guys are winning. Because sometimes you just get tired of teams because they win all the time. This one feels deeper. And so I guess that's the first one. Do you think this is this hate for the Chiefs? And I don't mean, like, as I said to you earlier, Tyler, like, oh, everybody's hating on them. I just mean the sports hate of,
good,
like,
healthy sports hate.
God, I want them to lose. God, I want them to lose. Do you think this is more than just they're successful, or there's more to it?
Oh, yeah.
Because this one, because the Miami thing, you could tell when he said, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach, and he's not 1, not 2, and it felt like they all put it together. And some of the Jordan stuff, it felt deeper than just, oh, man, they're going to be good. Is this pass just a team that's good? You think it's what? So what is the moment then?
I'll let Tyler answer. Like, I just don't exist.
I'll
Like,
just say it doesn't feel like you do.
Like, I don't even know. I mean, I know what you're talking about because I see your communications and exchanges, but
you don't feel the Chiefs.
No,
hate?
I don't
really.
I don't live in that. Like, no, like around here, I sense people around here being frustrated, because I think that's more because they feel like they just got reffed up out of a game that they were competitive in, more so than overall hate. But like my group at home, I mean, hell, I got my cousin married a gal from Kansas. She got a Kansas City Pat Mahomes. They go to Arrowhead to go to games. One of my little cousins is flipped from New Orleans over to the Kansas City side. So I mean, it's almost I don't know. I just don't exist in that world of like I hear more like Kansas City folks like defending them than I do actual people.
Really?
Like for me, like I'm just saying more so than like I don't know if it just not on my radar or what, but like what's his name? Mine just went blank. The damn NFL guy that posted the stat line that everybody jumped on this weekend, the penalty deal.
Oh, Adam Schefter.
Adam. God dang, I didn't forget that guy, the biggest guy in sport. Yeah, I mean, like that. He like I could see where he's obviously trying to get clicks because it's a hot topic right now. But he just posted a stat. He didn't really have an opinion on it one way or another, and he got absolutely smoked for it. And so I don't know. I just don't. I don't exist where there's a lot of like just hate towards even Miami back in the day. Like I obviously didn't sense that. So I'll let Tyler answer that in terms of it being deeper.
Does it feel deep? It feels like this feels like a if you're not a. I mean it. Like again, like even locally here, their Astros hate, right?
Oh yeah.
Like you felt
after the cheating.
Yeah, you felt like I'm talking about from people outside of Houston.
Of course,
but as you said, the cheating. There was a clear reason why it felt like that hate came about. It wasn't just the fact the Astros were really good and they've been
and it was immediate. Yeah.
But this feels like this is jumped to it.
Yeah.
Like you feel the as I see the text line rolling through, you feel the hate for the Chiefs.
100%. Feels like sports hate for these Kansas City Chiefs is growing exponentially by the day. By the freaking day. And I'm one of them because, well, that's a whole different story we can get into. But I can understand it, and there are two things primarily that are outside of what you laid out there, Ron.
What's the moment? That's why I'm legit asking. Tyler's going to lay one out, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. What was the moment you think it was that this thing went from a, damn, I'm just tired of these dudes winning all the time to where it's going deeper? Someone texted in, the only team that is hated more than the Chiefs right now is the Cowboys.
Oh, no, I agree with that.
Maybe.
I will, if you're talking about the Houston fan base in a sense of rival or hate or want to beat the worst, I think the Cowboys will always be number one, and I'll agree with. I think the Chiefs are ahead of anybody in the division.
But I think, and Tyler, you'll get to it. I think it's not just Houston. I think in Minneapolis they hate them.
Yeah.
I think in Boston they hate. I think there is a. This is Chief fatigue.
Yes. And the way you laid it out there was perfect because, first of all, you have to understand whenever you have a team, an organization that is just great and dominant like we're seeing from the Chiefs for this extended period of time, it's going to start trickling in very naturally. The sports hate of greatness is always going to be there for every fan base that isn't rooting for that team. But if you're asking me to pick to one outside of what goes on the field, the winning the Chiefs have been doing, which starts all the sports hate, man, it is Taylor Swift entering the conversation.
Kevin and Champ Slice just text in, is Taylor Swift.
Yes, it is Taylor Swift with Travis Kelce and everything that came with that.
I thought it was. This is terrible, maybe to admit, I guess, but I thought it was really cool to see her and what's the WNBA girl?
Oh, Caitlin Clark.
Caitlin Clark. Like, I thought that was cool as hell.
And you're not alone in that, but I would say the vast majority of NFL fans, the second Taylor Swift was introduced and shown on the screen every damn broadcast for a Chiefs game.
It did seem to jump up from there.
Yes.
It did. There was something different. Yeah.
And when you couple that with the grand conversation we and everyone else has been having about the refs and the possible preferential treatment of Mahomes and the Chiefs, that fuels that sports hate fire like you would never believe.
So the Taylor Swift to you was the turning point.
Oh yeah. I think that because it made them, if you weren't aware of the greatness of the Chiefs or if you didn't care that much and you just knew they were great and they were on this dynastic run, you had a brand new reason to sports hate them, and it was, damn, I want to watch football. Not see Taylor. Damn, I'm tired of hearing about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. I want to know how the offense performed last game. It's stuff like that has fueled the fire.
People are texting in, it's Mahomes. My guy here said it was the flop on the sideline in the Texans game for Mahomes that did it for me.
He is a flop.
But I think it's now gotten to a point that, like anything that's why I'm saying, to me, this is more than just they've won, and people, anything that happens now, the temperature is raised. Like it'll be like, and I know we had fun and got into a heated debate, but I mean, that Mahomes thing will be like, that's the only person we've ever seen flop or it jumps up, or like bad calls that occur. Like the refs, that someone said, it's when the refs started. That deal there, that has escalated. And trust, it was a thing before the Texans game, right? It was that the refs are in it for I think it started probably the Eagles Super Bowl on the hold where Bradbury came out and said, I held him. That led up, like, it felt like that was.
It felt like, to me, this regular season, it took a whole new jump.
It took a whole turn from there, and it really jumped up. Someone said Kelsey pushing vaccines. Okay.
Oh, for some.
Yeah.
See, I just don't like. I don't give a rip.
When he started putting ketchup on his steak.
Like, I don't give a rip. If anything, it's entertainment to me to see old girl in the suite, and it's there. And there's something about Travis's mama and her that just don't jive to me. Like, just don't fit. I'm sure they're cool as hell, but it's like you got an old Midwestern, easygoing, puff jacket wearing, no makeup wearing, just. I mean, rough around the edges, looking like sitting up next to Miss Prim and Proper Taylor Swift drinking wine. It's entertaining to me. I think it's entertaining, man. I'll be honest with you too. I've got up to a point where, like, her walk-ins, I'm fascinated that people try her security on her walk-ins.
And what Tyler is saying, and I think what some people are texting in from the text line, I hate them because you love them, Ron. Okay, well, I figured that.
Well, that's what Ron wants you to do.
I don't really.
Nick Wright, definitely.
I want you to love some greatness. Is what I want. But what you just described, people, I think, right. It seemed like, I don't know if it was the first time, but after a while, people got tired of seeing Taylor's walk in. Or people got tired. Like, remember the deal of, they showed Taylor 12 times on that Sunday Night Football broadcast, and that really pissed people off. And I think me and you are in that same space. Even if Taylor wasn't associated with the Chiefs, like, I do find that really weird that that people hate that.
Hell, even to bring it back,
we're talking about all in a 4-quarter game. We're talking about a total of 42 seconds. Or 18 seconds or whatever it is total. Like, every time they panned up there for a second and a half. Like, I just don't. I'm not going to get too worked up about that. Like, I don't. Yeah, so
you lost me at Taylor Swift.
Well, yeah, look, that stuff's fascinating to me, man. I've always. Ron knows this. We talk about it a ton. I'm not a Pat Mahomes fan. I'm not a Chiefs fan. I'm not a LeBron fan. I am a sports fan. And when something in my lifetime that I can witness with my own eyes, that's never happened before, has the potential to happen, I want to see it, right? I mean, I'm talking about the three-peat now, and obviously not Taylor Swift, but it's LeBron going back to Cleveland and winning the first title there. That was, I'm not a fan. Don't have any skin in the game, but it was cool as hell to watch that in my lifetime and see it with my own eyes. And so I don't exist in that world.
Tyler, I think this team is much more hated than Golden State. I think this team, like,
they're in that echelon.
And this is the perfect place because Houston has had issues, not being able to get past both of those dynasties, right? Like, we could understand when Durant went there, then it was like, now they put the cheat code in, and that's why people didn't respect that. This one here, man, I think they're more hated right now than the Patriots. And again, this may be me just being, like, kind of close in it here in the last week, but the temperature has gone up. Somebody just texted in, it's the cumulative effect. We keep seeing them all over the place. Mahomes has got commercials. Kelsey's got commercials.
Great point.
Taylor's on TV all the time. Andy's got commercials. Like, we're seeing.
Look, nobody's ever booed a loser. I mean, let's be honest here. I mean, there's a
boo the Cubs.
Nobody's walking around booing the Rockies,
Cowboys.
Right? I mean, yeah.
They boo the Cowboys.
I mean, when it's all said and done, man, it starts with the fact that they've been so damn dominant, and then it's every little piece of every little crumb that's dropped is picked up by the media and turned into a segment on TV and turned into a segment on radio. And so the good ones do it in a way where you either love it or you hate it. And here we go. I just.
Somebody text, we moved from Pat's brother and crazy wife to damn Taylor Swift. We can't say
which by the way I am stoked for. I'll be honest. I'm fascinated with Taylor.
Jackson might try to make an appearance.
I mean, he would just him kind just piss me off. Like he would flat piss me off, and the old Britney would flat piss me off too.
When she hit them people with that champagne.
Yes, the whole thing is just like over the top.
Because that's what I'm saying is the Chiefs. The Chiefs, even in this run, have done things that can make you hate it much more than what they're hated now.
Think about that, Ron. How much has Mahomes changed his game plan in his suite? That suite life has changed too, ain't it?
I'm telling you, man. Yeah, y'all got your asses up on that suite with the door closed. I mean, they had Tyreek.
Brittany better be glad she's the wife because she got eased over in there with Taylor Swift.
Yeah, she slid in that back row.
Jackson ain't been on TV since
he ain't seen him. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying they had Tyreek doing his thing at once. Kareem Hunt drop kicking, women in a hotel. They had Frank Clark at the same time. Now they're hated because Taylor Swift. I can do it. I mean, Tyler ain't lying. Because when this Super Bowl occurs and she does her entrance in, oh God, that is gonna run.
Oh, and it's everywhere.
Oh God, I'm not watching this damn thing Taylor's on. Don't show her ass.
Bro, did y'all see her entrance this I think it was this week. Maybe it was last week. Well, I mean, it's just a quick entrance, but like she's walking in solo, but there's clearly a wave of security in front of her and a wave of security behind her. And apparently somebody in front of her tried something. I don't know if it was fans. I don't know if the team was coming through, but she stopped. She's so aware of what the hell's going on around her. I don't know. I just find it fascinating that that all of that is necessary. Which, by the way, I understand it. I do think it is. She's a damn megastar, but. Yeah, I'm fascinated with that aspect.
I'm sorry, I know we got to go. Guy Gene, you think they're hated now? Wait till they three-peat and Travis takes the Super Bowl as the time to propose to her on the field.
Oh, that'd be tremendous.
What a moment! What a love moment that would be. Coming up, I got to get your thoughts on this, Clint. We talked about this a little bit, but I want to get your thoughts on this. How many guys on this offensive line should be back? How many starters, how many people in the building right now should be starters on this offensive line? Clint, I said they need 3 starters, 3 new starters. I want to see where you are. We'll discuss that next.
mattress, handcrafted for guaranteed for life. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up here, going to get the thoughts on the offensive line from the text line. Ron wants the Chiefs to be the villain so bad he's willing to embellish the hate.
I hate the hell out of the Chiefs, friend, and I'm nothing but a Houston Texan.
Again, if you think I'm embellishing it, maybe I am. I don't.
No, they're just.
I felt like everybody in America that wasn't a Chiefs fan was all on Buffalo.
I wanted the Bills to win.
Pissed, and I think we'll do it again.
And I'm sorry because I consider you a friend, Ronald.
Which to be honest is a great thing for sports.
Yeah,
like if you're honest with yourself, yeah, the Bills, that would have been kind of a cool story. But the next 2 weeks and the build up for this, and for how many people who want to see Patrick Mahomes not have that look on his face, who want to see not to see Taylor Swift walking down there celebrating in that box and Kelsey and them raising that, who want to see that, like they are going to hate watch this. This is going to be more than just, oh, let's have a Super Bowl party. There are going to be people really into it, and it's potential history as well. So
I'm rooting for the Eagles, but only because Jalen Hurts is from Channelview. That's
well. You
would be rooting for the Eagles.
You just said you were rooting against the Chiefs. Come on,
I'm just kidding.
If Davis was quarterback, Channelview just helped.
Where's Davis from?
I think he's from Georgia. Maybe I've made that up.
No, I think that's right. I think that's right.
Yeah. All right, Clint. And I've seen some people jumping in on this thing as well. The Texans have Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard both under contract and have pretty good contracts. They can move on from Shaq Mason. He's under contract, though. Juice Scruggs, they just moved up in the second round 2 years ago, and they drafted him. They just drafted Blake Fisher last year in the second round. Obviously, Kenyon Green is still there, and you know they've got Patterson as well, who started at the center spot. So they've got a lot of guys that can be options. They could run back with the same offensive line if they want to. How many guys for you? How many guys on the starting offensive line next year do you think should not come from what's in this building?
How many guys should not come from?
Yeah. Like how many guys that are in the building right now?
Do I think will or should?
Let's go both. Let's go. How many do you think will?
I think Laramie Tunsil will be the left tackle. I think Titus Howard will be the right tackle, and I think Juice Scruggs will factor into the middle somehow.
So you think there's potential for two new
to be gone? Yes, probably the guards. If they really want him to be a center, but I don't know how quickly that communication issue is solved in a year where you played more guard than you did center, or stayed injured, or played guard more than you did center.
So you think Patterson's probably not in as a starter?
Yeah, boy, Ron, that'd be it. You know. I mean, to admit that you missed on Shaq, that you missed on Kenyon Green, and that you missed on Juice Scruggs, I think is a lot for this team for this organization to admit. Yeah, I think they pushed Juice Scruggs being in this lineup somehow, somewhere, which I think is right. I think Juice Scruggs is. I do. I got a lot of.
You think Blake is still on the bench?
Yes. I do not believe Blake is not as long as you got Titus and Laramie on the team. Now that's what I think is going to happen. Now what I think should happen is I think they should try their damnedest to move Laramie Tunsil, and the reasons that everybody will call me crazy for it is the reason why I'm even saying it, because he's tradable. All right? I mean, you're like right now you ain't moving Kenyon Green.
Yeah, he's tradable.
You ain't moving Shaq Mason. I mean, you're not like the guy that has value on this offensive line that you could move and get something in return is Laramie Tunsil. Now I don't know if that's. I said they can't. I don't know if that's doable or not. But I if I were the Texans, I would move on from Laramie Tunsil. I would play Titus Howard at left tackle if need be. either work with Blake Fisher or find somebody else, and then you leave Juice Scruggs in the middle and figure out what you're going to do with the other two O-line positions. So I would say 2 guys, and it would be Juice Scruggs and Titus Howard, and then you got to find the rest. Is Blake Fisher a guy? I don't know. You got to find two of your 3 interior offensive linemen. They got to find either way you go.
The Blake Fisher thing is interesting. To me, I think one of the tackles should be gone. And not just do I think should be, but I think it has to be a real thought of it, because, like, I don't know that Stephon Diggs is going to be back. And if he's not, then you lost a second-round pick with that, because that's what you traded him for, a second-round pick for, 8 or 9 games.
Yeah.
And then you used a second-round pick, and these are valuable picks. These are guys that come out and play immediately. And then you used another second-round pick on a player that's not going to really play for the first 2 years in Blake Fisher. When you're trying to get to another spot, like, that's why it almost feels like, to me, I wonder what's the thought is like. Do we need to get him in? He started the last few games of the year. Do we need to get him in? Does he? Like, that's the other part.
Here's the thing with Blake Fisher. I would not be opposed to Blake Fisher at right tackle, Titus Howard at left tackle. And here's the reason behind it, right? I think
Titus had left. You would.
Yes, I would. If it were me, I would start with moving. Again, one, he's got value. He's got a name. He's got a reputation. I think you can move him and get good return. 2, I don't believe that you're going to change Titus Howard, Juice Scruggs in this offensive line as long as Laramie Tunsil is doing Laramie Tunsil things, and he's got a C on his chest, and he's the highest paid offensive lineman, and he's setting the standard and the tone. I don't think that's doable. I just don't. And so for me, I think you get an offensive coordinator in here that, if Blake Fisher is a tackle, will demand that a tight end and a running back have the ability to chip. Did you see Saquon Barkley pass protection this weekend, by the way? Like, have the ability to literally help the young fella instead of getting his way or leave him hanging out to dry in critical situations. Blake Fisher will be a better player.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Blake will be a better player because of that. So I would not be opposed to Blake Fisher being a tackle. I don't know how they feel about Blake in terms of moving forward, but I think the biggest move that can be made on this team and have the biggest impact on this offense as a whole is if they move on from Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, I think they got to move on from one of the tackles. I feel like Blake Fisher has to be in this, to me, at least given an opportunity in the starting lineup, because you've already, like I said, you've lost a second-round pick if you don't bring back Diggs, and I don't think you should. I think you were talking about Diggs in his 30s coming off an ACL. I don't know that's the move to pay him the money. Another one sitting on the bench, not doing anything for a group that gave up 63 sacks, the previous year. So
you think about it, Ron, from a wide receiver position. I don't mean to pull your convo off in the ditch, but like I don't even know why I'm thinking of this guy, but it just like how lethal would C.J. Stroud be with a guy like James Palmer? Is it James Palmer?
Josh Palmer. From the Chargers.
Yeah, James is probably not a very quick receiver. He'd be more of a possession guy. I'm talking about Josh Palmer. A guy
championship
like that,
hair, though.
Right? A guy like that as a 2, right? Championship hair. Like a 2 or 3, right? Like, how lethal would this offense be with a bigger-bodied guy that can separate, a guy that can go up and get a 50-50 ball, right? He's not Mike Evans, but he's a poor man's 50-50 ball go-getter. He's a poor man's big-bodied wide receiver, meaning he's not going to go make $30 million a year. But like, how nasty would CJ's offense be? Would CJ be in an offense where you got obviously Nico Collins, but your 2 or 3 receiver is a bigger-bodied, proven depth receiver like a Josh Palmer, like an aging Keenan Allen? Like somebody like that is, you can depend on him to be at the right depth. He can block the right shoulder. He goes up and make plays in the red zone. I mean, everything we've seen CJ work with beyond Nico Collins, has been little dudes trying to create separation on routes that take forever. To me, that's the kind of move that, man, instead of the Diggs, like I like Diggs, but instead of the Diggs conversation, what about somebody like that is cheaper, but as much of a physical threat as a, get you. I can run you this nasty ass route at 15 yards, and I can shake the hell out of you and create separation when I come out of the cut. But I hope you can hold the ball that long.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And look, I want Tank to come back tomorrow, but just in the time being, I would like the Texans to go find a guy like that.
Yeah, and be honest with you, the draft is a spot that can happen. I mean, that can happen in the draft, which to me is why it's hard for me to see Diggs coming back. But yeah, this offensive line is wild, and honestly, I do feel like whoever is hired as the OC could be a telling point on what this O-line looks like. Like,
no question, because it better be. Right, it can't be go hire a guy that has a certain way of doing things, and then we just keep everything status quo because Nick signed him.
Or hire somebody that is in house that will
more the same,
or work with this group. All right, coming up, Jaden Daniels wasn't able to get to the Super Bowl, but he had a hell of a rookie season. What's the likelihood in your mind that he has maybe a sophomore season similar to what we just saw from C.J. Stroud? We'll discuss that a little bit coming up next.
campaign performance.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, I want to pass this note along to you, a little contest that is going to be going from now until February 23rd. So stay tuned and listen for this. And what you got to do to be a part of this contest is download and listen. Download the Odyssey app. Log into the Odyssey app and listen to Sports Radio 610 for participating in this contest. You got to listen for minimum of 60 minutes to get a daily entry in this contest. And what you can win in this contest: travel and accommodations for you and 3 of your other good friends, family, buddies, whatever. Accommodations for 4 to Vegas, baby. $5,000 for each guest. That's a total of $20K to fund an ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. Travel dates are March 17th through the 22nd, 2025. Prizes don't include tickets to the games, but hey, $5K, you can maybe get you some tickets to the game or do something with it. But this is a hell of a prize right here.
Hey, Ron, look, here's the deal, man. This is simple. I've been to Vegas. First of all, let's put it out.
This is a dream that I want to go.
You need to go. Yes.
That's what I want to do.
During March Madness, first or second round or both. Like that is. I'm with you, Ron. Very rarely, other than the Hill Country, I'm not going to push you to too many places. Like, I'm not going to push you and say you're crazy if you don't go. March Madness, Vegas. Now, there's a lot of dudes out there now, but you're married, so it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, if you're going out there and you're looking to partake in some of the social scene, there's a lot of dudes out there. But if you're going out there because you love basketball, bet a little bit, get in the pool, gamble, hey, kick it with your boys, big time. Absolutely a great time. And this is a big-time contest, y'all. Monday, January the 27th. That's today.
Yep.
Right? Through Sunday, February the 23rd. Roughly a month. All you got to do is download the Odyssey app, log into that Odyssey app, listen to Sports Radio 610 for a minimum of 60 minutes to get your daily entry. Think about this, y'all. Hell, all you got to do is sign in, download, sign in, and just once a day, hell, you can turn it on and listen when you can, and then when it's time to turn it off, don't turn it off, just turn the volume down. Put it in your pocket. Every day, at least an hour, and every day you get an entry. Ron, and again,
any of the Odyssey stations, right? Preferably right here, Sports Radio 610, but any Odyssey stations you can listen to minimum of 60 minutes. That's an hour, and that's how you get yourself and give yourself a chance to get this great prize back.
Good God, just turn it on, and don't turn it off. Turn the volume up and down. Turn us down when you need to. That's cool, but listen for an hour a day. One entry, every accommodation for 4.
Yep.
Hell, that's a winner plus 3 guests. $5K for each guest. That's $20,000 to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Come on, man. Are you kidding me? Travel dates will be March 17 through 22. Go on and get that done. I mean, all you got to do is listen to us talk a little trash. Come on, man.
Yep. I'm telling you. Woo. There it is. Man, it's going to be
when I saw this one roll through, I said, "Hell, let me get my Odyssey app pulled up."
Yeah,
Can I win?
Get myself. I don't know if I'm gonna try. We're probably not eligible, but I'm gonna try because that is a bucket list thing for me to do one day. Shoot out to Vegas during the first couple of rounds, and see what that's like. I've heard it's a good time. Never done it. Heard it's a good time. But
tremendous time. Get up, get you a table at one of the sports books. Make that your landing spot for all the fellas.
I've been there on Kentucky Derby, and that was crazy.
Yeah.
Pulled up in one of those. I would imagine
you got to have home base. Home base at a table. Hey man, you need to go get an IV because you went a little too hard last night. Go get you an IV. We'll be right here.
All right.
Hey man, you want to go? You a brunch guy? You want to go get brunch? Well, I'm gonna bet on this game. I'm gonna watch this game. Okay, my Hogs are playing, even though they don't look like they got a damn chance.
Not that much great over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely beautiful.
It is. So go ahead and do that. 60 minutes. 60 minutes. You got to get yourself. You make you work for a little bit, but the prize and the payoff could be amazing. All right. Listen, Jaden Daniels is crazy based off what we saw last year, and you said multiple times, and I can get with you, that C.J. Stroud put together the best offensive quarterback season you've ever seen, the best season from a quarterback you've ever seen, and then not 1 year later, and I didn't think we would see this again for a while. 1 year later, Jaden Daniels, I would say, topped it, especially getting his team in the NFC Championship game, and just like CJ last year, he was the main source, the main reason why this team and why that team got to where it did, just like with the Texans last year. It's crazy. What is your – because we'll see. It looks like Cliff may be there another year. We'll see. These jobs are starting to fill up. But what's your concern level for Jaden Daniels that he experiences potentially what C.J. Stroud did? And that is, we clearly saw, hey, C.J. took a step back from last year. Just wasn't the same. What's your concern level that could happen to Jaden Daniels?
I'll be honest with you. I don't think we see that. I really don't. One, they'll be playing a second place schedule. Two, I think the dynamic of him using his legs is, even at this point, I think it's underrated. I think there's several guys, a lot of these quarterbacks are now using their legs, but when you watch him play, it's not quite on the level of Lamar Jackson, obviously. I knew, and I think it's a lot closer than people want to admit. There is and those guys, they're obviously ridiculous athletes, right? But when they are out there toying with NFL athletes, I'm talking linebackers and safeties and corners, like there just ain't very many dudes that can do it. There's a couple of them, Cam back in the day could run over you, and Josh now can run over you, and hell, Pat can run over you, as you saw last night. There's very few quarterbacks that can get out there on the edge, have the speed to turn the edge, and then get out there and play with guys and make guys miss. And I mean, the touchdown run that he had yesterday, I can't remember if he had more than one, but the one I'm talking about, he kind of split defender. Mm-hmm. I thought he was going to get hit at the 5-yard line. He was untouched. Open field, I'm like, it's going to be a big game, but they got the angle on him, and he was untouched. Yeah. I mean, he just like it's not Lamar Jackson, but it's a speed and twitch combination that only Lamar Jackson has better in this league. And so I think that is going to allow him, Ron, to really consistently put up big numbers. And if Cliff, I was going to say no because Cliff may get away. I think if Cliff gets away, it changes the game big time for him because Cliff and that system is a great fit for him. And there's not a lot of guys running around that run that air raid combo, the pro NFL air raid, and so I don't know how they would duplicate it. But if he's still around, I would think the Commanders are going to be as good next year as they were this year.
See, and I see some people coming in. I feel that Jaden Daniels, because I'll be honest with you, I never saw the steps back that CJ took. I never saw that coming either.
Yeah, agreed.
Right, and especially Slowik and everybody coming back. Right, I didn't see that coming, but obviously we watched it slowly break down as the season continued. I think you brought up the main difference between the two of them, and that is, as you would say for years, he just has not only an eject button with his legs. I mean, he almost rushed for 900 yards.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he not only has an eject button, it's not just the eject button that, right, like, hey, man, shoot, he could just get himself out of trouble. Like, if he's struggling and defenses change things up, which I'm sure they will, like they did to CJ, like, as you said, man, he can get himself in and out of some trouble with his legs. But the other part is, it's not just that he can get himself in and out of trouble with his legs. Clint, his legs and his ability to run force defenses to have to defend him differently. So, like, you're like, even certain things, he just has windows and things that CJ, because of CJ's legs, CJ, hell, they'll invite him to run. Like, and I think his legs is a major advantage that he has.
Ron, look, you're hitting the nail on the head. Look, when you're talking about Jaden Daniels, like the one thing that's not going to change is he is a runner with the football in his hands, and he's effortless with it. And it's no matter what system he's in, that's never going to change. And the truth of the matter is, I've had people come back at me and as if this is a negative, but this is a huge positive, right? The guys that can use their legs, again, I'm talking about the ones that do it and do it often and have the ability to run for 100 yards or 1,000 yards in a season kind of deal, like the elite guys in the league that use their legs. Ron, they make the game so simple for themselves and everybody around them.
Yeah.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, we don't talk about it enough. And so that's not going to change with him.
His ability to run helps his offensive line in a way that CJ can't help his.
It simplifies every aspect of football, Ron. How do you play? How do you design? How do you game plan? How do you call plays? With his legs, if a team is going to play middle of the field open, and God forbid they play cover 2, they are taking a huge risk. So you're going to get a lot of middle of field close, which means you're going to get the only thing you can do when that's the case, you're going to get one-on-one outside with your receivers.
Yeah.
I mean, you literally take the playbook and cut it in half.
And he is not somebody that we've traditionally seen young and have the ability to use their legs struggle throwing the football.
Yeah.
Like Josh, it took Josh a couple of years with his accuracy. It's taken Lamar a couple of years with his ability to throw the football at a much higher level than guys traditionally that use their legs.
He did it. He played a position for 6 years in college, and it came up in an era of quarterback where trained to death. I mean, he is an elite passer of the football. And sure, there's things he needs to work on, but some of those deep balls that he's throwing that are just absolute, they're effortless. Like the level of difficulty is through the roof, and he makes them effortlessly over and over and over again. So yeah, I'm shocked that I've already seen a better year than what I saw last year from CJ Stroud.
And it's not it's not like it's not going to be harder. Like very much with CJ, it is going to be harder next year for him. Like their defenses are going to adjust the way they did with CJ. I just think he has a couple of outs in his game that can help him get over and get past some of the things a little easier than CJ did. So Jaden Daniels, what a hell of a season. Couldn't quite get past the Eagles to get to the Super Bowl, which would have been nuts. But he still had one hell of a season. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
All right, we had 2 monster games yesterday. Obviously, the biggest games of the year in the NFL, and I got a quick takeaway. One quick takeaway from each one of those games that we got to cuss and discuss, ladies and gentlemen. And also, I got one thing that we all deal with. I'm going to need a little help with. I got to find an answer. This is absolutely ridiculous. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that,
AILT. AILTN Insider Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
The Drive is live.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is a little Reaction Monday. We don't have a Texans Reaction Monday, but it's definitely an NFL AFC NFC Championship Reaction Monday. And by the way, yeah, that guy right there had him a day now. Had him a day. He's heading to see if he can't three-peat this thing. But before we get started on that right there, I do want to invite everybody over to download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app and take us everywhere you go. It's that easy, man. Right now, we got a big time. What would you call that, Ron? What's the verbiage? Contest. There you go. Got a big time contest going on. Basically, you download the Odyssey app. And you listen to Sports Radio 610 for 60 minutes a day. And every day you get an entry into a big time contest. And it has to do with the big basketball tournament over college basketball tournament, obviously. It is a trip to Vegas, travel and accommodations for 4. You, the winner, and 3 guests, $5,000 each, which is $20,000 total right there, to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship, right? Start today. Download the Odyssey app. Listen to Sports Radio 610 for 60 minutes, and you'll get a daily entry. Do it every single day, January 27th through February 23rd, and whoever wins that contest is going to get a big time prize. And by the way, if you already have the Odyssey app downloaded, then just go ahead and chime in. Just make it happen. And we greatly appreciate you listening via that Odyssey app. As usual, you can always, all kind of different features on there. The podcast, all of our podcast segments and shows and segments are on there. And you can listen anytime, anywhere, as long as you've got that Odyssey app downloaded. So we greatly appreciate if you download that right there. Ron, the 2 big games yesterday, of which obviously the Eagles win big. The Washington Commanders, I think from jump, I think the Eagles, literally from jump, the very first play of the game, Saquon Barkley goes the distance. They were playing catch up from that point on. I mean, the Eagles were impressive on both sides of the football. They end up winning 55-20. Talked about the Washington Commanders quarterback, and rightfully so. Jaden Daniels had an unbelievable year. I didn't think I'd ever see a year better than from a rookie quarterback, better than what I saw last year from C.J. Stroud. It took less than a calendar year for it to happen. Jaden Daniels was absolutely tremendous this year. Hated to see it come to an end, but it was impressive on the Philadelphia Eagles front, Ron, and Saquon Barkley's going to get a lot of love. The defense, as he should, absolutely. The defense is going to get a lot of love, and Jalen Hurts, the roller coaster ride of love and hate that he's been on over the last season. This is going to be one of them highs, man.
He seemed to play his best game of the year.
I agree.
The most important game.
I agree. But I'm going to tell you, and I had this, you can attest to this, I had this drawn up last week before he actually balled out this week. Jalen Hurts, again, 20 of 28, 248 yards, 1 touchdown. He also rushed for only 16 yards, but 3 touchdowns, which were big touchdowns, big top runs. And I'm just the Jalen Hurts slander is, and slander may be a little bit of a harsh word. The criticism, the doubt, the questioning. may be some of the most disrespectful stuff that we've seen from a quarterback that all he does is go out there and win.
He can't play
Now, I understand where it comes from. Don't get me wrong, that Jalen Hurts is not this dynamic elite passer of the football that the league expects every winning quarterback to. And let's be honest, most of the time it is a dynamic arm that's doing has all these highlight reel throws, sidearm and off platform. That's ultimately winning games, but the inability for folks that talk the game, particularly on TV, to look at how Hurts has impacted this game and give him just as much love as any of the playoff quarterbacks in terms of responsibility for their team being where they are, Ron, it baffles me because it typically tends to be like on the polar opposite of like, hey, man, can the Eagles win with this guy? Hey, man, is he good enough? Hey, can this guy – so I call it slander. I've always been a little bit taken aback by it, but it's when games like this happen that you just go, what in the world is it going to take for this guy to get the love that he deserves? Ultimately, I'll say this, Ron. I think Jalen Hurts, and I'll admit I'm biased. He's from right down the street.
That's good to admit that first.
Yeah, that's fine. But I think when you look at what he brings to the table for this team, he is as much their identity and has to do with their identity and their ability to control a game. I mean, he's an absolute perfect fit. And some of the stuff he does with his legs and or his arm and his decision-making and his leadership, all of that stuff just plays so much into who the Eagles are. For a fact. But I would imagine over the last 3 years, if you look it up, he's probably won more games than anybody not named Pat Mahomes.
Josh is up there. Josh Allen's won a lot of games, but he's probably within that in the last couple of years.
It's just crazy. It's crazy, man. And when you talk about like their identity, yesterday it all came to a head, and that's what it looks like when a quarterback or a team the offense is quote unquote playing their best ball, right? His ability. Now Saquon's obviously the superstar. But his ability in the run game to keep the football and keep defenses honest, and his ability when they close the middle of the field to then make big-time throws, as he did yesterday, multiple big-time throws, on-the-money type throws, is what this team's all about. And I just couldn't help, Ron, but sit there and watch that game yesterday and go, I understand where the slander, the hate, the doubt comes from because he's not one of these elite passers of the football. I get it. But, boy, in the same sentence, it's like it's just blatantly obvious that he is running the show offensively for that squad.
There's a couple of things with that because I've thought about this a little bit with Jalen. I think, one, so Jalen's very much like Dak. His great attributes are things that are not necessarily things you see on the field but are extremely important, as you know, at the quarterback position. Not to say he don't have good skills on the field, but it's not like the quarterback he faced or yesterday or the quarterback that he's going to face in 2 weeks in New Orleans.
It's not like the other $55 million guys around the league.
Yeah, it's not. And then the other part is he showed us his peak. He showed us an MVP level season, and when he's not meeting that, and I think there's some issues there when he's not, because he was going to win the MVP, and then he was in the lead for it, and then he got injured and had to miss 3 games. But that year, I think people still see the guy that played in the Super Bowl, still think, and he has not risen to that level. Again, it has not been playing at that level. So I think the expectations rose up once he showed what he could do, and then his whole demeanor when it's going good is even keel. Yeah. But then when it's not, it's how much does he how much does he care? I just think it's just a flip thing. But I think those are 3 things to me that I've thought about that why people look at Jalen a little different.
Yeah, and the other thing too, Ron, about Jalen that it just you got it's a feather in his cap, man. It's so different looking than most guys, but when you you look at the ability to handle Nick Sirianni and some of the things that he's done and not even blink. The ability to have, your quarterback coach, your offensive coordinator really blamed for the problems last year. Brian John here, he's booted out. Kellen Moore comes in. You handle it with the utmost class and just keep this thing rolling, keep the train on the tracks, and you come out and you do what you did this year. The ability to deal with A.J. Brown and those antics, whatever they are, I think they're bigger than most people want to. Like I had somebody the other day, he's reading a book on the sideline. Somebody the other day said, "Well, if that's what he got to do to play his best, I'm all for it." Come on, man, we're reading a book on the sideline. Are we kidding? Are you kidding me? What are we doing here? But nonetheless, like his ability to deal with that and not let it affect his decision making in the pocket or the play calling from the offensive coordinator. Like I don't know this for a fact, but I wouldn't be shocked one bit if he's not to your point, kind of the level head in the whole group that goes, We'll get him his touches. Don't worry about that. We need to play football. We need to win ball games. We need to keep the focus over here offensively on winning games. And the guy behind me, Saquon Barkley, is going to be the focal point of this offense. Everything else plays off of him. Like, it wouldn't shock me one bit if they didn't say Jalen's the one driving that ship right there.
Absolutely.
So
the driving part, clearly, yes.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I feel like there's a lot of questions because of the style of play.
And he's also getting a little bit of that Troy Aikman, that he has so much talent around him.
Yeah.
And it's like he should be doing more with it.
Right. Yeah. Well, he's we'll see what he can do. He's got to another Super Bowl. What's that, 2 in 3 years?
2. I don't know. Yeah, it's not bad.
I mean, too bad you're playing somebody that's going for 3 in a row, or it'd be a pretty big conversation.
2 Super Bowls, a second place finish in the MVP.
Yeah.
Hey, it's awesome.
5-3 send Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders home, and they advance to the Super Bowl to face the Kansas City Chiefs. That was the other game, obviously, last night, and that was another classic. 32-29, the Chiefs win. I think my biggest takeaway in this game, Ron, was how in the hell did the Buffalo Bills get away from running Cook so often in the second half? And how did they allow critical plays in drives time and time again to come and go with Cook on the sideline so often? He was clearly the best. And Josh was good. Josh was good last night. As you said, there was times he kind of slipped back into that old Josh, wanted to hold the ball, pat the ball forward.
Early he
did it a couple times, yeah.
But then after about that they settled down after the turnover, and he was every bit of that damn dude.
But Ron, I'm watching that game, and correct me if I'm wrong. We can even throw Josh in there. The best player in a Buffalo Bills uniform last night was Cook.
I think so.
I mean, every time he touched the ball, it was one of those like, man, I mean, hold your breath. He might hit his head on the goalpost. Like And to think that the Buffalo Bills in that game, the last drive, they ended up overcoming this with a Josh Allen rush, but the last drive started with an outside toss play to their second-string running back.
Is that the one he fumbled?
No, but that's the one he catch for a yard loss or 2 yard loss.
Yeah, 1 yard. Yes, he didn't touch it the last. Yeah.
So I'm like, what in the world? And I'm not positive, but I just went back and watched the replays. I don't think he was on the play on the 4th and 10 either. I don't think he was on the field on the 4th and 10 play at the very end of the game.
4th and 5.
Whatever was it 4th and 5?
Yeah.
I don't think he was on the field in that last play either.
Yeah.
I mean, what in the hell? If you're the Buffalo Bills, you've got to be thinking, what in the hell?
The crazy thing is, he wasn't on the field for a lot of those 3rd and 4th and shorts. Any of the tush pushes, he was off the field.
Yeah,
not even the threat of it.
That's one of those game plan deals where I just don't know how I don't know how you arrive there. Like, it's kind of like with the Texans, which obviously it's 2 NFL teams doing it, so they obviously do arrive there. I don't know. I couldn't sleep at night. Like the Texans, now you ended up losing the game, so it's hard to hone in on Dare Ogunbowale and be pissed off. But the Texans getting down 2 scores to the Chiefs and being in obvious throw mode the rest of the way, for then Joe Mixon to not be on the field every down at that point in time, for Dare Ogunbowale at that point in time to be on the field at all, is borderline criminal.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I don't know how whether it's by plan or if you're just watching that Buffalo-Kansas City game last night, I just don't know how you call a play in the fourth quarter, damn sure on the last drive of the game, without cooking the game.
Well, he touched the ball twice in their first 14 plays. Right, the first drive, he didn't touch it once. It was the jump. That from the jump, what Buffalo had become in the second half of the year, they had become a great run team, especially with him. And they went to start the game in a weird way.
Well, when they came out at half, Ron, I thought, okay, this is what I expected. They went in there and
talked about it, but they got too late, and then they panicked again once the Chiefs retook the lead.
Yeah.
That was always my thing. Is there were so many, and maybe there's a bias for me, and I just saw this, but I mean, I counted up a good amount of football people who were like, hey, the Bills had the better team. I'm going with the Bills. And I'm thinking do y'all think that McDermott and Joe Brady are about to outcoach these guys? And it came down to what happens a lot in Chiefs games is the Chiefs players made plays and the coaches also made decisions and put them in spots to make plays. And the Spags saved that blitz and never showed it one time. And Josh had open players on the 4th and 5. Yeah. He had two of them. He had one guy on the other side of the field trying to cover two. His best receiver, Shakur, was wide open. Dalton Schultz. I mean, not Dalton Schultz. Sorry, you weren't in that game.
Dalton Kincaid.
Dalton Kincaid was open, but that corner blitz caught him completely by surprise. And Spags knew he would drift that way. That's the place he would run that. Yeah. And the way they finished the game. Yeah. And Andy didn't just sit there and hand it off. He threw two passes. I still am in my mind trying to understand how they had 3 timeouts with 153 and they got 2 first downs. It took them to get 2 first downs. Yeah. I was trying to figure out what the hell is going on with this clock.
Yeah, you're right. I'm telling you, Andy Reid was unbelievable. Spags was unbelievable. Andy was in his bag last night. I watched a lot of Chiefs football over time, and you know better than me, but it just seemed like there were. I'm talking quick, easy right now.
First drive looked like they had a bye week to prepare.
I mean, it's just the throwing the ocean quick outlets right now. Just get the football out. It's absolutely ridiculous how many of those pop up. And I'm gonna tell you. I mean, P. Ryan's good for a 20-plus yard gain sometime in a critical moment.
That was the only time he touched it.
I mean, it's just crazy.
I just going to say it, man. We're at the 10-yard line. We're going to go more handling one-on-one with Xavier Worthy. All right. Good luck. Good luck. All right, coming up, still some news here. Ryan Presley's gone. Ryan Presley has been traded to the Cubs. There's something to unpack there, and then what does that mean? What is the building block now for Alex Bregman? We'll discuss that coming up next.
matters. Handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I do want to get to this Ryan Presley and what this means. He is no longer an Astro. He is going to the Cubs. But Tyler, this according from Shams Charania, ESPN, who covers the NBA, newsmaker. The Miami Heat are suspending Jimmy Butler indefinitely. Sources tell ESPN. This is coming off of his initial 7-game suspension, and then a 2-game suspension for not making the team flight.
Good Lord.
Shams with the story right now, Tyler. Jimmy Butler walked out of Heat shoot-around this morning after being informed that the team is planning not to start him tonight.
Jimmy freaking Butler! This Rob over there with Jimmy Butler, Pat Riley and company. It's something. It's something.
Nuts. Jimmy's nuts. like real talk. I've always thought that Jimmy Butler was like, and I think he's gotten a great reputation of being like a stand-up dude, being like cool. This, and I'll be honest with you, I lost a little. He didn't. I lost a little bit for him because I didn't think the way he handled the Minnesota Timberwolves thing was like that was cool. Like he went in there and basically just tried to punk Karl Anthony Towns and just take advantage of it. And now I don't think Anthony Edwards was going to let him, but try to punk him and Rudy and do stuff to get himself traded from there. But this one here, man. You've been suspended 9 games, and now you at the shoot-around, and they tell you, yeah, you're not going to start. Yeah, jackass, because you've been gone for 9 games. We didn't have to suspend you. What the hell? Oh, I'm not starting? Nah, I'm done. Now you leave.
I'm head to the house.
Now you bounced? you come to the damn shoot-around. Jimmy's supposed to be back. After he got suspended 7, then he missed the team flight. Then they suspended him 2 more. He came to the shoot-around today. They informed him. Eric Spoelstra said, you ain't going to get to start tonight. He said, oh, the hell with that. I'm out.
I get on the jet and go to the house.
Come on. I think this is hurting how people view Jimmy Butler at this point. Like, come on, dude.
I started when he showed up with that emo haircut to that presser. That was something.
Yeah, I think, and then I figured he was just being stupid. He's just like, I'm about to be real stupid at every one of these haircuts. But you're right. You have to go to a certain place of weirdness to even come up with that.
For sure.
My man hit that shoot around and said, I'm not starting. Like he walked in there and he just thought this thing was just going to pop off like normal.
Oh my
God. That's like the Texans signing Steve Nelson and Steve Nelson coming up. Oh, I'm not starting Sunday?
Holy
DeMeco? What? Nick? I'm not starting? That boy is nuts. Damn, Jimmy. Crazy. Oh, that's the latest. Again, I will say this again. Even more. Like if I'm the Rockets, I am good on that. Like I'll pass on that. And for me, it was even like, I just think they need something more. I wouldn't break up this thing for Jimmy Butler. But this is like he's jumping over the top here.
Yeah, look, I last time we talked about it, I was like, look, disgruntled players and the organization not moving them, and I can understand, some of the antics, but now, I mean, just showing up whenever you want to show up and expecting to start. I mean, he's gone a little bit overboard at this point in time, I'd say.
Yeah, he's going completely overboard. At this point, it was something else. All right, Ryan Presley. We haven't really Presley's home. And he is now gone to the Cubs. It seemed like this was a real battle for Ryan Presley because I don't think he wanted to leave Houston. I think he wanted to play here, and he had that no trade clause, and that was the sticking point here. But he is now going to be gone. So now the Cubs, the Astros have done deals with the Cubs, with both Presley and Kyle Tucker, 2 mainstays. Your thoughts here now that it's official, Ryan Presley is gone. He is now no longer a Houston Astro after everything he's done.
Well, I mean, look, I'm happy for Ryan Presley and his family. Clearly, he got the deal that he wanted. The Astros paid, I believe, $5.5 million of the deal to make it all make sense for Chicago. They got a prospect back in return. And Ryan Presley gets to move on and join Tucker and see what they can do in Chicago. I think that, as I said last time, I thought his time had come and gone here. Unfortunately, in Houston, they clearly were going a different route and preferred a different closer, and we're trying to work him into the mix. And then all of a sudden, Brian Abreu comes into play at that spot, so it's crowded right there. It's time for him to move on, and he's one of my favorite Astros. Was absolutely nails in the playoff for us for a long time. One of the best, if not the best, in the playoffs of late. And good. I mean, gets his money, gets out of Houston, gets to Chicago, and don't have to deal with it anymore. I'm happy for him.
And many people have kind of pushed that thought of, all right, they paid $4 million of the 15, but they still got $9 million that they got off the books in this trade. So a lot of people are saying, oh, there's a little extra money for him to be able to maybe spend on somebody else, and that somebody else many people think is Alex Bregman. I'm just curious from you two and the people. You think Alex Bregman comes back under that contract that he was officially offered? Like initially offered, the 6 years, $156. Do you think Bregman comes back at that deal?
No.
Yeah, I feel like Dana's about to say, I'm in the driver's seat. If you coming back here, man, we about to come on down these years.
Oh, I mean, reportedly the offer's on the table.
That's what they said. It's still on the table. But do you think if he comes back to that?
I mean, that or better. I wouldn't think he would. I wouldn't think that he would go below that.
I don't know. I do wonder, and I think that's what in Tyler's eyes, that maybe the Astros feel like they're in the driver's seat here, and that they might be in a situation where, hell, I don't know, man. It seems like you're crawling back to us because the best time to go and make deals is when you good. And the Astros are in a spot, and we're already. What's the report? They're in on
Jorge Polanco.
Jorge Polanco,
another veteran infielder, 31 years old.
But
just in case the Bregman thing falls. Bregman thing was, hey, we can make it happen, and Altuve, if it's Bregman, we can make it happen, and Altuve will move the outfield. Now it's like they're looking for another veteran infielder to make it all make sense.
Yeah, but he ain't $156 million. I know that much. There's a bit of a difference with those two.
Oh yeah,
it is something else. If I'm Dana, I'm like, hey, bro, yeah, you can come back.
The last time we heard from Dana, he led off his meeting with the media by saying something to the effect of, we thought Bregman would be signed by now.
The way Dana's talking, where he says, yeah, it's a long shot if it happened. But the way Dana's talking is like, hey, bro, you crawling back to us. Like, you the one that need options. We good.
You and Scotty Morris.
We got about 2-3 people who can play third base. we got a deal. You need to come back. What do you say we come back here on that 4-year deal?
Bit awkward.
Let's get down here on that 4-year deal, baby. We already took you from $28 million last year to $26. That's what we offering. We'll see. I can see him coming back, but it's hard for me to think the Astros aren't just at least saying, hey man, let's have a conversation about this offer.
I mean, the greatest negotiators in the world, whether in sports or otherwise, I mean, at this point, that's what you would do. That's what you would absolutely do is go back to the table. Let's talk.
But with the exception of Altuve, they are not operating in a place where they need Alex Bregman. They went ahead and made all the moves that they roll right past him. They had planned. To me, it sounds like they had planned to move on life without him until somebody picked up the phone and called them. I don't think they reached out. Somebody picked up the phone and called them, unless Jose Altuve called them on his behalf and said, "Hey, this is Dana. This is Dana. This is Dana, man." It was really Jose Altuve. I don't know. This one's going to be the watch for me. with him. And as you said, they're just speaking out there. Hey man, you want to keep waiting, man? We got another veteran infielder we're gonna look at. Maybe bring him in too. All right, coming up. I think the Ravens watched yesterday's game, fellas, and said, "Damn it, we're right there. Damn it, we're right there with those teams. We can play with them dudes." How do you think the Texans felt when they watched that game? When you watched that game, did you think your Houston Texans, like the Ravens, probably feel that they can play with those teams, Buffalo and Kansas City? We'll discuss that next.
Hold the phone.
Hello?
According to MLB insider Bob Nightingale, maybe Alex Bregman.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we watch Championship Sunday, I think there is no doubt, Clinton Tyler, that the Baltimore Ravens watched that game, if they could. Marlon Humphrey, I think, made it very clear he didn't have a lot in him to watch football.
I doubt Mark Andrews is watching much football right now.
God, man, somebody be in prayer with that young man.
He ain't lying,
man. He waited 3 days without speaking clearly, let everyone know he was in a dark place. And people still just, smashed him. But I think the other Ravens watched it and probably looked at it like, we can compete with those two teams. We can play with those two teams. Like, we can do that. 713-572-4610. Do you get the sense that your Houston Texans can compete with those two teams that played in the AFC Championship game? Do you think they can play? Someone text in, Texans, like the Ravens and Bills, will never be able to overcome extreme bias refereeing. Outside of that, the Texans can hang with any team in the league because our defense is championship caliber.
The Chiefs are in bed with the refs.
Now, hopefully the Texans don't have a loser mentality like that, and don't let that ride into them, and they play ball. And focus on a lot of the other issues. But do you think so? After that, outside of that, did you watch that game and feel like the Texans can compete? Because I know Baltimore did. Did you watch it and feel like the Texans can play with those? They're on the level of those teams.
No, I don't. The Texans are in a really good spot, but I just don't think they're on. Those guys are ultimately playing chess, and I think the Texans are still playing checkers. They're trying to find an offensive coordinator. They're trying to figure out where their quarterback lands. They're trying to figure out if they can protect the quarterback. They're trying to figure out, the depth pieces to make sure that they have the right people in place. All of this existing on the offensive side of the football. Look, I think defensively the Texans are there, but you're talking about a team that went out there and threw up 30 on the best defense in football. You're talking about another team that went out there and threw up 55 in an NFC Championship game. You're talking about teams that overcome getting stopped on fourth down a couple of times and go score 30. That's the Texans just aren't there yet offensively, and I think they've got a long way to go. I think there's a level of physicality with the top teams that the Texans don't have. I think there's a playmakers make plays in the biggest moments that we've not seen the Texans do consistently. And watch both of those teams last night. Josh making plays, again, Pat making plays, and Worthy making plays last night. I don't think this Texans offense is there yet. I don't think they're there. They're a lot like the Commanders. Go out there and on a big stage like that, you turn the football over 2 or 3 times, and whether it's your defense isn't good enough to get to have back, or you're not good enough to then come back and keep pace with the score of the opponent. The Texans, I think, are probably on the same page with the Commanders. I don't think they're on the same page with the Eagles, the Ravens, for that matter. I don't think they're on the same level as the Chiefs, for damn sure, or Buffalo.
Yeah,
I think you made a great point earlier. I think roster wise,
talent wise, they are.
Yeah, when they're healthy, I think they're
except for the offensive line, but talent wise, yeah.
Yeah, but even on the offensive line, Ron, if you got a chance to play, you got some guard, perfect. You got your 2 tackles. If they're playing tackle are good, you can play with. I think Jarrett Patterson at center was good. I think Juice Scruggs played a good enough guard for you to get by. The problem is you got that guard issue when he wasn't healthy. But I think you're good enough to compete with those guys and be on the same field with those guys and make a run. I think you are. If you're healthy, I think you are, Ron. I just think. Look, again, we're out here looking for an offensive coordinator. We're not getting, like last night. Josh Allen got heated up in a critical moment and couldn't convert on a fourth down. I mean, we got heated up on 3 straight plays, and there were free runners. And there's a tight end blocking George Karlaftis. Like, I think we're a pretty good ways off offensively from being able to score 30 in a game like that against that caliber opponent.
Yeah. Again, like I said, and you alluded to it. Yeah. Like, we're talent-wise, I think they can roll with them. There's some right them corners. They should be able to feel. The Texans feel like they can roll with any set of corners in the league. Right, their ends, their edge rushers. They feel like they can roll with anybody in the league. Their receivers, when healthy, they feel pretty good about things. Linebackers, when you play Christian Harris, they should feel pretty good about where they are. So talent wise, but there's just some of the intangible, some of the other stuff. When you're in, like, these games are different, right, from the regular season. These games are heightened and the game plans are different from the regular season. Like, it took too long to figure out, and hell, it never even came about, what kind of an adjustment we're going to make on Travis Kelce. It took too long of like Steve Spagnuolo knowing at any point I can just send blitz packages and they won't be able to pick it up. And to change things up. Now, as you said, they're looking for a new coordinator, and I think clearly the move says we feel like that position was in a spot that gets us ready to that place. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, they've got talent stuff. It's just the other stuff, like kicking off the game with Boyd, losing his mind to start the game, and now you set yourself up and put yourself in a place where you're chasing the whole way with things like that. All right, well, you're at least the Texans are in a much closer place right now, I'd say, than the Dallas Cowboys. And, Clint, apparently Jerry found his guy. And I'm surprised that Brian Schottenheimer is the one. Now, this fits the mold of Jerry going out and getting – this feels like the coach you coached that you played under. This feels closer to the Dave Campos, to the Jason Garrett's. Like, I mean, this is even a step below, I think, McCarthy, right, in terms of accomplishments. Most definitely it is, but even in the, hey, I can control everything. But the Brian Schottenheimer move, that one, wow. That one is interesting, to say the least, that's where Jerry Jones decided to go.
Yeah, look, it's interesting to think that Jerry was being serious when he was talking about potentially keeping McCarthy. Obviously he was. He ends up keeping his offensive coordinator, which, by the way, that's just a title because McCarthy was calling the plays in Dallas. Yes. So you're talking about a guy, he's been an offense coordinator for 2 years, but he's been a offense coordinator for a play calling head coach.
And let's just say it wasn't like it went spectacularly when he was calling plays himself in previous stops. Yeah, well, again, it's, to me, I think one thing that the Cowboys have been unbelievably undisciplined, and it's bit them in critical moments. Not being prepared for situational football has bit them in the biggest moments in the playoffs a couple years ago against the 49ers. It's not like it's been a well-oiled machine. They're talented. CeeDee Lamb is a beast. Dak is really good when he's healthy. But I think the most interesting thing, it doesn't surprise me that Jerry would go this route. I don't. This didn't surprise you, Brian?
No, it surprises me that the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys is Brian Schott. Like like Jerry. I don't know why when you're the Dallas Cowboys, he doesn't. And I know why, because the truth of the matter is I don't think the top candidates want to coach under Jerry. But even if you take the top guys out of the mix that have a bunch of options, like right now, if you're Jerry, why would you not wait or interview Cliff Kingsbury?
I don't have time to have a bad time.
So many other
I mean, but it's like he's in your division. You weaken your opponent, right? You guarantee that your money. CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott, you just paid a boatload of money.
Kellen Moore would make more sense.
Yeah. Kellen, again, you weaken your opponent. I mean, yeah.
You know what he can do offensively.
Yeah, I mean, all of that is just it's to me, if I were Jerry and I were the Dallas Cowboys, I would go hire Nick Saban. I would go hire the biggest name, the baddest dude, I would pay whatever to get him, whoever it may be.
Dion.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, it would be the best coach that money can buy.
It isn't on my schedule.
It clearly is not. And instead, Jerry's out here hiring Schottenheimer, and then I don't have a problem calling it disrespect. I don't know if y'all heard some of the comments that come from the post-game the introductory press conference. But, I mean, Jerry, it's just disrespectful. I mean, Jerry, and I'm paraphrasing here, but at some point talks about kind of how the fans may view this as a lesser than glamorous hire. I mean, he talked about removing myself from it and making high risk hires. There's no risk higher than this hire itself. He has no head coach experience. Like, I mean, Jerry's up there like just throwing gas on the fire. The what the hell are you doing fire?
Yeah, giving exact reasons why.
Oh.
Like why the hell did you do this?
Yeah, the fans are sitting there. I mean, literally going, "Yeah, I agree. Why are you saying what you're saying right now, Jerry? You're beating your chest about taking a risk by hiring a guy that's never been a head coach."
There is nothing about Brian Schottenheimer that says head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
There it was. Glory hole.
Shoddy. Shoddy, baby.
If I'm like Micah Parsons on the man, let me get to hell. I'm like, and I know he's nuts too, so maybe he loves it. But like,
Dak was down there at the presser, man. Dak was all grinning, man.
Yeah, I'm sure he had
all smiles, baby.
Yeah, I guess he's just accepting it. I don't know. Maybe Brian Schottenheimer is the next
pay me
one.
$60 million. I'd be sitting down there smiling like an outhouse rat too.
Maybe he's the next guy that we ain't know. Maybe Brian Schott. I just don't know. He sat there with all the who all did he interview? Because I don't even think he officially interviewed Dion. I think they had a talk. Who all did he interview?
Well, I don't know who all he interviewed, but I do know that he's catching a lot of heat about the process. I mean, that's one of the biggest things is like what the hell, like shed a little bit of light on your process and who all you interviewed, and I think he's catching a lot of hell about it.
Yeah, it's just like I mean, listen, the Bears and the Jets, I think they made good hires. You know, at least hires that are like, hey, if it doesn't work, hey man, it's not like you tried with Aaron Glenn and Brian Johnson. But them jokers, hell, they interviewed 16 people apiece. Hell, I think Bobby Slowik might have made more sense than Brian Schottenheimer. All right. I don't know how y'all feel about Bob. All right. Bobby Slowik is one move that has been made in the organization, and we'll see what the Texans do to fill that one. They have filled another position. We'll give you the latest on that, and not to mention what happened over the weekend. The players that really stepped up over this weekend we'll look at, as well as other moves happening in the NFL. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, y'all check it out, man.
To change. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
You're gonna get hard.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, and this blonde's about out, man.
Yeah, blonde tip bomber is about over.
I saw it in the mirror the other day. Courtney said it's about gone here.
Is that my boy Ron?
You got about another week. You got about another week.
Yeah. The blonde tip bomber for now is T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho TF, the latest.
Haircut?
I might go before we dip out to New Orleans. I just got it cut Friday, so I might dip out.
You can't go to New Orleans with a week growth. That means by Friday you have 2 week growth. You can't do that.
Yeah, I might hit it. It'd be just a week, wouldn't it? Friday to Friday. That'd be a week, but get touched a little bit before we get up out of here. But 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes and some news here with the Texans. We know last week they parted ways with Greg Grissom, who had been the team president since the pandemic year. Now they have officially made a new hire for their new team president, and it is Mike Toman. He has extensive experience in work in sports, including with Notre Dame, SoFi Stadium, the stadium in L.A. that's built, Real Madrid, AT&T Stadium, among other projects and things he's been a part of. Clint and Cal McNair, the owner of the Texans, made a statement, said we couldn't be more excited to welcome Mike to our Texans family, said Cal McNair. Mike is a proven leader who brings more than 20 years of experience in sports and entertainment to our team. He went on to say, I'm honored, Toman went on to say, I'm honored to join the Texans during such a fun and exciting time. I want to thank Janice, Cal, Hannah, and the McNair family for giving me an incredible opportunity to join the NFL. All right, so that move is made. Clearly not a surprise. Clint, you would think when they make the move and part ways with Greg Grissom that maybe they would have somebody in line. And I'll be honest, right now, I would say this is a really good time to be coming in when you look at the state of the Texans compared to the state of where they were just a few years ago.
Well, yeah, I mean, he clearly doesn't have to navigate the Deshaun Watson mess, the David Culley, Lovie Smith era, COVID.
Just COVID in general,
yeah. J.J. Watt bouncing him. He's coming in at a time where he can damn sure focus on what it is he's being hired to do and having all of the support in the world as he moves forward, not only from the McNairs, but also it's a lot easier to conduct business, especially business of this sort, when you've got a football team that's creating buzz, when you got a football team that's winning 10-plus games, that's winning the division, and has a lot of momentum. It's a lot easier to sell stuff. It's a lot easier to change things, or it seemed to be a little bit more well received when you're winning. So he's coming in at the right time. I mean, he's definitely riding a wave, if you will, versus what Greg Grissom had to deal with and what he navigated. So this move interests me. Just because, like this, to me, I view it as moving on from Greg Grissom after him being with the organization for as long as he did, after him navigating everything that I just mentioned. Moving on from him, I think it was clearly a move of like, okay, we need somebody that has a different skill set. Like, we need somebody else that's bringing the strengths of doing X, Y, and Z to the table, and Greg just doesn't have those. The way that Greg took over right after Jamie Roots bounced, and obviously, as I mentioned, the situation that guy was inheriting, if you will, as the president. I think Greg was familiar with it, so it was a little easier for him to get his arms around it, even though it was difficult to keep your arms around it. And I say all that to say I wonder what that next move is. I mean, ticket sales have got to be trending in the right direction, if not already back to where they were when J.J. Watt and Deshaun Watson were doing their thing before the fallout, right? Ticket sales and season ticket sales and sponsorships. I got to believe that now. I'm sure there's still a little bit of a residual from COVID, just like there is in most businesses. There's just not as much money being spent. People reorganized and rebudgeted and figured out ways to spend money, kind of deal. But I got to believe, Ron, that there's something big that this guy is going to be responsible for, or at least like what's your strong suit, and I expect that to be different than whatever Greg Grissom was bringing to the table.
Yeah, we'll see what he has because they've done a lot here, changed the uniforms, really kind of shifted over to the H-Town thing. We'll see what things he has in store to get done from that business side to kind of get that thing rolling even more than it is. But he is dealing in a much better spot than probably when Greg Grissom took over.
Ron, he's got a real look to him, and I cannot. It's a good one, man. It's a good actor that plays either Native. He plays either Native American or Hispanic. He's a little bit older than Mike is. Mike looks like a younger version of him. But when I look at Mike, there's an act, and I cannot put my damn finger on it.
It kind of looks like Freddie Prinze Jr. a little bit. But I hear you.
Freddie Prinze Jr. Let me see if that's the guy.
Yeah, that's probably. Yeah, I see the look. There's somebody in mind that I have too that he looks like. You see him, Tyler?
I have not seen him yet.
Somebody that's really good. What's the dude? He's older. What's the dude that played Richie Valens in La Bamba?
Lou Diamond Phillips.
Yeah, is that it?
Yeah, that's why I was going to Freddie. That would be a younger version.
Yeah.
Much younger version than of Lou Diamond Phillips. But
good pull though. Yes, that's exactly who I'm thinking of.
Who you thinking of? All right. Well,
clean cut Richie Valens.
Richie Valens. They could bring that back. And Mike Toman, team president can jump in and be Richie.
I think that's who it is. I think that's who it
CBS
is.
special right here. All right, but that's the latest. There is the Texans are making some moves here. We'll see what they do at OC, but they do fill the team president role.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, yesterday the NFC Championship game between the Commanders and the Eagles. The Eagles win 55-23 as they run for seven rushing touchdowns, and then. The AFC Championship game, another classic between the Bills and the Chiefs. The Chiefs win 32-29 as Mahomes and Josh Allen go toe-to-toe. Is this how you saw these games going? Is this what the Super Bowl you thought we'd get once we saw who was going to be playing in the NFC and AFC Championship games? This how you thought it was?
Yeah, it is. I mean, damn near to the T, Ron. I thought Philly was a significantly better team, and I thought Washington was out over their skis a little bit. Now, obviously, I didn't think Washington was going to come out there and turn the football over and make it as easy. I didn't have Philly scoring 55. I didn't have them scoring half 100.
But very much like the Texans' first playoff game against the Chargers, you get 4 turnovers. That can kind of swing
snowball,
some things. Yeah,
absolutely. So, yeah, and then, look, I thought, here's my deal with the Buffalo game. I thought that this was Josh's best chance to beat Pat. And the only reason.
I thought last year was, but yeah.
Well, I say there's 2 reasons why. One, we've talked it to death. Pat and this offense is just not typically, it hasn't been as explosive as they've been in the past. And I just felt like this is the best version of Josh Allen when they're committed to using his legs in scheme, downhill, being more conservative, taking less risk. I thought if Josh is aiming, keep the ball. Like last night, if they don't get stopped on 4th down and they go down and take an 8 or 9 point lead, depending on how they want to play it right there at the end, like at that point, all of the pressure's on Pat because one miscue. And with their ability to run the football, they could do to the Chiefs what Pat typically does to everybody else and just ends up putting a knee in it, right? And I thought that Josh, this was going to be the best because of the way they're using Josh. Now, they can surround Josh with better players and be a better team, but this is the first year that I've seen them consistently say, we're going to use Josh differently all year long. And I thought, okay, if they got a shot, this is it. I still picked the Chiefs to win it. And so that game, I had that as a closer game than obviously the first one.
Yeah, it was. I thought there was a part of the season where, especially with Detroit's injuries, Philly had kind of moved to being the best team in the league. The one game they've lost down the stretch is when Jalen got in a concussion, and they damn near won that one against Washington in Washington. They were up big in that game once he got injured. I just want to say. See, a lot of people was feeling bad for Josh Allen yesterday, and I get it. That look on his face is tough. That Elam character, number 5. Oh yeah. God, man, I felt bad for him the whole way, man. I think he was fortunate. I don't know if Andy and Mahomes had mercy on him, but I felt like they could have thrown it to him every time. There was a point he gave Xavier Worthy 16 yards of cushion. Hell, he turned around and he gave Hop like 12. Like they were just finding him. There was a dig route that he was so far behind Hollywood Brown on. It was like, damn, man, what is this kid? I feel so bad for him. Oh, it was. He came in when their best corner got injured with the concussion, Benford, which was a scary scene anyway. They had to buckle him into that damn cart to drive him off. But, man, he was getting used in that game. The Chiefs are starting out as a 1.5-point favorite in the Super Bowl in New Orleans, which, by the way, we will be attending. We'll be there on radio.
Yeah, we will.
Shout out to the good friends at Yingling and all of our sponsors. But 1.5-point favorite. How are you early? We got 2 weeks. We'll be looking at this early. How are you seeing this game right now?
I would hammer right now Chiefs minus 1.5.
Would you?
I said when we were walking
this is the most concerned game I have for the Chiefs.
When we were walking in, they asked us about, and I pretty quickly said Chiefs, but I don't know that I think I may want to pull that back and think it over for a couple of weeks here. That's awfully impressive what Jalen was able to do yesterday.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go Chiefs. I mean, I don't know that I'm ready to think like. I just still think they've got Mahomes. They've got that coaching staff that has 2 weeks to put things together. But this, I think a lot of people thought, because I saw a lot of people saying, whoever wins the AFC Championship game is going to win the Super Bowl. I think Philly has more talent than anybody, right? And I mean, it's hard not to look and see what James Cook did to the Chiefs and think to yourself, the hell is that big offensive line, and what can Saquon do? Now we'll see how the game goes, but no, that is a talented team across the board, the Eagles. So that's going to be interesting. It's 1.5 now. I wonder what it will be by the time game day gets here for the Super Bowl. But we've got it set. Eagles Chiefs coming up in 2 weeks.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. In the coaching ranks, the New York Jets, they bring in a new GM, and obviously they hire Aaron Glenn, who is an Aggie, but also has been the defensive coordinator with the Detroit Lions. Seemed to be ready about this game when the approach was made about Aaron Rodgers. The status was non-committal from Aaron Glenn. This thing is not about Aaron Rodgers, folks. This is about the roster. Glenn told reporters after his news conference, we plan on building the best roster that we can. So whatever that may be, guard, tackle, defensive tackle, that's what we're evaluating. Listen,
it's that simple.
Everybody's under a microscope. This is just what it is. Clearly, they have a plan and they know what they're doing with Aaron Rodgers. Like he wouldn't have taken the job if that was the case.
Well, look, I mean, there's, I know there's a lot of piling on, a lot of move on, a lot of hate, so to speak, for Aaron. But the reality of it is I would have Aaron Rodgers, that is, not Aaron Glenn. I would imagine that Aaron Glenn will get in there and get a good feel for Aaron Rodgers. Maybe he already has that feel. I don't know. But I would imagine gets a really good feel for Aaron Rodgers, where he's at, what he expects, and whatever the reality of the situation there is in terms of how he wants to move forward playing quarterback. And does he want his offensive coordinator? Does he want his offensive system? Does he want his receivers? Aaron Glenn's not going to go for any of that. But if he wants to just play football, continue to play football on a good roster, then I would imagine that Aaron Glenn would consider that as an option at the quarterback spot.
Yeah, my gut says Aaron Glenn probably wants to start over. That would be my gut, and because I mean, you walk in and you probably want to, and they've got a pretty high draft pick. You probably want to start over, and you want to run the show. You want to set the tone and get that standard. And I don't care what you say, however you feel about Aaron, that's hard to do with Aaron Rodgers and everything that comes with Aaron Rodgers. Whether he was not, I mean, I think that's hard to do with Peyton. That's hard to do with any great player that has pelts on the wall. And Aaron's got to be in the I want to win right damn now Super Bowl. And as he said, they're building the best roster, right? And he came from a place that built the best roster. And what we're learning is you can find your quarterback in many different ways. You can find him in the draft. You can find him like they found Jared Goff. You can find him like Tampa's found Baker Mayfield. Yep. There are candidates out here to be the next, right? So, yeah, I would imagine, and it seemed like the owner has been leaning towards the way of moving on from Aaron. I would imagine that is the case. You think Aaron's starting in the league next year?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
They quit. What's the option? Tennessee feels like an option in the division. I'm trying to think of the options of where Aaron would roll because
I don't know. I mean, I don't.
Tennessee's one. Some people have said San Francisco, but I don't know what they do with Brock Purdy.
Yeah, no. I just think there's always 3 or 4 teams out there that are in desperate need of a quarterback. They've already tried and failed at the draft, and even if they try in the draft again, it's not 100% that they hit.
The one said Pittsburgh. That's a good one.
The sense of humor that the universe has.
I think there's several. I mean, you look around, the Jets, Cleveland, Pittsburgh. You said Tennessee.
That's pretty good.
What is
Mike
that?
Tolman, the new team president.
Jimmy Smits is the guy that Jimmy Smits is the guy that Sean.
Benjamin Brad. Is that who that is, Tyler? You just sent. That's not bad.
I was just racking my brain, and I thought of the dude from Miss Congeniality. I didn't
know. Look up Jimmy Smits. That's
older.
Jimmy's the one I'm thinking of, though. Sean sent me a picture. That's exactly what I'm
Jimmy's
thinking
hard to imagine. Jimmy Smits, L.A. Law. Jimmy.
Well,
Smits.
you gotta have the crow's feet in the corner of the eyes. That's what really stands out on Mike, man. Crow's feet. You got to be of either Hispanic or Native American descent and have crow's feet.
Coming up, the two names that we're hearing of late in terms of offensive coordinator, Gerard Johnson. He has an interview that will be set early this week. And then the other name we're starting to hear at a national level. We'll discuss that coming up next.
We're bringing the best sports talk in town to the Verlo mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Attention Sports Radio 610 listeners. A slam dunk trip to Vegas could be yours. How? By tuning in to Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive Weekly.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Do you have the head coach from the Jacksonville Jaguars? Well, Liam Cohen.
Yeah, I got a little of Cohen.
I feel like
it's tremendous.
Like, listen, I know there's some things that aren't fair, and probably at times are just going to be wrong. But like, I just had some moments. Like when I heard Matt Eberflus, I just thought that's just not going to be the name of a great head coach. I just don't think that's going to be the name of a guy who's going to win championships. Matt Eberflus. I just don't feel it. The nickname goes by Flus. I don't feel it. I don't feel like Liam Cohen's going to be successful at Jacksonville just based off the one thing I heard from his press conference today.
Well, to be fair, it's going to be hard for anybody to be successful in Jacksonville. They are a dumpster fire consistently year in and year out.
They've been to an AFC championship game.
Yeah, that's fine if you want to pick the 1 year of existence where they were a little bit relevant.
Somebody's been able to be successful. They've been there a couple of times. Tom Coughlin has been there. All right, they've had some success.
Mm-hmm.
But you all know the county they're in. We hear Duval a lot from them. It's a hunt and visually see it. It's worse when you see it. But I guess he wanted to kind of make himself at home. Hey, the locals, I know. This was him at his press conference yelling out Duval.
Duval. Oh, it's so good.
But he did in his face. He said Duval. Duval. The look in his face is
what a nerd.
That's it. That's it right there. The look in his face is, damn, that didn't feel natural, but hey, I'm gonna smile and go with it.
Duval. Yeah, it's really got the middle aged.
I bet Brian Thomas is like, oh God,
that's
no
like,
question.
You're on to something, Clint. It's like the middle aged father coming into his young kids in their playroom and being like, hey guys, it's lit.
Yeah,
it's so lit.
Yeah.
Duval, and like the way he shook up and did it.
Duval. Yeah, his body motions, everything. Like, there's a level of trying to be sexy. There's a level of trying to be like have a lot of swag and appeal to a younger generation, and it falls flat.
Hey kids, no cap.
Do you think he uses slang?
Yes.
You think he tries to use slang like that? No cap.
From the looks of that, it seems like he really gets in the locker room talk, like dead in the middle of it.
Duval.
I bet you
makes me run out of the tunnel with my hair on fire for sure.
Good for him.
Jag's gonna jag, man.
Oh, that's a tough one. That's
Duval.
I can't help but think too, like, his best work that he was responsible for. I guess Baker was pretty damn good this year, but some of his best work recently that he was responsible for was old buddy at Kentucky.
Oh, Will Levis?
I can't help but think him and Will Levis are perfect fits.
Oh yeah, they probably split a jar of mayo together.
When it comes to that, I mean, Some may say.
I think Will might look at him like, man, what you doing?
No, I think that is Will. I could see Will.
A younger version.
I could see Will getting traded to Jacksonville to be the backup quarterback clearly, and then in his presser going Duval.
No, God, he's a perfect fit for Mac. Mac's already there.
Mac will do it.
This is Mac Jones, man.
But Mac is so like Mac looks like he's the corny dude trying to be funny.
What did Liam give you feel? Like trying to be cool?
The dude with zero swag trying to be young and cool, yes.
Oh, they're showing him right now.
Now, I haven't heard the rest of his interview, so I'm sure it may be nice, but that was a bad – that didn't land very well for him.
No, it didn't, especially the way he said it.
It's so
Duval. The way he rocked it into sleep.
Duval. There it is right there. Oh, yeah. He almost winked. He almost winked as he pulled away from the mic.
That's the part is, like, this is what makes it so bad is.
A cap and glasses do him service, by the way.
Yes. The part that makes it so bad, he went up, he was ready, he wanted to say that. He practiced that. That's what he came, it didn't just come off. He came up there to say it.
You're so right. You got to see the video, too.
He practiced, like he thought, oh, what am I going to say? All right. Like, am I going to say beat the Texans? Or, like, at the end, like, some people say.
This will endear me to the fans.
Like,
well, when you do
I
that,
got it, Duval.
When you do that presser, here's the deal. Tyler, I think you need to give it a shot. You know you're getting the Jacksonville gig. You know you got to say Duval. You got to put a little something to it. So, in other words, if he didn't think about this beforehand, shame on him. You think he thought about it? I think he clearly thought about it.
Oh no, I'm just saying he didn't have to say Duval.
Well,
he that's his press conference.
That's their deal, man.
Yeah, I know it's their deal. Andy Reid, when he came and took the job of the Chiefs, didn't start getting up there and doing the tomahawk.
Yeah, I know, but I feel I'm not shocked he did it. I'm just shocked at how bad it was. Tyler, if you were the Jags coach and you were going to end your presser with Duval, how would you do it?
It'd be more like I wish I could hear the cadence of a good way of doing it, but it'd be like, Duval!
You'd lean back and just say it with your chest, huh?
Yeah.
That'd be worse, man. That'd be
worse? Oh, come on.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Stop sipping your hater.
I'm going to be honest with you. I would add words to make it sound better. I would probably give you a Duval, go Jags.
That would work.
I would add go Jags.
Or to lean back like Tyler did it and Duval.
But at least then you have some emphasis in something like saying it with your chest and not like you're on your way to a funeral or something. Like
which one would you rather be? Dan Campbell biting kneecaps or him?
I'm biting
kneecaps all day.
And I will say maybe I feel a little bit because I've seen what Dan has done, but I would be
kneecap off.
But see the thing with Dan though, Dan appeared like he meant it.
Like he really would bite your knee.
He's serious about biting kneecaps.
He's a big fella.
Like he might have.
That dude ain't biting no kneecaps.
That dude is in the VIP area somewhere.
I feel like Trevor could go either way with hearing this.
In the high dollar lounge spot in Jacksonville, he's posted up. He's posted up with bottle service.
Feel good about this game, guys. Let's get it, Duval.
And those glasses.
Absolutely, them glasses. He's posted up getting bottle service in the hottest club in Jacksonville, surrounded by 28-year-olds.
I got to be honest. Unless it just seemed to come off the hook, and you could tell if it just came just off the cuff. That's the only way that would have sounded good. Like that's the only hey, Duval. Like that's the only way. That planned attack.
Duval.
I don't even know why you even say it.
I love it.
Let's go through your presser, man.
Wouldn't have expected any less from victory presser for their new head coach.
What was that? Just hey guys, hey, go Jags. That'd have been enough right there, man.
I like the clap at the point.
Hey, boy, go Jags. Anything else? Go Jag. I think our old friend was over there.
Dude,
Amy,
open bar in the back, y'all.
See, that's it right there. Again, that doesn't work either.
Meet me at the bar, y'all.
Duval.
Liam signing off. Duval, baby. No, that don't work either.
LC.
There you go, LC.
LC signing off.
Hey, Ash, my wife, you see her? Say it, Ash.
Ash in the back.
We've been practicing Duval. Like, maybe if you Duval, bitches. Like, then maybe that's better. I don't know.
Duval, mother.
Okay, yeah. That's a good time to go to break. All right, well, I know this one texter who went through boredom. Y'all need to talk football.
It is football, friend. That's in fact that's an end division foe for your Houston Texans right there, man.
Duval.
I'd be very surprised if he works. Just based off of all of that. I know that's unfair. I'd be very surprised if he works. Based off of all of that.
I think it's fair.
Like I look at him, I can't see him being handed the Lombardi trophy. I look at him like I'm sorry. No, that's one thing. I can see somebody handing DeMeco the Lombardi trophy and DeMeco doing it. I can't see Liam.
Interviewed 8 coaches of the best college football coaches in America. Which one do you think would be the closest to doing that?
Ooh, good question.
I have to think about
it. I think Cignetti's the only one that I can see.
That's what I was just about to say, the Indiana guy. I couldn't think of his name. Yes.
I could see him. And he'd pull it off because he's an older, corny dude.
It might have cussed.
Y'all thought we were a basketball school?
Yeah, that man from Army wouldn't. He said he said beat Navy, and I thought he was gonna hit.
Fran wouldn't. Red ain't trying.
Fran looked like he wouldn't even punch. He just slap him.
Fran was intense, man.
If he heard him say it like real quick, backhand, don't say that.
The hell are you doing, man?
That's not your place. You don't say that.
I was weak as hell,
You
bro.
say go Jags. You ain't earned to say Duval. You thought that record y'all had with Tampa was good? You thought them 10 wins y'all won? That wasn't nothing. You had an okay season. Coming up, we'll get the OC coverage talk coming up next.
All right. Before we do that, though, I got to tell y'all about Underdog, baby. Take your big game experience to the next level.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a second. Had a good week last week, 72%. That's a great week, actually. I don't know what he did on Friday. I don't know how great.
2 for 3.
Let's see if he can continue to make that money. He's a little hot right now. He made you a little bit of money?
Sure did. We hit
I need to send that to you.
Hey, it was a little close because he got those 4 assists early, and then
it's all right. We got
it took a little bit. He got to 5.
We got there.
Got there. There you go.
Yeah, I think he had 4 assists before halftime, and then
he kind of puttered away a little bit. Then he got to 5. I checked him out. I saw him. All right. Here are, before we get to T-Mill's Best Bets, we'll do that. There's a couple of names for the OC job. Obviously, we know they parted ways with Bobby Slowik. And I want to talk about this one first. Watching this, Jonathan Jones, who is the NFL insider for CBS Sports, in the pregame show of the AFC Championship game, he was going over the coaches' conversations. And Clint, he said Ohio State offensive coordinator Chip Kelly is thought to be a top candidate for the OC job with the Houston Texans. Has a connection with DeMeco Ryans. DeMeco played for him with the Eagles in Philly. And he is obviously, he left UCLA to be left the head coaching job at UCLA to be the offensive coordinator at Ohio State. Said he was just kind of over the whole NIL stuff and just wanted to coach. And in his first year, they won a national championship. And he did that with a quarterback that transferred in that he just met and some of the players they've had there. And that is a thought. Your thoughts on, and everyone, you can jump in on this, 713-5725, and those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. Your thoughts about the Chip Kelly thought, that name we're hearing.
Well, I'm going to flip on this one. Look, last week when it was first brought up, I said I didn't like it simply because I've never heard an NFL player say anything good about Chip Kelly. Like everything that I've heard, which take it for what it's worth, it was guys that were in Philly that played for him that just said it was the most disrespectful, just was never going to work and yada, yada, yada. So I that was my initial take. The more I've thought about it, you made a valid point. Like, nobody's going to know what I just talked about, whether it's true or false or what, than DeMeco Ryans having been in the mix, right? With having crossed paths with Chip Kelly. But I'll argue, Ron, that what this offense needs is someone that is going to be more willing to rule with an iron fist. We're going to do things in a physical nature every day at practice. You're going to be here at everything that we do in order to get the mentality right. And if you don't want to put in the time and be here and be present and partake, then you can go be a good football player somewhere else. I would argue that this team, this offense, more than anything, needs somebody that'll code with an iron fist, that'll come down on Laramie Tunsil and whether he's present or not, and understands the ripple effect that has in the whole offensive line. Like, if you're going to fix all 5 offensive linemen, it's going to have to start at the head of the snake, which is Laramie Tunsil. What happens there? I would argue that this team needs somebody, that this offense needs somebody that's not C.J. Stroud's friend. Like, everything that we've seen since we've been here is to make C.J. Stroud just good and comfortable. And while I understand, and I'm 100% down with taking your quarterback into consideration, I would argue that the offense at this point in time, C.J. Stroud is fine. C.J. Stroud is proven. C.J. Stroud is going to go out there and play at a high level if you can protect him. Like, I'm not worried about C.J. Stroud. This offensive coordinator hire has to be more about, yes, it has to be a fit for C.J., no doubt about it. But from what type of guy are you hiring and how does he operate on a day-to-day basis, I think it has to be more about bringing physicality, holding guys accountable. And when I say holding guys accountable, I'm talking about the bigger personalities on this team. Really, it starts with Laramie Tunsil once again. Dalton Schultz is another one, right? Whatever they do at the receiver position, you never know. Whatever they do at the offensive line position, at the guard and center position, you never know. Like I would argue that the number one thing that guy needs to be, far above being C.J. Stroud's friend, is it needs to be somebody that's going to hold these guys accountable and move the needle, getting this thing more physical on a day-to-day basis.
The things that I like about Chip in this situation, I think the positive, the pros with Chip is, I don't think Chip will have any issues saying how he feels, and I don't mean this to CJ or players. I mean to DeMeco, saying how he feels and saying what he likes and what he don't like and what he prefer. I don't think he's just going to go with the flow and just be like, here, man, I'm going to just try to make this work. Like, to me, for instance, if he doesn't believe in Kenyon Green or believe that's just the guy that they should roll with, I think he would speak up and not just be one to roll with it. I don't know if that was the case with Bobby, but I'm just saying, if so, that is something that I like about him, is that he is somebody that doesn't have the connection to where it's any kind of intimidation or, I'll just make stuff work. No, he's going to speak up. And I do like the thought that if the offensive coordinator is going to be the guy who is running the show over there, so to speak, and that's who DeMeco's leaning to and let him run the show, I think having it that somebody that has experience, I think it's great as somebody who's had head coaching experience, that you got no concern about who is running the show and can run the show and have been there.
Yeah.
We see it all the time on the other side. Sean McVay brings in Wade Phillips. We see it, young offensive coaches bring in defensive coaches that usually have, like Nick Sirianni just did it with Vic Fangio. Brought in a guy, head coaching experience, has done this. To me, that's another part that I like about if you're bringing in a Chip Kelly.
Yeah, look, there's a lot to like about Chip Kelly, assuming that he's a good fit. I mean, I like the thought that he runs the offense with an iron fist. I like the thought that if you look at his history, and I'm not looking at any advanced stats or anything, I think everywhere he's been, they've been committed to a downhill run attack, and they've been really, really good at it. There's a level of physicality wherever he goes that follows, and I think that's a huge plus. I think when you look at the Texans' current situation, I do believe that the Texans' situation is a really good one. Like, I think there's going to be a lot of offensive play callers hired as offensive coordinators, not head coaches, but offensive coordinators, and I think the Texans' opportunity, it ranks at the top of that list, at least in the top of that list, right? And so, I think it is a situation with C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins and company, Joe Mixon, and even Laramie Tunsil, if it's the right fit. I think there's an opportunity to be really appealing, and so I don't think the Texans are in a spot where this search should be limited to just the guys that are available. I love the thought of going out and look, he's under contract with the national title, but so what? We can make it worth your while to come here and get back in the NFL in a really good situation if that is indeed what you want to do. Like, I love the thought of going and getting somebody that may not be contractually available versus just taking doing a search and picking one of these guys that's a retread that's coming off of a stint where he wasn't very good last year, kind of thing.
Yeah, I've seen some names that people roll in, but those are Gerard Johnson, also a name, the current quarterback coach. He is going to have a formal interview sometime early this week, so that is in the works as well. Coming up behind 6 o'clock, you know what time it is. Area 45 just saw you. If you're watching YouTube and Twitch, you probably just saw Sean Bijani roll through here. But the fellas are here. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Chris Santiago coming up behind us, so they'll be going from 6 to 10. So stay tuned for the fellas. Let's do it. He was 72% last week. Had himself a nice week. Let's see if he can do it and back it up. He was hot, rolling last week. See if he can do it again. What's your best bets, Tyler?
That's right. Keeping the heater going. I got 5 best bets for you on a Monday. A lot of NBA action going around the league tonight, including your Rockets as they take on the Boston Celtics.
Big one.
Yes, huge one. We'll get to that game because it is involved in best bets. But first off, I got an under for you. Nuggets and Bulls as they square off. I'm on the under in the first half of this game, under 129. Next, got the Hornets as they host the Lakers tonight. I got the Hornets +6. I believe that line's actually dropped since I placed my bet. I still like +5 if you can get it. Now for this Rockets-Celtics matchup, the hometown squad, Houston Rockets. I'm on the over in this game, 221.5 points between the Rockets and Celtics. I'm on Boston's Tatum over 5.5 assists. That might be my favorite bet of the night.
You love going those Tatum assists.
Yeah, man. I've made some good money this year on that one right there.